Emergency broadcast, emergency broadcast. This is a bulletin from the Ministry of National Defense. Everyone must stay at home and not go outside. All industries are to cease operations. Production is halted, schools are closed, and everyone must return home immediately. Attention! Attention! On Changjiang Road in Z City, a strange human has appeared. Skin deathly pale, pupils ashen-grey, biting anyone in sight. Experts preliminarily speculate that this is most likely a human mutated into a zombie by a virus. Outside a shopping mall, giant LED screens, news programs, and broadcasts all blare the same reports. Overwhelming waves of news crash down from every direction. People in the streets scramble in panic, rushing home. Antisocial thugs rush out wielding clubs, smashing and looting as though in a twisted carnival. The entire Z city descends into turmoil. The entire nation falls into chaos. The entire planet is thrown into disorder. The sun slowly sinks, the land gradually swallowed by deepening gloom until the last ray of light fades away. In a ravine beneath a small hillside, a woman lies with her hair disheveled. Though her face cannot be clearly seen, one can still glimpse her delicate features and skin, like polished jade, her slender figure, inviting endless imagination. Yet the woman is in utter disarray, drenched in sweat, her expression contorted with pain. Suddenly she bolts. Yin An draws in a deep breath, her bright eyes vigilantly scanning her surroundings. She looks down at her own body, then toward the city below. Police cars are everywhere, wailing sirens mingling with the panicked screams of the masses. Yin An's brows knit slightly as she instinctively lifts her gaze to her wrist. Her wristwatch rests there perfectly intact. Yet this watch had clearly been lost during a mission in the first month after the zombie outbreak. On the watch faced the digits read 630 p.m. April 9th, 2034. It is the very first day of the zombie outbreak. It is also the day she was framed by Liu Qingqing. Large beads of sweat slide down her fair cheeks. She has actually come back. Yin An's beautiful eyes narrow slightly. In her previous life, she did not learn the truth until she was betrayed into a swarm of zombies and torn apart, her soul reduced to a wisp of grievance. She had been the original female lead in a novel titled End Times. Supporting characters: counterattack, the one targeted for conquest. The supporting character Liu Qingqing knew all the character arcs and plot developments. Relying on that knowledge, she first deceived Yin An into handing over her portable space, a space that spanned a full 1,000 cubic meters. She also used the status of being Yin An's roommate to borrow money, taking on massive loans and stockpiling an entire space full of supplies. When the zombie outbreak had just begun, she tricked Yin An into coming to this forest, knowing from the novel that it would be swarming with zombies at that time. From the very beginning, she had intended for Yin An to die. Unexpectedly, Yin An did not die. Through sheer indomitable will, she survived and awakened lightning-type powers ahead of time. By the time she finally made her way to the national base in H City, Liu Qingqing had already become a member of a special operations squad by virtue of her space ability and water-type powers, and had even clung to Yin An's childhood sweetheart. Although Yin An was schemed against at every turn, she kept struggling to survive. By her own efforts, she also entered a squad within the special operations zone. After the national base was devastated by a zombie tide, she followed her squad in a grueling retreat to the largest Dawn base. In the end, it was her own naivete, her poor judgment of character, her blind trust in a teammate who had once shared the gates of hell with her that doomed her. That man pushed her, grievously wounded from saving her comrades, straight into a horde of zombies, where a pack of high-level zombies tore her into pieces. The novel was left blank after her death. What the world became afterward, no one knew. Thinking of this, Yin An gathers a surge of lightning spiritual power in her hand. Why has she returned to this point in time? Her space is gone. Infuriating. Today she should have been on the road driving toward H City and encountering Yun, her childhood sweetheart, whom she had lost contact with for many years, recognizing each other by the jade pendant from their childhood. Yet now both the jade pendant and her portable space ring are in Liu Qingqing's possession. Yin An's gaze turns icy. Without further hesitation, she slowly rises to her feet and looks down at the city below. Inwardly, she vows that in this life she will take revenge and reclaim everything that belongs to her. The lightning in her hand seems to sense her emotions, expanding, wildly crackling, until the nearby shrubs emit a scorched odor. End Times Becoming God system binding initiated. A flicker of astonishment flashes through Yin An's eyes. Who is that? First mission of the End Times Becoming God system issued within 3 days. Fill the entire space with supplies. Upon mission completion, rewards will be issued. Failure will result in immediate obliteration. Yin An freezes for a moment as a vast space suddenly emerges in her mind. Unlike Liu Qingqing's 1,000 cubic meters, her space measures an astounding 10,000 cubic meters. It is equivalent to a 3-story building. 10 meters high with a floor area of 1,000 square meters. One must know that even those who later awaken special spatial abilities only begin with spaces of 100 cubic meters. After each rank upgrade, their space expands by merely another 100 cubic meters. Her space can only be described as immense. Yin An lightly moves her fingers, attempting to store some nearby trash into the space. As her will stirs, the trash indeed appears inside. In the next instant, it is expelled again. Non-supply garbage detected. Item has been removed. Yin An pauses, then smiles faintly. So it is intelligently filtered. Listening to the system's voice, Yin An becomes even more certain of her guess. This system can truly communicate with her within her own mind. Not wasting time, she tugs her short skirt down. This outfit is really inconvenient. Do you have any gear? D. Initial equipment reward. 1 set of lightweight black combat nightwear and 1 short dagger plus physical strength 1. Physical strength. Before Yin An can fully grasp it, she suddenly feels a subtle shift within her body, as though it has become a little stronger. At the same time, a set of tight-fitting black nightwear materializes over her body, reminiscent of military gear, yet unusually form-fitting, as though custom-tailored for her alone. Yin An is very satisfied. In her hand, the dagger gleams with a faint, ghostly light, its edge razor-sharp. Her beautiful eyes grow just as keen as she turns toward an abandoned motorcycle by the roadside and sprints toward it. Mounting the motorcycle, Yin An glances toward the city center and twists the throttle, surging forward at full speed. She races ahead, cutting directly against the flow of people. The closer she gets to the city center, the denser the crowds become. Everyone is desperate to hurry home. This is the very beginning of the zombie outbreak, the first stage. Zombies have only just appeared. The masses are restless and uneasy, yet many still believe it is merely a minor viral infection that will soon be contained. All industries have halted operations. Shopping malls have shut their doors, and those who failed to stockpile supplies hurry anxiously back home. Yin An speeds forward, her bike howling as she races along. Zombies occasionally lurch into view on the road, sending people scattering in terror. It is the perfect moment to seize supplies. Yin An tears up to the largest shopping mall in Z City. The area is already in ruins with scattered zombies, and those who failed to escape writhing and howling from their bites, stumbling and running everywhere. Terrorist groups and bandits are smashing shop fronts and looting. The system's black combat gear offers excellent concealment. Yin An wears a black mask and a hood pulled low, her entire body wrapped tight. Her face is completely hidden. All the doors on the mall's first floor have been sealed save for the one that 3 terrorists have smashed open. Yin An walks toward them step by step. The 3 men turn to look at her, their gazes sweeping up and down. Though they cannot see her face, her figure alone reveals she is undoubtedly a top-tier beauty. The leader's lips curl into a wicked grin. Hey gorgeous, how about some fun? Yin An's blade swings up and down in one fluid motion. The man's eyes bulge as he collapses instantly. Without giving the remaining 2 a chance to react, Yin An hurls lightning with her left hand, while her right-hand dagger slices cleanly across a neck. In her previous life, she fought on the front lines without respite, having slaughtered zombies numbering in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. It was solely by her own strength that she climbed step by step to become a squad leader in the Dawn base. Her combat and killing techniques had long since reached perfection. Yin An steps inside. Her gaze falls upon a clothing store. She lightly moves her fingers, pointing toward a rack. In an instant, all the clothes upon it vanish into her space. Yin An wills it further, trying to store every garment in the shop, but they do not budge. She remains calm, stabilizing her focus over the entire clothing store. In the next moment, all the apparel disappears into the space. A wave of dizziness washes over her. Yin An presses a hand to her forehead. This method is too taxing on her mind. Perhaps she is still too weak, yet the efficiency is incredible. The corner of her space is already piled high with clothing. Moving swiftly deeper into the mall, she sweeps everything from the first floor into her space. Clothing, luxury goods, digital devices, electronic products, desserts, snacks. She leaves nothing behind. Wherever she passes, all becomes empty. Her next target, the second floor. The second floor housed the largest department supermarket in Z City. Yin An dashed upstairs at full speed. She swept through the place with astonishing efficiency. An entire shelf of snacks. An entire shelf of fruit. An entire shelf of cooked food. An entire shelf of seasonings. An entire shelf of ginseng coffee, and more. And the fresh seafood in the aquatic section as well. King crabs, coconut crabs, crystal crabs, butter crabs, bread crabs. All of them were collected into the space. Yin An joyfully discovered that the seafood could be stored together with their water tanks, which was incredibly convenient. After the supermarket was entirely cleared out, Yin An kicked open the back warehouse door with force. The stock inside was no less than out front. Cartons upon cartons of supplies filled several rooms. Yin An's running speed was extremely fast. With a height of 1.70 meters, nearly 60% of her length was legs, and she moved without a moment's respite, stripping the back kitchen bare as well. Leaning against the wall, Yin An drew in a deep breath. Exercise requirement met. Stamina 1, Speed 1, A Resilience 1. The system's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Yin An raised an eyebrow, and in the next instant, she truly felt her body become a little lighter. She glanced at the time. It was now 10 o'clock at night. Because the space possessed a certain compression capability, all the goods were packed tightly together. Even with this massive amount, they only occupied 4,000 cubic meters. Yin An popped a piece of bubble gum into her mouth, then looked toward a pile of empty cardboard boxes that had suddenly collapsed in a corner. Hidden beneath them was a short, chubby man in chef's whites, trembling violently, staring at her, as if at a monster, his eyes filled with terror. In a mild tone, Yin An said, "It's the apocalypse. Stop dazing out. Find a way to stay alive." With that, she turned and walked away. The chef stared blankly, rubbing his eyes and slapping himself twice to confirm he was not dreaming. Yin An possessed exceptionally rich survival skills for the apocalypse. She would never take elevators. She raced down the stairwell, heading straight for a Century City complex opposite the mall. Over there, numerous 4S shops lined the street, filled with cars and motorcycles. She intended to take them all. On the road, a man was fleeing for his life, a zombie chasing close behind. Yin An ran past them as if nothing were happening, heading straight toward Century City. In her previous life, after awakening her ability, she would always do everything in her power to help whenever she saw someone attacked by zombies. In the end, it proved that those who knew gratitude and repaid kindness were few. The human heart is unfathomable. Even teammates who had once shared life and death experiences with her were later bought off by others for the sake of profit. Therefore, in this life, Yin An would live solely for herself. Every action weighed against benefit. Choosing a glass door, Yin An lifted her leg and kicked hard. Her current gear was superb. Though soft and form-fitting, it was impervious to blades and bullets, resistant to water and fire. Yin An kicked twice, but the glass door was extremely sturdy. She found an iron rod, gathered all her strength. Veins faintly bulged on her hands as powerful lightning energy converged along the metal. She raised her arm and slammed down with brutal force. The expansive glass wall shattered into countless shards. Yin An strode inside, step by step, moving like a graceful cat, casually collecting all the cars into her space with a lift of her hand. Behind that lay numerous luxury stores, JK boutiques, and Lolita shops. Entire counters of necklaces, rings, and jade, and vast displays of designer bags. There were also JK uniforms and Lolita dresses worth thousands or tens of thousands, as well as countless haute couture and limited editions. She took everything. At this point, her space had already reached 8,000 cubic meters of occupied volume. Yin An checked the time. It was now 2 o'clock in the morning. After her stamina had improved, she was not particularly sleepy. Moreover, ability users inherently required less sleep than ordinary people, and as their powers advanced, the hours of sleep they needed would only decrease further. Subsequent sleep would no longer be primarily for rest or relieving fatigue, but rather for repairing and nourishing the body. Thus, Yin An decided to keep fighting. Riding a customized motorcycle she had taken from one of the shops, Yin An sped wildly through the city. Whenever zombies appeared on the road, she either ran them over directly or dispatched them with a dagger. Those she could not reach, she struck down with lightning. During this time, she also collected large quantities of medicine from pharmacies. Though healing-type ability users would emerge later, these drugs remained vital, often life-saving, especially in the early stages. Some residents upstairs saw Yin An and were utterly stunned. Many picked up their phones, taking photos and posting them online, exclaiming that they had seen a female superhero. In less than an hour, Yin An's space was completely filled. No more supplies could be stored. She walked into a secluded alley and quietly waited for the system's announcement. 10,000 cubic meters of space fully filled with supplies. Mission rewards now being issued. Reward 1, space expanded threefold to 30,000 cubic meters. As the system spoke, the space in Yin An's mind instantly grew 3 times larger, equivalent to the interior of a 9-story building. Reward 2, addition of a time freeze protection zone. All supplies will be concentrated within this time freeze protection zone. After the system finished speaking, a pale blue light appeared beneath the stored items. So that means none of these supplies will ever expire or rot. Leaning against the filthy, cluttered wall of the alley, Yin An asked calmly. Yes, the system replied. Reward 3, weapon rewards, throwing darts and a grappling hook, and all attribute values increased by 1 level. Once the system finished, another announcement followed. Stamina 1, Speed 1, Resilience 1, Beauty 1, Strength 1. After listening, Yin An blew a bubble with her gum. What's with beauty? Although the host is the campus belle of Z City Film Academy, considering the need to maintain charisma, it was decided to add a beauty stat, the system explained. A glint of amusement flickered in Yin An's eyes, and she asked, what is my overall index right now? Stamina 55, Speed 45, Resilience 65, Beauty 98, Strength 23. Before the apocalypse, the highest human value for each attribute was 100. After the apocalypse, limits are unknown, the system replied. Yin An nodded, indicating she understood. She pulled down her hood, a mass of voluminous long curls tumbled free as she turned to gaze at the chaos outside. By now, zombies were gradually increasing, more and more swarming onto the roads. Her sensual lips parted slightly as she asked, "Tell me, what is the next mission?" "The next mission is now issued. Continue to fill another 10,000 cubic meters with supplies and upgrade your ability to level 2, the system intoned. Time limit 1 week. After 1 week, the reward will be issued upon completion. Failure will result in immediate annihilation." Upgrading her ability to level 2 required 100 primary crystal cores. The current zombies were all low-level, each possessing only a level 1 crystal core in its brain. In roughly a week, zombies would mutate into level 2, at which point there would be level 2 zombies and level 2 crystal cores. Upgrading an ability from level 2 to level 3 would then require 100 level 2 crystal cores. In short, the higher one's ability level, the harder it became to advance. In her previous life, she survived 3 years. By then, most people were only around level 3, and those above level 5 were rare. She had clawed her way to level 5 through blood-soaked battles, licking the blade every single day. The fact that crystal cores could be used for upgrading was discovered by human scientists about a week after the zombies mutated to level 2. Liu Qingqing, however, relied on her knowledge of the storyline to hoard crystal cores in advance. Level 1 crystal cores could also be converted into level 2 cores, but the numbers required were enormous. 100 level 1 cores were needed to transform into a single level 2 core, and the conversion from level 2 to level 3 followed the same rule. Moreover, crystal cores could later be exchanged for base contribution points. Crystal cores were exceedingly. Yin An first took out the grappling hook rewarded by the system to test it. The hook was strapped around her wrist, a striking black-silver color. She aimed at a spot and fired. In an instant, the hook shot out, biting deep into the wall and piercing it firmly. Yin An tightened the grappling line, and her entire body was pulled toward that point. It was even more convenient and dazzling than Spider-Man. She was very satisfied. Suddenly, a zombie rushed out from the side. Yin An shot a dart. The dart struck the zombie's head, shattering it, and then flew back. Yin An picked up a gray crystal from the zombie's brain matter. This was a level 1 crystal. Each level of crystal has a different color. The level 1 is gray and quite small, about half the size of a pinky nail. Thus, people initially did not pay attention to this thing. "Ah! Help!" The cries for help and wails from the surrounding apartments grew louder. Yin An looked up, seeing more and more buildings infested with zombies, and even people jumping out of windows. The sound of honking filled the air as police with guns were dispatched. Currently, a level 1 zombie can still be killed with 2 shots to the head from a handgun. Police officers armed with handguns are more combat effective than newly awakened humans. However, there were simply too many zombies, and their rescue efforts were exceedingly limited. Not to mention, Z City was merely a second-tier city, and the special police forces were not adequately arranged. Those who reacted quickly had already begun to drive recklessly towards the neighboring city, hoping to seek a safe haven. Beyond a city lies the capital H city. Only Yin An knew. There was already no safe haven left. Yin An glanced at the time. It was 4:15 a.m. The sky was overcast, lightning flashed, and torrential rain began to fall. The storm had begun. Yin An secured her mask and had keeping herself tightly covered. She entered an already emptied store and opened her phone. News pleas for help videos flooded every platform on her phone. There was no more chasing stars or entertainment. Every single platform, uniformly, all were about the zombie crisis. Currently, all countries around the globe have fallen. Our city has been invaded by zombies. Please be sure to close your doors and windows and wait for rescue. Currently, H City has the best control over zombies. All paths to H City are congested with zombie attacks. Please wait for rescue at home. This is the Z City Police Department. Citizens within 10 kilometers of a 51 national road can go to a 51 national road, where the Deputy Minister of Defense has arranged for special forces and helicopters for rescue. Yin An turned off her phone, her cold eyes glinting in the darkness like a wolf. No one knew better than her that closing doors and windows was akin to sitting and waiting for death. Food would soon run out. Zombies do not rely solely on sound. They can also sense subtle air movements, and after further mutations, their intelligence and senses will also improve. The A51 National Road would soon attract countless zombies drawn by the thousands of fleeing people, but that Deputy Minister Gu Su was no fool. He firmly blocked the zombie tide and saved most civilians, transporting them to H City by helicopter. All of this was due to the initial outbreak of zombies. The situation was urgent, and the national judgment was not accurate or timely. Later, the country quickly began to inch closer to the truth through research institutes. Currently, cities far from the capital H City are relying on helicopters for transport. The 3 nearest cities surrounding H City are AS and N, and they are all dispatching armored tanks for rescue. This world would be completely transformed. Everything would be reshuffled in the future. In the future, powerful ability users would hold power. Now the only path is to strengthen oneself and ensure survival. Yin An's next target, the gas station. She sped towards it on her motorcycle. The road was already crowded, filled with cars, zombies, and people. Her driving skills were exceptional, adeptly avoiding various obstacles as her motorcycle crushed the bodies of zombies racing ahead. Soon she arrived at the gas station, which had clearly fallen. It was surrounded by zombies. There were more than a dozen. Yin An revved her motorcycle to the maximum speed, barreling towards the zombies, smashing through them, and splattering their blood and flesh onto her black gear, which quickly slid down without a trace. With her left hand steering the bike and her right hand shooting darts, she quickly dealt with all the more than 10 zombies using her lightning ability. With a slight motion of her fingers, she collected all the level 1 crystal cores into her space, like flowing clouds and flowing water. To Yin An, these level 1 zombies were like a pack of wild dogs, hardly worth noticing. Superwoman, help us. Please help us. Cries for help echoed from the second floor of the gas station. Yin An looked up and saw 7 or 8 middle-aged people trapped in a room on the second floor, frantically calling for help by the window. Inside the room, a girl in black sportswear was desperately holding against the tightly shut door, sweat covering her brow and her face pale. Behind the door, more than 10 zombies were scratching frantically at it. The door clearly could not hold for long. Uncle, you all jump down quickly. The zombies below are dead. Jumping from the second floor should be fine. You all hurry to A51 National Road. The girl gritted her teeth, holding on desperately as she spoke with difficulty. Shut up. Do you want us to die by jumping down? The leading middle-aged man said harshly. Letting a girl hold the door alone, they were a bunch of cowards. Yin An looked down on them, saying nothing as she walked straight into the gas station. Her target was the fuel tank 6 meters underground. Finding the spot, Yin An smashed a few times. With a flick of her fingers, the entire fuel tank was stored in her space, standing in that blue time-stopping protective zone. Above, the sound of zombies scratching at the door and cries for help were deafening. Side quest appeared. Rescue Jianghe. Target location: girl in black sportswear on the second floor. Side quests can be chosen to accept or decline, not mandatory. Completing this side quest will yield a reward. Yin An's eyes flashed with a hint of ghostly light. Accept. Step by step, she walked out of the gas station. Yin An looked up, and those middle-aged people were now calling out urgently and loudly, fearing she wouldn't save them. The zombies behind the door were scratching even more frantically. Please, we will give you 2 million if you save us. We can give you anything you want. Our family is in real estate. We have money. Money is useless right now. Yin An coldly laughed inside, not responding. She threw out a silver grappling hook that pierced through the wall of the second-floor window, gracefully jumping inside. Money is useless right now. Yin An coldly laughed inside, not responding. She threw out a silver grappling hook that pierced through the wall of the second. This scene felt quite ironic to Yin An. In her previous life, when she was trying to survive alone in a mall, she also encountered those unscrupulous relatives. Her parents were both soldiers who sacrificed for the country at an early age, leaving her a large fortune. For many years as she lived alone, those relatives had been coveting her family's wealth, plotting against it, but she had thwarted all their attempts. When the apocalypse struck and she encountered those relatives, she had saved them out of blood ties, only to find they turned against her, disregarding her survival and locking her in a store with a horde of zombies. She had to fight her way out with her own strength. This entire memory flashed through Yin An's mind in an instant. She looked at the girl who was holding the door alone. The girl's face was filled with fear, but her eyes were full of determination and hope. The middle-aged man at the forefront saw Yin An looking at his adopted daughter and immediately said, "Heroine, she is our adopted child. She has no money, but I do. Please save me first." Yin An quickly wrapped his arms around the girl and jumped out of the window in just a couple of steps. After landing steadily, he rode off on his motorcycle with the girl. He didn't utter a single word throughout the ordeal. Behind them, on the second floor of the gas station, with no resistance from the girl, the zombies burst in through the door. With their gaping maws wide open, one after another, the zombies lunged towards the few middle-aged men. Heart-wrenching roars echoed through the air. In just a moment, all the middle-aged men and women were bitten to death. The girl sat on the back seat, turned to look at her relatives, wiped her tears amidst her sorrow, and gazed firmly ahead. 2 kilometers from the gas station lies the A51 National Highway, where Yin An safely placed her down in a nearby dense forest. The girl's eyes were filled with gratitude, and she shed a couple of tears, saying, "Thank you, I will surely repay your kindness in saving my life. What is your name?" Yin An looked at her calmly and replied, "Nansheng. Remember, in this apocalypse, self-preservation is paramount." After saying that, he rode off on the motorcycle, heading to the next gas station. She didn't reveal her real name to avoid unnecessary trouble, especially since she had been scavenging for supplies. Dressed in black gear, she was Nansheng. Without it, she was Yin An. The girl in the black tracksuit looked at Yin An's back and immediately proclaimed, "My name is Jiang He." After saying that, she turned and ran towards the A51 National Highway where there was a large gathering of troops and people. In her haste, she tripped and fell to the ground, instinctively bracing herself with her hands, unexpectedly discovering two impressions left in the earth. Jiang He was taken aback, picked up a stone from the ground, and with a forceful grip the stone surprisingly cracked slightly. Jiang He stared in shock, wondering when her strength had become so immense. At the command center atop the A51 Defense Ministry Tower stood a tall man in a black military uniform, his stern face full of determination. He was Deputy Minister Gu Su. He lowered the binoculars and gazed in the direction Yin An had left, falling into deep thought. At this moment the system's voice also resonated. Timely rescue of Jiang. He sighed. Quest successful. Reward space expanded by 10,000 cubic meters. Jiang He, character detection, female, 20 years old, 165 centimeters, 50 kilograms, Taurus. Ability awakening strength system. Loyalty extremely high, responsibility extremely high, intelligence average, maximum combat power extremely high. Compatibility as a teammate 99, extremely high compatibility. Friendly reminder, humans with over 60 compatibility already meet teammate standards. Could this system really identify suitable teammates for herself? Yin An raised her eyebrows, expressing great satisfaction. She had always been a person who preferred solitude, having few friends, which made her bad at reading people, a flaw that had cost her dearly in her past life. Now that the system had this feature, she had assurance when selecting teammates. This Jiang He turned out to be a strength type among the special abilities. It's known that abilities are divided into attribute abilities and special abilities. Attribute abilities are conventionally categorized into 7 types: wind, fire, thunder, wood, water, earth, and ice, with a maximum level of 10. Yin An possessed a thunder attribute ability, known for its strongest offensive capabilities. Special abilities are conventionally categorized into psychic, spatial, healing, dark, strength, speed, etc. Special abilities are rare, often considered hidden abilities, and most awaken quite late. For example, the special spatial abilities only began to emerge a month or two after the zombie outbreak, with very few humans activating such powers, adding only 1 or 2 spatial ability users nationwide each month. Thus, Liu Qingqing, who had spatial abilities from the very start, was able to reap significant benefits using. Additionally, in the later stages, 3 to 4 years after the zombie outbreak, some extremely rare hidden abilities began to surface, including poison, charm, light, and so on. Moreover, many hidden abilities are yet to be discovered and studied. However, hidden abilities are exceedingly rare, and their energy is very difficult to activate and control. Thinking of this, Yin An tightened her grip on the motorcycle handle. Her movements were agile, and in just half a day, she had almost cleared out the gas stations around Z City Center. Finally, she could take a breather. On the roof of the gas station, there was not a single person around. The zombies were surrounding the gas station, trying to climb up. However, the current zombies were far too primitive, and Yin An was not worried. She lifted her hood. The rain had stopped, and the wind blew through her long hair as she took out an energy drink and gulped it down. Opening her palm, she looked at the noticeably stronger lightning in her hand, feeling quite satisfied. Abilities not only upgrade through crystal cores, but also become stronger with increased proficiency and usage. In simpler terms, her abilities had been better activated. Yin An gazed into her spatial realm. The gas station had an enormous amount of fuel, with over 5,000 cubic meters of space, just for fuel, in addition to the various supplies she had collected along the way. She had not overlooked anything, collecting household appliances and farms into the space. In total, she had increased over 7,000 cubic meters of supplies. During the collection process, Yin An unexpectedly discovered that farms could be collected along with the land arranged neatly in the space, growing naturally in a non-time-stopped area. 85 crystal cores had also been collected. Just a few more, and she could complete the task. Yin An attention, a small number of citizens attacked by zombies have not mutated within 24 hours, yet have triggered some special skills. Everyone, do not panic. This is a self-protective mutation mechanism of the body. Citizens with special skills must seek protection and support from the state. On the news, numerous reports about abilities began to surface. The internet was still usable now, but in just 2 or 3 days it would become unavailable. By then, many places' power grids would also be damaged and water quality would be the first to be affected. Everything in the future would slowly recover only after the base was established. By then, thunder and water type abilities at the base would play a crucial role in maintaining stability when the power and water supply were compromised. She turned off her phone and entered the space to sleep for 4 hours. Yin An slept particularly soundly. As soon as she awoke, the system's voice rang out as if waiting for her. Ding, side quest appeared. Rescue Lin phone. Target location: Z City University, PhD Research Building, 8th floor, room 203. A man in a white lab coat with black framed glasses. Side quests can be chosen whether to accept or not mandatory. Completing this side quest will yield a task reward. Lin Feng. Yin An was quite familiar with this name. She remembered that in her past life, a very impressive young technology researcher emerged in the base years later. He was a PhD student. Many intelligent devices were developed by him, but he mysteriously disappeared a few years later, and no one knew why. The story of Lin Feng was rarely mentioned in the reversal story of the female supporting character, as the plot focused almost entirely on Liu Qingqing. Yin An's understanding of Lin Feng was limited to hearsay from her past life. Given Jiang He's earlier case, Yin An thought it was necessary to accept the side quest. The system wouldn't let her rescue a mere bystander for nothing. Moreover, there was a reward. Accept. After saying that, Yin An stuffed some cooked food into her mouth and quickly exited the space, putting on her gear. She headed straight for Z City University nearby. She had visited Z City University during her college years and was somewhat familiar with the environment inside. Upon arriving outside the university, zombies were everywhere and many students on the upper floors of the teaching buildings were calling for help from the windows. The PhD research building where Lin Feng was located had been packed with zombies. Yin An raised an eyebrow, wondering how Lin Feng had managed to escape in her past life. After enduring for over half a month inside, he was rescued by the base's team. Alright, 2 days later would mark the third phase of the apocalypse, split rescue. When the state could no longer provide rescue, temporary rescue points would be established in each city and helicopters would drop supplies on the rooftops of residential buildings, giving citizens the chance to survive if they could retrieve them. By then, zombies would be rampant, and ordinary people would hardly be able to move. Those who had activated their abilities would form various teams at the base, collaborating with special forces to carry out rescues. Yin An quickly assessed the building before her. The entire structure was made of coated glass with multiple layers of metal coatings on the surface, making it extremely difficult to climb. Next to the PhD building was a graduate student dormitory made of concrete, and each floor had bay windows, making it suitable for climbing. It had 8 floors, perfect for jumping over from there. Having made up her mind, Yin An released a grappling hook that hooked onto the second floor of the graduate dormitory. She gripped the wall by the window tightly with her hands. The gear also included a pair of gloves designed to adhere firmly to objects. Yin An moved agilely, climbing up to the 3rd floor. As soon as she reached the 3rd floor, a zombie lunged at her from the window, but she reacted swiftly, kicking it down, followed by a dagger strike. The zombie collapsed after being struck in the head. After collecting the crystal nuclei, Yin An noticed several zombie corpses in the corridor behind the window. She moved her fingers slightly, collecting all the crystal nuclei from those corpses into her space. Someone is here. Yin An narrowed her eyes. She climbed up another floor, and indeed a tall man dressed in black casual clothes with a hood was battling zombies, moving with incredible speed, relying solely on his physical strength. His left hand was bound with an iron chain soaked in blood, while his right hand gripped a fruit knife tightly. After a beautiful horizontal cut, the last zombie on the 4th floor fell. He slightly tilted his head, his pair of black eyes hidden under his bangs locking onto Yin An. His nose was straight, his features chiseled, and his lips were tightly pressed. His cold, expressionless face showed no signs of emotion. Chi. A stir ran through Yin An's heart. When she saw him in her past life, he was already a member of one of the 2 strongest teams in the National Base's Special Operations Area. The team he belonged to, the Winter Squad, was on par with Liu Qingqing and Xie Yun's Supreme Team as the strongest in the base. In terms of resources, contribution points, and terrifying combat power, they were all exceptionally strong. He had a reclusive and gloomy personality with incredible strength and possessed both terrifying dark and poison-type abilities. However, it seemed that his abilities were still quite weak at the moment. From his recent actions, Yin An could confirm that he had awakened his dark abilities, albeit faintly, to the point that he himself had not noticed. He should be trying to save his only surviving sister Chi Mei, but according to the book, he failed to save her. By the time he killed all the zombies in the 8th floor corridor and reached his sister's dormitory door, Chi Mei had already fallen victim to the zombies. He was devastated, becoming even more reclusive afterward. A thought crossed Yin An's mind. He was one of the men Liu Qingqing wanted to steal. If she helped him now, given Chi's reclusive yet righteous character, he would surely not become her enemy in the future. Yin An knew Chi disliked excessive chatter, so she said nothing. She quickly climbed to the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors. Upon reaching the 8th floor, it was packed with zombies, the number of which could be said to be the total of the 7 floors below. All the zombies were squeezed into the corridor, pushing toward the innermost dormitory door. Aside from the innermost dormitory, all the other doors were wide open, revealing either students who had been bitten and had not yet mutated or zombies. The innermost dormitory door was also on the verge of collapse. Chi Mei should be inside there. The hunting moment has arrived. A fierce glint flashed through Yin An's beautiful eyes as she kicked into the corridor, knocking down several zombies, causing them all to turn and rush toward her. She squatted down and executed a spinning kick, her hands moving with incredible speed. The dagger wrapped in lightning sliced through a horde of zombies' heads. More zombies charged at her, and Yin An shot a grappling hook to the ceiling, releasing darts infused with electricity. Another batch was taken down. Exercise quota met strength 1, a resilience 1. The system's announcement became background noise. Yin An shot the grappling hook into the group of zombies, piercing through 3 of them and pinning them firmly to the tiled floor. Titan. Yin An leaped towards that spot, her dagger flying in her hands, slicing through the heads of those zombies. All of this was completed in under a minute. Her strikes were quick, precise, and ruthless, only targeting heads. Yin An's body ached all over, but she gritted her teeth and held on. Endurance and persistence had long become her habits, as she had relied on this fierce determination to survive countless desperate moments. The entire corridor was piled 3 layers high with zombie corpses, and the zombies behind were still pressing forward, as if Yin An were a piece of tantalizing meat. Yin An loosened her muscles and strode toward the group of zombies, keeping a watchful eye on every minute movement of the zombies on either side. Her right hand unleashed a burst of electricity, while her left hand wielded the dagger to sever heads. 6 minutes later, the last zombie also fell to the ground. Yin An took a deep breath, supporting herself on her knees as she inhaled deeply, trying to steady her trembling hands. The system's announcements were still ringing. Exercise quota met stamina 1, speed 1. A door beside her was gently opened, and a pair of terrified eyes met Yin An's. Then the dormitory door was opened, and the girl immediately pulled Yin An inside. Still reeling from shock, she stammered, "You just now your left hand, right hand, what about the zombies outside?" "They're all dead," Yin An replied calmly. She looked at the girl in front of her, dressed in loose casual clothes, extremely tall, at least a few centimeters taller than her, standing at around 175 centimeters, with a ponytail. The girl had a sporty appearance, exuding vitality and confidence. "My name is Chi Mei, thank you for saving me." Upon hearing Yin An's words, the girl immediately bowed to her, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "No need," Yin An replied indifferently. "Ding successfully changed the plot, saved Chi Mei." The system's voice chimed in, but Yin An showed no expression. She had already considered that saving Chi Mei would only bring benefits and no drawbacks. She wouldn't do things without benefits now. There was some noise coming from downstairs. It seemed Chi was coming soon. After awakening her abilities, a person's senses would be stronger than before. She noticed that Chi Mei's lips were already cracked and dry. Pretending to take out a small bottle of mineral water from her pocket, she actually retrieved it from her space and tossed it to Chi Mei, who was even more moved, thanking her repeatedly while opening the bottle and gulping it down. Clearly, she had been thirsty for a long time. Yin An turned and walked toward the window of the corridor, looking at the doctoral research building across the way. The gap between the research building and the dormitory building was not very wide, estimated to be about 4 meters. The glass of the doctoral building was reflective, making it impossible to see inside. Yin An took out a can of red paint and sprayed a large X mark on the window. Just at that moment, Chi rushed in. He saw the zombies strewn all over, and a hint of surprise flashed in his nervous gaze. "Xiaoyi, come here. This girl saved me," Chi Mei exclaimed happily upon seeing Chi safe. Chi looked at Yin An at the end of the corridor, and the unharmed Chi Mei behind her, and the tension in his dark eyes finally eased as he walked over quickly. Sweat dripped down his cheeks, soaking his entire back. Standing at a height of 183 meters, he glanced at Chi Mei a few times, confirming she was unharmed before feeling relieved. Turning to Yin An, he spoke in a low voice, "Thank you." Yin An did not look at him. She stood sideways to Chi, staring intently at the building across. Sure enough, at that moment, the glass of the building opened, revealing a handsome man in a white lab coat and black-rimmed glasses looking over. Yin An guessed this must be Lin Feng. "You're welcome." She gave a slight smile and turned to glance at Chi. Their gazes collided. Yin An had a slightly rounded eye shape with elongated upturned outer corners, thick eyelashes, and a hint of coldness mixed with laziness in her eyes, resembling a fox or a cat. Chi's eyes shifted slightly. Yin An turned and shot out a grappling hook which pierced through the opposite window and lodged deep into the floor of the laboratory. She leaped and jumped straight into the building. "Wow, so cool," Chi Mei exclaimed excitedly, almost jumping up to applaud Yin An. Chi watched Yin An's retreating figure in silence, his hand resting on Chi Mei's shoulder, tightening slightly. "Sister, let's go quickly to H City." Chi Mei nodded and followed him out. As they walked, she reluctantly turned to look in the direction of Yin, and then turned back to gesture at her younger brother's handsome jaw, saying, "Xiaoyi, do you know? This girl is so cool. She just did that, and all the zombies are gone. She saved my life, and we must repay her in the future. Oh wait, I haven't even asked her name." "No worries, Lin Feng watched as Yin An jumped in, his eyes narrowing slightly, and calmly said, "My building is probably overrun with zombies. There are about 30 zombies outside the laboratory, and it's likely unsafe in the stairwell and elevator." He explained the situation accurately and in detail. Yin An nodded. Her muscles ached all over. If she were to fight her way down, she might exhaust herself and collapse, so she planned to drag Lin Feng down tied up. Without hesitation, she tilted her head, shook her arms, and rubbed her wrists a couple of times. After a few audible cracks, Yin An found a rope in the laboratory and tightly bound the astonished Lin Feng to her back. He was about 7 or 8 centimeters taller than Yin An, making it somewhat awkward for him to be on her back. The two were pressed closely together. Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed and stammered, wanting to say something. With the silver hook in her hand, Yin An leaped towards the opposite research building, noticing Lin Feng's pale face. Half an hour later, she abruptly stopped the motorcycle and gestured for Lin Feng to get off. Lin Feng quickly got off the motorcycle. He looked towards the A51 National Highway not far away and understood Yin An's intention, bowing seriously to express his gratitude. Thank you. If there's ever a need for my assistance in the future, I, Lin Feng, will do my utmost to help. May I ask your name? Nan Sheng. After Yin An replied, she sped away on the motorcycle. Lin Feng watched her rapidly disappearing figure. Behind his glasses, his eyes darkened as he etched Yin An's silhouette deep into his memory. This savior of his would surely not be ordinary in the future. Rescue of Lin Feng's side, quest completed. Reward space expanded by 10,000 cubic meters. Lin Feng character assessment: male, 27 years old, 178 centimeters, 67 kilograms, Pisces. Ability: awakening none. Loyalty is extremely high, responsibility is extremely high, intelligence is off the charts, combatability is average. Compatibility as a teammate 99, highly compatible. The system's voice sounded as Yin An's motorcycle accelerated. Next stop, the breeding farm. It was now the second night of the zombie outbreak, April 10th, 2034. At 7:30 in the evening, Yin An drove to a suburb on the outskirts of Z City. This was the largest livestock breeding base in Z City, with cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese. However, due to the animals being susceptible to zombie infection, many nearby animals had already been infected. But these livestock had little offensive ability. Even when transformed into zombies, the current basic zombie virus merely turned them into livestock zombies, crashing into fences and injuring themselves. They posed no significant threat. Yin An rode her motorcycle straight in, collecting all the healthy cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese. The variety of livestock here was extensive. There were yellow cattle, dairy cows, water buffalo, and more. Sheep included goats and sheep. Pigs had 8 different breeds. And as for chickens, ducks, and geese, there were over 10 types combined. Coincidentally, right next to Z City's largest livestock breeding base was Z City's largest fruit and vegetable base. Previously, Yin An had passed by some small farms and collected quite a bit, but such resources are never too many. After all, fruits and vegetables can be planted in cycles. Yin An charged straight in, and sure enough, the staff here had already escaped. It's worth noting that Z City's fruit and vegetable base is the largest in the country, with a planting area of 1.47 million acres and an annual output of 5.53 million tons. It far surpasses other cities. The variety of vegetables here is extremely diverse. Right now, the country does not have the energy to manage these areas, and by the time they slowly realize a week later, many fruit and vegetable bases will have been destroyed by zombies, and the livestock at the breeding base will either starve to death or become infected. The losses are enormous. Yin An quickly harvested sprouts, leafy vegetables, fruiting vegetables, bulbous vegetables, fleshy vegetables, nightshades, legumes, fungi, root vegetables, melons. All were collected. The fruits here were also incredibly varied, including berries, melons, citrus fruits, stone fruits, and palm fruit. After collecting everything in the control building of the fruit and vegetable base, she had far exceeded the tasks. In total, she collected 3,700 cubic meters of space. The system's announcement immediately rang out. Ding, task exceeded completion. Time taken 1/7. This reward is doubled. Task rewards are being announced. Reward 1, space expanded 6-fold. 300,000 cubic meters. This area is almost equivalent to 6 15-story buildings lined up side by side. The current height of the space is 10 meters. 300,000 cubic meters of space has a ground area of 30,000 square meters, equivalent to 3 large playgrounds of supersized space. Yin An's mind began to rapidly expand the space, and the previously insufficient area began to doubling, continuing to double. Reward 2, system rewards endless resources, water sources, and mineral resources, currently covering an area of 2,000 square meters with infinite depth. The minerals include 171 types of mineral resources already discovered by the state and 36 types yet to be discovered. The water source is the purest mountain spring water, which can be drunk directly. The system finished speaking. A 1,000 square meter area within the space transformed into rock minerals. Next to it, a 1,000 square meter area transformed into a pool of extremely pure water. Its depth is unfathomable. In the next moment, both areas were entirely surrounded by a massive greenhouse, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. It should be known that mineral and water resources are extremely rare, and in the later stages, the establishment of a firewall for the base, including the development of technology, requires metals and other materials that are simply insufficient. The tasks that superpowered individuals take on every day are also largely related to this. Reward 3 system rewards a planting greenhouse currently covering an area of 20,000 square meters. All crops are categorized inside, and mature products will automatically enter a time-stop protection zone. And an additional 10,000 underground generators are gifted. As the system concluded, a massive fruit and vegetable planting base emerged. High-tech planting shelters. Each planting shelter is equipped with a sunlight simulation system, moisture-proof, and heat insulation system, temperature regulation system, humidity regulation system, ventilation system, pest control system, fertilization system, automatic harvesting system, and planting system. Everything is complete. There is also a seed storage room whose environment is suitable for the storage of various seeds. Moreover, everything operates in an orderly fashion by itself. Reward 3 time-stopped area optimized and expanded. 5,000 square meters of space. As the system finished speaking, the blue area rapidly expanded and a 10-meter-tall large storage warehouse emerged. All resources inside are arranged in a well-organized manner. Yin An was shocked. Is this system really this good? A blessing for those with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Reward for 3,000 square meters of ecological system, perfectly restoring the healthiest and most ecological environment. And the system is being so generous this time. As the system finished speaking, the last 3,000 square meters of space expanded into lakes, grasslands, shrubs, and small forests. The air in the entire space instantly became much fresher. This 300,000 cubic meters of space covers an area of 30,000 square meters. At this moment, it is completely full. On the far left is the supersized 2,000 square meters of mineral resources and water resources. The middle 2/3 of the area is all planting zones. On the far right is the supersized time-stopped area warehouse. Next to it is a naturally serene environment. One area of the plain has been enclosed, displaying a grid-like partition management filled with livestock. There is even an automatic feeding system inside. Just a few minutes ago, those hundreds of chickens had already laid numerous eggs. All mature fruits, vegetables, eggs, and milk are transported to the time-stopped warehouse immediately under the complete system of the space, continuously generating benefits. In the entire space, not a single area is wasted. What is this? My power is beyond your imagination. The mischievous voice of the system rang out, and the next second. Reward 5. More rewards. Yin An was stunned. Others are fighting for survival in the apocalypse. But what about herself? This is like establishing a country in the apocalypse. Physical fitness 1, speed 1, resilience 1, beauty 1, strength 1. So what is my overall index now? Yin An asked, and the system immediately replied, physical fitness 56, speed 46, resilience 66, beauty 99, strength 24. Yin An nodded to indicate understanding. Her current strength and speed were not quite enough. Looking at her slender arms and legs, Yin An decided to continue striving. The next task is now announced: fill in 20,000 cubic meters of supplies and 1,000 first-level crystal stones. Time limit 1 month. After 1 month task completion will release rewards, and failure will result in direct annihilation. After the system's announcement, Yin An understood, 1 month is enough. She looked at the natural ecological system in the space and felt it was quite wasteful. Perhaps she could. A glint of cunning crossed her eyes, and without hesitation, she sped toward the largest zoo in City Z on her motorcycle. The zoo is not as safe as the breeding base and the fruit and vegetable base. Many tourists are trapped here. There are also many animals that have been infected. If it were squirrels or peacocks, those small animals would actually be fine. The most feared are tigers, lions, and big brown bears being infected. It should be known that these ferocious beasts are already several times stronger than humans in terms of attack power. Once infected, their combat power becomes extremely strong. However, everything has two sides. Yin An remembered from her previous life that some ferocious beasts, after being infected, awakened their abilities and survived tenaciously, their combat power surpassing that of those military dogs that had awakened abilities by several times. But they are difficult to tame. Before her death, the largest base in City H, a large base with hundreds of thousands of people, had an elite army of tens of thousands of superpowered individuals and thousands of elite beast tamers and breeding experts, all formed by the accumulation of the best resources. The number of tamed, superpowered ferocious beasts did not exceed 20. The intelligence of the ferocious beasts that awaken their abilities is higher and their wildness stronger. But once tamed, their combat power is extremely strong. They can even compete with superpowered individuals. As the largest zoo in City Z, it is a 4-ARAT tourist attraction covering an area of up to 500,000 square meters, with 4,000 square meters allocated for housing and exhibiting animals. Among them, there are over 400 species of wild animals totaling more than 6,000 individuals. Currently, the area of Yin An's personal space is only 2,000 square meters. It seems she can only choose some favorite animals to store in her space. She sped into the zoo on her motorcycle. The roar of the engine was deafening, and as she burst through the gates, a dozen zombies lunged at her. Bang, bang, bang. Yin An plowed through the motorcycle tires, crushing the zombies' legs, producing a cacophony of crunching bones and squelching flesh. Suddenly, a woman in a keeper's uniform rushed towards Yin An, calling out, "Help me! Help me!" A zombie lunged forward and tackled her down, its bloody maw opening wide as it began to devour the face of the female keeper with a chilling growl. At such a close distance, Yin An could clearly see her features being torn away, her eyeballs exploding like burst balloons. Yin An remained expressionless. She had grown numb to such scenes. She sped straight into the interior housing, shaking off the zombies that continued to advance from both sides. Along the way, in addition to zombies and fleeing crowds, there were also some infected animals that had turned into zombies. The situation was dire. The first exhibit was a golden monkey enclosure. Yin An was not interested in monkeys, finding them too mischievous, but behind the golden monkeys was another area built inside a rockery. The sign read, "Panda Exhibit." These are national treasures. Shouldn't she take a couple to keep in her space? Yin An stopped her motorcycle and cautiously approached the panda exhibit, where the entrance was piled high with corpses, and the sounds of frantic banging on the glass and zombie growls echoed from within. Although she currently had no trouble dealing with first-level zombies, the unseen scene inside made Yin An reluctant to take the risk. Caution is the mother of safety. She had been to this zoo before and remembered that the panda exhibit had an open ceiling. Just as she was looking up to gauge her position, a zombie's roar suddenly came from behind her. Yin An spun around, her right arm enveloped in a surge of lightning power as her dagger sliced through the air, leaving behind a purple afterimage. The zombie's head was cleaved off. The severed neck was already charred. The air was thick with the stench of rotting flesh, extremely foul. It was only then that Yin An realized this was a child zombie. Its head lay on the ground, eyes wide open, staring unblinkingly at Yin An. She barely hesitated before throwing a dart that pierced its head and retrieved the crystal core. After the apocalypse, children and the elderly, these vulnerable groups, lost their privileges. Everything had to adhere to the rules of the apocalypse. Compassion had become meaningless. She shot a grappling hook towards the second floor of the rockery. The rockery was only 2 stories high, and Yin An easily leaped up, slowly climbing inside. Sure enough, the area ahead was designed to be open. Yin An pressed herself against the roof's surface, inching forward, and the cries for help and wails grew louder the closer she got. It turned out that after the zombie outbreak, some staff had let the visitors into the exhibition hall to temporarily escape the zombies' attacks. What should we do? Will the government come to rescue us? There's very little food here. The panda exhibit has hardly anything. I'm so hungry. All we have is bamboo, and it's still raw. These zombies are so scary. Why don't we just kill the pandas and eat them? A man's voice emerged from the crowd. Yin An raised her brow. This voice. She was very familiar with it. It sounded just like a member of Liu Qingqing's team from her past life. Yin An found a concealed gap to peek through. Inside the panda exhibit, dozens of people were crammed in the far corner, with 3 pandas pitifully huddled together, protected by the keepers behind them. Dozens of zombies pounded furiously against the glass walls, their bloodied mouths gnawing and biting at the glass, leaving streaks of blood. And among the crowd, the man clamoring to eat panda meat was indeed the one Yin An had just suspected. It was Liu Qingqing from the Supreme Team. How can we eat pandas? They are a nationally protected species. The keeper exclaimed in terror upon hearing this, stepping back to tightly shield the pandas behind her. The nation? With zombies all around, what about the nation? Why isn't it coming to rescue us? Liu Qingqing shouted arrogantly, stepping onto a stone. Come on, draw a dragon on the left and a rainbow on your right. Come on, left side. As his phone rang, Liu Qingqing frowned and answered it, but as he listened, his expression relaxed, and a sycophantic smile spread across his face, repeatedly saying, all right, bro, that's awesome. Then I can rest easy. I'll wait for you to come pick me up in style. After hanging up the phone, he arrogantly scanned the crowd and declared, my bro has awakened his powers. He's in a strong team in the base at City H. He said he'll come to rescue me soon, within 3 days. After this announcement, the crowd buzzed with excitement, as if they had seen a glimmer of hope. In this moment, Liu Qingqing, emboldened by his brother's influence, became even more reckless, looking at the keeper and saying, we have to survive these 3 days. We can't go without panda meat. We can eat bamboo. Why do we have to eat pandas? The keeper, clutching a few pandas, backed away, firmly refusing. Can we even digest raw bamboo? What if it kills someone? The argument continued. Yin An's gaze was as cold as ice. Liang had a brother named Li Mu who was also in Liu Qingqing's supreme team. The two brothers were both ruthless. Among them, Liang was the most extreme, utterly twisted and principled, and he was also Liu Qingqing's sycophant. In her past life, she had suffered greatly from his instigations to attack her, but he had yet to awaken his power. Yin An smirked slightly as she threw a dart with her left hand. Her right fingers moved to store the 3 pandas and some bamboo on the ground into her space. In the next moment, Liang was shot in the head. Blood and flesh splattered his brain matter, spraying onto the faces of those around him. Ah! A terrifying scream erupted from the crowd. Yin An had already left silently. At the same time, Ding successfully eliminated an enemy, beginning to issue rewards. What a surprise, there's a reward. What an unexpected gain. Reward: 10,000 cubic meters of space, converted into a natural ecological space. After the system announced, an additional 1,000 square meters of green land appeared in her space. Among it, a bamboo grove was enclosed, and the 3 little pandas were right there. What a thoughtful and The 3 pandas were very cheerful, climbing up and down around the bamboo, holding fresh bamboo shoots in their paws, munching nonstop. With the pandas secured, Yin An headed straight for the beast area. Tigers and lions were divided into 2 vast areas in the east and northeast, separated by rocks and iron nets, each independent. The lion and tiger area mostly consisted of outdoor activity spaces with lakes separating them. Here, human presence was sparse. Generally, visitors would need to ride exhibition vehicles led by staff to visit. Thus, the paths leading to these 2 areas were locked by large iron gates. However, for Yin An, this gate was merely a decoration. She hooked onto a hillside and flew up. From ahead, she heard a few tiger roars coming from the hills. A thrill coursed through her. She stealthily approached the source of the roars. Goodness! 2 tigers were battling against a zombie keeper and a zombie tiger. At a glance, Yin An recognized them as Siberian tigers by their size and fur color. They were about 2.5 meters long, muscular, and agile. The zombie tiger with its gray-white eyes looked fierce, greedily eyeing the 2 healthy tigers lunging at them with its bloody maw. The 2 tigers dodged and roared as they engaged in a fierce struggle with the zombie tiger. The zombie keeper was already limping on one leg and stumbled towards the 3 tigers, only to be flattened by a tiger's paw. This tiger's combat power was even stronger than that of a first-level zombie. The zombie tiger was more powerful than the 2 healthy tigers, and it turned, biting into one tiger's neck. The other tiger pounced in. The zombie tiger needed only 1 bite to take down a healthy tiger, while the healthy tiger would require a headshot to completely kill the zombie tiger. The tigers might not even realize this, nor did they know what had happened to their companion. Their attacks were mostly focused on tearing. Yin An, hidden in the jungle, did not intervene. She would not save useless tigers. If they wanted to be hers, they needed to show her their strength. Besides, she might not even be able to defeat the zombie tiger. Soon, half of the zombie tiger's paw had been torn off. Its body was covered in wounds. Yet its combat prowess remained undiminished. The keeper had long been trampled to a pulp by the 3 tigers. The 2 tigers were also injured, and their movements gradually slowed. Roar! The zombie tiger lunged at one of the tigers, and the light faded from its tiger eyes. It could no longer hold on and perished. The other tiger immediately seized the opportunity, while the zombie tiger was biting the other tiger and fiercely bit into its neck. This strike was incredibly ferocious. A large bloody hole was bitten into the zombie tiger's neck. It turned to look at the tiger and pounced at it furiously, its speed and strength unaffected. Yin An's eyes were filled with anxiety. That tiger seemed to be in grave danger. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly powerful tiger roar pierced through the air. Yin An turned her head. A fierce northeast tiger charged out from behind the rocks. Its size was much larger than the 3 tigers. It looked incredibly powerful. Like the wind, it rushed forward, slamming its paw down to knock the zombie tiger to the ground, opening its mouth to bite its neck. With a single paw, it flattened the zombie tiger's head, biting down even harder, tearing its head clean off. Yin An's eyes lit up. What a good tiger. Suddenly, one of the injured tigers exhibited a strange... It sprang up and bit down on the rear of the most powerful tiger. It had also turned into a zombie tiger. The tiger turned around and bit down fiercely. Its large paw pressed down firmly. It seemed extremely clever, targeting the neck to bite. With 1 bite, it severed half of the neck of the recently transformed zombie tiger. Taking advantage of the momentum, it bit down again. The second zombie tiger's head fell to the ground. At this moment, there were 3 tiger corpses and 1 keeper's corpse on the ground. The last surviving, an incredibly fierce tiger, was injured, lying on the ground. Its tail swept through the bushes, making a rustling sound, and it emitted a low, mournful groan from its nose. It was clearly in pain. Yin An lay still. If such a fierce tiger mutated, she wouldn't stand a chance. After a while, she saw the tiger let out a low growl. A burst of fire erupted from its mouth. Truly a great tiger. It didn't keep her waiting. It had activated its fire-type abilities. Yin An stretched her muscles, keeping a close eye on the fire-type tiger. Her eyes were filled with desire. Little tiger, big sister is coming. Yin An walked quickly down to a flat area and waved at the northeast tiger, which had just finished activating its abilities. Unexpectedly, the tiger only glanced at Yin An and then turned away, no longer looking at her. It was as if it was staring into thin air. Confused, Yin An took out a piece of raw meat from her space and waved it in front of the tiger. The tiger looked over, but there was not a trace of desire in its golden eyes. Just when Yin An thought it might not be hungry, the tiger lunged at her like the wind with lightning speed. What the heck? A feint. Yin An quickly dodged, releasing a bolt of lightning to push the tiger back. If you want to eat, then consider me your little brother. Yin An gestured towards the tiger. She didn't expect the tiger to understand her. She planned to proceed step by step to earn its submission. Yin An tried to approach it, but the tiger let out a large burst of fire, the scorching heat forcing Yin An back several feet. What the heck? Yin An shot out a grappling hook and leaped forward, but the tiger was very alert and stood tall, breathing fire at Yin An. It seemed quite adept at using this ability. Yin An swiftly maneuvered to grab the tiger's back, but unexpectedly the tiger was incredibly strong and turned its head to bite her. Yin An blocked its fangs with her dagger at a 45-degree angle and kicked its head. At the same time, she was also knocked to the ground by the tiger's paw. Damn it, this is tough. Yin An decided to stop playing. With a flick of her fingertip, she stored the tiger in a fenced area within her green space. Later, she would slowly train it. After a few days of hunger, it would listen. Ding acquired a pet with special abilities, now issuing rewards. The system's voice suddenly rang out, and Yin An was taken aback. Huh, there's a reward for this too. Reward: 10,000 cubic meters of space, converted into a ferocious beast territory. After the system spoke, 1,000 square meters of rocky forest area appeared in her space, isolated from other regions. The tiger was automatically placed in that rocky, ferocious beast area. Reward: a complete set of equipment for the fierce tiger. Tiger headgear, tiger armor, tiger claw set. After the system spoke, the tiger was adorned with an extremely cool silver-black equipment. How cool is that? It's even cooler than myself. Yin An felt a pang of envy. The tiger clearly wasn't used to it, frantically scratching at the equipment on its body, rolling on the ground, and roaring. Since it was so unruly, she decided to name it Bufu. Bufu not convinced. Yin An felt that her naming skills were quite good. She took a glance at the lion area next door, which clearly wasn't as fortunate as the tiger area. All were wiped out. Yin An rode her motorcycle around the zoo, collecting some squirrels, peacocks, flamingos, sloths, swans, larks, and other small animals. It's important to know that most of these animals had gone extinct after the apocalypse. Now, by gathering them, she ensured that she would at least not worry about food in her space. Yin An sped out of the zoo. Her next target, City A. City A is located between City Z and City H, with a much larger population and a higher level of prosperity than City Z. Naturally, there would be more zombies. If she wanted to level up faster, going to City A was more suitable, especially since it was the only route to City H. More importantly, Yin An had already scavenged most places in City Z. The road to City A passed through a suburban area with many factories. Yin An decided to claim all of it for herself. The resources in the factories were abundant, and more importantly, those instruments and equipment. It's important to know that the country is currently establishing a base in City H, and in the future acquiring resources will be crucial, not only through special ability teams and military expeditions, but also through artificial and machine production. However, machines are too large and heavy. Transportation with large trucks has become extremely inconvenient. In the future, it will be very challenging to transport and obtain the machinery from these remote cities, which is a tremendous waste. Yin An decided to stockpile more to prepare for establishing her own base in the future. However, since the factories were located in remote areas, the workers basically lived and worked in the factories. So after the zombie outbreak, they had nowhere to escape, most of them trapped inside. Yin An decided to adopt a cautious policy. She parked her motorcycle outside a clothing factory. Silently, she dealt with 4 wandering zombies outside the factory and stealthily made her way inside. Someone. Yin An squinted, her beautiful eyes crouching behind the bushes, looking towards a large building ahead. The building was 3 stories high with a typical factory-style large windows, high floors, and spacious rooms. Surprisingly, there were still 4 or 5 humans alive in a room on the 3rd floor. Zombies on the 1st and 2nd floors were crowding towards the 3rd floor. Although the door on the 3rd floor was piled high with cabinets and equipment, it was evident that it couldn't hold out for long under the relentless assaults of the zombies. The few people were all squeezed by the window. Yin An had no interest in helping others. She set aside her desire to assist and respected the fate of others. She crouched down, intending to sneak past this building to the next for scavenging. Just as the commotion on the 1st floor drew a large number of zombies, it provided her with cover for her stealthy movement. I'll fight them to the end. Suddenly, a strong and powerful voice laced with a hint of simplicity and honesty rang out. The next moment, a figure jumped down from the 3rd floor. Bang! He landed directly on the shovel of a loader below, creating a large dent. Yin An glanced quickly and saw a tall man over 1.9 meters with a robust build, well-defined muscles, a round head, and a square face. With brown skin, he punched a zombie's head flat and jumped into the loader. He drove the loader, crushing zombies under its wheels. Yin An raised her eyebrows. This tall man was none other than Chung Su from the Qi Winter Team in her past life. She had encountered him during a mission and remembered his incredible combat strength. Later, he seemed to have even awakened dual abilities, and he was quite a decent person. The zombies on the first floor, hearing the commotion, all turned and rushed towards the loader. Zombies on the second floor scrambled through the windows, each falling onto the loader with a loud bang, like dumplings being dropped. The entire loader was almost overwhelmed by the zombies climbing on it. Chung Su, while driving the loader, used his left fist to meet the right fist, smashing the brains of those zombies trying to get into the loader. Yin An had quietly made her way to the bushes near the second building. She threw out a grappling hook, which flew straight to the second floor. Lying on the window frame, she moved her fingers slightly, collecting all the equipment from the second floor into her space. The third floor, let's continue. Don't miss the first floor. Okay, on to the next building. Thus, while the battle raged fiercely on Chung Su's side with roars echoing, Yin An had already agilely scavenged equipment and clothing supplies from 5 buildings like an elegant and nimble cat. To her delight, she discovered a warehouse that specialized in storing finished clothing. Though it was only 1 story high, it was packed full of supplies. With her agile movements, she quickly dispatched 7 or 8 zombies in the warehouse and collected all the goods and crystals into her space. After clearing the goods, Yin An looked towards a gap on the ground. Goodness, there's a basement. She rushed over and kicked the basement door open. Half of his face was bitten off and half of his yellow teeth were missing from his gaping mouth. Exposed bones and blood could be seen, with strands of flesh hanging from the torn edges fluttering in the air with his movements. Damn! Yin An was disgusted and punched the zombie away. Then, seeing the scene before her, she was overjoyed. The basement was a vast storage area. Sections of fabric and finished clothing were piled high. As Yin An walked and collected, it took her 5 minutes to clear out all the goods in this warehouse. After clearing the entire warehouse, Yin An found a nearby door, pushed it open, and leaped up. To her surprise, it was the first building where Chung Su and the others were. Oh, take this punch from me. Go, Director Chung. The director has awakened his abilities. How amazing. Outside the window were Chung Su's voices fighting the zombies and the cheers from those on the third floor. Yin An relaxed her shoulders, watching the snarling faces of the zombies turning towards her. A glimmer of excitement crossed her eyes. To her, these were all opportunities for crystals. Just as Yin An was about to make a move, 4 high earthen walls rose up around her, and she was taken aback. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. A booming voice from Chung Su rang out beside her. Yin An jumped up, climbing on the earthen wall to look outside. Chung Su roared as he drove the loader straight in with half of his body leaning out, attacking the zombies frantically. Every punch landed solidly. Wow, just awakened, and the Earth-type ability is this strong. This guy is quite fierce. He's not wasting those muscles of his at 1.9 meters. As far as Yin An knew, Earth-type abilities at level 1 generally could only throw a dirt clump or something. Yet he directly raised 4 high walls. Chung Su was outside, killing zombies left and right, while Yin An moved her fingers frantically, collecting crystal stones. In about an hour, Chung Su had killed at least 100 zombies. All of them were collected by Yin An. The feeling of lying down and doing nothing was blissful. At that moment, Yin An had the idea of mooching off others. Chung Su quickly dealt with the zombies on the first floor and stretched his large hand down from the earthen wall. Miss, come. Hold on to me. Yin An immediately grabbed his hand, leaping out with 2 or 3 steps. We need to leave here quickly, Chung Su hurriedly said, driving the loader to bring down 2 girls and a boy from the third floor. Director, you are so powerful. Are you hurt anywhere? So many zombie corpses. The 2 girls looked at Chung Su with admiration. The boy kept saying, I remember there's an off-road vehicle at the factory outside. Let's hurry out. Okay. The group agreed unanimously. Chung Su turned to look at Yin An. We're going to City A. Come with us. It's too dangerous for you to be alone. Yin An had the same thought. With Chung Su being so strong, she could rest as a useless person among them. So she nodded. The other 3 also noticed Yin An at that moment, and one girl in a short skirt showed a slight hint of displeasure. But Yin An noticed it. She pretended to be oblivious, following Chung Su and the others onto the off-road vehicle. She leaned against the back seat, collecting zombie corpses into her space as they drove. They drove 7 or 8 kilometers without seeing any more shopping malls, mostly small towns and villages in the suburbs, and the zombies encountered were directly crushed by the off-road vehicle. Upon reaching a place with few zombies, Chung Su decided to take a break. He took out some biscuits from his bag and shared them. Finally, he handed them to Yin An, who accepted them with a polite smile. TCH, why do you have to take others' food to eat? The girl in the short skirt sitting next to Yin An shot her a glance and rolled her eyes disdainfully. Yin An ignored her and elegantly tore open the biscuit packaging to eat. Chung Su reprimanded her, and the girl named Wang Yao reluctantly closed her mouth. Chung Su looked at Yin An with a simple smile and said, "We practice taekwondo together. I am the manager, and they are my staff. We usually share a house, and now with zombies everywhere we formed a team." Yin An nodded in agreement. Suddenly, she sensed a large number of zombies approaching and defensively looked out the window. Bang! A violent crashing sound followed, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. A zombie smashed through the window on Wang Yao's side and lunged at her face. "Oh, help me!" Wang Yao screamed in anguish, flailing her arms and trying to cling to Yin An. Yin An coldly kicked her down, saying, "Hurry up." Chung Su immediately activated the vehicle, and the off-road car sped away. Where did these zombies come from? Another girl in red asked despairingly, clearly still shaken from the earlier panic. "It's likely that we attracted many zombies while driving here. Just now we stopped, and those zombies caught up with us," Chung Su calmly analyzed. Yin An regarded his back with approval. Chung Su was truly impressive. Soon the vehicle entered the jurisdiction of City A. Yin An spotted a food processing factory nearby, and Chung Su evidently noticed it too. He decisively headed over to stock up on supplies. The vehicle stopped steadily 30 meters outside the factory. Chung Su handed out travel packages to everyone, and the four of them walked in. The three of them followed Chung Su's tall figure like little chicks. Suddenly, Yin An felt an eerie silence inside. Ooh, she shivered. With such a large factory, at least 30 buildings could be seen. It shouldn't be so quiet. Gently tapping Chung Su, he turned to look at her. Yin An mouthed, "Something's not right inside." Chung Su's eyes were serious. He glanced at the factory walls with increased vigilance and said softly after a moment of thought, "Let's head back to the car first." "Manager, why are you listening to her?" The male companion immediately expressed his displeasure, speaking in a hush. "Exactly, manager. There must be plenty of supplies in the food processing factory. We haven't even gone in yet, and you're already listening to her. I think she's just scared." The girl in red echoed, her voice sharp and completely uncontrolled. Yin An suddenly heard footsteps from within the factory walls. She couldn't be bothered with the two of them and turned to leave. "Ding, follow in for a special reward." The system's voice suddenly rang out. "Special reward?" Yin An immediately decided not to leave. The girl in red saw Yin An's reaction and thought she must be too timid to walk alone, rolling her eyes. Yin An ignored her, checking the time on her watch. It was the 4th day after the apocalypse, April 12, 2034, at 2:30 in the afternoon. Chung Su frowned slightly as the male and female companions quickly walked into the factory. He hesitated for a moment, glanced at Yin An to signal her to be careful, and stealthily followed them in. Yin An was the last to follow. As soon as they entered, 2 zombies appeared, which Chung Su quickly dealt with. Only then did they notice that the factory was filled with zombie corpses, clearly having been cleaned up by someone. This was a very large factory, and the 2 buildings closest to the 4 were in the process of being constructed, their bare surfaces still cement with no walls on the 2nd or 3rd floors. Yin An's keen eyesight spotted several humans on the 2nd floor, indicating that the zombies in this factory had likely been cleared out by them. Her intuition told her something was wrong. Thanks to her excellent vision, she could see that the humans on the 2nd floor were dressed in construction work attire, clearly workers. Their demeanor was unlike most people in the early days of the apocalypse. They were entirely calm and even had a hint of hostility. In the apocalypse, the terrifying thing is not just the zombies, but also people. Yin An wanted to leave, and in her mind, she asked the system, "I've entered. When will the task reward be released?" "Task not fully completed. Please be patient. The reward will be issued upon task completion." The system's voice sounded calm, easing Yin An's uneasy heart slightly. Now, with her level 2 lightning ability and a space, she had a fallback in case of danger. She decided to continue following for now and obtain the special bonus first. Yin An surmised that the system had its reasons for having her follow. "People. Great, there are people." While Yin An was contemplating, the girl in red suddenly shouted, evidently seeing the figures on the 2nd floor. "Awesome. Maybe we can team up," the boy said happily. Chung Su remained silent, merely observing. Yin An immediately pulled her hood down to cover her exposed eyes, her fingertips deftly collecting the zombie crystal cores from the ground, keeping her head down as she stood behind the crowd. 5 people approached from the 2nd floor. They looked at Yin An and the others with disdain and contempt. The girl in red, taken aback by their gaze, lost her excitement and timidly said, "Could you give us some food, or let us join you?" Chung Su, however, furrowed his brows and slowly retreated, pulling her along as he said, "Run." But it was all. The 5 people moved in unison, 2 of whom were actually ability users. One was fire type, and the other. They all attacked the tallest Chung Su together. The other 3 men were all middle-aged workers, muscular and strong. Even after resisting for over 10 minutes, Chung Su was eventually subdued. Yin An offered no resistance, standing still like a useless person. She could tell that there were likely stronger individuals on the 2nd floor who had gathered this group together. At this moment, engaging would certainly lead to a fierce battle, and the chances of winning would not be high, wasting energy. In the apocalypse, it is normal for people to form small groups, as many desire to establish their dominance in this new world. Qingsu was tied up tightly. The three of them, on the other hand, were bound with a single rope. The four of them were treated like prisoners and led upstairs. At the foot of the stairs leading to the second floor lay two human corpses, evidently killed by this group. The girl in red had already started crying in fright. Upon reaching the second floor, Yin An discovered that there were still 7 or 8 people bound, likely survivors from this factory. These individuals might never have imagined that after escaping the zombies they would fall into the hands of humans. In the center of the second floor, a man in his 40s lay on a reclining chair, his dark skin marked by an old scar, smoking a cigarette and coldly watching Qingsu and the others. He was likely the leader of this group. Beside him were 2 young women trembling with fear, both fairly attractive and clearly coerced, their faces filled with sorrow. Wah wah wah. The girl in red cried, even louder at the sight. Shut up. The man seated on the recliner suddenly roared. The 5 men behind Yin An immediately rushed forward to cover the red-dressed girl's mouth. You've been rewarded. You're just too noisy. I don't like it. You even pissed yourself. Ha ha ha. A nearby worker kicked him hard and cursed while the others burst into raucous laughter. They grinned wildly, exuding the brutish aura of bandits. Their gaze upon the man who had soiled himself bore no trace of humanity. It was the look one reserves for a dog. Come on, strip him. That dog stinks of urine. At the command of one worker, several rushed forward, kicking the man to the ground and pinning his head beneath their boots as they began yanking off his trousers. In seconds, his pants were torn away, revealing crimson undergarments. Yet they did not stop. They reached for his underwear too. Yin An averted her eyes. The man wailed uncontrollably, begging for mercy, but his cries were met only with 2 sharp slaps. Shut up. You're all beasts. Police won't let you get away with this. A shrill androgynous scream pierced the air from among the crouching crowd. Yin An glanced over. It was a cross-dressing man. His voice neither fully male nor female, his wig askew and half-slipped, revealing a closely cropped scalp beneath, his makeup smeared and ruined. Police. This is the apocalypse. We're past all that. Ha ha. The foreman laughed, but his eyes held no mirth, only cold, ruthless ferocity. He spat contemptuously, his smile twisted and hollow. Before the world ended, I'd already taken lives, hiding like a rat. Now I'll kill openly, proudly. With that, he seized an iron rod from the floor and strode toward the crossdresser, swinging once. His blow struck true. The skull shattered instantly, spraying white-gray matter and crimson blood across the surrounding onlookers. Ugh. Help. Panic erupted in waves. Yin An's brow furrowed slightly. A strength-based ability. Beep. Mission complete. Special reward granted. Ability unlocked. Healing class. Spiritual energy doubled. Mental attribute added to physical stat panel. Current attributes: physicality 56, speed 46, resilience 66, beauty 99, strength 24, spiritual energy 156. Yin An possesses the highest spiritual energy of any human alive. The system's voice chimed at just the right moment. Yin An's heart surged. Astonishment and elation intertwined. This was an extraordinary boon. After all, healing class abilities were among the rarest in the apocalypse. In her previous life, fewer than 10 such adepts existed across all survivor enclaves, each treated as national treasures. Yet healing class abilities came with severe constraints. First, healers possessed no offensive capability. They could not attack and relied entirely on teammates for crystal acquisition. Second, their curative power remained limited until level 4. At level 1, they could mend wounds barely a centimeter long and purge only partial traces of zombie virus. Level 2 extended healing to 3-centimeter lacerations and eliminated most viral residue. Level 3 healed 8-centimeter wounds and eradicated all known strains. A level 4 enabled treatment of larger injuries. Level 5 regenerated flesh and bone. A level 6 restored severed limbs. No one in her prior life had ever surpassed level 7. Their capabilities remained unknown to her. Given that most awakened individuals rarely exceeded level 3 during the early apocalypse, reaching level 6 was an immense feat. Even the highest-ranking commanders seldom surpassed level 8. Third, and most crippling, was the staggering drain on spiritual energy. A single use typically exhausted a healer's reserves for an entire day. Major treatments at levels 5 or 6 required a full week's recovery. Thus, only elite personnel ever received their care. In truth, once discovered healers were sequestered exclusively to serve the upper echelons. Yet this system had not only bestowed upon Yin An the healing ability, but also doubled her spiritual energy. That meant her healing capacity equaled that of 2 full-fledged healers combined. Yin An sensed a profoundly soothing energy suffusing her body, the first time she'd ever awakened this ability. Instantly her limbs felt lighter, and a gentle restorative warmth spread through her frame, washing away days of accumulated exhaustion. No wonder the soul healer at Chintzy Base had never fallen ill in her last life. This ability clearly included self-repair functions. As Yin An pondered this, several more atrocities unfolded across the ruined second floor. The brutal foreman slaughtered multiple men he deemed unworthy, brains and blood splattering across the floor, some witnesses collapsing unconscious from sheer terror. Yin An crouched low behind the crowd, her slender frame nearly vanishing amid the throng, granting her temporary safety. Suddenly a ripple of air stirred. Her eyes narrowed. A man in a baseball cap appeared in a blur, kicking aside two workers and seizing the foreman in a chokehold, pressing a blade hard against his throat. Release these people. Beneath the cap glinted a pair of striking icy eyes, regarding the foreman not as a man but as a corpse. His voice was deep, resonant, and eerily devoid of human warmth. Oh, so it's young Master Ren. At the sound the foreman forced a greasy grin, tilting his head back with obsequious charm. Let's talk this through. In the next instant, his ear was sliced clean off. He shrieked in agony, startling the other workers who instinctively lunged forward. Don't move. Do as he says, now. The foreman cried out in panic. Yet unseen by the cap-wearing man, he flickered a silent signal to his men. Instantly, several workers rushed to untie the captives. At that very moment the foreman, his face half-drenched in blood, one ear gone, slammed backward with brutal force, wrenching free from the cap-wearer's grip. Simultaneously his men surged forward as one. But the cap-wearer seemed prepared, dodging with astonishing speed, toppling one worker with a kick and slashing another before retreating rapidly, hurling scrap metal and steel fragments at his attackers. For a tense moment the mob failed to seize him. He subtly kicked a shard of glass toward Chung Su. Subtle, yet nothing escaped Yin An's watchful gaze. Yin An popped a bubble gum into her mouth and withdrew her spectator's gaze. She scanned the space behind her, a shattered half window perfectly positioned for swift escape. 13 workers occupied the second floor, 3 of them awakened. Gradually the cap-wearer faltered, bearing deep wounds across his body. Then Chung Su, having severed his restraints, charged forward to aid the cap-wearer. The newly freed captives scattered in every direction. Yin An swiftly assessed terrain and factory layout, then slipped free of her bonds, preparing to scavenge inside. At that precise moment the system chimed. Beep. Side mission activated. Rescue Renyu. Target identified: the man in the baseball cap. Side missions are optional, no obligation to accept. Completion yields a unique reward. System note: both Chung Su and Renyu possess exceptional compatibility as allies, strongly recommended for acceptance. Yin An frowned. Accepted. She turned. Only the thugs and the duo remained on the second floor. Though most workers lay dead, all 3 awakened ones still stood. Among them was the earless foreman. Chung Su and Renyu were gradually overwhelmed, pinned helplessly to the floor. The foreman strode forward, gripping an iron rod, his voice venomous. Boy, you still dream of avenging your parents. Let me tell you. Before he could finish, Renyu produced a detonator and aimed it at Chung Su, his tone glacial. Release him, or I trigger this bomb. 3. Renyu began counting down. Wait, don't rush. We'll let him go right now. The foreman blurted. 2 workers hastily cut Chung Su's bonds. All this transpired as Yin An silently slipped behind a pillar. Chung Su caught Renyu's urgent, pleading glance, scanned the room, confirmed all former captives had fled, and began retreating slowly. Then, without warning, a wall of earth erupted between Renyu and the 3 awakened, sealing him off. Chung Su lunged forward, punching the wood element adept squarely, sending him crashing to the ground. You dare? The foreman roared and charged. In the next heartbeat, his legs were severed clean at the knees. He collapsed, screaming in disbelief. My legs. My legs. Yin An hurled a grappling hook, embedding it deep into the wood element worker's torso. She vaulted forward, delivering a crushing kick that sent the fire element worker flying. Damn! Chung Su stared in stunned silence, while Yin An glanced coolly at the foreman, who gazed up at her with desperate, pain-ravaged eyes. She smiled sweetly and said, No one governs this apocalypse, so consider me your father for today. Hope you're reborn as a better man. Renyu climbed down from the earthen wall, staring at the foreman, his legs gone, and at Yin An clad in black. Astonishment flared in his eyes. Yin An put away the grappling hook, giving Chung Su a glance before leading the way down, handing the person over to Renyu for disposal. She did not forget the foreman's words about avenging their parents. These 2 undoubtedly held a deep grudge. Thank you. Renyu's voice rang out behind her, and Yin An waved her hand without turning back. Damn sister, you're amazing. What kind of technique is that? It's even more powerful than a gun and has such a long range. Chung Su followed Yin An, his admiration almost written across his face. Yin An remained expressionless as she listened to the system's announcement: special mission successful, reward space expanded by 10,000 cubic meters. Ren Yu's character assessment: male, 23 years old, 184 centimeters, 65 kilograms, Capricorn. Ability: awakened speed type. Loyalty: extremely high sense of responsibility, extremely high intelligence level, quite high combat power limit, extremely high. Team compatibility: 99, extremely high compatibility. Cheng Su's character assessment: male, 27 years old, 192 centimeters, 80 kilograms, Aries. Ability: awakened earth type. Loyalty: extremely high sense of responsibility, extremely high intelligence level, average combat power limit, extremely high. Team compatibility: 99, extremely high compatibility. While the system kept announcing, Cheng Su continued to speak excitedly, finally exclaiming, "Let's form a team. You can be the captain." Yin An raised her brow and looked at him, saying lightly, "It's tough to follow me. I'm willing. I'd endure any hardship." Cheng Su answered eagerly, looking at Yin An with shining eyes, as if she were a deity. Yin An glanced at her. It was now the fourth day after the apocalypse, April 12, 2034, at 6:30 in the evening. The sky was growing dark, perfect for scavenging for supplies. The time for her planned action was drawing near, as she couldn't afford to linger here too long. "I have some matters to attend to. I'll be back in an hour." With that, Yin An dashed away like the wind. Cheng Su clicked his tongue, realizing that this captain truly came and went like the wind. At that moment, a scream echoed from the second floor, followed by silence. Cheng Su looked up and saw a man in a duckbill cap descending. His deep-set eyes reflected a sense of relief and exhaustion from avenging a great grudge, clearly far more mature and burdened than his 20-something years. "Where is she?" Ren Yu asked, glancing around. Cheng Su knew he was asking about Yin An and hurriedly replied, "She said she would be gone for an hour." "I want to join you guys," Ren Yu stated directly. Cheng Su was taken aback. This man was very strong, and he was naturally eager to team up with him, but he scratched his head, feeling awkward. "I want to, but she hasn't agreed yet." "Aren't you together?" Ren Yu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. "Well, we met on the road." "No problem, let's wait for her together." "All right." Yin An quietly analyzed the building layout along the outer walls of the factory, discovering a total of 35 buildings roughly divided into three main areas: residential area, storage area, and processing area. The zombies in the storage area had already been cleared out clearly by the previous group of workers. The processing area was mainly filled with machinery and production workshops, while the residential area consisted of employee dormitories with limited resources, abundant with zombies and some trapped factory workers. It seemed the most valuable area was the storage area. Yin An decided to first raid the processing area and gather all the machinery into her space. The processing area had the most buildings, totaling 20, among which were research buildings and a comprehensive administration building. Yin An began scavenging building by building, climbing to the highest floors and sweeping through the windows one by one. When zombies charged out, she either dodged to avoid them, letting them fall from the windows, or kicked them away. Soon over a dozen processing plants were completely cleared by Yin An. This factory was quite comprehensive, with edible oil seasonings, meat products, vegetable products, and more. Her next target was the storage area. The storage area comprised 7 buildings, and Yin An climbed the outer walls layer by layer, collecting supplies into her space. The thrill was exhilarating. She moved swiftly, gathering all the resources into her space in just over 40 minutes. Yin An rubbed her aching waist, listening to the system's announcement. Exercise quota met: stamina 1, speed 1, resilience 1, strength 1. She walked toward the factory entrance, feeling exhausted to the point of barely being able to open her eyes. "Boss! Boss!" 2 serious greetings rang out. Yin An was taken aback, looking at Cheng Su and Ren Yu, who were standing respectfully before her, and her fatigue instantly vanished. "Did I just gain 2 little brothers?" Cheng Su exclaimed loudly. "We want to follow the boss from now on. The boss is too strong, and most importantly, the boss saved us." He then bowed deeply, saying, "Please be our partner." Yin An tilted her head while Ren Yu looked astonished. Cheng Su realized he had misspoken, his bronzed face turning red as he hurriedly corrected himself. Please be our captain." Yin An looked at the 2 before her. Both had passed the system assessment, so there shouldn't be major issues. However, she had high standards for teammates and would not easily trust others. Thus, she decided not to reveal too much and to conceal some of her strength. "You can join me, but if anyone betrays me, I will kill them." Yin An's gaze quickly turned cold as she scanned the 2, speaking icily. "Rest assured, Captain, I, Cheng Su, will never be a treacherous person." Cheng Su was the first to speak. Ren Yu's gaze was also resolute. "If I betray you, may I be reborn as a dog in my next life." Cheng Su was taken aback, then added, "A rich man's dog isn't bad. They eat well and live comfortably." Ren Yu's expression stiffened. Yin An couldn't help but smile slightly beneath her mask. "You 2 wait for me here. I'll go check something out." With that, she went to the second floor to collect the crystals from the 3 ability users. The crystals of the ability users were different from those of the zombies as they carried additional attributes. Crystals of the same type could significantly enhance their power. Yin An put away all the crystal cores then walked down the stairs. Cheng-Su approached with a ghostly expression saying, "Boss, I just took a look around. Such a large factory, yet the storage area is completely empty." Yin An nodded expressionlessly and said, "Then let's set off quickly. The zombies are becoming more numerous and it's not safe outside." Thus Cheng-Su drove the armored vehicle with Rinyu in the passenger seat and Yin An in the back heading towards city. The three chatted intermittently. Despite the tense atmosphere of the apocalypse and having not slept for more than a day and night, they all remained spirited, especially since all three were ability users and didn't feel particularly fatigued. Cheng-Su spoke the most, occasionally cracking a couple of cold jokes. Rinyu was not very talkative, but when he spoke it was always of high quality, while Yin An responded intermittently. "Boss, if we recruit a couple more ability users, wouldn't we be invincible?" Cheng-Su cheerfully fantasized about the future. "You don't need to worry about the team members, I have candidates in mind." As Yin An spoke, the system's voice timely chimed in, detected a 5-person team formation. No more member tasks will be assigned, but to assist the host in selecting allies, the system will provide 2 task detection analysis functions daily. Yin An raised an eyebrow. Indeed, counting Jiang, he and Lin Feng, they had exactly 5 people. However, Yin An had her own plans. Lin Feng had other arrangements. In the apocalypse, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. We need to develop cautiously, Yin An said calmly. Rinyu nodded in agreement, saying, "I second that. Alright, I get it. I'm just trying to lighten the mood a bit. I understand the principle of playing dumb to catch the tiger," Cheng-Su said with a smile. "Also, you guys head to the base first. I have some matters to attend to in City A. Boss, isn't it too dangerous for you to go alone? What's so important?" Yin An's lips curled slightly. "I was bitten by a dog before. I need to teach that dog a lesson. What dog dares to bite the boss? That's just asking for a beating. Boss, let us accompany you." It's not safe for you alone," Rinyu said, somewhat concerned. Yin An shook her head, saying, "It's more convenient for me to go alone. Having too many people will complicate matters, especially since the roads are filled with zombies and the vehicle can't move at all." Both understood that Yin An was right and did not insist further. After about 3 hours, they arrived at the edge of downtown City A. City A was a bustling metropolis with skyscrapers towering everywhere. Before the apocalypse, it was a lively world of magic. After the apocalypse, it had become a hell on earth. Due to the multitude of skyscrapers and crowded streets, people had nowhere to escape. Zombies were everywhere, and since this area was close to City H, many people flocked here, making it a true hell on earth. Yin An looked at the panicking crowd in the street and said, "Let's stop here. We can't go any further. You two drive around the outskirts to City H and wait for me at the national base." Hearing this, the two turned to look at Yin An with concern and nodded. Yin An adjusted her mask, forcefully pushed open the car door, and shoved aside the zombie that had been banging on it, then delivered a punch directly to the zombie's head. The zombie was a 15 or 16-year-old girl, not very strong, and since Yin An's physical attributes were currently quite high, almost on par with a fitness coach, the female zombie was knocked down to the ground. Yin An quickly used a dagger to sever her neck and collected the crystal core. Cheng-Su had already driven away. At this moment, it was 6 a.m. on April 13, 2034. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Yin An looked towards the center of City A, a slight smile on her lips. This time her mission was not only to collect supplies, but also to accomplish something important. It was to deal with Liu Qingqing. This afternoon at 2 o'clock, Liu Qingqing's team would undertake their first mission since forming in City A. Anticipating the plot, she specifically led her team members to the tallest financial building in City A, Zhaoshang Building. This building was the tallest financial structure in City A, with 42 floors above ground and 3 below. Thus, the rescue difficulty was extremely high with a plethora of zombies. It could be said that this place had turned into a zombie-infested building. Meanwhile, the national base's outer commander Liu Qi led a special forces team in the rescue operations. Due to the building materials around the financial building being difficult to climb, they could only clear zombies floor by floor from inside the building for rescue. However, this was fraught with challenges due to the overwhelming number of zombies. As a result, they dispatched helicopters to rescue those close to the windows, and on the building's rooftop, they used the loud noise of the helicopter engines to attract all the zombies from the 30th floor and above to the top level, managing to contain the zombies on the 42nd and 41st floors. Thus, they could send special forces into the building for rescue. Although this method was effective, when Liu Qi and his team reached the 40th floor, the ground of the 41st floor collapsed under the excessive weight. A large number of zombies fell down. As a result, Liu Qi and his team suffered significant casualties, and the civilians on the 40th floor were not rescued. However, Liu Qingqing, due to her familiarity with the plot, had informed Liu Qi in advance and helped clear the personnel. As a result, she gained Liu Kai's admiration, and after returning to the base, she received 1,000 base points, making her famous within the base. Yin An's current mission was to ensure Liu Qingqing completely misses the mark and becomes a laughingstock. Since it was still early, Yin An decided to gather supplies nearby first. She took an unconventional route, weaving between floors to collect supplies and kill zombies, saving a great deal of time. After collecting 2 factories and a heap of supplies, Yin An had already completed her task of 20,000 cubic meters of supplies, and only 10 more first-level crystal stones were needed. She jumped into the top floor of a department store, swiftly took action, and 2 zombies fell. 8 left. 7. 6. Finally, the last one. As the last zombie in the room fell, the system's voice sounded timely. Ding, task exceeded completion. Time used is 1/10. Rewards for this task are doubled. Task rewards began to be released. Reward 1 space expanded to infinity. In the next moment, Yin An felt the space inside her body continuously expanding. Expanding. Further expanding. Until she could see no boundaries. Reward 2 water and mineral resources expanded 3-fold, each occupying 3,000 square meters with infinite depth. Reward 3 times stasis area expanded, 100,000 square meters of space. Reward 4 ecological system expanded 10-fold, 50,000 square meters. Reward 5 base system rewarded. Base system. Yin An exclaimed with joy. Base system activated. Welcome to enter the space base. This base can be relocated to external space. As the system finished speaking, a massive base appeared in Yin An's space, rising from the ground, a 10,000 square meter building. 5 stories high with a hard granite exterior, its surface covered with a layer of diamonds. Yin An was left. She swiftly entered the giant villa, which was exquisitely decorated in a light luxury style. The first floor featured a vast living room with public leisure areas, entertainment zones, a gym, as well as kitchen, dining, and restrooms. The second floor had a media room, an arcade, a laundry room, a VR room, an office area, and more. The third, fourth, and fifth floors were filled with bedrooms and study rooms, along with walk-in closets. Due to the vast space, there were elevators between the floors. Additionally, Yin An discovered a basement with a hot spring bathing area, among other facilities. She was amazed but quickly adapted. This building could only serve as a residence. It was far from sufficient for a base. The host will upgrade the base system through subsequent tasks. The system sensed Yin An's thoughts and immediately replied. Yin An nodded. She planned to build a base in the future, and this was just the beginning. Without lingering, she swiftly exited the villa. She gazed at the vast area of time stasis and the ecological system as the system's voice echoed again. Rewards 6. Physical fitness 1, speed 1, resilience 1, beauty 1, strength 1, mental power 10. The current attributes of the host are physical fitness 57, speed 47, resilience 67, beauty 100, strength 25, mental power 157. The next task is now released. Fill 20,000 cubic meters of supplies and upgrade abilities to level 3. Time limit of 2 months. After 2 months, task completion will result in rewards. Failure will result in immediate elimination. Yin An nodded, glancing at the time. 6 hours remained until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After taking a 4-hour nap, she hurried towards Zhaoshang Building. Zhaoshang Building consisted of 3 buildings, south, north, and west, interconnected by only a wall. The north and south buildings primarily served as financial offices, while the west building was a commercial area with many food stores. Liu Qingqing would go to the south building at 2 o'clock to notify Liu Qi, and then proceed to the west building to collect supplies. Yin An observed the nearby geographical layout and found an old building across from the north building of Zhaoshang Building. This old building had 20 floors with a concrete exterior that could be climbed. Without hesitation, Yin An estimated her position and climbed all the way to the 20th floor. Aiming at the open window of the 19th floor building across, she shot the grappling hook inside. After testing it and confirming it could bear weight, Yin An swiftly slid over to the other side. Fortunately, there were no zombies in this room, only a man. There was still bottled water on the table. Yin An sat down in a chair to replenish her hydration. The man took several minutes to recover from his panic and cautiously approached Yin An weakly, saying, "Miss, please save me." Yin An turned to look at him and found it was a young, handsome man she often saw on TV. Without showing any emotion, she turned her gaze away and ignored him. "If you save me, you'll perform my talents for you for a lifetime. I can sing, dance, and rap." The man, sensing Yin An's indifference, became anxious and quickly added. He finished speaking, leaned in with a heavily made-up face, and looked at Yin An with pleading eyes. The white foundation had long been smeared by sweat, leaving patches of yellow and white, while the eyeliner had run down to his cheeks, making him appear both ugly and disheveled. Noisy. A gust of wind swept by, and a dagger was pressed against the man's neck. He retreated in terror, clamped his mouth shut, and curled up in the corner, beginning to sob softly. After being pampered in the entertainment industry for so many years, the sudden disaster had caused him to plummet from grace, becoming the most helpless and miserable ant. Most of the office area in the North Building was newly constructed and yet to be rented out, with a painfully small number of people compared to the South Building. Yin An took a moment to gather herself before preparing to set off. There were very few zombies between the floors, and most people had already fled. In the stairwell of the 19 floors, there was only one zombie, and it was a child zombie, seemingly having run up from the lower floors. "Oh, don't go. What'll I do if you leave?" Ignoring the pig-like screams from behind, Yin An dealt with the child zombie and hurriedly climbed up the stairs. Soon she reached the 41st floor. Through the thick walls, Yin An could feel the vibrations from the ground and the roars of zombies coming from the adjacent South Building. She glanced at the time. It was 1:15 p.m., and there was still time. After assessing the terrain, Yin An took out a chainsaw from her space and sawed a large opening in the wall of the West Building, then fiercely cut down the wall between the North and South Buildings. After sawing out a square opening about 2 meters wide and long, she left one side unsawed. This was her buffer period for escape. While Yin An was sawing the wall, zombies on the opposite side were frantically crashing against the wall. The sounds of their wild assaults and roars were relentless. Bang, 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 roar, aya. This opening would soon be broken through, and then the zombies from the South Building would be funneled into the North Building, preventing the collapse of the 41st floor. After confirming everything was correct, Yin An quickly ran away. Looking at the opening in the wall of the West Building, a slight smile crept onto her lips, and her mood brightened. "Liu Qingqing, I hope you will like the first gift I send you." Yin An rushed downstairs. It was now 1:45 p.m., and Liu Qingqing was about to arrive. She didn't want to miss such an exciting moment, not even for a minute. At this moment, the South Building next door had already been cleared by a special forces team of over 200 people, with zombies either eliminated or trapped in various rooms. Yin An lowered her hood and blended into the crowd. Soon she saw 4 men and women walk into the South Building: Xie Yun, Liu Qingqing, Li Mu, and their other teammate, the Wood ability user Zhang Kuan. Xie Yun was strikingly handsome, standing at 185 meters with a strong build, and his expensive trench coat exuded an air of sophistication. He was very powerful and was likely a fire ability user. With him around, it wouldn't be so easy for Yin An to kill Liu Qingqing. However, she didn't plan to harm Liu Qingqing. The best way to take revenge on someone was not to let her die. That would be too easy for her. "We have important information to report to Commander Liu Qi." Liu Qingqing rushed into the first floor and spoke to the Special Forces station downstairs. She appeared pitiful and benevolent, seemingly having urgent and important information to share. The Special Forces soldier looked at the badges on the 4 of them with respect. Special Operations Team. Those who could enter the Special Operations Zone were all talents and were unlikely to lie. The soldier immediately took them seriously. "Someone escort these 4 to find Commander Liu Qi." He then took out a walkie-talkie. "Report to Commander Liu, members of the Special Operations Team are here to see you, claiming to have important information." Yin An chewed her gum and watched the scene with amusement, turning to leave the crowd. Her next task was to collect Liu Qingqing and her companion's transportation and sweep the supplies in the West Building. She quickly found the armored vehicle belonging to Liu Qingqing and her team. This was a gift from the base that the Special Operations Team had just received. Each team could receive 1 armored vehicle, but only once. Yin An swiftly took their armored vehicle in a corner where no one was paying attention and headed towards the West Building. "Hey, where did the armored vehicle go just now? How could it suddenly disappear? You must be seeing things. It's probably because you haven't slept for 2 days and are too tense. Don't worry, the Special Forces are here, and the zombies in the South Building have been cleared. They'll take us to the base soon." "No, I'm not mistaken. Stop thinking about it. Anything can happen now. Just think about how to survive." Yin An quickly ran to the West Building. There were quite a few zombies there as well, and some Special Forces were moving supplies. Yin An stealthily made her way up and began to collect supplies. The upper 10 floors had yet to be developed. Yin An killed zombies along the way and collected most of the supplies, leaving some behind. Just as she was busy gathering supplies at Liu Kai's side. "Commander Liu, these are the 4 members of the Special Operations Team." Liu Qingqing and her companions approached, and from the crowd of Special Forces emerged a man in a black military uniform. He had sharp brows and eyes with clean and defined facial features. A small red mole sat on his high nose, and beneath his long eyelashes his gaze was calm and composed. His lips were slightly pursed, exuding an outstanding aura that commanded respect. Liu Qingqing's heart leapt with joy. This was one of the potential male leads, a future extremely powerful man, and she was determined to win him over. "What is it?" Liu Qi asked, frowning slightly. He had little time to spare. "Commander Liu, the 41st floor is about to collapse. You shouldn't go up any further. Arrange for people to retreat." Liu Qingqing spoke earnestly, presenting herself as a beacon of righteousness. Liu Qi glanced at Liu Qingqing, tightened his gloves, and looked towards the rooftop. "I'll go check the 40th floor. You all wait for me here." "Commander, it's not safe. Shouldn't we retreat?" One of the Special Forces soldiers was swayed by Liu Qingqing's words and advised, "There are still many people on the 40th floor await for me here." Liu Qi would not be persuaded. He said this and began to move upward. Seeing this, Liu Qingqing became anxious and hurriedly said, "Commander Liu, please believe me, this is true." Liu Qi did not look back, swiftly moving upward. During rescue operations, if there is malicious interference, the consequences will be severe. A flathead man dressed as a deputy commander said sternly to Liu Qingqing, his words laden with warning. "Rest assured, Deputy Commander, I will not delay the rescue. I guarantee with my integrity that the 41st floor will definitely collapse. I'm here to save you." Liu Qingqing spoke with conviction, tears glistening in her eyes, seemingly moved by her own act of salvation. The deputy commander said nothing, his gaze fixed nervously on the stairway where Liu Qi had disappeared. Beside them, Xie Yun looked deeply at Liu Qingqing. She had been with them all along. Why was she so certain that this place would collapse? Why had she been urging Zhang Kuan to hurry here since early morning? Did she perhaps have some ability to foresee the future that she was hiding from him? Everyone waited in silence. Liu Qingqing watched the time, estimating that there were only a few minutes left before the collapse. She glanced at Xie Yun, finding him slightly bowed in thought. Her heart stirred again. Both Liu Qi and Xie Yun were stunningly handsome, and she loved them equally. A few minutes later, Liu Qi came down. "Everything is fine above. Everyone follow my orders and come with me for the rescue." With Liu Kai's command, all the special forces charged upward. "Hey!" Liu Qingqing was taken aback. She checked the time as something was wrong. The time had already come, so why hadn't it collapsed yet? She hurriedly followed along. "Miss Liu, every second counts in the rescue. What else do you want to do? Hurry and leave." The deputy commander, already impatient, blocked Liu Qingqing's path and said sternly. Liu Qingqing's face instantly turned ashen, filled with confusion. How could this be? It was supposed to collapse, as she remembered that after this incident the special forces suffered heavy casualties. "Let's go," Xie Yun said. Liu Qingqing, however, was reluctant and insisted on waiting. Xie Yun's expression grew cold, but remembering Liu Qingqing's space, he decided to speak gently. He said, "If we don't leave soon, the mission will be hard to complete. Do you want the whole team to waste time here with you?" Hearing this, Liu Qingqing reluctantly departed. "Let's go to the west building. There are more supplies over there." Saying that, the team followed Liu Qingqing's lead to the west building, sneaking up while avoiding the special forces. However, the upper floors were completely different from what Liu Qingqing had anticipated. Not only were the resources few, but it seemed that each floor hadn't been scavenged, leaving only some supplies behind. Liu Qingqing complained incessantly, "After climbing so many floors, how come there are only this little resources? It's still not bad, at least we have some resources. Let's go up and see, there might be more." Li Mu, who was more optimistic among the team, said this, and then thought of his brother whom he had been unable to contact, feeling disheartened. He likely guessed that his brother was in grave danger. And so the four of them climbed to the 40th floor, only managing to gather a fraction of the supplies from the space. Liu Qingqing was extremely disappointed. She had thought there would be a lot of resources this time, even clearing out her space, and having each team member bring an extra backpack. Who would have thought the haul would be so meager? She sat down heavily on a chair, quite unhappy. Not good. Suddenly Xie Yun became alert. The ground. Why was it shaking so violently? "Run." As soon as he finished speaking, the ceiling collapsed, bringing down a swarm of zombies with it. Why are there so many? Liu Qingqing was about to go insane. At this moment, she only had a space ring with her no abilities at all. Usually she hid behind Xie Yun, feeling relatively safe, but now with so many zombies piling up, there was no one to protect her. Liu Qingqing took off running, desperately gripping her teammate Zhang Kun's arm and pulling him back. Xie Yun was also startled. His first reaction was to protect Liu Qingqing. After all, she had all the supplies, and nothing could happen to them. "Save me." A zombie with a bloody mouth lunged at her. Liu Qingqing desperately pulled Zhang Kuan towards the zombie, causing his head to crash into its jaws, resulting in a large chunk of his scalp being bitten off. Oh. On the other side, Yin An was nonchalantly seated on the 19th floor of the north building, munching on sunflower seeds. Before her was a young man performing a dance. "Change," Yin An said indifferently. The young man immediately picked up his phone, which had lost signal, and switched to the next locally downloaded song, Candy Sweet. He began to dance, twisting his waist, winking, and trying hard to appear cute. Yin An couldn't bear to look change. The young man quickly switched to another cheerful song and forced a smile while dancing. Yin An yawned, clapped her hands, stood up to dust off her pants, and stretched. The young man, seeing this, timidly asked, "Big boss, are you satisfied with the dance performance? Can you save me and let me leave?" Yin An looked at him with narrowed eyes and sweetly replied, "No such intention. I'm a freeloader." After saying this, she quickly walked to the window, shot out a grappling hook, and vanished from sight. "Sister, don't abandon me." The young man's heart-wrenching cries echoed behind her, lingering in the air for a long time. Yin An jumped to the opposite rooftop, stretched lazily, and took out a bag of beef jerky to munch on. The 40 floors across were filled with zombies, each one being pushed out of the windows. Due to her exceptional hearing, Yin An could even hear Liu Qingqing's piercing scream. Puff. Unable to hold back, she chuckled. This scene was simply too entertaining. Yin An took out her phone, which still had some signal. The time displayed on the screen was April 13, 2034, 4:30 p.m. As she unlocked it, a flood of news popped up. This is the live broadcast channel from the base. Currently, there are crowds inside and outside the national base with survivors from all over the country rushing here. The national base now covers an area of 30 square kilometers, and volunteer teams are tirelessly constructing the base's defensive walls. However, even so, the base personnel are on the verge of saturation. According to the higher-ups, expansion is extremely dangerous and time is of the essence. If the base's defensive walls are not stabilized soon, they could easily be overwhelmed by the zombie tide. This is the first news channel. Currently, due to the personnel at the national base nearing overload, the command center has made a unified decision to establish base branches in the surrounding cities of H City, NA, and Y. Yin An turned off her phone knowing that her time was limited. The national base was about to reach its capacity and she needed to hurry to establish her own team. Although the national base was not a long-term safe haven and future base civilizations would inevitably rise, her current strength was still far from sufficient. The base within her space was still in its infancy. It was unwise to develop alone. More importantly, the national base contained all the crucial resources at this moment, and she had to obtain as many as possible. She glanced at the two helicopters heading towards the 40 floors of the investment building, then turned to leave. After quickly looting a high-end supermarket, Yin An sharply heard a blood-curdling scream amidst the cacophony of zombie roars. Song Yin, may you have a terrible death. Yin An raised her eyebrows. Song Yin. Without another word, she climbed onto the supermarket rooftop, eliminated 3 zombies, and picked the best telescope from the countless supplies in her space to look towards the source of the scream. There on the rooftop of a villa in the affluent district, a well-dressed, middle-aged man clad in designer clothes was forced to back away step by step with a railing behind him, leaving him nowhere to retreat. His eyes were filled with panic and fury as he picked up a stick from the ground and threatened the woman in front of him. Song Yin. Are you insane? If you come any closer, I'll kill you. His voice was filled with desperation and threat. Before him stood a woman dressed in a black trench coat, tall and slender with tousled short hair, framing her face, obscuring her eyes in shadow, making her emotions unreadable. She held a long knife completely stained with blood and took measured steps towards the middle-aged man. He'll fight you to the death. The man cornered swung the stick at the woman. But before he could reach her, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Holding his bleeding left leg, he wailed, "On my leg." In the next moment, the woman struck with her knife, leaving a deep gash on one of his arms. Blood gushed out. One cut. Another. The man's flesh was shredded into strips. He fainted from the pain, only to awaken again, enduring torment repeatedly. Gradually, his mind became unclear, and all that remained was a mechanical plea. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have killed your parents. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have killed your parents. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have killed your parents. I'm sorry. In the end, after the 130th cut, the man breathed his last. The woman, however, shed tears as she dragged the long knife, descending step by step like a walking corpse. Behind her lay a sea of corpses. Who is so heartless as to empty such a large supermarket? The shrill and piercing shout from below interrupted Yin An's thoughts. Yin An lowered the telescope and looked at the girl emerging from the villa in the distance, silently thinking. System analyze Song Yin. She hadn't forgotten the system's words. Detected formation of a 5-person team, no further member tasks assigned. However, to facilitate the host's selection of allies, the system will provide 2 task analysis functions daily. Song Yin was someone she admired, and she wanted to team up. Moreover, in her previous life, after being betrayed by her teammates and falling into a horde of zombies, she didn't die immediately, but struggled for a while. She clearly saw that the usually lonely Song Yin, labeled as a female tyrant, reclusive, cold-blooded, and mute, who had no friends, had rushed in with all her might to save her. Only at the last moment did Yin An see through some people's hearts and truths. For instance, at this moment, she watched as Song Yin slaughtered everyone in a villa, yet she had no doubt about her character. Song Yin had set her sights on, because no one knew whether she had killed humans or beasts. Sure enough, the system's analysis voice sounded the next second. Character detection. Song Yin, female, 26 years old, 171 centimeters, 51 kilograms of Virgo. Ability: Awaken Ice System. Loyalty is high, responsibility is extremely high, intelligence is high, combat power potential is extremely high. Compatibility as a teammate 99, extremely high compatibility. Yin An raised her eyebrows in satisfaction. The data was remarkably high. Song Yin, see you at the base. The national base is exceptionally vast, quickly crossing the boundaries between City A and City H. Outside the base, there are several lines of teams, each extending over 700 meters. Countless people rush here, followed by the zombies attracted by the commotion. However, they are shot dead in the first instance. Those bitten by zombies are also killed immediately to prevent mutations. Yin An quietly put away her motorcycle and joined the line. "Little girl, are you alone?" A nearby elderly woman struck up a conversation with Yin An. Yin An glanced over to see a woman around 50 or 60, her clothes somewhat tattered, clutching a piece of bread that had been squished beyond recognition. Yin An nodded but remained silent. "Hey little girl, you have nothing on you, either have you also been robbed like me?" The old woman asked, and Yin An realized she must have been robbed, left with only the piece of bread, which explained her tight grip protecting it fiercely. Yin An fell silent, surveying the faces of those in line around her, noticing that most wore expressions of dread, anxiety, and malice. Indeed, it has been 5 days since the apocalypse began, and fighting for food is normal. This is outside the base where a group of soldiers keeps watch, so it is understandable that everyone behaves this way. If there were no guards, chaos would have already erupted with various instances of looting. Seeing that Yin An did not respond, the old woman tightened her tattered coat and mumbled to herself. At that moment, a soldier approached from a distance, clearly of a higher rank than those around him, saying, "There are not many slots left in the base now. All ability users step forward with me." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into chaos. "What do you mean? Is a normal person's life not worth it? Are you an ability user? Why do you get to live inside? Help us." Suddenly, the crowd became uncontrollable. The pain, despair, and fear that had been suppressed burst forth as everyone surged forward, unleashing various cries of anger and wails clashing with the soldiers. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out. The soldier being attacked by the crowd fired a shot into the air, but the crowd only fell silent for a second before erupting into even greater turmoil. "Just kill me. I don't want to stay in this damn world any longer. If you have the guts, shoot. Take his gun. This world has gone crazy." Yin An, unfazed, had already retreated to a tree several dozen meters away, protecting the old woman and watching everything coldly. Because she knew that soon someone would come to restore order. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, 3 helicopters flew in, with the leading helicopter carrying a tall man dressed in black. He wore a pair of black sunglasses and a military uniform with the most striking gold insignia on his shoulder. Yin An narrowed her eyes. It was Deputy Minister Gu Su, the man who later established the solar base and unified the South. He possessed a commanding presence, calmly observing everything below. The arrival of the helicopter did not quell the riot. People remained lost in madness. Gu Su picked up the intercom and said something, and soon a row of fighter jets flew in from behind. Yin An pulled the old woman back and covered her eyes. "A little girl, what's wrong?" The old woman was somewhat flustered, but sensed that Yin An was protecting her. She did not resist and remained still. "A large-scale slaughter," Yin An said flatly. "In the apocalypse, the best way to deal with a riot is to execute everyone. In the apocalypse, there is no longer time to talk about morality. Indeed, this cruel and violent method is the quickest way to resolve the issue." Those who did not want to cause trouble had long retreated to the side, leaving only those who wished to stir chaos mingling in the crowd. At this moment, with the gunfire from the fighter jets, blood and bodies lay everywhere, and rivers of blood flowed. Gore splattered, and the entire air seemed to be drenched in red. Everyone obediently complied. Meanwhile, Gu Su and the others had vanished. Yin An watched the departing fighter jets with a hint of longing in her heart. Although after the apocalypse, due to resource scarcity, these powerful weapons had gradually become obsolete and useless, turning into a world for ability users. However, Yin An's space contained endless resources. If managed properly, she could fully support these weapons. While they might not be able to deal entirely with the zombies later on, they could still serve as effective auxiliary weapons. This is also one of the reasons why Yin An had to come to the national base. The line quickly returned to normal. The bodies were simply cleared to the nearby forest. Everyone knew that it wouldn't be long before these corpses would be consumed by zombies. However, as the base gradually became saturated, only ability users aged 11 to 40 could enter. Those too young or too old could only seek refuge at the base's branches. It was called seeking refuge, but the 3 bases had yet to be established, so it was really just sending them to build the base. "Name, age, do you have any abilities?" A man in his 30s at the registration desk with a square face and rugged appearance glanced at Yin and deemed her age acceptable and asked, "Nansheng 20, a lightning type ability." Upon saying this, the square-faced man's pupils dilated instantly. He had been registering for 5 days and had never encountered a lightning type ability. "Show me," he tentatively said, and saw Yin An lift her palm. "Hey, don't point it at me." He pointed to a clear area. "Hurry up, why are you dragging your feet?" Someone behind had already urged, and Yin An coldly struck out a bolt of lightning towards a spot. Coincidentally, the lightning struck the very man who had just urged her, sending him jumping 3 feet high. His hair singed, and he fainted instantly. The people behind no longer dared to urge her. Instead, they stared in shock at the scene before them. They couldn't have seen wrong that was lightning. The registration man swallowed hard and quickly wrote something on the registration form, then ran into the building. He soon came out and said, "Nan Sheng, right. Your ability is very strong. You have the chance to enter the Special Operations Zone. Do you want to give it a try?" Yin An naturally knew what the requirements were to enter the Special Operations Zone, but she shook her head lightly, saying, "I want to form my own team." Upon seeing Yin An's refusal, the man thought she must not understand the situation of the base, so he began to elaborate. The entire base is divided into two main areas, the internal base and the external base. The internal base consists of 240 teams. Each team has 50 groups, and each group has 50 people living in shipping containers. These individuals are all ordinary people without abilities, and their main tasks are internal, such as building defensive walls, cultivating crops, and contributing physical labor. The external base is divided into 20 teams, with each team having 5 groups, and each group consisting of 5 members residing in a converted residential building area. Their primary responsibilities involve taking on tasks of varying difficulties, such as eliminating zombies, ensuring the safety of the base, and transporting supplies to maintain the base's security and food supply. Additionally, the external base has a special area known as the Special Operations Zone, which consists of 5 small teams, each with 5 members. These individuals are the strongest ability users and are key talents nurtured by the national base. They are responsible for certain secret missions and can communicate directly with the senior officials of the national base. Moreover, the base also includes core departments such as the Allocation Center, Military Zone, Inspection Zone, Security Zone, Research Center, and the Command Headquarters. After the man with the square face finished his detailed introduction, he noticed that Yin An remained expressionless. He paused for a moment and then asked again, "Have you made your decision? If you want to form a team, you will need to find members on your own," he said, looking at the empty space behind her where only a dazed old woman stood. Yin An nodded and confirmed again, "I am sure." At that moment, the sound of a helicopter came from the other side. A soldier recognized it was Captain Liu Kai's team and hurriedly exclaimed, "Captain Liu and the others have returned." This exclamation attracted the attention of many. A deputy from the helicopter leaned out and shouted, "Quick, an ability user is injured." Soon medics emerged from the base. The Special Operations Zone's top team suffered 2 fatalities due to zombies, with only 2 survivors. Captain Xie Yun has a fractured left arm, while Deputy Captain Liu Qingqing is temporarily safe. The helicopter landed steadily, and a soldier stepped down to report. How could it be this serious? Another man adorned with silver epaulets on his shoulders approached and inquired. It is important to note that this is the top team from the Special Operations Zone. Report to the Special Operations Zone Commander, we found the top team at the West Building, where they were trapped in a zombie tide, apparently due to a collapse on the roof that caused the zombies to pile up. We exerted great effort to rescue them. This was followed by the soldier's report. Liu Qingqing and Xie Yun emerged from the helicopter with one of Xie Yun's arms secured in a splint, while Liu Qingqing appeared visibly shaken. Captain Xie, your team now has only 2 members left. The originally planned 3-day period to gather team members has not been met. The head of the Special Operations Zone looked at Xie Yun and Liu Qingqing, his words laced with disappointment. By rights, you should no longer be in the Special Operations Zone. He then glanced at Liu Qingqing, hesitating for a moment before continuing. However, since Miss Liu holds a special status and is a valued talent for the base, you may consider entering the external base first and apply to return to the Special Operations Zone once your team is complete. All right, thank you for your assistance. Xie Yun politely nodded, clearly without any other options. Meanwhile, Liu Qingqing pouted reluctantly. Is she Liu Qingqing? Liu Qi asked as he descended from another helicopter. That's me, Liu Qingqing replied, her eyes lighting up upon recognizing Liu Qi. However, Liu Kai's expression darkened as he coldly stated, without even glancing at her, "You almost delayed the rescue this time." The smile on Liu Qingqing's face stiffened. Liu Qi turned and walked away. As Yin An was closest to the entrance, he strode directly toward her. "Who is this?" "They call him the commander. He is so handsome." The people in line behind them whispered among themselves. Liu Qi walked past Yin An like a gust of wind. However, whether it was Yin An's illusion or not, she felt that he glanced at her as he passed by. Yin An frowned slightly, sensing that Liu Kai's gaze held profound meaning. "Sorry, Miss Nan Sheng, I lost focus. Here is your identification badge, and we will send someone to take you to the external area right away." The man with the square face also refocused and handed over an identification badge. Yet Liu Kai's footsteps halted. He turned to Yin An and said, "Your name is Nan Sheng, right? I am just about to head to the external area. I will take you there." Yin An felt somewhat reluctant, but was about to refuse when she noticed he had already started walking. She had no choice but to take the identification badge and follow. His strides were long, but with Yin An's long legs it wasn't too difficult to keep up. People coming and going in the base respectfully avoided him and greeted him as he passed. "It's Commander Liu." I see he has a newcomer following him. This person is wrapped up so tightly. Is there Don't gossip too much, focus on your own business. As they passed through the task area, food supply area, and supply area, they finally reached the external newcomer reporting area. The two remained silent along the way, only the steady sound of Liu Kai's footsteps could be heard. You seem somewhat familiar, Liu Qi suddenly asked, breaking the silence. Yin An felt puzzled. They had not met before, had they? Could it be when she was at the West Building? At that time I thought I saw a flying person, Liu Qi said with a light laugh, seemingly self-deprecating. He turned to look at Yin and his stern expression showing no signs of emotion, as if they were engaged in ordinary conversation, his eyes obscured in the darkness. Yin understood he must have seen her. But playing dumb was her specialty, and she quickly reacted. Commander Liu's words are really hard to grasp. It's nothing, just here, you can go in. Liu Qi seemed to anticipate her reply, and no longer pursued the matter, standing at the entrance of the external newcomer reporting area, without entering further. Yin nodded and took her leave. Liu Qi watched her departing figure, and took the booklet handed to him by his accompanying deputy, locating the most recently registered name. Nansheng 20, a lightning ability. His gaze was deep. This girl is really strange, wrapping herself up so tightly that I can't even see her face. The deputy team leader looked at Yin An's figure disappearing around the corner, shaking his head in confusion. Liu Qi did not respond. He put away the booklet and turned around just in time to see two special forces soldiers from the base running towards him, to their faces anxious as they reported, Commander Liu, a large number of zombies have appeared at the southwest base. The deputy team leader's expression also became serious. He looked at Liu Qi, his brows furrowed with worry, and said, I don't know if it's just my illusion, but I feel like the zombies today seem stronger than those from the past few days. Liu Qi handed the booklet to the deputy team leader, turning swiftly to leave. Zombies are likely to possess evolutionary abilities. Report this discovery to the research team. The rest of the troops follow me to the southwest. Yes. The two special forces soldiers shouted in unison and ran out to gather the troops. Meanwhile, Yin searched for Chung Su and the other person's figure among the heads moving in the registration area. Who saw me cutting in line? A loud and arrogant voice rang out from the front of the crowd, sharp and piercing. Yin squinted her eyes. That voice. The surrounding ability users started to speculate. What happened up front? It seems to be the powerful Highway team. Highway team. Is that the team that can complete the task of killing 20 zombies with just 3 members? Indeed, they are said to have a good chance of entering the Special Operations Zone. Yin walked forward without revealing her emotions. Sure enough, in front of the crowd, Chung Su and the 2 others were confronting 3 members of the Highway team. This Highway team was the one she had been part of in her previous life. The 3 members were the leader Zhou Hao, his girlfriend Qingtian, and another teammate, Wang Gang, all of whom were ability users. Zhou Hao was the strongest. His fire ability was significantly more powerful than others, and his innate energy was also stronger. Later, after Yin An and Song Nian joined the team, the Highway team directly broke into the Special Operations Zone due to their formidable strength. Yin suspected that these 3 were connected to her betrayal in her previous life. Although she was pushed into a horde of zombies by Wang Gang, she now thought that Zhou Hao must also have had a hand in it. You did cut in line. Chung Su's imposing manner was not inferior to that of the 3 from the Highway team. He looked sternly at Wang Gang, who was dismissive of him, unwilling to let it go. Do you have any evidence? Wang Gang clearly did not expect that this tall man, who was nearly 1.9 meters, would be so serious and difficult to deal with. His expression grew increasingly unpleasant as he questioned. Then, as if thinking of something, he hardened his expression and stepped forward, whispering, Do you know who we are? Are you unaware of the current situation? Look at what era it is now. Oh, it's the apocalypse. I advise you to be sensible. The subtext was that there are no moral standards in the apocalypse. The capable are kings. Chung Su naturally understood this and remained silent. Seeing Chung Su silent, Wang Gang assumed he had cowered and let out a satisfied sneer, boldly standing in front of Chung Su. Beside him, Zhou Hao wore a proud expression, not even glancing this way. Chung Tian leaned closely against him, exuding an air of delicate femininity. The surrounding ability users gradually dispersed, everyone knowing the times. No one wanted to provoke. Yin couldn't understand why she had joined such a team in her previous life. She just smiled bitterly, realizing that in the face of sudden apocalypse, she had panicked and blindly sought powerful teammates while ignoring many things. In the next moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. The originally arrogant Wang Gang was suddenly lifted off the ground. Chung Su, who stood at 1.9 meters, picked him up effortlessly, and along with the sound of tearing fabric, Wang Gang shouted, Mommy. Don't call for your mother, call for your father. Chung Su said with a smile. Wang Gang, realizing this, turned red with embarrassment and gathered a clump of earth to throw fiercely at Chung Su, shouting, You are looking for death. However, Chung Su reacted even faster, throwing Wang Gang to the ground and retaliating with a large chunk of earth, forcing Wang Gang, who was down, to roll and dodge. Both being Earth-type abilities, the difference was clear. The surrounding ability users who were about to disperse were evidently caught off guard by this scene and gasped in astonishment. This tall guy is so powerful. Is he from the Special Operations Zone? Why is my Earth ability not as powerful? Which team is this person from? At this moment, Zhou Hao finally looked at Cheng Su. He gazed at the tall Cheng Su and the earth bricks on the ground, his eyes flashing with surprise. I don't care what you are. Here you are not allowed to cut in line. Cheng Su clapped his hands, looking at Wang Gang on the ground, as if he were a stray dog. Ren Yu behind Cheng Su kept his head down, arms crossed the brim of his cap, shading his face, as if everything happening on site had nothing to do with him. Captain! Wang Gang, unable to contain his anger, called out to Zhou Hao for help. Shut up, waste! Zhou Hao shouted angrily, looking at Cheng Su, gathering a ball of fire in his hand, ready to burst. Captain Zhou, be magnanimous. A clear female voice rang out. Zhou Hao stopped his actions and looked towards the figure in black walking out from the crowd. Her hood obscured her face, but her slender and well-proportioned figure indicated she had a good physique. Cheng Su and Ren Yu greeted Yin An and then moved behind her, saying, "Boss, no harming others is allowed within the base. The Haiwa team has a strong reputation and should not make such a low-level mistake. Our Nanxing team has also made mistakes in this matter. As the captain, I apologize on behalf of my team. Let's consider this conflict settled for today." Yin An's voice was warm and her words polite, which calmed Zhou Hao's anger significantly. Captain! Wang Gang on the ground was not very happy as he had just taken a beating. Shut up. Zhou Hao looked at the uncooperative teammate with disdain. He glanced at Cheng Su and the always silent Ren Yu behind Yin, and feeling a tinge of jealousy, he wondered what method this girl had used to gather such powerful teammates. However, those who offended him would not have an easy time. Yin An, as if she did not see the hint of malice in Zhou Hao's eyes, turned to Cheng Su and Ren Yu. Don't cause trouble. We still have tasks to do tonight. After saying that, she turned and left to line up. Cheng Su and Ren Yu immediately followed. Cheng Su grumbled, "Boss, why not give them a taste of their own medicine? Didn't you see the rules outside before entering the base? If anyone is harmed within the base, they will be expelled." Cheng Su scratched his head and said, "All right, but who knows who can win? Right, I'm just afraid you'll break." Yin An said, smiling slightly. She understood Zhou Hao's temperament well, so she had deliberately revealed that they had tasks to do tonight. Hearing Yin An say this, Cheng Su felt a bit more at ease, and then turned to Ren Yu, who had been silent, asking, "Ren, why didn't you help me just now? Aren't teammates supposed to be brothers? I thought you should have no problem dealing with a few wild dogs." To Cheng Su's surprise, Ren Yu coldly replied, leaving him speechless. At this moment, some ability users gradually approached. "You guys are so strong. Can we join your team?" Yin An raised her eyes and immediately spotted Jiang, he waving at her from the back of the crowd, along with Lin Feng, who wore black-framed glasses behind her. With a slight smile, she politely declined, saying, "We already have our picks, sorry." "Nanxing, I finally found you. I want to join you." "Jiang," he said happily. Lin Feng looked at Yin An and nodded, "Me too." Yin An patted Jiang's head and said, "All right, I've saved a spot for you." Then turning to Lin Feng, she said, "The ability user team needs to go kill zombies every day. You are a scholar, a walking brain. It would be more suitable for you to go to the Research Institute." Upon hearing Research Institute, Lin Feng's eyes brightened. "Research Institute? I've heard about that place, but it's usually filled with powerful national researchers. Can I get in?" After saying that, he looked a bit disappointed. Yin An comforted him by patting his shoulder. "No worries, just follow us for now and focus on your research in the base. Once our team enters the Special Operations Zone, I will recommend you in." When Jiang he heard this, she excitedly asked, "Can our team really enter the Special Operations Zone? Only the most powerful ability users in the base can enter." Cheng Su confidently replied, "Are you kidding? You don't know how powerful our boss is." "True, huh?" Jiang he recalled the day Nanxing saved her, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After the five of them registered and received their room cards, Yin An spotted Song Nian, who had just entered the base. She wore a black trench coat with visible bloodstains, and her short hair covered her eyes as she walked towards the external registration area. Joining the team, Yin An stopped her and asked directly. Song Nian looked up at Yin An. Her cold eyes even held a hint of bloodlust. Most people would have been deterred by such a gaze, but Yin An smiled widely and added, "Food and accommodation are included with balanced nutrition and a mix of meat and vegetables." Song Nian blinked, her coldness diminishing slightly. "If you don't speak, you'll take it as you agreeing." After saying this, Yin An smiled and pulled Song Nian towards the external accommodation area. Cheng Su and the others followed. Although they didn't quite understand why their captain directly invited this strange woman to join, no one asked any further questions. A sudden commotion rose from the task area. Because it lay close to the registration zone, the crowd's uproar reached Yin, and with perfect clarity, S-rank and S-rank tasks have appeared. My God, the contribution rewards for these new tasks are enormous. Cheng Su and the others, of course. Cheng Su, intrigued by the new listings, quickly turned to Yin An and asked, "Boss, that's the task area. Our squad is formed. Shall we take a mission now?" Yin An watched her 5 teammates. None showed the slightest weariness, and each eye gleamed with eager anticipation. She then said to Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, you go to the base lodging area. First, the 5 of us will go handle the task." A squad may not exceed 5 members, so Lin Feng could not accompany them. Moreover, he had not awakened any ability to protect himself. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, visibly grew embarrassed, as if he feared he was holding everyone back. His face paled, and he was about to speak, when Yin An, seeing his thoughts, handed him a Tier 1 crystal core and said, "Lin Feng, don't overthink it. You are important to us. You are a mind worker not suited for going out to slay zombies, so carry no burden in your heart." Relieved by her words, Lin Feng nodded and accepted the crystal core, asking with curiosity, "Captain, what is this?" "It's a stone excavated from a zombie's mind. I sense there is something profound about it. Perhaps you could study it." Yin An's remark was deliberately ambiguous. She did not directly explain the core's purpose, preferring that Lin Feng investigated himself. After all, if Lin Feng hoped to enter the National Base Research Institute in the future, he would need tangible strengths. Lin Feng answered with firm resolve, "Captain, rest assured. I will study it thoroughly. Big brother Lin, wait for us in the lodging area. We'll find you something tasty." Jiang, he patted Lin Feng's shoulder to comfort him. "Little brother Lin, don't worry. With me, Cheng Su here, not a single teammate will come to harm," Cheng Su said with a smile as he tapped Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng looked at their smiling faces, then at the taciturn yet dependable Ren Yu and the enigmatic Song Yin standing behind them. His heart eased. After bidding farewell, he turned toward the lodging area. Yin An and the other 5 headed for the task area. 2 large screens dominated the space. One displayed available missions, the other the squad contribution leaderboard. On the task display, besides 2 newly added strength tasks and 1 S-strength task, dozens of missions were listed and graded A, B, C, and D. The contribution rewards for A, B, C, and D were 800, 400, 200, and 100 respectively. Strength tasks offered as much as 2000 contribution points, while S-strength missions soared to 5000. The rewards for S and above are truly impressive," Rinyu murmured as he scanned the screen. "Boss, which level should we accept?" Cheng Su asked, looking to Yin An for guidance. Yin An understood the S-rank rule well. Accepting an SS mission required coordination with the military. She did not wish to collaborate with outsiders, if she wanted to stand and fight only beside her own teammates. Her gaze settled on the 2 strength tasks, which read as follows: coordinate with the military to clear all zombies at Ronghua Primary School and rescue the students. The other read: retrieve as many supplies as possible from the underground dungeon of H City. The first mission was pure zombie clearing. The second allowed them not only to slay zombies, but also to gather extra supplies. The sole inconvenience was that part of the supplies would have to be reserved and turned in for the mission, but on balance, the second strength task appeared to offer better value. These thoughts flickered through Yin An's mind, and in an instant she decided. She stepped forward and politely addressed the task window officer. "Hello, we are the Nansheng squad. Would like to accept the second strength task." With that, she handed over the squad's badge. The officer was a burly, middle-aged man, clearly a lifelong martial practitioner. When Yin An spoke, he looked up with surprise and appraisal. Upon learning this was their first mission, distrust deepened in his gaze. He shook his head and cautioned, "This is your first mission. I suggest starting with the lower C or D ranks. Ability users are scarce now. Your lives are important." Yin An understood his intent, and her eyes hardened in determination as she prepared to reply. Suddenly, a fair, slender hand extended a badge bearing the name Zhishang Team. A familiar, coquettish female voice then declared Zhishang Team, the second strength task, effectively claiming the mission Yin An had just selected. The speaker was Liu Qingqing. "We already took that task, didn't you hear?" Cheng Su, who had been standing behind Yin An, looked at the suddenly appearing Liu Qingqing with displeasure. Liu Qingqing seemed not to hear Cheng Su. She merely toyed with her hair. When the officer heard the Zhishang Team's name, his eyes brightened. He glanced at Yin and then at the exquisitely dressed Liu Qingqing beside her, and told Yin An, "Zhishang Team is from the Taixing district and is very powerful, and Miss Liu also possesses Kongjian spatial ability. This mission suits them better." As the officer in charge, he naturally wished the task to be assigned to the most suitable squad since it affected the base's allocation of resources. "But we claimed it first, Jiang," he protested, stepping forward. "We are not weak. We can complete it." "Forget it," Yin An cut in. Yin An stopped the indignant Jiang. He and Cheng Su cast a glance at the task screen and said calmly in a low voice, "Then we'll take the first rank task." "Very well. Thank you for your understanding." After registering, the officer returned the badge to Yin An. Yin An took the badge and turned to leave, brushing past Xie Yun as he arrived. 3 ability users followed him, clearly newly formed teammates. "What's the matter?" Xie Yun asked, stepping forward. He had been standing at a distance and had seen members of the squad seeming somewhat displeased as they spoke with Liu Qingqing. Nothing, Brother Yun. Just some overconfident squad tried to snatch the task from us, Liu Qingqing replied swiftly. Her soft voice, however, sounded particularly sarcastic to Yin An's ears. Yin An smiled faintly, not taking Liu Qingqing's words to heart. Unexpectedly, the next moment a piercing scream from Liu Qingqing echoed. Yin An turned to look only to see Song Nian kicking her down to the ground. The force of the kick sent Liu Qingqing sliding several meters, her originally clean and exquisite short skirt, now stained with dirt, looking utterly disheveled. This cry attracted the attention of many supernatural beings around. What are you doing? Xie Yun clearly didn't expect this situation. He frowned at Song Nian and asked, seeing that Liu Qingqing as his team member was openly kicked, which showed utter disregard for him as the captain. Keep your dog mouth clean, Song Nian said coldly, turning to leave. Xie Yun looked at Song Nian, his jaw clenched in anger, but she was a woman and Liu Qingqing had indeed said some unpleasant things. As a former team leader of the Special Operations Division, every action of his was under scrutiny, and he was momentarily unsure whether to take action. As he hesitated, Song Nian and the others had already walked far away. Yin Gu, Liu Qingqing bit her lip and looked at Xie Yun, her tone laced with grievances. Why didn't you help me take revenge? Xie Yun helped her up, shook his head, and said seriously, be careful with your words from now on, don't provoke trouble. Things are not what they used to be. Seeing Xie Yun like this, Liu Qingqing felt uneasy. In the book, Xie Yun was extremely protective of the female lead, Yin An. Anyone who harmed her even slightly would face severe retaliation from him. Now, having assumed her identity, their statuses were worlds apart. She watched the figures of Song Nian and the others leave, secretly noting them down. Moreover, for some reason, the woman in their team, who was completely wrapped and hard to see through, always made her feel uncomfortable, as if a sense of crisis was slowly fermenting in her heart. Sister Nian Yin was so cool just now. Meanwhile, Yin An and the others had already left the base and received a regular off-road vehicle allocated to the supernatural team. As Jiang He entered the car, she looked at Song Nian with admiration. Song Nian glanced at Jiang He, her cold gaze softening a bit. She remained silent, and everyone was used to her quietness. Yin An sat steadily in the driver's seat, looking at the team members in the car, and asked, do you all think my actions at the base were too timid? Cheng Su scratched his head, hesitated for a moment, and said, Boss, whoever bullies us, we will fight back. With me around, I will stand in front of everyone. Rin Yu then stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, this might be a good idea. With zombies rampant and supernatural beings everywhere, it's better for us to avoid making enemies. Right, but also wrong. Yin An no longer looked at them, but stared straight ahead. The barking dog doesn't bite. From now on, I will make you understand the consequences of provoking us. After a pause, Yin An's tone turned serious. Now, as the captain of the Nanxing team, I need to explain the rules of our team. If you want to stay, stay. If you think following me has no future, you can leave now. Boss, what are you saying? Cheng Su will definitely follow you. You are the one I chose. Rin, you will always be a member of the Nanxing team. Captain, you saved my life. This life of mine belongs to you. Cheng Su, Rin Yu, and Jiang He all expressed their stance. Song Nian said nothing, lazily leaning back in her seat, but showed no intention of leaving. Yin An felt warmth in her heart seeing them like this, and continued, first, betrayal is absolutely not allowed in the team. Once discovered, I will kill the betrayer immediately. Second, trust the captain's decisions. The team needs trust. Third, regarding everything about the team, keep it confidential to outsiders. Can you all do this? Naturally. The four nodded in agreement. Good, now I want to lay my cards on the table. I have many trump cards. If you want to betray me, the disadvantages will greatly outweigh the benefits. I will not die, you will be the ones to perish. I have a space. As for the rest, I don't fully trust you yet, so I can't disclose everything. I can only assure you that I will not mistreat my people. When Yin An said this, everyone's expressions were somewhat stunned. Boss, are you saying you have dual abilities? That Liu Qingqing was valued by the base because she has space. Why didn't you say anything? This base will not be our home. In the future, I will establish my own base. Upon hearing that Yin An wanted to build a base, everyone looked both shocked and filled with anticipation. Yin An said no more, stepped on the gas, and charged out, let's go. Today there were many zombies at the base, with hordes of them pouring out. The outside was filled with whales, and the army was continuously sending troops, with people constantly being bitten and injured by zombies. Yin An was an excellent driver, having driven through hordes of zombies countless times in her past life. Whenever she spotted zombies on the road, she directed Cheng Su and the others to use their abilities to kill them, then used her fingers to collect the crystal cores. After about an hour of driving Jiang, he noticed something unusual. Boss, this direction doesn't seem to be Old Alley Street. They were supposed to go to Old Alley Street to clear out zombies, not this direction at all. Our mission is not limited to that one. Yin An smiled faintly, her speed increasing rapidly as she soon reached their destination. As soon as the vehicle stopped, countless zombies rushed over, each one opening their bloody maws, slamming against the car windows. With all the zombies chasing behind, it looked like the off-road vehicle would soon be surrounded. Yin An scanned the nearby environment. This was a diverse commercial leisure area with towering buildings, extremely prosperous, and correspondingly, there were many zombies. Quickly, Yin An locked onto a high slope, which stood 3 stories tall and connected 2 shopping malls with a 2-meter gap suspended in midair. However, with Yin An's driving skills, it was not a problem at all to get across. Yin An floored the gas pedal, breaking through the zombie encirclement and heading straight for the high slope. The long line of zombies behind her all crazily followed the sound and scent, and the off-road vehicle reached the 3rd floor of the shopping mall at an excellent angle, blocking all the zombies behind the car. The boss is amazing. I cannot compare to this driving skill. Qingqing and Jiang, he began their praise duo again. Let's go, there's no time to lose. Yin An was the first to get out of the car, effortlessly dealing with a zombie that lunged at her. The 5-member team, led by Yin An, walked toward the mall. If it weren't for her teammates, Yin An would have already used a grappling hook to move quickly, which was both fast and convenient. Now she had to consider her teammates, so they could only walk, but this also had its benefits as the number of crystal cores in her space was gradually increasing. This mall was clearly a heavy disaster zone for zombies, with hardly a person in sight, only zombies. Now all the zombies poured out from the entrances of the various malls, madly rushing towards the 5. Jiang He and the others had just awakened their abilities and lacked combat experience, so they were somewhat flustered. Don't panic, listen to my command. Yin An's voice was pleasant and calm, quickly stabilizing the hearts of the 4. Qingqing used earth walls to block them. Okay, boss. Qingqing gathered all his abilities, casting 4 earth walls in front of the 5, effectively blocking 3 zombies that were getting closer and closer. Yin An immediately threw out a grappling hook, piercing through a zombie's skull. As brain matter splattered, she swiftly moved forward, unleashing electric bursts to kill the other 2 zombies. The sounds of battle attracted more and more zombies, sending the horde on the 3rd floor into a frenzy under the dark moonlight, resembling hell. Qingqing, follow me to lead the charge. Rinyu, your quick, go left to clear zombies. Song Yin, go right. Jiang He, your combat experience is the least, but your strength-type energy is very strong. You are responsible for the finishing blows at the back. Yin An gave orders while sprinting forward. The 4 responded quickly, with Rinyu wielding twin knives, moving like a shadow through the crowd of zombies. His speed was nearly twice that of the zombies, able to decapitate them before they could reach him. Song Yin wielded a long knife, the blade accompanied by sharp, icy spikes aimed at vital spots. With the explosion of her abilities, the temperature around her dropped drastically, slowing the zombies' movements considerably. Qingqing fought alongside Yin An like a tank. Although Jiang He had little combat experience, Yin An discovered that deep down she resembled a rampaging loli. When her strength-type abilities erupted, she could knock a zombie's head off with a single punch, scattering brain matter everywhere, giving off a somewhat crazy vibe. The combat power of this 5-member team was terrifyingly impressive. The hundreds of zombies in the entire mall were quickly dealt with. Yin An looked at the ground covered in shattered corpses, her eyes darkened in the night, making it hard to discern her emotions. Few that felt exhilarating. Jiang He's small hands were already stained red with blood, covered with various zombie flesh and skin scraps, but she no longer felt afraid, instead experiencing a refreshing sense of satisfaction. Rinyu and Song Yin stood on either side, cool and composed. Qingqing was also drenched in sweat, simply taking off his bloodstained shirt and excitedly looking at Yin and asking, "Boss, our team is so strong. It seems that zombies are nothing to be afraid of." Yin An shook her head, her expression showing no joy. This is just the beginning. There are only 2 days left until the zombies evolve. During these 2 days, I need you to become strong enough. Zombies will evolve. Rinyu keenly seized on the crux of Xian's words and looked at him in puzzlement. Captain, 2 days from now the zombies will evolve. Yin An nodded, and in an instant the 4 faces grew grave. Yin's words carried weight. Though none of them knew how their captain had learned of the impending evolution, his prowess had long exceeded their imagination. This, then, is the crystal core from a zombie's skull. He swept his gaze over the 4 and opened his palm to reveal several level 1 crystal cores. They all stepped forward to examine the stones. The small gray pebble was only half the size of a pinky nail, utterly unremarkable at first glance. Right now, all the zombies are level 1. Soon they will evolve to level 2. Level 2 zombies will sprout mutations like those of ability users, and dealing with them will become far more arduous. Yin An spoke quickly. Before they could ask, he continued, correspondingly, ability users can also advance, and the path of advancement lies in these crystal cores. With that, he withdrew 100 cores from his space for each of the 4. Release your abilities and attune yourselves to the energy within these cores. The sudden influx of information left them stunned. Rinyu reacted the fastest. He placed a core on the ground, stretched out both hands, and began to sense its energy. To Yin An's surprise, Rinyu's perception was extraordinarily acute. The core's energy already shimmered faintly. The other three, seeing this, wasted no time and began to attune as well. Yin An's spatial reserve contained more than 2,000 level 1 cores, but when converted into level 2 cores they amounted to only a few dozen. Since it takes 100 level 2 cores to reach ability level 3, they would have to wait until the zombies evolved to level 2. Still, her own healing ability remained at level 1. It was time for an upgrade. Resolved, Yin An also took out 100 level 1 cores to attune. She was practiced in sensing cores. This being only level 1 mattered little. Soon a clear, purifying energy spread through her body, and her healing ability rose to level 2. Yet healing powers demand not only advancement, but also great mental fortitude. Though Yin An's mental strength exceeded that of ordinary people, she remained unsatisfied. While they pondered, the four teammates had already completed their upgrades and excitedly exchanged impressions. Suddenly from below the mall came the screech of brakes and the frenzied howls of zombies. Jiang He and the others clearly heard it. Now at ability level 2, their hearing far surpassed that of ordinary folk. They all glanced at Yin An and found a serene delight gleaming in his eyes. "Boss, you knew people would come here already?" Cheng Su asked in a low voice. It was late, amid a place overrun with zombies. How could anyone be coming? Nearby, it's the underground city. When Yin An spoke, the four exchanged varied expressions. Isn't the underground city the mission site the Supreme Team accepted? Jiang He said immediately. The team that stole our mission. Cheng Su nodded. Yes, let them not complete it. Yin An said, a cold smile curling his lips. So shall we go take it? Cheng Su bristled with enthusiasm. Not yet. Let them clear a path for us. Keep your voices low and follow me, Yin An replied. Yin An walked to the window and looked down. Across the road, the giant sign bearing the words, Underground City, had been torn and stained with blood, yet it still had a flicker of power, a faint glow. Beside it sat a base SUV. Inside, 5 ability users were grappling with zombies piled on the vehicle. Every surrounding zombie surged toward the SUV where Liu Qingqing was sheltered. As one of H-City's top 5 malls, the place already teemed with undead. The off-roader Yin An and others had drawn more zombies here earlier, so the Supreme Team faced an astonishingly large horde. It looks like they won't get into the underground city in an hour or two, Rinyu observed coolly. Not just that, the underground city itself is crawling with zombies, Yin An added with a smile. He found a clean patch of ground and sat down, stopped staring. Come time to eat. At the mere mention of food, everyone felt their stomachs rumble. Cheng Su immediately sat by Yin An and asked eagerly, Boss, what do you have in your space? Any instant noodles. At noon the base served me plain steamed buns and pickles. I almost threw up. Too many people at the base, the food is awful. I didn't eat enough at noon either, and I still haven't had dinner. Jiang, he said, clutching his stomach and looking put upon. Song Yin and Rinyu said nothing, but the growls of their stomachs grew louder and louder. We have business later. Let's eat something simple for now, Yin An said. She produced an electric hot pot and a mound of ingredients from her space. The sight stunned the four, their mouths watered at once. Yin An spread the plentiful ingredients on the ground in a wide circle. Alongside Wagyu Butynia, blue lobster, Yinbalai ham, and champagne crab, top-tier fare, there were 7 or 8 varieties of beef and lamb, oysters, abalone, and even vegetables and fruits, every delicacy one could imagine. Boss, this is your idea of something simple to eat. Cheng Su swallowed hard, his hunger sudden. So hungry. Rinyu, unusually unguarded, stared at the spread. Song Yin swallowed hard as well. Jiang He's foodie instincts flared. He grabbed a slice of watermelon and bit into it. Yin An smiled and activated the hot pot, adding beef tallow base and 2 bottles of mineral water. Mineral water was a rare luxury. Now the others winced at Yin An's extravagance. The pot boiled instantly. Yin An added vegetables and meats, then produced top condiments and bowls from her space and distributed them. I can't wait. 3 start. Cheng Su seized his chopsticks and began devouring, scooping out barely cooked vegetables and swallowing them like he had been starving for days. Yin An shook his head with a smile, watching his teammates fall upon the food like famished wolves, a trace of indulgent exasperation in his eyes. Outside the underground city, the Supreme Team, having barely forced their way from the SUV, were still locked in bloody combat with the zombies. Liu Qingqing, the only one without abilities, was sheltered at the rear. Hungry and terrified, she suddenly caught the heady aroma of hot pot, and her eyes lit up. Brother Xia, I smell the most delicious hot pot, she cried. Xia Yun, who was fighting ahead, heard Liu Qingqing and swiftly dispatched the zombie before looking up in that. As an ability user, his sense of smell was far keener than Liu Qingqing's. Naturally, he had smelled it as well. The other 3 members were likewise tempted by the scent, exhausted and hungry from the base's bland steamed buns, and the relentless fighting their bodies craved sustenance. Frowning, Xia Yun warned, don't let yourselves be distracted. Qingqing, take some biscuits from your space to replenish the team and stay focused on the fight. Liu Qingqing pouted but produced some biscuits from her space. Yet the hot pot's aroma was overwhelmingly alluring, making the meager biscuits taste bland. As they spoke, the undead mass swelled. Xie Yun and his comrades had no choice but to continue. Liu Qingqing hid inside the SUV, nibbling biscuits and staring at the third floor of the mall from which the scent wafted. The best she could offer from her space were some self-heating meals scavenged from the supermarket. With Xie Yun and the others engaged in battle, it felt improper for her to be eating in the car. She considered that perhaps a handsome man up there was eating hot pot, perhaps even some sort of leading figure. If she played up her plight, given her reputation as the base's foremost space girl, it might be easy to beg a morsel. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Liu Qingqing called loudly toward the third floor. Whoever is upstairs eating hot pot, could you spare us some? We're starving. Her shout was piercing and instantly drew the attention of many nearby zombies. Xie Yun and his four, already struggling, were forced into retreat. Liu girl, what are you doing? One of the team's men snapped, unable to bear her behavior any longer. He had been cutting through zombies the whole way. Liu Qingqing hiding behind them without any abilities might have been tolerable, yet now she thought of food. Xie Yun's expression showed a hint of impatience, but his discipline held. He conjured a wall of fire to block the most frenzied undead. His left arm was injured, and he had been fighting one-handed. His right hand trembled from fatigue. Yet as captain, he could not fall, he must remain at the forefront. With a roar, Xie Yun poured the last of his power into a roaring inferno that consumed the zombies before them. Seeing their captain's resolve, the other three shook off their despondency and surged forward, unleashing their abilities in fierce combat. But the outpouring left Xie Yun utterly spent. He slumped, half-kneeling. After a brief tremor, he drew a knife from the SUV and charged on. Watching this, Liu Qingqing felt a pang of guilt. Just then she noticed someone lean out from the third floor. In the dim night, she could not make out the person's features, only the impression of a man. Before she could speak, he laughed 3 times and jeered, "The toad still wants hot pot meat, ha ha ha." Chung Su finished speaking, took a bite of the beef in his hand, and provocatively looked at Liu Qingqing downstairs, a look of disdain hanging at the corner of his mouth. This woman had previously disparaged their squad at the base, and he had long found her displeasing. Now she even wanted to eat the boss hot pot, truly shameless. Liu Qingqing's face turned green upon hearing this, and she angrily exclaimed, "If you want, give it, then fine, why insult me?" After speaking, she frowned vaguely, feeling that this voice was somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had heard it. "Which dog is begging for scraps from us?" Yin An's melodious voice rang out this time. She didn't lower her voice, but deliberately asked loudly. "That voice?" Liu Qingqing was startled. "It's the Supreme Team that just insulted us at the base, boss." "Jiang," he replied with a smile. Yin An nodded, looking as if she understood, and then turned to Liu Qingqing downstairs, saying, "It's you, Liu Qingqing. It seems you always like to covet others' possessions no matter when." After Yin An said this, Liu Qingqing's shock reached its peak. Her pupils dilated as she fixed her gaze on the blurry figure peeking out from the third floor. An incredibly beautiful woman flashed through her mind. "Is she Yin An? She didn't die?" Panic spread within Liu Qingqing. She glanced at the worried Xie Yun, who turned to look at her, and at the spatial ring on her hand. She actually didn't die. Why didn't she die? Not only did she survive, but she also joined a superpower squad. And it seems she's the captain. Could it be that she awakened superpowers too? Liu Qingqing's heart surged like a giant wave, her heartbeat quickening. She had worked hard to obtain all this, but absolutely could not be taken back by Yin An. "Boss, it seems you know her." Ren Yuxian scooped a large bowl of shrimp paste and said to Yin An, "Not just know her." Yin An's voice turned cold, and Jiang, he felt the air around them drop, causing her to shiver. Song Nian's observational skills clearly set her apart. She noticed a hint of hatred in Yin An's eyes and calmly said, "If it's an enemy, just kill her." As someone with ice-type abilities, she had always been cold, and now her words were even more ruthless and bloodthirsty. Killing her directly would be too merciful. Yin An sat down with a relaxed expression and continued eating hot pot. The injuries she suffered in her past life could not be erased by merely killing her. "Tisk, it seems this Liu is guilty of many evils." Chung Su shook his head and said, seeing Yin An like that. At this moment, Liu Qingqing downstairs was already flustered, but she had seen the novel and crossed over, feeling a bit of confidence in her heart. She just wanted to complete the mission and leave this place quickly. She looked at the crazed zombies outside and her teammates who were gradually running out of stamina, feeling anxious. "Yingo, let's finish this quickly, there isn't much time left." "Is it that easy to say quickly? Why don't you try killing some zombies yourself?" The tall man who had previously clashed with Liu Qingqing became even more impatient upon hearing her urgency and directly questioned her. "Everyone retreat to the off-road vehicle and rest for a bit." Xie Yun, already exhausted, scanned the 3 teammates, each of whom wore a facade of fatigue, and after speaking slowly began to retreat. The four quickly retreated to the off-road vehicle, grabbing the mineral water Liu Qingqing handed over and drinking it frantically, slightly replenishing their fluids before eagerly eating the biscuits. Liu Qingqing watched as the four men quickly devoured 6 bags of biscuits, feeling a bit distressed. Her supplies in the spatial ring were not abundant, and in the apocalypse, places with resources were frantically snatched up. These resources were collected by Xie Yun after fighting through a bloody path, yet now these teammates were eating more than pigs, depleting the supplies very quickly. She could only hope to enter the underground city soon to gather more supplies. Although Xie Yun had just been in battle, he also heard the conversation between Yin An and Liu Qingqing. His handsome eyes glanced towards the upstairs direction, then turned to Liu Qingqing and asked, "It seems you have a history with their captain." Liu Qingqing was startled, but her expression remained calm. "Who knows, maybe she's jealous of me for having a space." Outside, the zombies quickly surrounded the off-road vehicle, frantically opening their gaping maws to gnaw and pound against the metal skin of the vehicle. Among them were even zombies that had been severely injured by Xie Yun and the others. Some dragged an arm, some had intestines trailing behind, some only had half a face remaining, and some were charred all over, resembling black wraiths, looking extremely terrifying. Liu Qingqing merely took a glance and immediately felt her stomach churn, retching. "Damn it, why are there so many zombies? We can never kill them all." A young blonde man in the squad said breathlessly. Xie Yun's expression was heavy. He wanted to lead the team to retreat, but after fighting until now, they had already dealt with many zombies, and retreating now seemed too wasteful. "Hey, need any help down there?" Suddenly, a pleasant female voice came, and Xie Yun looked up, seeing a woman peeking out from where the hot pot aroma wafted from the 3rd floor. He felt a sense of relief and immediately replied, "Yes. Throw out that toad next to you, and we'll come to help you." Yin An laughed. Xie Yun was taken aback, then looked at Liu Qingqing, who had a furious face beside him. Excessive. Liu Qingqing was already furious upon hearing Yin An call her a toad in front of everyone. She then saw Xie Yun looking at her, her heart panicking, and hurriedly said, "Yun Gu, you won't listen to them, right? I have a spatial ring." Xie Yun frowned slightly and said without any hesitation, "Of course I won't abandon you, not because you have space, but because you are a member of the team. I will not give up on any team member." Listening to Xie Yun, Liu Qingqing felt a sense of relief in her heart. Tears welled up in her eyes as she leaned towards Xie Yun and said, "Brother Yun, that team upstairs is really too much. They have been humiliating us constantly." Her words sounded weak and pitiful, and not only Xie Yun, but the other 3 team members also felt a bit indignant. Liu Qingqing was one of their team members and possessed a very precious space. Although she had no combat ability, she was a great asset for support and logistics. Being bullied by the team upstairs made them all feel displeased. "Have you all rested well? Let's make quick work of this. We must clear out all the zombies outside the underground city this time." Xie Yun looked at the 3 team members and spoke in a low voice. Seeing everyone nod seriously, he rolled down the car window and punched out, creating a bit of space, then suddenly pushed open the car door and charged out to continue fighting the zombies, with the 3 team members following closely behind. After about half an hour, Xie Yun and the others finally managed to clear out most of the zombies. Cheng Su and the others were also welfed, each burping contentedly. Yin An collected the remaining ingredients and battery hot pot into her space. Watching the team from above finally finish off the zombies, she entered the underground city, panting with a slight smile. "Let's go." After saying that, she strode towards the off-road vehicle with Cheng Su and the others closely behind. Once all 5 got into the car, Yin An slammed on the gas, charging straight towards the underground city. "Damn it. There are so many zombies inside the underground city." A blonde man, after breaking open the iron gate of the underground city with Xie Yun and the others, couldn't help but curse upon seeing the zombies rushing out. The abundance of zombies indicates that no ability users have been here. There are plenty of supplies inside. "Let's make quick work of it," Xie Yun said calmly and charged forward. Hearing this, Liu Qingqing at the back of the team felt a surge of joy. This was a treasure trove of supplies from the underground city. Although her 1,000 cubic meters of space couldn't hold all the supplies from the underground city, it could still be filled to the brim. Phew! Suddenly, the sound of a roaring off-road vehicle came from behind. The 5 members of the elite team turned around to see a base off-road vehicle speeding towards them, crushing the corpses of zombies in its path. "Get out of the way." Xie Yun reacted quickly and pulled his team members back. They watched as the off-road vehicle whizzed past them and drove straight into the underground city. Inside the vehicle, Cheng Su and the others faced Xie Yun and his team directly. Xie Yun instantly realized they want to snatch the supplies from the underground city from us. "What? These bastards." Another man in a red shirt grew furious upon hearing this, but Yin An and the others' off-road vehicle had already charged inside. The zombies were knocked aside by the vehicle, with some following the off-road vehicle inside, while others lunged towards Xie Yun and his team. Liu Qingqing glared at Yin An's off-road vehicle, her teeth clenched in anger. She was trembling with The tall man in the vest and the team still had some rationality left, saying, "Let's clear the zombies first. They don't have any space abilities. They can only take away a few backpacks worth of supplies." After saying this, the four of them immediately engaged in battle with the zombies, and Liu Qingqing's mood finally. Meanwhile, inside Yin An's vehicle, Chung Su and the others were already stunned. They watched as Yin An controlled the steering wheel with one hand, while waving towards the supplies with the other, and in the blink of an eye, large quantities of supplies disappeared. It was their first time witnessing how a space ability user collected supplies, and they were all so shocked that they could. This underground city had more than 20 shops, including a huge fresh supermarket, which was a mid to high-end consumer venue fully stocked with supplies. Yin An drove the off-road vehicle through the underground city, rampaging while frantically collecting supplies with her mind. Since the last time the system granted her double spiritual power, her speed in collecting supplies had increased significantly. After making a round, all the supplies were collected. Yin An turned the off-road vehicle around and charged out just in time to encounter the elite team who had cleared out the zombies. Yin An slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a stop. The zombies following behind rushed towards Xie Yun and the others, causing Liu Qingqing to turn pale with fright. After clearing out the zombies, Xie Yun and the others quickly looked into the underground city, only to see that the entire underground city, all the shops, were completely empty except for the corpses and blood of the zombies. It was as if it were a newly built no man's land. How could this be? Xie Yun was shocked. Liu Qingqing couldn't believe it either. She looked into Yin An's vehicle and saw that apart from the five of them, there were no other supplies. Crack! The car door opened, and Yin An and the others stepped out. "Where are the supplies from the underground city?" the blonde man asked Yin An with a questioning look. "We collected them into our space," Yin An said with a faint smile. "How could you have space? I'm the only space ability user in the base, and besides, you didn't even get out of the car." Liu Qingqing immediately retorted. She had read novels and naturally knew that space-type ability users needed to touch the supplies to collect them into their space, including her own space ring. She hadn't seen Yin An and the others get out of the car. How could they possibly have space? It was all nonsense. Just because you didn't get out of the car, does that mean you can't collect supplies, eh? Yin An tilted her head and looked at Liu Qingqing, her cat-like, enchanting eyes filled with confusion. After saying that, she pulled out a ring from her space and handed it to Jiang. He saying, "Little he, you can take care of this from now on." Liu Qingqing looked at the ring in shock, then at her own empty right index finger. My ring!" Liu Qingqing screamed. She watched as Jiang He happily took the ring, saying, "Boss, this ring is so beautiful." Almost going crazy, Liu Qingqing rushed forward shouting, "My ring." But before she could get close, Yin An kicked her away several meters. "Qingqing." Xie Yun stepped forward to support Liu Qingqing and frowned at Yin An and the others, saying, "You are being too unreasonable." "You think I'm being unreasonable, dumb little too?" Yin An raised an eyebrow and said slowly. Xie Yun was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. The term dumb little too. Only that childhood friend who used to play with him called him that. She always liked to play pretend restaurant games, and he was always required to act as her waiter, so she often called him dumb little too. He had found that girl, and it was Qingqing. How could this person call him that? My jade pendant and ring were both stolen by her. Now that I want them back, I'm the one being unreasonable. Yin An said this while pulling off her hood and mask, instantly revealing a head full of lush curls cascading down, and her stunningly attractive face was exposed to the public. Damn! Chung Su and the others were left dumbfounded. The four men from the elite team across were also stunned by Yin An's beauty. Originally, the young and beautiful Liu Qingqing was already a rare beauty in their eyes, but this woman in front of them was simply unrealistically beautiful. Jade pendant. Xie Yun quickly reacted and looked down at Liu Qingqing, his eyes filled with confusion and questioning. "Don't listen to him, brother Yun." Liu Qingqing was now completely panicked. She didn't even care about rushing forward to grab the ring back, shaking her head and tearing up, saying, "Brother Yun, she's lying to you." Yin An didn't want to waste more words with them. She looked at Xie Yun and said, "You secretly ran out to play with me and got bitten by a dog. Fearing that your parents would find out and punish the nanny, you kept it a secret. Fortunately, that dog didn't have rabies." With that, Yin An opened the car door and returned to the vehicle. However, Xie Yun immediately confirmed Yin An's identity. He hadn't told anyone about this, only that little girl from his childhood knew. Liu Qingqing was utterly dumbfounded. As a transmigrator, she had read the novel where Yin An was the female lead. In the book, there were only a few vague mentions of Yin An's brief childhood companion, mostly about them playing games together. She always called him silly little too, and they didn't even know each other's names. She had no idea there were such details. In such a real world, it was impossible for everything to be written in the novel. Watching Xie Yun's gaze cool down in an instant, Liu Qingqing's heart sank. Screech. Yin An and the others had already sped away in the off-road vehicle. "Don't go. My ring. My space ring. Yingo, quickly help me stop them and get my space back." Liu Qingqing panicked, tugging at Xie Yun's clothes and screaming. As soon as she said this, everyone immediately understood that her space wasn't some kind of superpower, but that ring. Xie Yun stood up, looking down at the disheveled Liu Qingqing sitting on the ground, a glint of disgust at being deceived flashing in his eyes. Miss Liu, you are no longer a member of our elite team. No. Yun Gu. We've been teammates for so many days. Didn't you say you wouldn't abandon me? Liu Qingqing was unwilling to accept reality, clinging to Xie Yun's pant leg with a pleading expression. You no longer have space. Our team needs to advance to the special operations zone, and bringing you along will hold us back, said the tall man in a vest who had long been dissatisfied with Liu Qingqing. The other two men, seeing that Liu Qingqing no longer had her space, were also reluctant to take her along, and they all fell silent, watching coldly. Xie Yun showed no expression, shrugged off Liu Qingqing's hand, and walked away with the three team members immediately following. Liu Qingqing chased after them, rolling and crawling, but she simply couldn't keep up with the strides of the big men. Before she could reach the off-road vehicle, she saw Xie Yun slam down on the accelerator and leave. No! Liu Qingqing screamed, with a heart-wrenching cry, collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, she felt a surge of energy within her. She raised her palm and found that water was seeping from her palm. Her heart leaped with joy, for it seemed her superpower had finally awakened. It was a water-type superpower. Although water-type superpowers didn't possess much offensive capability, water was extremely rare in the apocalypse. Liu Qingqing was overjoyed. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. Yin An, just wait. As a transmigrator, I am well aware of the characters in the plot. Everything about you will be mine. This ring is a space with 1,000 cubic meters. Take a look at it, Yin An said as she drove. Wow, really? Jiang, he exclaimed in delight, immediately starting to investigate. Quick, see if there are any supplies. Cheng Su and the others were also very excited. The team had just acquired another space ring, and now space and supplies were incredibly important. Jiang, he was clever, and quickly discovered the secret of the space ring. It turned out that simply touching the ring with her hand would allow her to sense the energy inside. To her delight, she found that 1/3 of the space was filled with supplies, mostly food from a supermarket. She immediately reported the supplies to Yin An. Yin An nodded her face, showing little joy. To her, these supplies were hardly sufficient. It seems that the way to collect supplies in that ring requires touch. With that, Yin An took out a pack of biscuits from the space and tossed it to Jiang, he for her to try. Jiang, he followed Yin An's instructions, placed her hand on the biscuits, and with a thought the biscuits disappeared and reappeared in the space of the ring. So amazing! Jiang, he exclaimed excitedly. The old alley street was not very far from the underground city, and Yin An led the team as they fought zombies and chatted. By midnight, the 5 of them arrived. The old alley street was an important traffic route, a necessary path from the national base to the city center. This road was narrow and prone to congestion. Therefore, if there were a large number of zombies here, it would seriously affect the efficiency of the base's military or superpower team's missions. Unlike the underground city, the supplies here had clearly been scavenged by several groups, and there wasn't much left. Most were supplies that couldn't be taken, but there were still plenty of zombies. Yin An sent Cheng Su and the others to clean up the zombies, while she collected some large supplies into the space, including electronic materials, mobile phones, computers, motorcycles, and tons of millet and wheat. Before long, Cheng Su and the others had cleared the zombies from the old alley street. Rinyu took a photo of the old alley street with his phone. Now the base required photos for zombie tasks. Teams with phones only needed to take a picture, while teams without phones needed to obtain a simple photo tool from the base. If they took on a simple zombie-killing task without location requirements, they had to return with the zombies' eyeballs. Later, when people discovered the existence of crystal cores, they would turn those into complete tasks. Boss, just how big is your space? It feels like it can hold anything. Cheng Su exclaimed as he looked at the now empty old alley street, marveling. Yin An smiled and said nothing, elegantly pulling up her mask and hood. Beep beep. Suddenly a sharp car horn sounded. Yin An and the others turned to look, only to see a base off-road vehicle approaching, its powerful high beams stinging their eyes. 3 people slowly got out of the car, namely Zhou Hao, Wang Gang, and Cheng Tian, who had clashed with Cheng Su earlier at the base. Next, 2 burly men stepped down from the vehicle, presumably the newly recruited members of the Highway team. Clap, clap, clap. Zhou Hao chuckled as he clapped his hands. Impressive, Nanxing team. You've actually completed this Class A mission. His words were laced with flattery, yet his eyes and brows betrayed nothing but contempt. Fools, Song Nian muttered coldly from the rear of the team. The 2 words struck Zhou Hao like a slap. He instantly paled, his expression hardening. So you'd rather spit on my face than accept it? Captain, why waste breath? Just seize their photos and beat them senseless. Wang Gang shouted beside him. Wang Gang bellowed from the side. Who'll beat whom remains to be seen. Cheng Su rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge into battle. Yin An raised a hand to restrain Cheng Su, her gaze calm and unwavering as she looked at Zhou Hao. With a faint smile, she asked, It seems, Captain Zhou, you're dissatisfied that my team recently provoked you back at the base, and now you've come here to settle scores and steal your mission. Wang Gang snarled in grim reinforcement. Be wise, kneel before me and beg forgiveness, then surrender the mission. Otherwise, in this apocalypse, accidents happen, and lives vanish without trace. Jiang He's chest burned with fury. What kind of lawless squad was this? They'd barged in uninvited, and yet spoke as if they held the moral high ground. Song Nian's grip tightened around her long blade, her eyes darkened, fixed coldly upon Zhou Hao. Oh, if that's how it is. Yin An paused, feigning mild hesitation, then spoke slowly. Then I suppose I have no choice but to escort you onto the path beyond life. What? Zhou Hao frowned as if doubting his own ears. In the next instant, a grappling hook shrieked through the air. Shush! A silvery hook sharp as a blade shot from Yin An's wrist, piercing Zhou Hao's throat clean through, then embedding itself deep into the ground beneath him. He didn't even blink. Life extinguished in an instant, eyes frozen wide open in disbelief. Filthy! Yin An retracted the hook with icy disdain. As it snapped back at blinding speed, Zhou Hao's neck severed entirely. The head thudded to the earth while the headless body crumpled slowly to the ground. Wang Gang, Qingtian, and the two new recruits of the Haiyue team stood frozen in shock. How? 2 seconds later, Qingtian's wail tore through the silence. She lunged weeping toward Zhou Hao's corpse, only to recoil in horror at his gaping, unblinking stare and vomit violently. Wang Gang stared at Yin An in utter terror. He had never imagined that this seemingly harmless captain of the Nanxing team, the very woman who'd appeared gentle and unassuming at the base, would kill their leader in a single decisive strike. And not just any strike, brutal, merciless, instantaneous. They'd merely intended to seize the mission and humiliate the Nanxing team, but she had ended their captain's life without hesitation. He hadn't even registered the weapon, what it was, how it launched. His captain, a living fire-wielding esper of formidable combat prowess, had simply ceased to exist without warning. You. Wang Gang pointed a trembling finger at Yin An, struggling to speak, his voice choked by raw, paralyzing fear of the unknown power before him. He'd assumed the Nanxing team posed little threat. Perhaps only that towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, held real strength. Their captain, merely ornamental. He never dreamed this woman would prove so terrifying. Yin An closed her eyes. Her voice, devoid of inflection, rang out. All members of the Nanxing squad, remember well, anyone who dares provoke us shall be executed without mercy. Her eyes snapped open, and she surged forward. Lightning erupted around her, crackling in tandem with the arc of her dagger. One slash, Wang Gang fell. One slash, Qingtian fell. These 3 teammates who had betrayed her in her past life, now all dead. The remaining 2 burly men huddled together, shivering uncontrollably. They begged Yin An frantically, please spare us. We know nothing. We only just joined this team. We were dragged here. Yin An gazed down at them and smiled sweetly. Her voice, soft and melodious, carried a chilling gentleness. I'm sorry, but you've seen too much. To prevent future threats against our team, you cannot live. In the next breath, both men lay dead at her feet. Yin An turned, facing Cheng Su and the others. Her face, half hidden beneath her hood, remained cloaked in shadow as she spoke languidly. Eliminate, immediately, all who might ever threaten us. With that, she slipped into the rear seat of the vehicle and closed the door, settling in for silent repose. The 4 followed suit, but the atmosphere among them had shifted irrevocably. Though they had fought countless zombies alongside Yin An, this was their first encounter with human slaughter. A brutal reminder that the world had irrevocably changed. Boss, shall we return to base? Cheng Su took the driver's seat and asked, cautiously glancing at it. Not yet. There's a 5-star Dihao hotel southeast of here. We'll rest there tonight. Tomorrow we gather. Yin An's voice held a trace of weariness. Cheng Su nodded instantly and steered the vehicle southeast. Within 2 kilometers, a lavish, sprawling hotel came into view. 6 imposing buildings, the tallest 8 stories high, styled like luxury villas. 2 golden-edged characters, Dihao, hung prominently above the main facade. Fortunately, few zombies lingered near the hotel. Cheng Su and Ren Yu led the way inside, eliminating any shamblers on sight. Yin An strolled lazily behind the group. At the entrance, the 5 discovered the main doors locked, sealed from within after the outbreak. Through the glass, they glimpsed several elegantly dressed zombies in expensive suits, hotel staff. Among them stood a few women in opulent gowns, likely elite guests. Cheng Su and Jiang He smashed the doors open together. Jiang He's strength-based esper ability surged, her power dwarfing Cheng Su's, leaving him momentarily crestfallen. I'm not even as strong as this cute girl. Wah. After clearing the first floor, they retrieved key cards from the front desk and ascended to the VIP wing on the second floor, where over a dozen more zombies fell effortlessly to Yin An's team. Yet the moment the final zombie on the second floor collapsed, bang! Help us, please. You look healthy. You must have food. Save us, please. Even one bite would do. The door of a room suddenly burst open. Inside stood 7 or 8 men and women in high-end formal wear. At their head stood Peng Luo, a top-tier celebrity. All were emaciated, their lips cracked and parched, clearly starved and dehydrated for days trapped inside the hotel since the outbreak. Yin An glanced at them once, expressionless, then walked past, selecting an empty room and reaching, but in the next instant 2 more doors flew open, each revealing affluent survivors in fine attire, all pleading desperately with Yin An's team. Yet none dared step into the corridor. Even though the zombies lay dead and the hallway was strewn with corpses, terror held them rooted in place. This time, Yin An didn't glance at them at all. She entered her chosen room, and Song Nian, last to enter, quietly shut the door behind her. Absolutely luxurious. Qingsu exclaimed, surveying the suite. Jiang He nodded. Far better than base conditions. We should just stay here, boss. Not yet. The base holds something I need, Yin An replied coolly. True to its 5-star status, the suite featured full European decor, complete with bathroom, toilet, gym, kitchen, multiple sofas and beds. More than enough space for 5 people to rest comfortably. Yin An turned on the bathroom faucet. No water flowed. A slight frown crossed her brow. Recalling the celebrity's desiccated lips, she withdrew several bottled waters from her spatial storage and distributed them among the team. Then she produced an array of delicacies: beef jerky, dried cod, fish strips, durian, avocado, jackfruit, and more. Eat well. Rest deeply. The next 2 days won't be easy. The 4 team members stared in delight at the feast laid before them and burst into cheers. Long live the boss. While they feasted and chatted animatedly, Yin An moved silently through the hotel, scanning for hidden dangers. Suddenly, Yin An's eyes narrowed. She turned, fixing her gaze on the door, her inner voice dripping with disdain. These people had been eavesdropping outside their room. They'd already cleared the zombies, yet instead of fleeing, they'd fixated on exploiting Yin An's team. Voices outside grew louder, more people gathered. Yin An's extraordinary hearing caught every whisper, and her patience wore thin. A foreboding chill settled in her gut. Sure enough, instantly the doors shook under violent pounding. Thud, thud, thud. Hey, you've got food and water. Why won't you share? We're starving. We're dying of thirst. How can you abandon us? Open up. Are you from the national base? You must save us. Take us to the national base? Qingsu and the others heard it too. They dropped their meals and hurried to Yin An's side, staring grimly at the door. Boss, what do we do now? Qingsu asked, brow furrowed. Greed, Song Nian replied coldly, arms crossed, her gaze locked on the door. From now on, such situations will occur frequently. You must learn to adapt and handle them effectively. Yin An said, then settled onto the sofa. This time you decide how to proceed. With that, Yin An closed her eyes to rest, withdrawing entirely. She understood better than anyone the ugliness of human nature in the apocalypse. For her team to mature swiftly, they had to confront and resolve crises themselves. I'll go, Renyu declared, gripping his twin blades as he looked at Qingsu, Jiang He, and Song Nian. As the only man among them, he could not allow 2 women to bear the risk. Jiang He and the others nodded. Renyu strode to the door, then wrenched it open, just as a mob outside hammered violently upon it. The moment the door swung wide, momentum hurled several people stumbling inward, only to recoil in terror upon seeing Renyu's icy gaze and the gleaming blades in his hands. Instantly, the dozen or so elegantly dressed figures outside fell silent. We hold no obligation to save you. The zombies on the 1st and 2nd floors have already been cleared. We leave survival to your own efforts. Renyu spoke coldly, then moved to shut the door, when in the next breath, a man's massive hand clamped down hard on the doorframe. His expression verged on madness as he pleaded with Renyu. I saw food. So much food. Behind you. Please just share some with us. Others quickly joined the entreaties. That's right. 5 of you can't possibly consume it all. You've eaten your fill. Give us something. We're starving to death. Leaning against the sofa, Yin An lifted one corner of her lips in a faint, disdainful smile. These people, mistaking Renyu's restraint for weakness, had overreached, exactly as she anticipated. Silence. Renyu's patience frayed. His glacial stare locked onto the man gripping the door. Release your hand. The man flinched under that piercing gaze and slowly withdrew his fingers. Just as Renyu began to close the door, the crowd surged forward with reckless, desperate force. Break in, seize the food. Charge, everyone for survival. I'll fight you to the death. Like rabid hounds, they lunged inward, shrieking wildly. Seeing this, Qingsu, Jiang He, and Song Nian rushed forward to help Renyu hold the line. Yet the mob raged without reason, even striking Jiang He and Song Nian, the 2 young women. Slap, slap, slap. Unable to endure further, Song Nian struck the ringleaders across their faces with stinging, deliberate force. Simultaneously, Jiang He unleashed her immense strength, hurling the attackers backward with a single thump. Cheng Su erected a wall of earth, solid waist high, at the threshold. His voice brimmed with controlled fury. We are awakened beings. Force your way in, and we shall show no mercy. You will gain nothing here. Leave now? In this apocalypse, no one owes you salvation. Shoved back by Jiang He's titanic might and stung by Song Nian's sharp slaps, the mob quieted, though their eyes burned with bitter resentment. Staring at the earthen barrier Cheng Su had conjured from nothing, they fell mute. Rinyu finally exhaled in relief and reached to close the door. Suddenly, a sharply dressed man stepped forward. We acted rashly. Truly, it was our fault. But we were driven to desperation. We are on the verge of starvation and dehydration. I saw your table laden with food and drink. Would you grant us merely one bottle of water? Rinyu hesitated. Their leader had indeed supplied them generously. A single bottle of water seemed trivial, yet all resources belonged to Yin An. He glanced toward her for guidance, only to find her gone. She had retreated to the bedroom to rest. He glanced at the three teammates. None spoke. After a moment's internal struggle, he turned to the gaunt, hollow-eyed crowd beyond the door. Very well, one bottle of water. Disturb us again, and you will face consequences. After all, in this ruined world, resources were precious, but peace for one night might well be worth the... Rinyu did not know how Yin An would have ruled, but instinct whispered this choice was sound. Absolutely. Thank you, great hero. You are truly kind-hearted. The crowd hailed him in rapid succession. Rinyu waved dismissively and turned away. Watch out. Bang. Cheng Su's cry of warning coincided with a deafening gunshot ringing beside Rinyu's ear. Reacting with preternatural speed, his velocity ability amplifying his reflexes manyfold, he twisted sideways and whirled around. From the throng, 5 black-clad bodyguards burst forth, each brandishing a pistol. Bang, 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 bang. A hail of gunfire followed, 5 men unleashing relentless volleys at Rinyu and his companions. Damn it! Cheng Su and the others scrambled into cover, relying on blind spots to evade the bullets. Though awakened, they'd lost the initiative. Their opponents held the guns. To stand and fight, Hedon invited fatal wounds. Kill them all. Seize every scrap of food. The same polished gentleman who'd pleaded so politely now barked orders from outside. Cold, vicious, unmasked. Rinyu's blood boiled. They had all been feigning weakness. Those 5 guards had lain hidden within the crowd, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The mob now scrambled over the earthen wall, led by the 5 guards, while Rinyu and his comrades stood seething, wrath surging to its zenith. Then, no more restraint. Rinyu blurred forward like lightning, closing the distance to the guards in an instant. Bang! 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 The guards fired wildly. Yet Rinyu moved too fast, leaving only a phantom afterimage. Not a single bullet found its mark. Their weapons were antiquated Type 94 semi-automatic pistols, adequate against ordinary humans, but utterly useless against zombies or awakened individuals with heightened reflexes. Abruptly, the air chilled, sharp, crystalline. An icicle shot forth, impaling a guard's thigh with a sickening crack. He collapsed, his pistol skittering across the floor. Cheng Su snatched it up and fired point-blank at the remaining guards' heads. Seeing their protectors fall, the mob seized chairs and stools, charging wildly. Jiang He abandoned restraint. Her colossal fists struck with brutal precision, shattering skulls one after another. Within moments, all 5 guards lay dead. Rinyu pressed a blade to the suited man's throat, his eyes filled with contempt. Foolish presumption. Without hesitation, he slit the man's throat. Corpses littered the floor. Only 2 children remained alive, crouched together, trembling violently. The boy raised his voice toward Rinyu and the others. Don't kill us. We knew nothing. Those wealthy people planned to raid you for food. My sister and I only followed secretly. His tone rang clear, but betrayed fierce, forced composure. His arms trembled fiercely around the girl. You call them those wealthy people. You aren't one of them. Jiang He asked. Our mother worked as a cleaner in this hotel. She was bitten by a zombie while shielding. My sister and I hid in the fire escape for days. Today, seeing you eliminate the zombies, we dared to emerge. I overheard those rich men plotting, with their bodyguards, to seize your supplies. We haven't eaten or drunk in days. I came hoping to beg just a morsel. The boy spoke haltingly, his voice thick with grief at the mention of his mother. Tears streamed down his sister's face as she shook uncontrollably in his arms. A heavy silence fell. Go, Rinyu said quietly. You're powerful. I want to join you as your junior brother. Just give my sister one bottle of water. But the boy did not leave. Summoning extraordinary courage, he spoke, his eyes holding both terror and desperate hope, emotions that should never coexist. You cannot take me in. I'd only become a burden requiring protection, Cheng Su replied, shaking his head. I'll work hard. I fear no death. I'll do anything for you. The boy insisted, then glanced down at his sister, tears spilling over. Just give her one bottle of water. Let her wander alone. Whether she lives or dies, that is fate's decree. At those words, the girl broke into heart-rending sobs. Brother, I don't want to leave you. Shao Qi doesn't want to leave. Then, a mellifluous, languid, feminine voice cut through the air. Our squad accepts no useless members. If you wish to join, prove your worth. Do you possess an awakening ability? Rinyu and the others turned. Yin An emerged lazily from the bedroom, wearing loose sleepwear and a tailored vest, her beauty ethereal, almost unreal. The boy stared despondently at his own palms, straining to summon something, then shook his head. I have none. Take it and go. In this apocalypse, only the strong survive. May you endure. Yin An tossed a bottle of water toward him, her tone detached. The boy caught it, his eyes lit with sudden radiant hope. Releasing his sister, he pulled her down to kneel, and they bowed deeply repeatedly before Yin An and the 4 others. We thank you. This life debt we shall never forget. I am Jiang Shao. My sister is Jiang Qi. If fate grants me survival, I swear to repay you. With that they departed. Yin An surveyed the corpses strewn across the floor, her expression untroubled. This was your first lesson. From now on, when faced with such circumstances, you know what to do. The 4 nodded solemnly. None had imagined humanity could degrade so utterly beneath the weight of the apocalypse. It was my failure. I should have acted more decisively from the start. Even killing 2 ringleaders might have instilled fear, preventing this recurrence. Rinyu's voice carried quiet self-reproach. Yin An shook her head. Not your fault. These were living people, not statistics. You still need time to adjust. Unlike them, she had long since grown numb, having slain countless zombies and humans in her past life. They, however, were confronting this shattered world for the very first time. Human life no longer holds meaning, Jiang, he murmured. They cleaned the room in somber silence, then retired to sleep, hearts heavy. Yin An first entered her spatial realm to train Bufu, a tiger-awakened being, then bathed and freshened herself in the villa before resting. Under her disciplined guidance, the beast had grown markedly more obedient, an outcome that satisfied her deeply. Yin An woke up at 10 o'clock and found that the team members were already awake and waiting for him. However, he noticed Jiang He and Cheng Su's faces, which were stifled with laughter, and he couldn't help but ask, what's going on with you? You seem so sneaky. Boss, this morning someone came to send you a male pet. Jiang He couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Huh? Yin An was completely confused. It's that male celebrity. They didn't come to steal our food yesterday, but this morning they knocked on the door saying they were willing to be your male pet, as long as you feed them. Ha ha, Cheng Su said, laughing heartily. Yin An immediately felt a headache coming on. He rubbed his temples and said helplessly, I don't need that. Let's get ready and have some breakfast before we set off. But boss sister Nian Yin took the initiative to let him in. He's in the bedroom to the east. Jiang He glanced at the indifferent Song Nian and whispered. Yin An looked at the serious Song Nian. I think everyone has physiological needs. I see that he looks passable even though he doesn't quite match up with you, but what if you like him? Song Nian took a bite of the sandwich and spoke slowly. Rinyu couldn't help but smile as everyone picked up their sandwiches and started eating, pretending not to see Yin An's exasperated expression. Yin An walked towards the eastern bedroom and pushed the door open. Inside, sitting by the bed, was none other than the popular male star Peng Luo, who was sitting awkwardly at the edge of the bed, wearing only his underwear, his welted body exposed to the air. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, he was a hot commodity for drama directors with multiple roles vying for him. His fair chiseled face was strikingly handsome, with a pair of fox-like eyes that were glistening and quite alluring. When he saw Yin An enter, his originally shy and nervous face instantly filled with shock. This girl was unexpectedly beautiful, completely overshadowing the top female stars in the entertainment industry. Peng Luo suddenly felt inferior. Although he was a popular male star in the entertainment industry with many fans and widely recognized good looks, in front of this girl, he felt ordinary. Yin An looked at him coldly and said, "Get out." Peng Luo was taken aback. He was completely naked except for a thin pair of underwear, and now being pushed out by her, he could see a hint of disdain in her eyes. He had never experienced such humiliation. He opened his mouth to say something, but Yin An had already kicked the door open, not sparing him a glance. If you don't leave, I'll take action. In her past life, Yin An had seen many men and women surrender their bodies to survive in the apocalypse, but she didn't need that, let alone a pretty boy who only knew how to share a bed. Peng Luo's face turned pale, looking somewhat pitiful. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything for days, and now feeling extreme humiliation, he trembled. He picked up some clothes nearby, put them on, and walked out, his steps unsteady and looking very fragile. Jiang He was dumbfounded. Wow, this broken feeling is quite alluring. Do you want him? If so, let the boss give him to you, Cheng Su teased, raising an eyebrow at Jiang He. No, I don't need that. Jiang He waved his hands in fright. After Peng Luo left, Yin An and the others were full and ready to set off. With only a day left until the zombies evolved, Yin An decided to take the team to gather supplies and kill some zombies while waiting for tomorrow to arrive. However, as Yin An drove the off-road vehicle into a large industrial area street in H City, he clearly sensed that something was off. Boss, why are there so few zombies here? Cheng-Su also noticed something strange. And its eerily quiet song, Yin added coldly. Yin An narrowed his eyes and decided to turn back. He stepped on the gas and drove in another direction, stopping only after about 2 kilometers. That place must be occupied by someone. Boss, how do you know that? Zhang He asked. In the apocalypse, many groups of ability users chose not to go to the national base, but instead established their own territories outside, gradually forming small bases. The area just now was completely quiet with no zombies, which was clearly man-made, not to mention the vehicles on both sides of the road were intact, indicating a group was nearby. Yin An patiently explained her discovery to her teammates, when suddenly a person came rushing out from the front. Upon closer inspection, he was bloodied and disheveled, desperately banging on Yin An's car window and anxiously saying, "Are you from the national base? Please save our captain. Our captain was injured and taken away by those ability users." "Who is your captain?" Yin An asked, lowering the car window in confusion. "Bai Jinghe, we are from the Qinghe team." After the man finished speaking, Cheng-Su immediately asked, "Is it the Qinghe team that ranks first outside the base?" "Yes." The man nodded, urgency written all over his face. "Please help us. We've lost 2 teammates and 1 is severely injured. Our vehicle was also stolen." "Isn't your team ranked first? You can't handle those ability users?" Renyu asked. "There are 30 to 40 of them with over 10 ability users among them, each one like a desperate criminal killing anyone they see. We were originally doing tasks nearby, but we got too thirsty. Another teammate and I went to look for water when they found us and tried to kill me. Captain Bai used his abilities to save us, but he was injured and taken away by those people." After the man finished speaking, he immediately knelt down and began to knock his head on the ground. In her past life, Yin An had never heard of the Qinghe team experiencing something like this. It seemed that the mission in the old alley that the Qinghe team had taken in her past life had now been undertaken by her own team, while the Qinghe team had taken on another task, leading to this unfortunate encounter. The Qinghe team, a powerful squad in the future special operations zone, was led by Bai Jinghe, a cunning old fox who would kill without batting an eye, but had a gentle and affable face with high intelligence and emotional quotient. After the national base fell, they established their own base, which was not to be underestimated. In this lifetime, such a strong person had unexpectedly encountered such an unfortunate incident, which was truly regrettable. Cheng-Su and the others remained silent, watching Yin An as they awaited her decision. The man had knocked his head so hard that it was bleeding, yet Yin An's expression did not waver. "You said they have over 10 ability users. We only have 5 people, which is truly beyond our capability. You should return to the base and seek help from them." After speaking, Yin An closed the car window and prepared to leave. She did not regard the 10 or so abilities users as a threat, as she simply had no interest in saving people. Beep, a secondary side mission has appeared. Rescue by Jinghe. Target location on the 2nd floor of the industrial building to the southwest, a man in white. Side missions can be voluntarily accepted, they are not mandatory. Completing this side mission will yield a reward. Yin An was taken aback. After 2 days of silence, the system suddenly sprang to life, issuing it was a secondary side mission. Yin An was unsure what the reward for completing it would be, but it was likely better than the previous side mission's reward. After all, this was a secondary mission. Outside the car window, the man was already in tears, pleading, "Please, we have no vehicle and cannot return to the base. By the time we get to the base, our captain may already be in grave danger." He coughed as he spoke, perhaps due to severe injuries and extreme agitation, spitting out a large pool of blood while coughing. Yin An sighed inwardly and silently spoke to the system accept. She rolled down the car window, looked at the man named He-Chi, and coldly asked, "What benefits will I receive if I help you?" Although there would be rewards from the system, with so many abilities users involved, Yin An did not want to miss any opportunity to gain benefits. He-Chi, who had been spitting blood, looked at Yin An with excitement in his eyes and exclaimed, You agreed." Yin An turned her head, tightening her hood, and masked her eyes, hidden in the darkness, devoid of any emotion. "I need sufficient benefits. After all, this could cost me my life." He-Chi clearly understood how difficult it was to rescue his captain, his expression heavy. "It is indeed very dangerous. If it is too difficult, you may leave. I will find a way on my own, even if it means going down with them. If any of your team get hurt because of this, that is absolutely unacceptable." Hearing this, Yin An felt a bit of goodwill towards him. Indeed, the people chosen by Bai Jinghe were not to be underestimated. He-Chi continued, "If you rescue my captain, I, He-Chi, will work for you as a servant in the future." Yin An raised an eyebrow at this, taking a good look at He-Chi. With his dark skin, robust physique, towering height of 185 centimeters, and bright, determined eyes, he seemed a reliable subordinate. Yin An had heard of He-Chi, known as an excellent marksman in the Qinghe team. Besides being very powerful, he had a precise aim when using a gun, but it seemed he had not yet discovered his talent, as they currently had no firearms. Having an extra subordinate was certainly good, but Yin An felt it was not enough. Moreover, this guy's extreme loyalty for the sake of Bai Jinghe was evident. It was better to bring his captain into the fold as well. You are too weak, our team does not need you, Yin An said coldly and started the off-road vehicle again. He panicked upon seeing this. What are your demands? Just name them. Yin An wore an expression that brooked no argument. Everyone in your team who survives will serve us, including He was stunned. Thinking of his captain's aloof demeanor, he appeared troubled. If he made the decision to sell his captain would likely not be pleased even if rescued. However, He was also afraid that Yin An would drive away, so he hurriedly grasped the car window and said, I suppose that's acceptable. After all, it was better than dying, and he hoped his captain would understand him. Your words are not enough, come write a letter of commitment, Yin An said, pulling out a piece of paper and a pen from the car and secretly taking out a fingerprinted red clay from her space. He was dumbfounded when he saw these tools. In this apocalypse, everyone carried some food when going out. Who would bring red clay? After writing a simple indenture for the team, He obediently signed it. It's acceptable. Yin An glanced at the indenture and, satisfied, put it away. She then looked at He and commanded, you take your surviving teammates away from here as far as possible. He was taken aback. Don't you need my help? No need, hurry up. Yin An had no desire to waste words with him and issued the command again. Although He had voluntarily become her subordinate, she still did not trust him completely. He frowned, but hesitated for only a few seconds before turning to run away. He chose to trust this team. After all, he had no other options. Once He had gone far, Yin An got out of the car, and Cheng Su and the others hurriedly followed her out. Cheng Su looked at Yin An and asked, Boss, what should we do now? Retreat, Yin An said coldly. Once Cheng Su and the others were far enough away, Yin An suddenly pulled 4 armored vehicles out of her space. The 4 black armored vehicles were imposing and had all been modified much sturdier than the base's off-road vehicle. Holy cow! My goodness, where did you get such good vehicles, boss? Boss, your space is really large. The 4 of them were left dumbfounded. Yin An also took out 5 walkie-talkies from her space, giving 1 to each teammate. She slightly smiled, putting the off-road vehicle back into her space. Each of you will take an armored vehicle and attract all the zombies within a few kilometers from the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast directions. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly understood Yin An's intentions and became excited. Boss wants to use them to kill. Understood. He'll go north. Xiaohe will go west, Rin Xiaodi will go east, and Nian Jia will go south. Cheng Su assigned directions, and the 4 of them immediately set off. Be safe, use the walkie-talkies to contact me if anything happens. After instructing on the walkie-talkies, Yin An shot a grappling hook and dashed towards the nearby large industrial area. This industrial area contained more than 30 buildings of various sizes. From Yin An's observation, most of the outer buildings had no living people, with only a few central buildings occupied. That should be where He mentioned the gang was holed up. As she quietly moved through the buildings, Yin An reported the terrain information to her 4 teammates through the walkie. Soon Yin An spotted living figures. There were 2 or 3 people patrolling by the street, and behind them was a wall enclosing 3 five-story buildings with people faintly visible through the windows. This is it. Yin An's eyes narrowed slightly as she concealed her figure and used the walkie-talkie to guide her teammates. In less than a quarter of an hour, the ground began to tremble slightly, and a smile flickered in Yin An's eye. Not bad, quite fast. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, a large number of zombies surged from the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast, with 4 powerful armored vehicles leading the charge. Behind each armored vehicle were hundreds of zombies chasing frantically. What the hell is that? Quickly report back. There's a zombie wave. The 2 men patrolling downstairs exclaimed, hurriedly running back inside the building. At this moment, Yin An took out 2 firecrackers from her space, lit them, and threw them down, the loud, crackling noise wildly attracting the zombies. Cheng Su and the others took the opportunity to rush forward. Continue to attract the zombies, Yin An said through the walkie-talkie. Understood, boss. The enthusiastic voices of the 4 came through. At this moment, from the building across the street, more than 20 people rushed out, just as over 1,000 zombies attracted by the firecrackers confronted them. In an instant, the frantic roars of zombies smelling human flesh and the cries of humans mingled together, turning the area below into a battlefield. Among those 20 or so people, nearly 10 had abilities, and with such a variety of abilities present, it would be a pity if they all died. Yin An's heart stirred as she leisurely opened a bottle of soda, took a few sips, and scrutinized the building. Soon she saw a plump man wearing a gold necklace stick his head out of the 3rd-floor window, accompanied by a few respectful men behind him. Yin An guessed that this man was likely the leader of the gang. Yin An observed him telling the people behind him something. Soon they closed the doors and windows of the floor and retreated some of the abilities users. It seemed they wanted to rely on this building to engage in a war of attrition with the zombies. A cold smile crossed Yin An's eyes. That was impossible. She quickly shot a grappling hook towards the opposite building, landing steadily on the rooftop of the 5th floor. During this, some abilities users noticed Yin An and exclaimed, "What is that? Is someone flying over? The zombies were brought here by me, what can I do?" Yin An said calmly, standing at the edge of the rooftop ready to retreat at any moment. "You brought them here. What ability do you have to do that?" the fat man mocked. Yin An remained unfazed, pulling out a walkie-talkie, "Continue attracting the zombies." Soon 4 voices responded, "Received," each filled with determination. "Luga, look over there, there's an armored..." Someone spotted Chung Su in the other's armored vehicle and hurriedly reported to the leading fat man. Now they believed it was indeed this woman who was behind it all. "Why are you trying to screw us over? Are you looking for death?" However, the fat Liu clearly did not want to bow to Yin An. He raised his hand to unleash his powers, but in the next second his head fell to the ground. Liu Gut. Liu Gut. The ability users behind him were stunned, watching the fat man's head roll away, and then looking at Yin An, who was wiping the blood off her grappling hook. They all swallowed hard. Yin An glanced at them indifferently, her voice lazy yet tinged with impatience. "I believe you are all intelligent people. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and your leader has already died at my hands. The zombies below are surrounding the building, and your time is running out. You can choose to submit to me or wait here for death. The decision is yours to make." "How can we be sure you won't harm us?" an ability user questioned. In the next moment, a powerful bolt of lightning struck him, and immediately the ability user collapsed to the ground, convulsing twice before going still, his body exuding a burnt smell. "Ugh!" One of the ability users in the crowd retched in disgust, while the others fell silent, stunned by the overwhelming power displayed by Yin An. "Boss, from now on you are my boss." A man in a red vest stepped forward and knelt on the ground. He was smart enough to realize there was no choice left, and the woman before him was too powerful. The others also stepped forward, kneeling. "Boss." Instantly, all the ability users in front of her knelt down. The zombies downstairs were still frantically banging on the doors and windows. Yin An knew that if she didn't redirect the zombies soon, this building would soon be overtaken. "No need to attract the zombies anymore, you come and lead them away from here." Yin An switched off the noisy loudspeaker and spoke into the walkie-talkie. "Understood, boss." Chung Su and the others quickly replied. In just a few minutes they arrived in the armored vehicle to attract the zombies. Meanwhile, the ability users on the rooftop remained kneeling, not daring to move without Yin An. Once the zombies downstairs were sufficiently lured away by the armored vehicle, Yin An finally spoke. "Get up, now take me to tour my territory." The leading man in the red vest immediately stood up, bowing respectfully to signal Yin An to go first. Thus, Yin An walked ahead, followed respectfully by 6 ability users. Yin An was not worried about them launching a sneak attack. She kept a watchful eye on their movements. These little shrimp were simply not a concern in her eyes. As they reached the 5th floor, the 2 ability users waiting there were momentarily stunned, but upon seeing the expressions of the other ability users, they did not dare to ask any further. The man in the red vest was very adept at handling the situation, shouting loudly, "What are you looking at? Call her boss." "Boss." The 2 ability users did not dare to question it, and said respectfully. It seemed that the man in the red vest held a rank just below the fat man among them, and the other ability users listened to him well. Yin An quickly completed her tour of the building. The 1st floor was a conference room, the 2nd to 4th floors were for living quarters, and the 5th floor was piled with a lot of supplies. On the 3rd floor there was a huge luxurious room, obviously previously occupied by the fat man. Yin An leisurely leaned against the sofa on the 3rd floor, lazily gazing at the man in red. "What's your name?" "My name is Yuan Hao. Oh, just call me a Hao, boss. I have wood-based abilities." Yuan Hao said respectfully, and then he thoughtfully elaborated. "Boss, our base has suffered heavy losses this time. We now have only 12 ability users left. Besides me, there are 3 fire-based users, 2 water-based users, 2 wood-based users, and 3 earth-based users. There is also 1 ability user whose powers are very strange. We don't know what type it is. This is the record." After saying this, Yuan Hao handed Yin An a notebook that contained all the information about the users. Yin An took it and quickly noticed the last name, which was marked with a thick line, Suja. The name was marked with a note seemingly capable of controlling other ability users. Yin An's brows furrowed. Could this be a mental type ability? She felt a flicker of anticipation in her heart. "Bring this Suja to see me." Yuan Hao nodded and soon brought over a tall man. Unlike others in the apocalypse who looked disheveled, Suja was dressed neatly, wearing a black coat and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an aura of a cultured rogue with golden pupils behind the glasses that seemed to draw people in. Yin An was slightly surprised. This kind of gaze undoubtedly indicated mental-type powers. In her past life, she had only seen 2 mental-type ability users, each one a formidable figure. Fortunately, Yin An's mental strength was very powerful, and Suja's mental-type abilities were still quite weak, so he posed no threat to her. However, the other ability users might not be so lucky. This kind of mental type ability could even control zombies, but the extent to which it could be utilized depended on the user. Boss, Suja said respectfully, standing straight after bowing. Yin An nodded slightly, realizing that absorbing this small team was indeed the right choice, especially since they had a mental type user. However, Yin An was still uncertain whether these people could be useful to her. She decided to use the system's analysis function to investigate. System analyzed Suja. Yin An silently thought, and soon the system's voice rang out. Suja character detection, male 27 years old, 181 centimeters, 62 kilograms of Virgo. Ability, awakening mental type. Loyalty average, responsibility average, IQ high, combat power upper limit extremely high. Teammate compatibility 89, compatibility excellent. The data was quite good, and Yin An raised an eyebrow. Boss, all the zombies have been lured away. Should we come find you now? Cheng Su's voice came from the walkie-talkie. You can come now, I'll be careful. After instructing Yin An turned to Yuan Hao. Where are the captured people kept? In another building. Do you want me to bring them all over? Yuan Hao looked at Yin An and nodded before soon more than 30 men and women bound were brought over, most of whom were women half-naked and covered in filth. Seeing this, Yin An's eyes turned cold. Yuan Hao immediately became flustered and explained, these were all the playthings of that Liu Qingqing. That fat man. To play with so many women alone was truly inhumane. Yin An instantly felt that his previous death was too easy on him. Among the crowd stood a handsome man in white, his demeanor gentle, who was none other than the legendary Bai Jinghe from her past life. A hint of imperceptible amusement flickered in Yin An's eyes. The noble Bai Jinghe from her past life had now found himself in such a predicament, and she instantly felt the urge to tease him. Bring him up. Yin An lazily pointed at Bai Jinghe. Yuan Hao and the others roughly shoved him in front of Yin An. Bai Jinghe looked coldly at Yin An, his body bound like a dumpling. Boss, is he to be your male pet? Yuan Hao asked understandingly. Yin An shook her head and said lightly. Bai Jing's gaze turned cold at her words. Yin An smirked, no longer teasing him, but lazily remarked, Captain Bai, you have already sold yourself to me. Bai Jinghe did not understand what Yin An was talking about. He merely sneered. Yin An leisurely continued. Your teammate He Chi has already signed a contract selling you to me. Oh, would you like to take a look? After saying this, Yin An took out the contract and waved it in front of Bai Jinghe. Bai Jinghe was completely stunned. He Chi. He had you come to rescue me? Yin An nodded and then pretended to hesitate. But it seems that Captain Bai does not recognize this contract, so I regret to inform you that Captain Bai is free to fend for himself. After speaking, Yin An leaned back on the sofa, waving her hand to signal Yuan Hao to take Bai Jinghe away. Bai Jinghe was left speechless. Born into a privileged family, he had always excelled academically, studying abroad at a young age and achieving much. After the apocalypse broke out, he was among the first to awaken powers, leading a team to achieve the highest contribution value for the national base. Proud by nature, encountering such a dire situation and being sold to this slender girl who appeared weak, he was unwilling. However, he understood that without her he might not escape a calamity either. These thoughts flashed through Bai Jing's mind in an instant. He ultimately understood the importance of making choices, and knowing the circumstances said immediately, I agree. Yuan Hao paused at his words, looking at Yin An for instructions. Release him. Yin An said indifferently. At that moment the system's voice rang appropriately. Secondary side mission completed. Rewards are now being. Reward 1. The system's daily specified analysis function is increased by 1, allowing for 3 specified analyses per day. Reward 2. The space base expands 20-fold. In the next moment, Yin An saw the base within the space rapidly expanding to 10 times the ground area centered around the huge 5-story villa. 17 buildings sprang up, 10 of which were residential villas, each 3 stories high. Although they were not as grand as the first giant villa, they were still beautiful and exquisite, along with 10 other buildings: research building, technology building, medical building, shopping building, military building, office building, and surveillance building. Yin An was somewhat shocked. The power of this system far exceeded her imagination. These buildings could not have been constructed by humans during the apocalypse. The system had actually created them out of thin air, all made from very sturdy materials. In the future, she would not have to worry about building issues for her base, as she could simply move the base from the space out. However, there is still much time to deal with the base matters for Yin, and the most important thing now is to keep this small group under control. System analyze Yuan Hao. Yin An silently recited in her heart, and the system's voice immediately rang out. Yuan Hao character detection, male 31 years old, 177 centimeters, 64 kilograms, Leo. Ability awakening wood system. Loyalty is relatively high, sense of responsibility is strong, intelligence is average, combat power ceiling is high. Compatibility as a teammate 91, high compatibility. It seems that Yuan Hao's loyalty and sense of responsibility are higher, making him more suitable to be a leader than Suja. Yin An looked at Yuan Hao. From now on you are responsible for leading this territory. If you encounter danger, contact me directly. After saying that, she tossed the walkie-talkie to Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao was obviously excited upon hearing this, and then he asked, "Boss, aren't you staying here? I have other matters." Yin An shook her head, stood up, and surveyed the surroundings through the window. "The terrain here is quite good. You all can settle down nicely here." After Yin An spoke, she turned to look at Yuan Hao, Su Zhe, and the others. These individuals chose to survive outside instead of going to the base, clearly desiring freedom and disliking constraints. She could understand this, but freedom does not mean indulgence. To manage these people well, they need to know who the real boss is. Thinking of this, a sharp light flashed in Yin An's eyes. "If you dare to betray me, I will make your lives worse than death." As soon as these words came out, both men were momentarily stunned, not only by the dangerous aura emanating from Yin An, but also by her gaze, which inexplicably made them both shiver and want to submit. "Boss, you can rest assured." Yuan Hao immediately bowed his head and assured her. Su Zhe also kept his head bowed, appearing obedient. He did not know why, but after the apocalypse he felt a new energy within him. Through exploration, he discovered he could influence people's minds just by making eye contact, yet when this girl looked at him, he felt a deep anxiety and couldn't focus at all. What kind of terrifying power does she possess? Bai Jinghe, seeing this, also had a deep gaze. He sensed the imposing aura radiating from this girl. She appeared very formidable, and the two ability users in front of her showed her great respect. The previous fat leader had already vanished, which he suspected was also related to this girl. Bai Jinghe felt a flicker of curiosity about her. He wanted to know just how powerful she really was. Yin An was not in a hurry. She knew that trust and loyalty between people cannot be established overnight. They had only just met her today, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future for them to willingly work for her. Outside the window, Chung Su and the others had already arrived. Yin An issued orders to Yuan Hao. "Before I come back next time, I will assign you 2 tasks. Yuan Hao, upon hearing this, lowered his head, respectfully waiting for Yin An's instructions. First, increase the number of ability users to 20. Each time an ability user joins, you must report to me. Second, the food storage must be tripled. As for how to do this, you will have to figure it out yourself. If you encounter difficulties, contact me via walkie-talkie at any time. This professional walkie-talkie can connect within 10 kilometers. I am at the national base 8 kilometers away from you." After Yin An finished speaking, Yuan Hao nodded heavily, assuring her that he would find a way to accomplish it. Only then did Yin An take Bai Jinghe and go downstairs to meet Chung Su and the others. "You all take Captain Bai to the street corner and wait for me." Yin An intentionally did not mention the armored vehicle. Chung Su and the others were also quite clever. They understood they needed to help Yin An keep the space secret, so the 4 of them took Bai Jinghe and walked out. Yin An then went to a corner to store the 4 concealed armored vehicles into the space, and took out the base's off-road vehicle. Immediately after, she turned to look at the factory building behind her, and shot a grappling hook at an angle that drilled into the opposite building, where Yuan Hao and others were located, installing cameras at various angles to monitor Yuan Hao and the others' building comprehensively. From now on, every move of Yuan Hao and the others would be under Yin An's watch. If they obeyed, they could stay. If they disobeyed, she would find an opportunity to kill them. Before establishing absolute trust, Yin An had not given them any benefits. But now was not the time. With this thought, Yin An drove the off-road vehicle towards Chung Su in their direction. As soon as the vehicle stopped, Chung Su and the others got in, while Bai Jinghe remained still, looking around for his team members. "Get in the car, it'll take you to find He-Chi." Yin An's tone was somewhat impatient. Bai Jinghe, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and immediately got in the car. Yin An drove in the direction where He-Chi had just run off, and soon saw He-Chi waiting by the roadside. Beside him was a burly man who appeared to be more severely injured, sitting on the ground resting. "Captain." He-Chi immediately spotted Bai Jinghe in the car. At first he couldn't believe it, then he was overwhelmed with excitement and tears, rushing up to embrace Bai Jinghe as he got out of the car. "Captain, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I offended that gang over a few bottles of water. It caused the sacrifice of 2 of our team members." He-Chi said, tears streaming down his face. Bai Jing's expression was also heavy. He patted He-Chi's back. "In this era, life is inherently cheap. This was just an accident. Don't be too upset, Lao He." "Captain." The man on the ground struggled to get up. "You're seriously injured. Don't move for now, Lao Zhang." Bai Jinghe stepped forward to support him. The 3 of them exchanged a few comforting words, and Bai Jinghe briefly recounted their recent experiences. Yin An sat in the car sipping soda while surveying the surroundings. "Are you all done? We don't have time to wait for you to chat." Yin An's words clearly expressed impatience, causing Bai Jinghe and the others to fall silent. They had not forgotten that they had already been sold to Yin and by He-Chi. "What do you need us to do?" Bai Jinghe asked in a calm voice. "I'm hungry. Go find something to eat quickly." After Yin An spoke, Bai Jinghe frowned slightly. He looked at his two injured teammates. Okay, I'll go myself. I'll let them rest here. That's fine. Yin An nodded, not wanting to make things too difficult for them. Captain. Ichi's eyes were filled with tears upon hearing this. It was a pity that their captain, the top-ranked squad leader outside the base, was now under someone else's roof and had to work for others. Bai Jinghe patted Ichi's shoulders, signaling him to relax, then turned and ran off into the distance. Yin An gave Rinyu a glance. Go keep an eye on them. Rinyu understood and stealthily followed. Ichi swallowed nervously. Was this what it meant to accompany a tiger? This female captain was truly meticulous. About a quarter of an hour later, Yin An checked the time. It was already 3:40 p.m. She opened the car door and stepped out, finding a spot on the ground to sit, and called out to her teammates. Everyone has worked hard. Oh, let's have lunch. Yay. Jiang He and the others eagerly followed the command. Shall he find something good to eat from the... After Yin An spoke Jiang, he took out several self-heating hot pots and bottled water from the space with flavors, including spicy beef, crispy beef tripe, and tomato beef brisket. There were 5 boxes in total. Everyone left 1 box for Rinyu, while the other 4 each picked one to open. This left Ichi and the man beside him utterly dumbfounded. They had no idea where the girl named Jiang He had gotten the self-heating hot pot, and there were 5 boxes in total. Could it be that they possessed the legendary spatial ability? Yin An was not worried about exposing the space. Their team would eventually be unable to hide the fact that they had spatial abilities. It was enough to expose Jiang He's space while concealing her own. Just then Rinyu returned. He looked at Yin An and shook his head lightly. I haven't found anything unusual. I'm seriously looking for food. Not long after, Bai Jinghe returned holding a pack of crushed biscuits and half a bottle of mineral water along with a bag of unopened potato chips. His white clothes were stained with sweat and blood, clearly indicating he had been entangled with zombies. As soon as he saw Yin An and the others eating the self-heating hot pot, he was momentarily stunned, while his 2 team members looked on longingly from the side. Bai Jinghe felt somewhat disheartened, his heart swelling with guilt. His team members had followed him suffering hardships, yet they could only watch others feast. He dragged his heavy steps to Yin An's side, offering the food he had painstakingly gathered. However, Yin An didn't even glance at him. She had never expected him to find much food. Sending him to gather food was merely a way to train his obedience. Training people is like training dogs. One must instill fear to ensure compliance, while also providing benefits. The balance must be struck carefully, neither being overly harsh nor too indulgent. Yin An put down her bowl and chopsticks, looking at Bai Jinghe with a smile. You've done well. Since you've become my people, you will not be neglected, but the premise is absolute loyalty and obedience. She then turned to Jiang He. Jiang He, please bring 3 more boxes of self-heating hot pot. Bai Jinghe was taken aback when he caught a glimpse of Yin An's face beneath her mask. Until now, he only knew she had an admirable figure, but he had never considered that her looks were so stunning. With such formidable strength, yet such alluring beauty, her enchanting peach blossom eyes carried a hint of innocence. Bai Jinghe felt a stirring in his heart, even forgetting to listen to what Yin An was saying. Jiang He obediently handed 3 boxes of Hadaleo, self-heating hot pot, to Yin An, who set them aside, and said to Bai Jinghe and the others, the food your captain found is too simple. You should eat this instead. She then placed 3 bottles of mineral water in front of them. At this point, Bai Jinghe finally understood what Yin An was saying, and he and his 2 team members were left in shock. Ichi swallowed hard, and after confirming that Yin An was not joking, he hurriedly stepped forward to tear open the self-heating hot pot and started preparing it. Bai Jinghe was astonished to discover that there was actually a spatial ability user in Yin An's team, making him feel utterly flustered by her generosity. Previously, her fierce and domineering recruitment of her own team was within his understanding. After all, in the apocalypse, the strong rule. Those with power were expanding their influence, but her current gentle demeanor made him feel out of place. It turned out that their Qinghe team had done nothing, relying entirely on her rescue. Now she was even sharing such precious food with them. Bai Jinghe thought as his stomach began to growl. Captain, hurry up and eat. I'll help you cook. Ichi exclaimed, looking at his stunned captain, eagerly tearing open the packaging. Boss, you are really good to the people of Qinghe team. This kind of thing can't be bought with any contribution points at the base. Cheng Su said with a grin, clearly addressing the Qinghe team members. From now on we are all on the same side, Yin An said lightly, her voice just right for Bai Jinghe and the others. Bai Jinghe felt a shift in his heart as he looked at Yin An. This girl even had such a strong-looking team, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to follow them. He took the self-heating hot pot from Ichi's hands and quietly began to cook, softly saying, thank you. What is this? If you follow me in the future, there will be plenty of benefits. Yin An clapped her hands, glancing at the man next to Ichi, who, despite having his leg tightly bound in cloth, clearly showed signs of having sustained heavy injuries. Our Qinghe team will follow your lead from now on, Bai Jinghe said, looking at his 2 team members. Call her boss. He Chi and the man beside him immediately put down their chopsticks and respectfully addressed Yin An as boss. What can be said about the effect of the food? This self-heating hot pot was so delicious that He Chi and the others were now wholeheartedly convinced and satisfied. Bai Jinghe nodded, looking at Yin and boss, feel free to give any orders in the future. Yin An was quite satisfied that this old fox was still somewhat sensible. Taking advantage of the moment when the three were focused on eating rice, Yin An took out some anti-inflammatory medicine and iodine from her space and tossed them to the man next to He Chi. Here, what's your name? The man accepted it in surprise, and upon realizing it was anti-inflammatory medicine and iodine, he excitedly said, boss, my name is Zhang Meng. Thank you, boss. Yin An nodded. Good, she had heard this name before. Zhang Meng, true to his name, was another strong member of the Qinghe team. If she remembered correctly, he was a powerful dual ability user. Yin An continued to instruct, I just saw an unattended small car up ahead. You all can drive back to the base, there's no need to follow us, go do your own thing. Bai Jinghe did not expect Yin An to make such an arrangement. He asked, can we go back to the base to form a team? Of course, but you and your team must always obey me. You can do as you please when I don't give orders. After Yin An finished speaking, Bai Jinghe felt much more at ease. This essentially granted him significant freedom. He nodded, in that case, thank you, boss. Yin An gave Bai Jing and a walkie-talkie for easier communication, as most areas had no mobile signal, making contact extremely difficult. Having a walkie-talkie was much more convenient. After finishing their meal, the group split up, with Yin An leading her team toward the suburbs. With only a few hours left until the zombies evolved by midnight tonight, the zombies would undergo their transformation. Yin An had to take down the first wave of evolving zombies and train her team rigorously. The team continued on their way while clearing zombies as they went. If there were too many zombies, Yin An would step in to help with the cleanup. Her lightning powers were so strong that she could almost zap 3 or 4 zombies at once, but it also consumed a lot of energy. Whenever her energy waned, Yin An would take out a crystal core to absorb energy. Yin An had taught her team this method of replenishing energy early on, but the energy provided by a level 1 crystal core was simply insufficient, as everyone now had level 2 powers, which were more suited to level 2 crystal cores. The team urgently needed a large number of level 2 crystal cores. Yin An pondered as she accelerated the off-road vehicle toward a small hill. Finally, she stopped the vehicle at the top, where there was a small villa. Yin An decided to take a moment to rest in the villa. The 5 of them cleared the scattered zombies on the hillside and arrived at the villa entrance. Cheng-Su tried to open the door, only to find it locked tightly. It seemed there were people inside. Yin An turned to the window, and fortunately, it was a sliding window that could be pushed open with some force. The 5 of them jumped in through the window, and the first floor of the villa was quiet enough to hear each other's breathing. Is there really no one here? Jiang, he whispered. Yin An walked straight to the second floor, and upon reaching it, she saw a pool of dark blood on the corridor floor flowing out from a room. Yin An quietly approached the room, tightening her grip on the dagger. Cheng-Su and the others followed her quietly. However, when Yin An reached the doorway, she froze for a moment. Inside, there were 2 dead zombies on the floor, seemingly a couple. By the bed in front of them sat a small girl hugging her knees, looking about 12 or 13 years old, burying her face tightly in her knees. Yin An narrowed her eyes. This girl seemed to be the daughter of the couple, but why was she still alive? Did she kill her parents? The girl lifted her head slightly upon hearing the noise, looking at Yin An and the others with lifeless eyes devoid of vitality. Did you kill these 2 zombies? Yin An asked indifferently. The girl's brow furrowed sadly at the question, her voice as thin as a strand of silk. Mommy and Daddy were killed by me. Indeed, but how could such a small girl possibly kill 2 adult zombies? Had she awakened her powers? How did you kill them? Yin An continued to ask. The girl shook her head in despair, crying, I don't know, I was just scared and pushed them away. Pushed them away? Could it be a power-type ability? Yin An scanned the 2 zombie corpses on the floor. Their bodies were in relatively good condition, with no obvious wounds. It didn't seem to be a power-type ability, nor did it resemble ordinary abilities. The common elemental powers of wind, fire, lightning, wood, water, earth, and ice would have left significant marks on the zombies' appearances. Yin An had a hunch that this little girl might have awakened a special or hidden ability. Those who could awaken such powers in the early days of the apocalypse would possess great potential, especially a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Yin An softened her voice and slowly walked over to the girl, gently stroking her head. Don't be afraid. Your parents have gone to heaven, you helped them escape their pain. The little girl stopped crying at Yin An's comfort, looking at her timidly with her big, deep blue eyes filled with a hint of hope. Big sister, is that true? Yes, it's true. Yin An nodded, smiling at her. She signaled her team members to disperse and rest, then stayed with the little girl. Come show me how you push them away. Hearing this, the little girl obediently stretched out her hand palm, facing forward, remaining still. Half a minute later, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her face turned pale as a purple mist began to emerge from her palm. Poison-type ability. Yin An's pupils widened, as she quickly stepped back, covering her mouth and nose. She immediately opened the window, and a gust of wind blew in, dispersing the toxic gas. Yin An held her breath for another 2 minutes before finally gasping for air at the window. This little girl had awakened an extremely rare hidden ability, a poison-type ability. Seeing Yin An's reaction, the little girl appeared a bit flustered. "Big sister, I'm sorry." She didn't understand what she had done wrong, but seeing Yin An like this, she felt she must have done something wrong. "No, you don't need to apologize to me. This is your ability, poison-type ability. You won't be harmed by this toxic gas. What's your name?" Yin An asked patiently. "I'm Kue Rue," the little girl replied, still a bit confused. Yin An felt a softness in her heart. This girl's ability was incredibly strong, and under her guidance in the future, she would become very powerful. After all, a properly utilized poison-type ability could easily kill a high-level zombie. "Xiao Rue, your ability is very strong. From now on, you will follow your sister, and your sister will protect you." With the air in the room mostly dissipated, Yin An returned to Xiao Rui's side and gently stroked her head. "That's wonderful, big sister. I'll give you my teddy bear." Xiao Rue finally smiled, obediently lifting the teddy bear she had been holding and offering it to Yin An. Only then did Yin An notice that the teddy bear was stained with blood, and a wave of unease surged within her. She took the bear and looked at Xiao Rui's chest. There was a large wound, clearly a bite from a zombie. Yin An turned to see a piece of flesh and blood near Xiao Rui's father's mouth on the floor, with fragments of Xiao Rui's clothing still stuck to it. Yin An stared in shock at Xiao Rue, her face pale and her eyes somewhat dazed. No wonder the little girl looked so pale and had been feeling unwell. Xiao Rue didn't know what Yin An was thinking as she continued to smile at her, looking obedient and well-behaved. "No, I must save her. Even though my ability is only at level 2, I must save her. Xiao Rue, listen to me, don't move. Sister is coming to save you," Yin An said anxiously. Xiao Rue was very obedient and really didn't move at all. This was Yin An's first time using her healing ability. She didn't feel completely confident as she gathered all her mental energy and released healing energy towards Xiao Rui's wound. Soon the wound began to visibly heal at a rapid pace, and the grayish-white zombie virus on Xiao Rui's body slowly disappeared. Yin An felt a surge of joy. It seemed the virus was beginning to dissipate. However, this healing ability consumed an enormous amount of mental energy, and Yin An felt as if her mental strength was pouring out like a funnel. Faster, a little faster. Yin An silently prayed in her heart. Finally, all the grayish color on Xiao Rue disappeared. The wound had healed significantly, leaving only a small mark. Yet, Yin An's mental energy was nearly exhausted. This wound was simply too large. For her current level 2 healing ability, to heal it this much was already remarkable. Normally, a healer would need at least level 3 or level 4 abilities to fully repair such a wound. Yin An braced herself against the floor, taking 2 deep breaths. Suddenly, she felt a warm little body. Xiao Rue buried her head deep in Yin An's arms, her voice muffled as if she were still crying. "Thank you, big sister." Although she was small, she understood that it was Yin An who saved her. "Be good, don't move." Yin An pushed her away, gently pulling out medicine and bandages from her storage to dress the wound. Once everything was in order, she gently said, "Let's go. We're leaving this room. Let's leave and start a new life." Xiao Rue nodded, glancing back at her parents' bodies one last time before following Yin An out. At that moment, Chengsu approached and said, "Boss, someone is knocking on the door downstairs for help." The other two from the adjacent rooms, Song Yin and Jiang, he also came out upon hearing the noise. "Let's go take a look," Yin An said, leading Xiao Rue downstairs. As they reached the lower floor, they saw 3 men and 1 woman outside the door, all in their early 20s, likely college students. Suddenly, Jiang, he gasped behind them. Yin An turned around and saw Jiang, he with a look of shock. Just as Yin An was about to ask, the leading man outside shouted, "Xiaohe! Xiaohe! Is that you? Great. It's me." Chi-Gu opened the door quickly. Yin An asked, "Do you know them?" If they were Xiaohe's friends, it wouldn't be a problem to let them in. However, a hint of sadness appeared on Jiang He's face. "He is my ex-boyfriend. He went abroad for studies, and soon after he broke up with me. Later I found out he was dating a rich girl while he was abroad." Jiang He's voice grew softer, and Yin An could see that she was deeply hurt by this man. "So he's a scumbag," Yin An said coldly. "Let me go teach them a lesson." Chengsu exclaimed, ready to charge out. Yin An stopped Chengsu, lazily looking outside, and said, "Since that's the case, let me, the captain, teach these scumbags a lesson." With that, Yin An took off her mask, revealing a kind smile as she approached the window, warmly saying, "You are Xiaohe's." The 3 men and 1 woman, seeing Yin An's friendly demeanor, quickly leaned closer to the window, with the leading man nodding repeatedly. Yes, I am Xiaohe's ex-boyfriend." He was dressed in trendy clothes adorned with punk-style earrings and necklaces, his appearance meticulously crafted. Although he looked disheveled from days spent outside, it was clear he still paid attention to his image. Behind him, a woman was hiding, clearly his girlfriend. She had fair skin and was clad in designer brands, but it was obvious she hadn't bathed for several days, her hair a bit greasy. Next to them were two other young men who also looked like rich kids. Yin An squinted and smiled slightly, opening the glass window momentarily, leaving the three young men dumbfounded. The rich girl's eyes were filled with jealousy. While she looked disheveled outside, the girls inside the villa appeared pristine and clean, as if they were still living in the pre-apocalypse world. This only intensified her desire to enter the villa. Once inside, she could clean up and dress herself properly, no longer enduring such suffering. Yin An said gently, "Since you are friends of Xiao He, you are one of us. We can let you in. But it's too dangerous outside right now. Resources are scarce. You need to show us your sincerity before we can let you." This implied they needed to provide food. The young man was not foolish to stay in someone else's house. It was natural to offer some benefits. After hesitating for a few seconds, he pulled out 4 packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water from his backpack and handed them to Yin An. "Brother Wang Qi," the rich girl behind him exclaimed, clearly pained, calling out his name. Yin An looked at them with disdain, taking the food and handing it to Rinyu behind her. "Is it good enough now?" the young man asked with hopeful eyes. Yin An clicked her tongue, and in a spot they couldn't see, she pulled out 2 bags of beef jerky from her space, shaking them behind the glass window, looking troubled, and said, "Our food is quite high-end. These instant noodles of yours are simply unappealing. Once you're inside, we'll have to share the food. If you have so little, won't we end up eating yours? Living in our house and eating our food is too unfair for us." The 3 young men and 1 woman outside were starstruck at the sight of the beef jerky in Yin An's hand, their mouths watering uncontrollably. However, they dared not make a move. After all, standing behind Yin An were a burly man over 6 feet tall and a tall, cold-looking man, along with a fierce-looking woman wielding a long knife. They looked like they were not to be trifled with. Moreover, if they angered them, they could forget about entering the villa. They had barely found a defensible place against zombies in the nearby wasteland. "We have." The man called Wang Qi quickly responded, signaling the 3 behind him to hand over their bags. The 2 young men hesitated a bit, while the rich girl looked even more unwilling. Seeing their hesitation, Wang Qi got a bit angry. "I know Xiao He's nature, but she's very kind. This girl looks friendly too. They have a point. We need to show some goodwill before they let us in." After Wang Qi's words, the 2 young men softened a bit and handed him their backpacks. However, the rich girl still looked reluctant. Her bag contained many expensive imported foods and luxury cosmetics, as well as high-end perfumes, and she didn't want to give them up. Seeing her being so unreasonable, Wang Qi became impatient. "Do you want to sleep outdoors tonight? Have you forgotten how we almost died at the hands of zombies last night?" Hearing this, the rich girl immediately recalled their painful escape from last night. She hadn't had a good sleep for 2 days and nights, was exhausted all over, and desperately wanted to stay in this villa. Reluctantly, she handed her backpack to Wang Qi. He accepted the bag, looking at Yin An and confirming again, "If we give you the food, you will let us in, right?" Though he wasn't sure, he felt he had no other choice at the moment. Seeing this, Jiang He understood Yin An's intentions. She also felt resentment towards Wang Qi. She had discovered through a wealthy girl that Wang Qi had cheated on her. Initially, she thought their breakup was due to the struggles of a long-distance relationship and believed he didn't want to delay her. Only later did she realize she was the one who had been made a fool. Jiang He walked to the window, and upon seeing her, Wang Qi immediately began to play the emotional card. "Xiao He, we were in love for 3 years. After I went abroad, we contacted each other less and less. I still have feelings for you, but I didn't want to hold you back, so I broke up with you. You can understand, right?" Wang Qi spoke with deep emotion, unaware that Jiang He already knew the truth, and that he was treating her like a naive girl to deceive. Jiang He sneered internally, but on the surface she feigned a moved expression and said, "I knew it, Qi Gu, you still have me in your heart." Finishing her words, she looked at Yin An and said, "This is our captain, she is kind-hearted. If you listen to her, she will definitely let you in." "Okay, Xiao He." Wang Qi felt relieved hearing Jiang He say this. Seeing her still showing feelings for him, he felt quite pleased. She was truly an easy target, and his charm was indeed great. However, the rich girl behind him felt extremely displeased upon hearing their conversation, but was not foolish enough to speak out, knowing that their priority was to find a way to enter the villa. Wang Qi handed all 4 backpacks to Yin An, each filled with food. Yin An accepted the bags and played. Then the friendly smile on her face vanished, completely replaced by a cold indifference as she locked the window. "Hey, what do you mean?" Wang Qi was startled and began banging on the window repeatedly. However, the villa was made of high-quality materials with very sturdy glass, and the soundproofing was good. His frantic banging made little noise inside. The 2 young men and the rich girl behind Wang Qi finally reacted and began banging on the window together, shouting furiously. They had given all their food to Yin, and how could she go back on her word and not let them in? "Xiao He, what's wrong with you? I still love you." Wang Qi shouted Jiang He's name, nearly losing his mind. Jiang He acted as if she didn't hear, not even glancing at them. Yin An tossed the 4 bags to Jiang He, saying, count the supplies, and put them in the space. Okay, boss. Jiang He opened the 4 backpacks which were filled with convenience foods like biscuits, instant noodles, and dried tofu, along with some drinks and water. Outside, the 4 watched as their lifeline of bags were opened one by Jiang He, and they began to cry out in despair, their anger dissipating into hopelessness and sorrow. Their shouting had turned from curses to pleas. However, Yin An and the others remained unmoved, even feeling a sense of satisfaction. At this moment, it was already dark outside, and Yin An decided to prepare food for everyone. She took out some vegetables, pork, chicken, and beef from her space. Cheng Su and Rin Yu were excited to see the ingredients and volunteered to wash the vegetables and cook, eager to showcase their culinary skills. Meanwhile, Yin and Song Nian, Jiang He and Xiao Rui were happily chatting in the bedroom on the first floor. Jiang He told jokes that made Yin An and Xiao Rui burst into laughter, and even Song Nian's face gradually showed a smile. At that moment outside, due to the noise made by Wang Qi and the others, 2 zombies were attracted from a distance. The 4 of them fled from the zombies like frightened dogs, yet they couldn't bear to leave the villa. They were still hoping that Yin An and the others would suddenly change their minds and let them in, so they kept circling the villa looking quite ridiculous. Brother Wang Qi, save me. At that moment, the rich girl showed no sign of her former beauty. Under the pursuit of zombies, her face twisted in fear, her complexion pale, her hair a complete mess, and her shoes lost as she ran barefoot. Get away. Wang Qi, furious, kicked her away as she clung to his shirt. The rich girl screamed as she fell to the ground, and a zombie quickly pounced on her, biting her face, instantly ripping half of it off, revealing a horrifying skull beneath. Her eyeball lay exposed, and with half a bone-exposed face, she screamed, "Ah!" Then in the next moment, the zombie took another bite, tearing away the other half of her face, leading to her complete demise. After 2 days of fighting against zombies, Jiang He and the others had become immune to such scenes, merely glancing at it before continuing to tell jokes. Only Xiao Rui appeared a bit scared, but Yin An wanted her to toughen up quickly, so she did not let her avert her gaze, wanting her to see this brutal scene clearly. After all, what awaited them in the future would be even more brutal. At that moment outside, Wang Qi took advantage of the 2 zombies gnawing at the rich girl's corpse to cry out, "Xiao He, I was wrong. I shouldn't have broken up with you. Please give me another chance, I will be your servant." Jiang He was once again appalled by Wang Qi's despicable face. She truly couldn't understand how she had ever liked such a selfish man. Come, dinner is ready." At that moment, accompanied by a fragrant aroma, Cheng Su brought a plate of braised crucian carp and placed it on the table in front of Yin An and the others. The dish was fragrant, colorful, and appetizing, instantly making the girls eager. After all, in the apocalypse, they could hardly find any warm meals. They truly missed the days of cooking like before the apocalypse. Especially Xiao Rui, who hadn't eaten for 2 days, her stomach growling. "Stop staring, eat quickly." Yin An urged the girls to pick up their chopsticks, just as Rin Yu brought over a plate of stir-fried beef. With Yin An's encouragement, Jiang He and Song Nian were not polite. After giving Xiao Rui some chopsticks, they immediately began to eat the fish and meat. At that moment outside, Wang Qi gazed despairingly at everything happening inside, jealousy and rage almost turning his eyes red. Oh! Suddenly a zombie rushed out from behind him and opened its gaping mouth, tearing his neck apart. Wang Qi screamed and fainted while his corpse was brutally devoured by 2 zombies. Separated by a wall, 2 worlds exist. Outside the wall, zombies are feasting on human flesh. 3 men and 1 woman have all perished, while inside, Yin An and her companions are gorging themselves on a table full of delicacies. Watching her teammates devour their food with such blissful abandon, a warm feeling arose in Yin An's heart. She would protect her people well. She must grow stronger to provide a stable world for those who trust her. Ding, ding. The European-style clock on the wall chimed melodiously as Yin An looked up just in time to see it strike 12. The zombies are beginning to mutate. With a glint of excitement in her eyes, Yin An looked at her well-fed companions and said in a deep voice, "Get ready, follow me, we are going out to fight 2nd-level zombies." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately switched to a defensive mode, their relaxed expressions vanishing as they checked their attire and weapons. 2nd-level zombies have various enhanced forms. If you are careless, it's easy to lose your life, so stay alert and follow my lead. Yin An instructed, then stood up and walked toward the door. "Yes." Cheng Su and the others responded in unison. This included Xiao Rui, whose youthful face was set with determination as she eagerly followed Yin An. Yin An turned to Xiao Rui, her expression softening slightly. "Xiao Rui, you're still young, await for us here." "No. Sister Shengsheng, I don't want to be useless. Didn't you say my abilities are powerful when we were eating?" Unexpectedly, Xiao Rui shook her head resolutely, insisting on following. Yin An felt a heaviness in her heart. She had chosen to save Xiao Rui because her abilities were special and could aid her in the future. To put it plainly, she saw Xiao Rui as a useful tool, yet this little girl was so brave, claiming she wanted to protect her. Indeed, while going out to fight is dangerous, it can also lead to rapid growth. If at worst, she could just keep an eye on her. Yin An nodded, saying, "All right, follow me, but remember to stay sharp." Outside the door, zombies had been drawn to the commotion inside, banging against the door excitedly. Yin An pulled the door open with force, and a zombie tumbled in due to its momentum, impaling itself on Song Nian's long knife. Rinyu swiftly dealt with another zombie, and Yin An kicked a zombie away before stepping outside. From the hillside, faint human screams could be heard. Peering through the bushes, Yin An saw a gigantic zombie pursuing two humans. This zombie was twice the size of an ordinary one and moved much faster. In just a few strides, it pounced on the two humans, its massive body pinning them down as it bit into one of their necks. Clearly, this was a mutated second-level zombie. Cheng Su and the others were shocked to see such a large zombie. Although they were mentally prepared, the sight of such a bizarre creature still sent shivers down their spines. "They'll handle this zombie. First, you all stay here and learn," Yin An said, sternly, leaping out from the bushes and running forward. Roar! The zombie turned its head sharply upon hearing the sound, its gray-white eyes fixated on Yin An as it charged toward her. The evolved second-level zombie had improved hearing, smell, and intelligence. It was no longer as easy to deal with as the first-level zombies. Whoosh! Yin An's grappling hook shot swiftly toward the back of the zombie. She tightened the rope and flew toward the zombie. When she was 5 meters away, a surge of lightning erupted from her hand, striking the zombie with a fierce bolt of blue-purple light. Roar! The zombie was clearly electrocuted, rendering it immobile and convulsing. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yin An's eyes as she brushed past the zombie, her dagger slicing through. Snap! The zombie's head fell to the ground, its massive cranium frighteningly large, about the size of 2 human heads. Yin An moved her finger, and a second-level crystal nucleus appeared in her space. Yin An took a deep breath and turned around to see her teammates staring dumbfounded at the scene. "Boss, this is not a good reference at all. Your combat power is beyond human capabilities," Cheng Su shouted in dissatisfaction. Suddenly, a chill ran through Yin An's heart as she looked to the side and saw a zombie charging toward her. This zombie was unlike others in its running speed. It was incredibly fast, covering 10 meters in the blink of an eye. A speed-type mutated second-level zombie. Yin An shot out her grappling hook toward Cheng Su and the others, shouting, "You two form a team and engage the zombies." It was time for them to train. "I'm going." Rinyu dashed out like the wind. He could see that this zombie was faster, and as a speed-type ability user, he was most suited to deal with it. "Rin, take me with you," Cheng Su shouted as he rushed out too. Perhaps the sounds of the battle were too loud for zombies nearby began to gather. Among them were roughly a dozen first-level zombies and 2 second-level zombies. The 2 second-level zombies included one with enhanced strength and another with hardened skin. Yin An assigned the strength-mutated second-level zombie to Song Nian and the others while she went to deal with the remaining zombies. Song Nian, Jiang He, and Xiao Rui formed a team to fight against the strength-mutated second-level zombie. Yin An observed them while clearing away the remaining zombies. During this time, she collected all the crystal Her space mission urgently required 100 second-level crystal nuclei for an upgrade. "Rinyu, your speed is no slower than his. You need to anticipate his movements," Yin An commanded from the side. "Xiao Rui, your poison can harm humans as well, so you must stay as safe as possible while getting close to the zombies. When fighting the strength and mass-mutated zombies, be careful not to let them touch you. Otherwise, the consequences are severe. Their strength is oppressive." With Yin An's guidance and teaching, the 5 of them quickly grew adept at dealing with the zombies, soon taking down the 2 mutated second-level zombies. "Too slow, not enough." Yin An expressed her dissatisfaction, shaking her head as she led the team to search for more second-level zombies. "Keep practicing." "Yes, Captain." After a night of intensive training, the sky was already turning pale. Yin An and the others had cleared almost all the zombies in the residential areas on the hill. Even the zombies on the road below were completely eliminated. However, all the members of the squad were in a sorry state, their bodies and faces smeared with blood and sweat, a strong, unpleasant smell of blood lingering in the air. Yin An had killed the most zombies. In addition to having to slay the most undead, she also had to keep an eye on the safety of her teammates. Nevertheless, the reward was that she had collected over 60 second-level crystal nuclei. With the prospect of leveling up, Yin An felt good. Someone's coming. Suddenly alert, she looked towards the road and heard several vehicles approaching from afar. At this moment, those who could still drive were either from a state base or powerful organizations. Everyone turned their attention to the road, and when they saw an armored vehicle from the base approaching, they all breathed a sigh of relief. People from the same base would at least not harm them. No wonder there weren't any zombies on this road. It turns out there's a team of ability users here. The man in the passenger seat spotted the base insignia on Yin An's chest and mumbled to himself, then leaned out to say to Yin An and the others, "Do you not have a vehicle? How about getting in our car?" Yin An was about to shake her head to refuse when she caught a glimpse of a familiar face in the armored vehicle behind. It was none other than Liu Qingqing. Yin An's heart sank, but this time. In her previous life, it was on this very day that Liu Qingqing's team received an S-level mission and cooperated with the base's military to rescue Ronghua Primary School. And Liu Qingqing, with her intimate knowledge of the plot, played a crucial role during the rescue, earning the admiration of the base's outer commander Liu Qi. However, in this life, due to her existence, the Supreme Team was no longer a small team from the Special Operations Zone, nor did they take on this mission. Yet Liu Qingqing still appeared here. Yin An smirked coldly. She glanced at Qi Mei, who was waving at her from the third vehicle, and nodded slightly, already forming a rough assumption in her mind. "It's you. Get in the car and come with us." A melodious voice rang out, exuding a sternness that brooked no refusal. Yin An looked towards the back seat of the first vehicle. It was Liu Qi. "Commander, do you know this squad?" The soldier in the passenger seat asked, his eyes lighting up. "Yes," Liu Qi nodded, pausing briefly before adding meaningfully. "Their captain is very strong. Having them on this rescue mission increases our chances significantly." Yin An raised an eyebrow. Oh, so this was a compliment to herself. Behind her, Liu Qingqing's expression had turned quite grim. Yin An smirked slightly, feeling quite pleased. "Sure, our Nanxing team is willing to serve. Welcome." The man in the passenger seat jumped out of the vehicle only to notice that a little girl was hiding behind. "This is the little girl we rescued. She is also an ability user," Yin An explained. After all, the base wouldn't take in useless individuals. She could only mention the value of Xiao Rui for the base to keep her. "There's actually such a young ability user." The man nodded, then looked towards the several armored vehicles behind. Considering for a moment, he said to Liu Qingqing, "Miss Liu, why don't you sit in that last vehicle? This one is reserved for this little team behind me." At this point, aside from Liu Qingqing's vehicle, the others were mostly full and couldn't accommodate 6 people. Liu Qingqing's face turned even uglier, but she didn't dare disobey the base's military orders. Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly got down and walked towards the back. Yin An and the others then got into the second vehicle. The convoy quickly started moving, heading towards Ronghua Primary School. "Big brother soldier, was this S-level mission assigned to the Lintong team?" Yin An glanced at the soldier driving the vehicle and asked politely. "Yes." The big brother looked like an easygoing person, somewhat simple-minded, and nodded in response. "Then how did Miss Liu end up here?" Yin An asked casually. The big brother was an honest man and recounted everything. "This morning, as we were driving past that big building road, Miss Liu suddenly appeared, as if she had been waiting there, saying she had important information, and even demonstrated her water ability, stating that she wanted to join the rescue. I heard she seems to be a spatial ability user, and now she has water ability too. She's a powerful user with 2 abilities. I'm really curious what a spatial user is like. I haven't even awakened an ability myself. If it weren't for my strong physique, I would have been eliminated by now." The soldier continued chattering, but Yin An chose not to listen anymore. Indeed, her guess was correct. Liu Qingqing truly wouldn't miss any opportunity for merit. It seemed she hadn't mentioned the loss of her spatial ability, probably wanting to hide it and continue to enjoy benefit. Wasn't Liu Qingqing's spatial ability lost? Besides, what she has isn't really a spatial ability. It was clearly stolen from the leader. "Jiang," he muttered, but before she could finish, Song Nian covered her mouth. Realizing that there were others present, she obediently closed her mouth. "What? You mean Miss Liu doesn't have a spatial ability?" The soldier was shocked. Can a spatial ability just disappear like that? "Anyway, that Liu Qingqing no longer has a spatial ability. We saw it with our own eyes," Ren Yu said calmly. "Is that true?" The soldier was thoroughly confused. Yin An signaled her teammates to stop saying anything else. There was no use in saying more. If they wanted to expose her, there were plenty of ways. As the armored vehicle drove farther away, the number of zombies surrounding it surged. Naturally, level 2 zombies grew more numerous. Blending seamlessly among the level 1 horde, they launched terrifying assaults upon the vehicle with monstrous strength and speed. "What the hell? Another giant zombie. I saw one this morning too. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me." The soldier at the wheel cursed under his breath while gripping it tightly. At that moment, the colossal zombie lunged frenziedly toward the armored vehicle where Yin An and the others were riding. Clearly more intelligent than its lesser kin, this level 2 zombie did not join the mindless throng battering the hull with their bare hands and gnashing jaws, faces already mangled and grotesquely bloodied. Instead, it hammered relentlessly at the vehicle's reinforced glass, the weakest point most vulnerable to shattering under sheer force. That was precisely the most fragile section, the easiest to breach with brute impact. Damn it. This bastard's surprisingly clever. The soldier clearly grew anxious. The lead vehicle ahead had also been swarmed, forcing the entire convoy into agonizingly slow motion. All around them echoed the deafening, maddening percussion of zombie fists pounding against metal, grating on frayed nerves. Bang, 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 bang. Bang. Th. Bang. 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 Th. Suddenly a barrage of automatic gunfire erupted. Yin An glanced forward. Liu Qi charged out wielding a Thompson submachine gun, unleashing a storm of bullets into the zombie horde. Arg. A male level 2 zombie barreled straight toward Liu Qi, absorbing bullet after bullet, each round punching deep craters into its chest and face, yet its velocity remained utterly unimpeded. After all, only a headshot could guarantee total termination. This level 2 zombie was evidently a hardened skin variant. Its epidermis so densely mutated that even sustained gunfire merely left clusters of entry wounds. The rest of its flesh remained intact and scathed impervious. Commander. The soldier inside the vehicle cried out in raw panic, shouting Liu Qi's title. In the next instant, the snarling, thrashing zombie froze, its throat constricted by a thick, sinuous vine that coiled tighter with terrifying speed. Chung Su and the others stared in utter disbelief. Clearly this was a wood element ability, but unlike any they had ever witnessed. Along this route, every wood element adept they'd encountered possessed virtually no combat utility. Most squads refused to accept such adepts outright. After all, who could possibly defeat zombies by hurling logs? Yet here stood Liu Qi, commanding living vines with lethal precision. The sight left the entire group stunned, except Yin An, who remained perfectly calm. Had such power manifested in anyone else, Yin An might have felt surprise, but this was Liu Qi, commander of the outer base. A man destined to become an indomitable force, unrivaled, unshakable. At that moment, every soldier disembarked to clear the zombies, including Lingdong's squad, led by Qi Yi. With level 2 zombies now appearing en masse, conventional firearms had lost much of their efficacy. In their place, awakened abilities began to shine, and Lingdong's squad consisted of 3 men and 2 women. Qi Yi led from the front, his shadow element prowess rendering his movements ghost-like and elusive. Qi Mei appeared to wield strength element affinity, agile, powerful, fiercely precise. The other 3 squad members were instantly familiar to Yin and Yu in her past life. They too had served in Lingdong's squad. They were Qi Xian, the affable water element adept, Chun Fei Fei, the fiery-tempered flame-wielding girl, and Xu Hui, the stoic flame-forged warrior. Of them all, Qi Xian left the deepest impression on Yin An. She recalled he would later awaken a healing element ability, an exceptionally rare and invaluable gift. Commander, shall we join the fight? Chung Su, observing that nearly everyone had disembarked, waited patiently for Yin An's orders. No need. Rest quietly. Yin An shook her head lazily. We cleared that stretch of road ourselves. Surely we've earned a moment's reprieve. Why are we all fighting while Nansheng squad's captain won't even step out of her vehicle? A shrill voice pierced the air. Liu Qingqing. She deliberately raised her voice until it carried across the entire perimeter. Her words instantly drew attention to the second vehicle, whose occupants remained stubbornly inside. Madam, your vocal range is truly impressive, but haven't you noticed how exhausted they are? Besides, that stretch held not a single zombie. Clearly they'd already purged it. You show no gratitude, yet still dare accuse them. Qi Mei retorted sharply, her voice resonant, commanding, and brimming with moral authority. Unlike Liu Qingqing's grating shrillness, hers struck listeners as sincere and persuasive, immediately diffusing the crowd's rising resentment. Stunned into silence, Liu Qingqing gaped, bewildered by this tall, confident woman defending Yin An. Her face flushed crimson as she sputtered, "Are you two in cahoots? You're actually defending her?" Qi Mei grinned, hands planted firmly on her hips as she loomed over Liu Qingqing. "Yes, we're absolutely in cahoots. She's the sister-in-law I've already chosen." Uffed. Inside the vehicle, Yin An nearly spat out her water. When did our commanders secretly start dating? Chung Su and the others struggled to suppress their laughter, exchanging knowing, teasing glances. Xiao Rui blinked blankly, huh? Meanwhile, Qi Yi, having swiftly dispatched the last nearby zombie, strode back, gazing coolly at his sister with arms crossed. "Sister, don't make things up." His voice was low, smoky, magnetic, deeply resonant. A single bead of sweat traced down his jawline, plummeting into a pool of blood beneath him, splashing crimson droplets outward. Liu Qingqing's inner world churned like that very pool, violently unsettled. He called her sister. So she's Qi Mei. What a... Liu Qingqing froze, utterly dumbfounded. Qi Mei was supposed to be long dead. Yet here she stood, alive, unbroken, boldly declaring Yin An her chosen sister-in-law. Had her carefully laid plans for Qi Yi already unraveled before they'd even begun? Why had reality twisted so violently? "What are you all doing? Back in the vehicles." Liu Qi's sharp command cut through the chaos. "Oomph." Qi Mei shot Liu Qingqing a scathing glance before turning and boarding the vehicle. Qi Yi, clad in sleek black and radiating quiet charisma, following silently behind her. Liu Qingqing clenched her teeth and retreated to her own vehicle, heart hammering. Within her mind a tempest raged, questions spiraling, certainties collapsing. Why is all this happening? Could the canon narrative truly be mutable? Did I overlook something critical? Recalling Yin An's icy, detached gaze, and her current strength far surpassing anything described in the source text, a chill crept slowly up Liu Qingqing's spine. Dark clouds loomed over Liu Qingqing's side, while the Nansheng team and the Winter team were bustling. The big soldier smiled as he skillfully watched the vehicle, saying, "Captain, little girl, even though I can't see your face, your eyes are quite lovely. That Winter team's captain is young and talented, and he's quite handsome. You two make a good pair." With the big soldier taking the lead, Chung Su and the others began to chime in. Yes, boss, that Winter team's captain is so handsome. I think he might be worthy of you." "Yeah, boss, he looks strong, you should consider him." Boss. Yin An listened in silence, having no interest in finding a man at the moment. Just as she was about to say something, a crackling sound came from the radio at the big soldier's waist. Then a deep yet serious voice came from Lu Qi. "Su Liang, drive carefully." The big soldier was so frightened that he nearly jumped up, quickly freeing one hand to pick up the radio, respectfully saying, "Understood." He immediately turned off the radio, muttering, "Oh my, I actually forgot to turn off the radio." Meanwhile, the Winter team in the fourth vehicle was even more animated, with Chen Feifei and Chu Hui excitedly gossiping about Yin An. Chi Mei vividly described the scene when Yin An saved herself, leaving the others in awe. "The captain of the Nansheng team is incredible as a girl, but she is simply my goddess." After hearing this, Chen Feifei was greatly impressed, her eyes sparkling. "Even I as a boy admire her." Chu Hui instantly transformed into a little fan of Yin An. Qi Xian and Qi Yi had been quietly sitting at the back. Qi Yi knew how powerful Yin An was. He just listened quietly without speaking. Although Qi Xian was surprised, he remained calmer than the others. Qi Mei nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, she is really amazing." Then recalling something, she turned to her brother with a face full of longing and said, "If the captain of the Nansheng team could be my sister-in-law, that would be great." Qi Yi's dark eyes remained cold, revealing no emotion. Qi Mei felt a bit bored and pouted, turning back. What a wooden person. Chen Feifei also glanced at Qi Yi and Qi Xian. One was a silent and solitary handsome captain, while the other was a gentle and strong combatant with water abilities. One was cold, the other warm, both exceptionally striking. However, the captain always seemed so out of reach, making people hesitant. But Qi Xian was different. He was calm and gentle, sometimes even quite considerate, like a warm-hearted big dog. Thinking of this, Chen Feifei felt a flutter in her heart. She smiled sweetly and teased, "The captain is the goddess, but Qi Xian is ours." "Little girl, you mean Qi Xian is yours, right?" Qi Mei immediately saw through Chen Feifei's thoughts, looking at her teasingly. "Sister Mei." Chen Feifei laughed, covering Qi Mei's mouth, and the two began to playfully tussle. Qi Xian, sitting at the back, felt a bit embarrassed. He had always liked to stay at home and draw. Despite having many admirers, he had never been in a relationship. Now being teased by girls made his face instantly flush. But he didn't take it to heart, thinking it was all just a joke. Turning slightly, Qi Xian looked at the back window of Yin An's armored vehicle. Through the window, he could vaguely see the silhouettes of a few people inside. A hint of brilliance appeared in his light gray eyes, like the warm sun in April. Soon the convoy arrived near Ronghua Primary School. However, the vehicle could not advance any further, stopping a mile away from the school. The situation here was far more serious than everyone had anticipated. Endless zombies had formed a massive horde with many second-level zombies among them. The armored vehicle was almost completely overwhelmed by the zombies. "All set, prepare the bombs." The big soldier's radio crackled with Liu Kai's voice. The big soldier operated the control panel, and several munitions were immediately launched from the top of the armored vehicle, exploding around it. The zombies surrounding the armored vehicle were blown to bits, with only a few hardened second-level zombies continuing to attack the vehicle. All other zombies were dead. "This armored vehicle has been modified, it's so cool," Chung Su exclaimed. "Prepare for artillery fire." Liu Kai's voice sounded again as artillery was set up on the armored vehicle to bombard the surrounding zombies. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled and bits of flesh filled the air. Yin An watched everything before her, deeply aware that this was the reason she chose to stay at the national base. These formidable weapons, she would eventually acquire them all. After the apocalypse, many of these weapons struggled to maintain functionality due to a lack of materials, but her space had an inexhaustible supply of resources. Everyone disembark and kill the zombies. Liu Qi issued his final command. Everyone in the 8 armored vehicles got out. The soldiers wielded various firearms, while the ability users took up weapons to engage in a fierce battle with the zombies. "Don't exert yourself too much, conserve some strength," Yin An gently reminded them. Chung Su and the others nodded in acknowledgement and joined the fray. Yin An did not follow the main group. She stayed behind and secretly controlled her mental power to gather the crystal cores from the fallen zombies. The crystal cores in her space were increasing, with the second-level cores surpassing 100. It was time to find an opportunity to upgrade her abilities, and the system's task rewards were within reach. Thinking of this, Yin An felt a surge of joy in her heart. Just then she sensed a watchful gaze upon her. Turning her head slightly, she caught sight of Liu Qi. As the commander, he did not rush forward to kill zombies, but stood back to direct. It seemed that her behavior of staying back had attracted his attention. Yin An remained calm, continuing to blend in with the crowd, while subtly observing the situation nearby. Commander Liu. At that moment, Yin An's keen senses noticed the frail Liu Qingqing among the crowd. Her water abilities had no combat capability, and she had been hiding behind the soldiers looking quite disheveled. Now she squeezed through the crowd, running towards Liu Qi while calling out his name. However, it was clear that Liu Qi did not hear her, as his gaze remained fixed on Yin An. Yin An could guess what Liu Qingqing intended. This woman was always adept at scheming. In her previous life, she rarely fought zombies herself, always hiding behind Xie Yun to enjoy various benefits. She was surely trying to cling to Liu Qi for advantages now. Yin An's lips curled slightly under her mask, sensing a zombie pouncing from behind, yet she did nothing, continuing to battle the zombie in front of her, as if she were completely oblivious. Suddenly, a strong force pulled Yin An away, and a black Thompson submachine gun emerged, blasting the zombie's head with 3 shots. Yin An looked up and met a pair of deep-set eyes. Liu Qi frowned slightly, his eyes revealing no emotion. Is this the strength of the only lightning ability user in the base? Yin An's bright eyes held a flawless innocence, and she could see Liu Qingqing in the distance fuming. She feigned exhaustion and pressed her forehead, saying, "The lightning abilities are too energy-consuming, making them unstable, and our team fought against zombies for 2 days and nights, so we're all worn out." Continuing, Yin An spoke with an apologetic tone. "It's our Nanxing team that has held us back. Please forgive us, Commander." Liu Qi was slightly taken aback. Indeed, when he encountered her, they had clearly just gone through a brutal battle, all of them looking quite disheveled. It was he who had pulled her onto the vehicle. Thinking of this, Liu Qi felt a twinge of guilt. He pulled Yin An behind him and softened his tone a bit, saying, "Stay behind me." Thus, Yin An stood leisurely behind Liu Qi, secretly collecting the crystal cores, paying no mind to the resentful Liu Qingqing watching from afar. No way the boss is so formidable, yet can slouch behind the commander like that. Cheng Su, amid the pile of zombies, noticed Yin An behind Liu Qi, paused for 2 seconds in surprise, and said, "Who do you mean by boss?" "She is a millennia-old fox spirit who has become sentient. This is standard procedure, isn't it?" "Jiang," he said, incredulous at Cheng Su's expression. Soon the group had largely cleared the zombie horde. This battle cost them 3 base soldiers without abilities and 1 ability-bearing soldier. Liu Kai's face was heavy. They had not even entered Ronghua Primary School when 4 comrades had already fallen, and it was hard to imagine whether the mission could succeed. They could not be sure whether any espers among the teachers and students would appear to fill the gaps. Such a rescue had become nearly a hopeless gamble. Yin An felt Liu Kai's mood as well. "Is it worth it?" Her voice was so soft that Liu Qi thought he might be hearing things. He looked down at her and met her moist, bright eyes. For some reason, a sudden calm settled in him. Liu Kai's Adam's apple moved, and in a low, husky voice he answered, "Perhaps it is." He spoke with a helpless calm, resolute, yet unwilling. Yin An said nothing. She knew Liu Qi was a soldier. He might be bewildered or doubtful, but he was always the one who charged ahead. What upheld him was the pure, devoted heart of a soldier. Silence returned between them. When only a few zombies remained in the vicinity, Liu Qi ordered the main force to advance by vehicle. Experienced in combat, he split the troops into 3 groups under his command: 1 to clear the road of zombies, 1 to scout and observe the terrain. The third, the main force, proceeded by vehicle. Before long, the column reached the iron gates of the primary school, bolted shut, as if secured by guards when the apocalypse began. This was an elite school, the closed iron gate preventing any view of the interior. Soldiers set up ladders and climbed over the gate. Arue and several soldiers remained outside to stand guard over the armored vehicles. But at the sight of what lay within the school, everyone fell silent for a moment. The school floor was strewn with child zombies, each madly gnawing at corpses. At the sound, they lifted their blood-smeared faces, their ashen pupils fixed on Yin An and the others with a chilling intensity. Child zombies were far more agile than adult ones, and there were so many of them. "Save us! Save us! The policemen are here! The policemen are coming to save us!" Suddenly, cries for help rang out from a nearby teaching building. Yin An looked up and saw a teacher and a group of children on the upper floors calling for help. Liu Qi ordered the soldiers to shoot the campus zombies, and the team leapt into the school to begin a new round of clearing. Team 1, Team 2, and the 2 Esper squads follow me. The others block the zombies outside. Liu Qi said, shouldering his assault rifle and striding toward the nearest classroom block. "Commander, take me with you. I'm especially familiar with this school." Liu Qingqing's coquettish voice piped up. Liu Qi frowned slightly without turning back. "Don't dawdle, move." They rushed into the teaching building with Liu Qi directing the rescue. As Yin An prepared to go upstairs with the others, Liu Kai's voice came from behind. Can you manage? At his words, Yin An turned and saw Liu Qi, and clinging to his side, unwilling to let go, was Liu Qingqing. Yin An lowered her eyes, long lashes hiding exhaustion and helplessness. Her lips parted in guilty hesitation. Seeing this, Liu Qi immediately said, don't force yourself. Rest here. He finished and turned. Upon seeing Liu Qingqing, his brow tightened again. Why are you still here? Liu Qingqing's face went stiff. She bit her lower lip and pleaded, feigning grievance. I'm a water-type esper. I have no offensive power. Before she could finish, Liu Qi interrupted. Then do not participate in missions. You will only slow us down. Liu Qingqing felt humiliated and looked at Yin An with displeasure. But Commander, couldn't she also choose? She did not join the fight either moments ago. She is the one hampering progress. Liu Kai's expression turned cold, his patience exhausted. She is not like you. In the military, your behavior is desertion. How could I be a deserter? I'm here with important information. Liu Qingqing protested. The moment Liu Qi heard the words important information, his temper softened a little. What information? Liu Qingqing brightened at his attention and edged closer, pointing at the largest teaching building. That Xinrong teaching building. I suggest we abandon any rescue there. Liu Qi looked where she pointed. It was the largest building of Ronghua Primary, a closed Hui-shaped structure with 8 floors. At that moment, many students and teachers on the 6th and 7th floors were pleading at the windows. Clearly, the Xinrong building held the largest number of survivors and was the place most in need of rescue. Liu Qingqing offered no obvious reason, but Liu Qi, always prudent, showed neither scorn nor mockery. Instead, he asked seriously, why? I know you might not believe me, but Commander Liu, please trust me. Some of the teachers and students on the 6th and 7th floors of the Xinrong building have already been injured. When we attempt to rescue them, they will gradually turn into zombies and kill us. Liu Qingqing said with solemn conviction, her eyes full of certainty. In the account, the squad to which heroine Yin An belonged undertook this mission. They encountered this very misfortune, and though they ultimately escaped peril, suffered heavy losses with more than a dozen soldiers killed. Yin An earned the greatest credit in that battle. Upon returning to base, she received significant commendation and grew closer to Liu Qi. This time she vowed not to give Yin An that chance. Only Liu Qingqing would seize the glory. At the thought, Liu Qingqing's eyes hardened with resolve. A faint smile curled at the corner of Yin An's lips beneath her mask, as she looked coldly at Liu Qingqing's ugly eagerness for merit, filled with disdain and contempt. Liu Qi scrutinized the teachers and students in the Xinrong building, who kept calling for help. Each appeared healthy with no sign of injury. Liu Qingqing knew that gaining Liu Qi's trust would not be easy. She hurriedly said, Commander Liu, it's normal for you not to believe me now, but I assure you there are infected individuals among them, and the outbreak of the virus will be extremely dangerous. The prerequisite for military rescue operations is to ensure that there are no virus carriers among the rescued individuals, otherwise the rescue mission will turn into a death trap. Therefore, if there are indeed virus carriers among the students and teachers in Xinhong building, they will undoubtedly be beyond saving. Liu Qi's gaze deepened. In the apocalypse, those who had been bitten by zombies would never tell the truth in order to survive. He removed his black gloves and called over 2 soldiers as he walked outside. Yin An said nothing, merely watching quietly, as she knew what Liu Qi was about to do. While they spent a lot of time rescuing all the other teaching buildings and preparing to leave Ronghua Primary School, the virus carriers in Xinhong building mutated all at once, and the scene became extremely tragic. After that, Liu Qi's trust in Liu Qingqing skyrocketed. Liu Qingqing, seeing this, hurriedly followed. Boss. Just then Cheng Su and the others also ran over. Boss, fortunately there weren't many zombies upstairs. The rescue was very successful, and we even discovered a superpowered individual. Jiang, he reported the situation to Yin An immediately. Yin An nodded. Nanxing team's beautiful captain. Chi Mai's high-pitched voice rang out as Yin An turned to look. At this moment, the winter team also came down from upstairs with the lively Chi Mei leading the way, followed by 4 members of the winter team, all of whom were handsome men and beautiful women, among them Chi Yi and Chi Xian, particularly eye-catching. Yin An smiled and said, it's you. Yes, I'm Chi Mei, and this is my brother Chi Yi. Chi Mei, bursting with social enthusiasm, enthusiastically introduced her brother to Yin An. Yin An politely nodded. I am Nanxing, and these are the members of our Nanxing team: Ren, Yu Cheng Su, Jiang, He, and Song Yan. Impressive. A team created by someone as capable as you must be very strong. Chi Mai's eyes sparkled with admiration for Yin An. After speaking, she pulled Chi Yi over. Brother, you are our captain. Quickly make acquaintances with Nanxing team on behalf of the team so that we can have a companion in the future. Chi Yi was caught off guard as he was pulled forward. He looked into Yin An's eyes and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Chi Yi. His cold face revealed little expression, but the coldness around him diminished significantly. the enthusiastic social butterfly sister and the aloof brother. The contrast was so great that they seemed not to share the same parents. Yin An also extended her hand, and at the moment their hands clasped, the team members behind them all showed expressions of watching a show. Especially the two girls Qi Mei and Qin Feifei looked as if they had just witnessed a delightful event. "Hello, Nanxing team captain, Qi Xian." Suddenly a pair of well-defined and beautiful hands reached out. Yin An looked up, encountering Qi Xian's warm sunny eyes. Yin An's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps it was fate, as she had always been able to see him in her past life. As long as she was at the base, she could see his figure most of the time, so this warm and charming handsome guy left a deep impression on her. Thinking about this, Yin An extended her hand and shook his hello. Qi Xian's hand was large, his clean palm soft and warm, gently enveloping Yin An's small hand. "Goddess Qin Feifei." Qin Feifei squeezed over with a charming smile. Chu Hui. Chu Hui followed behind, chuckling foolishly, looking quite simple-hearted. Yin An nodded one by one, greeting them politely. "Everyone gather together, we will begin batch rescues." Outside the building, Liu Qi's voice was heard. Everyone also put away their thoughts and rushed out. At this moment, helicopters from the base were arriving one after another to carry the survivors away. Liu Qi began to analyze the situation in each teaching building within the school. The building in the southeast has the highest level of closure and the most zombies, who are Nanxing team volunteers to go there. Yin An prioritized the most difficult building for rescue. Liu Qi looked at Yin An and noticed her determined gaze, nodding in appreciation. "All right." Qi also. Without further adu, Yin An led her team members and set off. She felt every cell in her body buzzing with excitement, like a thirsty vampire longing for a thrilling battle. Cheng Su and the others could not help but feel a sense of anxiety for the zombies in the southeast teaching building. It looked like those zombies were in for a tough time. Yin An darted like a shadow, her form swift, leading the charge. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the zombies in the south building were eradicated. Most of them perished from headshots. Stamina 2, Speed 2, Resilience 2, Strength 2. Under the system's background announcement, the sounds of survivors fervently thanking echoed. "Thank you. Thank you. The Li family will remember your kindness for generations. You are simply angels. Thank you, we are grateful to have you." Yin An entrusted the survivors to Cheng Su and the others for escorting, while she quietly stored the crystal cores. "Ah, my dear mother." Suddenly a scream rang out. Yin An raised her gaze, and through the window, she saw the zombies piling up on the third floor of the opposite teaching building as two soldiers struggled to survive among them. One of the soldiers was the big brother who had driven Yin An and the others earlier. Yin An's eyes narrowed slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, she shot a grappling hook firmly into the opposite wall. As she tightened the grappling hook, Yin An flew forward like an arrow released from a bow, simultaneously unleashing her lightning-based powers, striking directly towards the zombie horde. Zzz. The zombies were electrocuted into paralysis, and the two soldiers reacted swiftly, immediately opening fire and killing a large number of zombies. Yin An jumped in through the window, her figure like the wind, and with a flick of her dagger, the heads of the last few zombies fell to the ground. "It's you, Captain Nanxing, you are simply my savior." The big soldier recognized Yin An at a glance and excitedly exclaimed, "Thank you, Captain Nanxing." The other soldier also expressed his gratitude repeatedly. "No need to be polite." Yin An shook her head, then stepped over the piles of zombie corpses, heading towards the door. The two soldiers knew that time was of the essence and immediately followed Yin An. However, when Yin An saw the locked door, her brow furrowed slightly. Without saying a word, she raised her leg and kicked it. Bang! The door was kicked open, and a delicate scream followed from behind the door. "Ah!" Yin An and Liu Qingqing met each other's eyes in surprise. Just then, the big soldier's angry voice rang out loudly. "It's this girl. She's so bad. Yes, as a superpowered individual, how can you be so selfish?" The other soldier also got angry at Liu Qingqing upon seeing her. I was just scared." Liu Qingqing shrank back slightly, looking aggrieved. "Scared? You can just close the door because you're scared. You don't know we were inside." The soldier was not buying her excuse, questioning her. "So wicked. As a fellow superpowered individual, you can't even compare to Captain Nanxing." The big roar. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, intense gunfire and the frenzied roars of zombies erupted from upstairs. The two soldiers exchanged glances, no longer judging Liu Qingqing's selfish behavior, and hurriedly rushed upstairs to join the rescue. Liu Qingqing, just having been scolded, now wore a face full of resentment and indignation. She watched the two soldiers disappear and glared at Yin An with hatred, saying, "Yin An, you are so scheming." Yin An raised an eyebrow at her words, finding it amusing. She turned to face Liu Qingqing's resentful gaze, her charming eyes reflecting nothing but disdain and indifference. Liu Qingqing felt pierced by Yin An's gaze, and in a fit of anger, she continued, "You just can't stand me stealing your spotlight, first teaming up with Xie Yun to enter the special operations area, and now gaining Commander Liu's favor, you keep targeting me. Hearing this, Yin An almost laughed out loud. She shook her head and turned to leave. Little did she know Liu Qingqing became even more frantic at her attitude. Yin An, what are you pretending to be so noble for? Do you think I can't see that you are deliberately getting close to Liu Qi? Yin An stopped in her tracks, not looking back, her cold voice filled with contempt and mockery. Do you think all women are like you, unable to live without a man? Liu Qingqing burst into laughter. You speak so grandly, but the one who deliberately converses with Liu Qi is you, right? The one who just shook hands with Qi downstairs was also you, and now you are pretending to be a pure jade girl. A sharp slap echoed through the air. Liu Qingqing was struck so hard by Yin An that she collapsed face down onto the floor. Another thunderous slap, this time across her right cheek, leaving a vivid red mark. Blood trickled from her nose as she shrieked, clutching both cheeks, trembling with rage and humiliation. Yin An, I will not let this end. Screaming, Liu Qingqing scrambled to her feet and lunged at him. Slap, slap, slap. Yin An's hand moved with blinding speed and crushing force. Liu Qingqing spun dizzily left and right before collapsing onto the floor once more, utterly humiliated. Her cheeks swelled visibly before her eyes, tears and snot streaming down her face. Grotesque, pitiful, unrecognizable. Miss Liu, I've spared your life only to watch you play the fool. But if you insist on speaking such filth, I won't hesitate to end you here and now. Yin An wiped her hands, slowly speaking with languid elegance, like a sovereign queen, yet her gaze burned with the chilling emptiness of a denizen of hell. Liu Qingqing's face throbbed unbearably, her head spun, her breath came in ragged, sobbing gasps. Trembling, she stared at Yin An, too terrified now even to utter a single word. In that moment, she truly believed Yin An would kill her without remorse. TSK, how hideous. With that swollen pig-like face, you'd probably make Liu Qi vomit before he even considered letting you near him. With that, she turned and strode away, lightfoot and dismissive, never glancing back at Liu Qingqing, who lay crumpled on the floor like discarded rags. As she descended the stairs, a movement behind a window caught her eye. She peered closely inside the room. A sleek black kitten sat nibbling dried fish strips, and crouched opposite it, half kneeling, was Qi Yi. His expression, usually carved from ice, softened into the faintest smile. Even his eyes, typically cold and distant, held an unusual warmth. Yin An wasn't surprised. In her past life, she'd heard Qi Yi was a devoted cat lover. Carrying dried fish strips on his person was precisely the kind of eccentricity only he would embrace. She recognized this black cat instantly. In her previous life, Qi Yi had taken it everywhere. It was a speed-type, awakened feline instrumental in hunting zombies and securing scarce food supplies. With it by his side, Qi Yi was unstoppable. Both man and cat sensed Yin An's gaze, and astonishingly, the little black cat showed no fear or aversion. Instead, it let out a soft, gentle meow, melting Yin An's heart on the spot. Yin An stepped into the room and gently stroked its velvety head. The kitten leaned into her palm, rubbing its forehead against her fingers with quiet delight. It's rare. It seldom warms to anyone, Qi Yi observed, glancing at Yin An with quiet astonishment. Yin An knew it was true. She'd heard in her past life how fiercely aloof the black cat was, allowing touch only from Qi Yi. Yet it seemed drawn to her, an unexpected kindness. She smiled lightly. So you two are old acquaintances? Qi Yi nodded, reaching out to stroke the kitten's head. I raised it for 3 years, then I moved away and we lost touch. I never imagined we'd meet again today. At the mention of cats, the usually untouchable young man transformed. His voice softened, his words flowed more freely. Yin An nodded. Then it must be fate. She extended a finger to scratch beneath the kitten's chin. The little creature closed its eyes, tilting its head upward in pure blissful contentment. What's its name? Yin An asked, curiosity piqued. Qi Yi's low, husky voice held a tender timbre as he gazed at the kitten. Its name is An. Yin An froze. She shared a name with a cat. Qi Yi noticed her pause and looked up. What is it? Nothing. She waved it off with a breezy laugh. After all, her real name remained unknown to him. Qi Yi watched her luminous, smiling eyes. His throat subtly tightened. I owe you my deepest gratitude for saving my sister. His gaze held unwavering sincerity. Qi Mei meant everything to him, and Yin An's debt was one he would carry with solemn weight. Before Yin An could respond, a clear, pleasant male voice interrupted. Captain, we're ready. We can head to the... Both Yin An and Qi Yi turned, and saw Qi Xian burst into the room. His eyes widened slightly upon seeing them together. Qi Xian's momentary bewilderment quickly faded, and his face returned to its usual polite warmth. Captain Nansheng is here too. Yin An stood up, brushed the dust off his gloves, and said cheerfully, Help! Help! Is anyone there? Suddenly, a horrifying scream echoed from the upper floors of the adjacent laboratory building. Yin An and the others looked over, and they saw 2 soldiers and 3 surviving students at the window on the 4th floor, desperately calling for help. Behind them, not a single zombie could be seen. Brothers, what's happening over there? Seeing this, Qi Xian stepped forward and shouted loudly. Seeing Yin An and the others below, the two soldiers looked as if they had found a lifeline, and one of them immediately shouted hoarsely, We were ambushed by zombies. They. Another soldier, realizing his companion was struggling to express himself, quickly interjected, We encountered different zombies. They are not like ordinary ones, they have schemes. Yin An frowned slightly upon hearing this, and a term flashed through her mind. Intelligent mutated zombies. Where are the zombies now? Qi Xian reacted swiftly and immediately asked again, We can't see them, we are hiding in this room, but we can be sure they are outside waiting to ambush us the moment we step out. The more rational soldier quickly responded, Yes, we just heard nothing outside, and opened the door only to be ambushed by several zombies that came out of nowhere and bit our comrades to death. Another soldier, having regained some rationality, hurriedly added. Qi Yi, who had been silent, looked at Yin and Qi Xian, and I will go up to rescue them, implying that she should not follow. Yin shook her head, I will go with you. If there are indeed intelligent mutated zombies, Qi Yi and the others might not be able to escape unscathed. Moreover, in her previous life, intelligent mutated zombies were the experimental materials that every base desired most. This type of mutated zombie was extremely rare and highly dangerous, likely to give rise to a zombie king in the future. If there are truly intelligent mutated zombies in the building ahead, she must capture one. If you are worried about us, you can wait downstairs. The unknown danger is too high, it's unsafe for you to follow us. Seeing that Yin was determined not to leave, Qi Xian patiently persuaded her. Qi nodded, clearly agreeing with Qi Xian's words. Both of them looked at Yin and seemingly waiting for her decision. At that moment in their hearts, she was just a girl, a vulnerable group, even though she was the captain of a team of superpowered individuals. Time waits for no one, of my life is not worth as much as 4 people's. Yin joked, then stepped into the building. Just as she took a step, a large hand grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. Qi Xian's warm hand was as hot as fire, and his usually gentle eyes rarely turned serious. Stable. Qi Yi glanced at Qi Xian, his dark eyes swept over the hand that was holding Yin, and without saying much, then drew his knife and rushed in to protect her. Yin was slightly stunned. These two treated her as if she were a 3-year-old child. Did they think her combat ability was so poor? The 3 rushed up to the 3rd floor. The ground floor of the building had already been cleared, and they moved without obstruction. Qi Yi stood at the staircase on the 3rd floor, looking up at the 4th floor. He turned to Qi Xian, and Yin gave them a signal with his eyes, then picked up a broken stone from the ground and threw it hard towards the rooftop. Bang! The sound of the huge stone crashing echoed. After a brief echo, the air returned to silence. Normally, if there were zombies on the 4th floor, they would have been attracted by this commotion long ago. But now it was so quiet, which completely contradicted what the 2 soldiers had said. Was it a misjudgment by the soldiers, or was there really something wrong with the zombies? Qi Yi frowned tightly. I'll go check it out. You stay here and wait for me. After saying this, he gripped his knife tightly and rushed up. Yin An and the others followed his advice and stayed in place. After all, Qi Yi, as a dark-type superhuman, could almost avoid zombies under normal circumstances. At this moment, the sky slowly darkened and the corridor became increasingly dim. On the quiet ground, only the sound of Qi Yi's footsteps as he left could be heard. Yin An's cold gaze was fixed on the rooftop. She was rapidly pondering. If there really were intelligent zombies directing other zombies here, then according to what the 2 soldiers said, they must have hidden away, preparing to ambush humans. But where would they hide? This building was a laboratory. The labs were larger than ordinary classrooms, and the doors were made of tougher alloy materials. The laboratories in the corridor were connected one after another. The zombies could only hide inside the labs, so which lab would they be in? Or rather, could there be zombies in every lab? Upon thinking of this, Yin An's heart jolted. Not good. She looked at Qi Xian. Let's go. Saying this, but the 2 were still a step too late. By the time they rushed to the 4th floor, Qi Yi was already nowhere to be seen, only to find a dozen zombies standing outside a lab, among which were 5 or 6 second-level zombies. From within that tightly shut lab came the sounds of a fierce battle, suggesting that Qi Yi had fallen into an ambush by the zombies. As soon as the zombies saw Yin An and the others, they immediately howled and charged over all. Qi Xian pulled Yin in behind him and charged forward with his knife. Hurry. However, the next second, a silver flash zipped past Qi Xian's side. Before he could even see what it was, he saw Yin and, like the wind, instantly move past him, followed by a surge of powerful blue-purple lightning pouncing on those zombies like a ferocious dragon. All 1st-level zombies almost instantly lost their combat ability. Qi Xian looked in disbelief at everything before him, but his shock lasted only a moment before he seized a 2nd-level zombie and began to fight. His combat power was stronger than most superhumans, relying almost entirely on physical strength due to his water-type abilities. His strong fighting ability and resilience made dealing with a 2nd-level zombie a piece of cake. But compared to a monster like Yin and, Qi Xian's combat power was swiftly overwhelmed. Chengsu Nan, 3rd floor, 4th level. Yin pulled out her walkie-talkie and said before drawing her dagger and fighting alongside Qi Xian. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Chung Su replied, seriously received. Boss, we're coming over now. Suddenly, several experimental doors in the corridor opened and dozens of zombies rushed out. They surged towards Yin An and the others like a tide of corpses. Be careful. Qi Xian forcefully pulled Yin An behind him and picked up a steel plate from the ground to slam against the mountain of zombies. You need to run. Yin An looked at the suddenly increasing wave of zombies, feeling furious. That intelligent mutated zombie must be hiding behind them. If she heard correctly, there had been a subtle hissing sound in the air just now, which was the signal for the intelligent mutated zombie to control the horde. But now there were too many zombies nearly filling the entire corridor, making it impossible to locate the intelligent mutated zombie hidden among them. At that moment, a level 2 speed-type zombie jumped over Qi Xian and charged towards Yin An, who unleashed her electrical powers to strike fiercely at its skull. Another hardened-skinned level 2 zombie lunged at her. 5, 7, more and more zombies. And almost all of them were level 2. Even though Yin An's combat abilities were strong, it was somewhat difficult to cope in such a narrow space. She looked towards Qi Xian, but his figure was no longer visible, only a mountain of zombies remained. Qi Xian. Yin An's heart tightened as she called out his name. The only response was the incessant roaring of zombies. Yin An's heart gradually sank. Her arm wielding the dagger felt heavy. Did he really just die? Why did he have to stand in front of her? Clearly she was much stronger than him. Why did he still have to protect her? In the next moment, a surge of water rose from the ground, sweeping the mountain of zombies away. Under the waves, the steel plate was forcefully pushed aside and a drenched Qi Xian struggled to stand up, grabbing Yin An and running downstairs. Yin An looked at Qi Xian's profile in disbelief. How did he manage to do that? Even in her past life, she had never seen a water-based ability user who could summon waves under level 1 abilities. If we don't leave now, we're going to die here. Qi Xian, with his immense strength, was towering over Yin and almost dragging her as he hurriedly ran down. The zombies, pushed aside by the waves, got back up and continued to chase after the two. Countless zombies crowded the staircase, almost rolling down. Boss! Downstairs, Chung Su's urgent voice called out. I'm here. Yin An felt a surge of joy in her heart and hurriedly replied. You all step aside. Liu Qi rushed up with a Thompson submachine gun. Behind him were dozens of soldiers, also armed with submachine guns. Upon seeing these soldiers, Yin An felt a significant sense of relief. This was her second time feeling the power of teamwork. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. They began an unending barrage against the group of zombies. Some level 2 zombies that had managed to escape were quickly taken down by Chung Su and the others. Where's Xiaoyi? Qi Mei hurriedly arrived, looking anxiously at Qi Xian and Yin An. Qi Xian frowned and remained silent. Seeing this, Qi Mei realized something. Her face turned pale rapidly, her lips trembled, and she couldn't say a word. I'm going up to save him. Qi Xian threw away the half-broken knife in his hand, drawing out a brand new sword from his sheath, and charged up. I'm going to. Chu Hui and Chen Feifei followed closely behind. Qi Mei wiped her tears fiercely and gritted her teeth as she followed. Winter Team, are you all crazy? The zombies aren't cleared yet. A soldier, seeing the 4 of them charging up, hurriedly said, We need to save our captain. Chen Feifei's resolute voice rang out. Support them. Liu Qi calmly instructed, and in the next moment all the soldiers followed suit and rushed up. You all go too, Yin An said to Chung Su and the others. Boss, you. Chung Su looked at Yin An with some concern. I need to catch that big one. Yin An's eyes were icy as she spoke and then ran in the opposite direction. Chung Su and the others immediately charged up with the main group. Yin An moved swiftly. The anger she had accumulated on the 4th floor now transformed into pure power. She shot out a grappling hook and climbed straight up to the 4th floor. On the 4th floor, the main group had already engaged in combat with the zombies. Yin An's eyes quickly spotted a seemingly ordinary zombie at the back of the horde, which appeared to be just a level 1 zombie. However, unlike ordinary zombies, he stood straight at the back of the horde, appearing as a normal human. It's you little brat. Yin An dashed towards that zombie, who apparently sensed the movement, turned his head, and locked eyes with her. She noticed a glimmer of humanity in his grayish eyes. That was the main characteristic of an intelligent mutated zombie. Yin An shot her grappling hook fiercely at him. To her surprise, the zombie dodged and rushed into a laboratory. Yin An chased after him and kicked the laboratory door, which was made of alloy and couldn't be kicked open. Yin An chuckled coldly. Sorry, sister, climbing walls is what I'm best at. She quickly climbed out of the window, and her grappling hook shot straight into the laboratory window, where the zombie was bursting in like a thunderbolt. In the stunned gaze of the intelligent zombie, Yin An swiftly severed his head with a dagger. Clean. At that moment, the main group outside had also nearly cleared the zombies, and Qi Yi and the 2 soldiers were rescued. Fortunately, they were unharmed. Liu Qi directed the cleanup of the battlefield, and looked at Yin An, who stood aside, holding the zombie's head puzzled. What is this for? An intelligent mutated zombie, the culprit manipulating the horde of zombies from the shadows. After saying this, Yin An tossed the zombie's head to Liu Qi. She didn't have the research equipment and many researchers. For now, the quick solution to the intelligent zombie's genetic structure had to be left to the base, and she could take the opportunity to arrange for Lin Feng to enter the National Research Institute. Liu Qi caught it steadily, looking at the zombie's head in his hand. Commander Captain Nansheng was right. Those zombies really seemed organized just now. A rescued soldier quickly added, "You all need to describe what just happened in detail." Liu Qi began to inquire closely. Yin An returned to her team and felt relieved when she saw her teammates looking healthy. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Yes, pleasant voice came. Yin An turned to look at him, shaking her head. "I'm fine, but what about you? It's impressive that you can stay unharmed while locked inside." There weren't many zombies inside. It was just that the door was locked from the outside and couldn't be opened. Yin An tilted her head and glanced past him at Qi Xian, who was chatting with Qi Mei and the others, smiling. "Your teammate is amazing. He just turned the tide, looking very cool." Qi looked deeply at Qi Xian, who seemed to have heard their conversation. He glanced over, and the corner of his mouth gently curved like the warm sun in April. But in the next moment he frowned and knelt on one knee. "Qi Xian." Chen Feifei and the others called. Qi Xian pressed hard on his chest, revealing a reassuring smile to his teammates. "I'm fine, don't worry about me, just a minor injury to my chest." Yin An frowned slightly. He had been pinned under a mountain of zombies beneath the steel plate, so he must have been injured. This was an internal injury, not something that could be treated with a simple bandage. In the current environment, there weren't even enough precision instruments to examine him. However, Yin An had healing abilities. In addition to curing the zombie virus, she could also heal internal injuries. "Let me take a look," Yin An said as she walked up and gently crouched beside Qi Xian. Sensing her proximity, Qi Xian seemed a bit embarrassed, his eyes flickering. "It's nothing, just sleep it off." After saying that, he was about to get up. Yin An didn't care as she directly placed her hand on his chest. Qi Xian turned red, his mind going blank. In the next moment, he felt as if the pain deep in his chest had almost completely vanished. It's just a minor injury. It will be fine after a while," Yin An said gently, secretly withdrawing her healing energy, then stood up. Qi Xian looked at her, feeling that in the dim light, her soft gaze seemed to shine with warmth. Just like that evening a year ago, he packed up his easel and was on his way back to the dormitory when he looked up and saw she was leaning on the windowsill of the teaching building with the gentle wind blowing through her long hair. In the sunlight, her eyes resembled pools of water, seemingly filled with sweet dew, shimmering like water and reflecting into one's heart. She is universally recognized as the campus beauty among the freshmen. "Xian, I think this junior is quite a match for you. You are no longer a child and have yet to experience a first love. If you like her, I can help you get her contact information." The words of his university roommate seemed to still echo in his ears. Qi Xian was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't it uncomfortable?" Chen Feifei noticed Qi Xian staring at the ground motionless and hurriedly stepped forward to ask with concern, "Is everything all right?" Qi Xian came to his senses, stood up, and politely smiled at Chen Feifei. Time was of the essence, and everyone packed their belongings, making their way toward the school gate. At this moment, the sky had darkened, and the leading soldier was guiding them with a searchlight. "Is everyone here?" At the school gate, the last helicopter was leaving with the surviving teachers and students. Liu Qi glanced at the soldiers and the awakened individuals and asked. A soldier counted the number of people and reported, "Report, Commander Liu, we lost a total of 3 personnel." "Didn't you say 2 comrades sacrificed? How come we lost 3? Another soldier inquired. The expressions on everyone's faces grew heavy. A loss of personnel in an apocalypse was likely a sign of misfortune. "Look around and see if any brothers haven't returned to the team," Liu Qi said, spotting a figure running from a distance, and he shone the searchlight in that direction. In the dim moonlight, amidst the bloodied corpses of zombies, a figure stumbled over, accompanied by urgent cries, "Wait for me. I'm not there yet. Don't leave yet." Everyone turned to look, and the leading soldiers shone their searchlights. Under the bright light, they finally saw the approaching person. It was a girl with a face swollen like a pig's head, staggering as she waved her arms. The sight was quite comical. It was Liu Qingqing. Liu Qi squinted and looked carefully before recognizing her. Some in the crowd had already begun to chuckle, with Cheng Su and others laughing the loudest. Ahem. Yin An lightly cleared his throat, signaling Cheng Su and others to tone it down. The laughter of the crowd reached Liu Qingqing's ears, and she was furious and embarrassed, bursting into tears as she ran to Liu Qi, pointing at Yin An and accusing, "Commander Liu, this girl hit me. You must stand up for me." Liu Qi frowned as he looked at the grotesquely swollen Liu Qingqing. Following her pointing, he glanced at the indifferent Yin An, falling into brief silence. Nearby, a soldier named Su Liang loudly reprimanded. "How dare you blame Captain Nansheng? Don't you know what you did yourself?" "I did nothing." Liu Qingqing retorted defiantly, her eyes filled with tears, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. Let's hear from each one of you, starting with Su Liang. Liu Qi said sternly. Time was pressing, and he didn't want to get involved in these trivial matters. However, as Su Liang was his subordinate, he knew him well. The fact that Su Liang was so angry indicated that something serious had occurred. Su Liang, seeing his superior speak, immediately poured out his grievances. I went with brother Zhang Piao to rescue the third floor of the building to the north, and this Liu Qingqing followed us. Who knew that a classroom would be full of zombies? She, however, turned around and locked the door, leaving the two of us trapped inside. After speaking, he glanced at Yin An again, expressing gratitude. If it weren't for Captain Nansheng rushing over to help us, we would have met our ancestors. I didn't do anything. Liu Qingqing continued to argue, but this time her voice lacked conviction, her gaze evasive, wanting to say more. Liu Kai's cold voice echoed. No need to say more, Miss Liu. The base does not welcome selfish and cruel individuals like you. In my capacity as the external commander of the base, I declare your expulsion from the base. Liu Qingqing looked at Liu Qi in disbelief, meeting his emotionless black eyes, feeling the coldness that pierced to her core, as if he were looking at a dead person. Liu Qingqing felt a chill run down her spine from his icy gaze. Withdraw. Liu Qi no longer looked at her, striding away, and the troops promptly followed him into the armored vehicles. At that moment, the last of the crowd, Liu Qingqing, was shouting frantically, Liu Qi, I am an awakened one. I have space-type and water-type abilities. I am currently the only dual-type awakened one in the base. Why do you have the right to expel me? Liu Qi. Liu Qingqing's frantic cries received no response. The armored convoy quickly left the desolate elementary school. Only the blood-soaked corpses and the frantic Liu Qingqing remained. Deserved it, Jiang, he said with a relieved expression. She got off easy, Song Nian said coldly while crossing her arms. Evil people get what they deserve, the soldier brother chimed in repeatedly. Although Ari didn't know what had happened, she mimicked. Evil people get what they deserve. Yin An looked at her cute demeanor and affectionately ruffled her hair. She was quite satisfied with Liu Qingqing's fate today. A person as greedy as Liu Qingqing, who was utterly vain and wanted everything, would find today's humiliation far more painful than being killed outright. Suddenly, the armored vehicle where Liu Qi was located doubled its speed, leaving the vehicle with Yin An and the others far behind. At the same time, the soldier brothers' walkie-talkie buzzed, and a strange male voice came through. Everyone speed up. There's an emergency situation at the base. The tone was extremely serious. The soldier brother's expression immediately turned grave, and he floored the gas pedal. In an instant, all 8 armored vehicles accelerated forward. The main force rushed to the base overnight, and the sky was already beginning to brighten. However, the number of ability users and soldiers patrolling outside the base had obviously decreased significantly. As soon as the armored vehicles entered the base, they were met with a scene of corpses strewn everywhere. The bodies of zombies and dismembered humans were intertwined, blood pooled everywhere, and traces of bullets, explosives, and abilities were evident. Not far away, many soldiers were fighting against zombies. Commander. A military officer with silver shoulder insignia rushed out. Commander Liu. What happened? Liu Qi quickly asked after getting out of the vehicle. Report to Commander Liu. 2 insiders were bitten by zombies, and they hid the wounds. As a result, the zombie virus broke out, infecting a large number of ordinary people inside. Now many people are infected, and the situation is extremely chaotic. Basically, all ability user teams and troops have gone inside to assist. After hearing this, Liu Qi immediately grabbed his weapon. I'm going now, he said as he turned to look at the others who had gotten out of the vehicle. You all have been tired for a day and a night. Go back and rest for a bit. Commander, you also. Su Liang wanted to say something, but Liu Qi had already led a group of soldiers away briskly. Saw the commander hasn't had a good sleep for days. I'm worried he won't hold up. Su Liang sighed repeatedly as he watched Liu Kai's departing figure. We're leaving first, Brother Su, Yin An said as she greeted Su Liang and led everyone out. All right, you all go rest soon, Su Liang hurriedly said. Let's go back to rest first. We can submit the task anytime, Yin An arranged as she walked quickly. After all, with such a major incident at the base, all ability users and soldiers needed to participate in the battle, and her team was already very tired, so they had to seize every moment to rest. Understood, boss. Cheng Su and the others knew Yin An's intentions, and they all felt warm in their hearts. Along the way, all the ability users had hurried expressions and were covered in blood, clearly indicating that this incident was truly serious. Amidst the crowd, 3 familiar figures approached. It was the trio of Bai Jinghe, Zhang Meng, and He Qi. Behind them, there was also a small team led by a girl who was calling out Bai Jing's name while chasing after him. However, it was evident that Bai Jinghe didn't want to acknowledge her, moving as if he could fly. He walked straight up to Yin An and handed her a full bottle of mineral water. Captain Bai, I'm calling you. Why don't you slow down? As Bai Jinghe stopped, the girl caught up panting as she looked at him. Bai Jinghe, however, did not even look at her, standing respectfully in front of Yin and with his head bowed, his pleasant voice elegant, as he said, "Boss." Following him, Zhang Ming and He Qi immediately echoed, "Boss." Their voices were powerful, and the girl was momentarily stunned by their voices. Yin An took the mineral water that Bai Jinghe handed over and glanced at the three of them. "Are you going inside to assist?" Bai Jinghe nodded. "We've been fighting since 3 in the morning until now, just went to eat something, and are ready to continue fighting. The situation inside is dire." He wanted to say more, but Yin An was well aware of the situation at the base and didn't want to waste time, so she interrupted, "I already know. You all go ahead, we need to go back and rest for a while." After saying that she was about to leave, "What team are you from?" "We're all going inside to assist, and you're going to rest." The girl couldn't stand being ignored any longer and shouted at Yin An with her hands on her hips. "Ling Ling, stop causing trouble." Just then, 4 boys who had been following the girl caught up, looking like they were from the Yin An had some impression of this team of girls. They were the moderately strong team, the Sunfire team. And this girl named Ling Ling. Originally, Ding Ling was the younger sister of the team leader Ding Long, who had always been well protected by her brother and had a spoiled temperament. However, she had no time to deal with these trivial matters, and Yin An quickly left. Behind her, the girl's dissatisfied voice rang out, "Captain Bai, why do you call her boss? Who is she to you?" Bai Jing's indifferent words could still be faintly heard. "Miss Ding, please don't keep bothering our team." Sigh, truly there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Cheng Su shook his head, clearly speechless about the girl just now. The group quickly arrived at their residence. Lin Feng had been waiting for everyone. Everyone had a simple meal and then went to rest. Yin An, as the team leader, stayed in the master bedroom. She only slept for 4 hours before quickly entering her space. This was because she had an important task to do, upgrading her abilities. During the intense team battle that lasted 2 days, she had collected a total of 224 second-level crystal cores, enough to upgrade her lightning abilities and healing abilities to level 3. Yin An entered the villa in her spatial base and placed all the second-level crystal cores in front of her. Looking at these crystal cores, a strong desire surged from the depths of her heart. Yin An felt the energy within her body awaken, and she immediately released her lightning abilities to sense the crystal cores before her. The energy of the second-level crystal cores was far more vigorous than that of the first-level crystal cores, and a massive amount of energy rushed from the pile of second-level crystal cores into Yin An's body. The lightning energy within her body began to expand exponentially. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. It expanded by a full 3 times. Yin An was shocked in her heart, not caring about her surprise. She firmly pressed down on the energy within her, repeatedly sorting it through her entire body. Sweat poured down and her skin trembled. Finally, 5 minutes later, all the lightning energy was suppressed. Immediately, a surge of lightning power erupted from Yin An's body, only to be rapidly rained in the next second. Yin An extended her hands, and a thick bolt of lightning ability appeared in her palms. The lightning in her hands was 3 times thicker than before. The color was no longer just a pure blue-purple. There was a deep purple lightning within it, extremely imposing. "I'm much stronger than my previous life," Yin An murmured as she looked at the lightning in her palms. In her previous life, her lightning ability at level 3 was less than half the power of what she had now. Could it be that her overall strength in this life was stronger, combined with the expansion of her mental strength and the enhancement from the space, making her abilities even more formidable? The next second, the long-lost system voice rang out. "Ding. Task exceeded. Time 1/8. This reward is doubled. Task rewards have begun to be issued." Yin An looked out of the villa at the base, which was rapidly expanding outward. As the expansion reached tenfold, a 10-meter-high wall suddenly rose around the base, followed by the emergence of crossbows, searchlights, and observation towers. It steadily surrounded the base. Yin An watched everything in front of her, her heart racing wildly. This system is truly amazing. Such external defenses completely overshadow the current national bases. With the system's announcement of rewards, Yin An's time-stopping area, an ecological system area, within her space rapidly expanded. Reward 3. The ecological system expands 4-fold, 200,000 square meters. As the system announced, Yin An felt a surge of energy within her body. "What is it?" Yin An asked eagerly. "It is a hidden ability. Light-type ability." Upon hearing this, Yin An felt a turbulent energy arise within her. "Light-type?" Yin An looked around, noticing a faint golden glow surrounding her. "System, what kind of ability is the light type?" She had only heard of this ability from some researchers in her past life, and had never seen a light-type ability user, so she had no idea what such an ability entailed. Light-type abilities can assist and engage in combat, possessing exceptional overall strength. They can control light for healing, defense, attack, and purification. The extent of their power depends on the user's control. The higher the level, the more terrifying the power, and the host can explore it themselves. Healing and purification, really. Yin An concentrated energy in her palm, creating a faint golden light. Reward 5. Physical fitness 1, speed 1, resilience 1, beauty 1, strength 1, mental power 10. Currently, the host's attributes are physical fitness 60, a speed 50, resilience 70, beauty 101, strength 28, mental power 167. The next task is now released. The space base has taken shape. Please establish your own base within 6 months. If you complete the task within 6 months, rewards will be given. The system fell silent after that. This time the system did not mention extermination, unsure if it meant that she had passed its test. Yin An stretched her limbs and quickly trained Bufu. This powerful ability tiger she had tamed over many days was now completely loyal to her. Yin An petted Bufu's large tiger head and threw 100 level 1 crystal nuclei to it. Watch. This is for upgrading abilities. After saying this, Yin An took out another 100 level 1 crystal nuclei and upgraded her light type ability to level 2 right in front of Bufu. Bufu tilted its head, its tiger face displaying confusion and deep thought, then mimicked Yin An by placing its paw on the crystal nuclei and roared roar. The energy from those crystal nuclei was successfully absorbed. Bufu advanced to level 2. Good tiger. Yin An threw half a sheep to Bufu as a reward and swiftly exited the space. At that moment, the outside was in chaos. Yin An opened the door and found Qingqing and others already. Boss, you're awake. The army has been calling us for a while, saying they can't hold on any longer and urgently need manpower. Lin Feng and Arue, stay here, everyone else come with me. Yin An grabbed a sandwich from the table and rushed out. Boss, do you want to eat a bit more? Jiang He followed Yin An with a can in hand. No need, I'm not hungry. Yin An waved her hand, pushed the door open, and saw exhausted soldiers and ability users everywhere. One officer with silver epaulets saw Yin An and the others and hurriedly said, "You are from the Nanqing squad, right? Come with me." Yin An closely followed behind as the officer jogged, leading them deeper inside, while urgently saying, "Commander Liu said your squad has strong combat capabilities. Follow me to the most critical area for rescue." Understood. Yin An responded, jogging along with the officer. Upon entering the inner area, the scene left Qingqing and the others in shock. The base's interior spanned over 1,000,000 square meters. It was densely packed with temporary containers. Containers lined up next to each other, each housing an unknown number of people. Such a vast interior resembled an ant nest. At that moment, the zombie virus was like a fire thrown into the ant nest, spreading at an alarming rate, exponentially increasing the infection rate, with people having nowhere to escape. This is simply hell, Rinyu said in disbelief. The officer could no longer hold back his tears. Looking at Yin An and the others, he solemnly said, "Captain Nanqing, please, if you can save even one, it would be a blessing. To save one is to save one." The officer repeated, staggering forward a few steps, tears streaming down his face, his lips curling into a smile that was neither a cry nor a laugh. There was something quite eerie about it. Yin An narrowed his eyes slightly and began to retreat silently. Qingqing and the others noticed the gesture behind him and also withdrew discreetly. In the next moment, the officer's face became covered in bulging veins, his eyes rolling back to reveal the grayish-white scara. One hand began to twitch, his head twisting uncontrollably, and his entire body contorted into a grotesque position. It was evident he was about to mutate. It seems he was also bitten by a zombie. Yin An calmly grasped his dagger, ready for battle. The officer tugged at the corners of his mouth, seemingly struggling with the last remnants of sanity against the virus within him. I'm so sorry. I thought I could hold on. Awaken my abilities, but I never expected." He forced out these few words through his twitching lips, and then turned and ran violently in the opposite direction from Yin An and the others, crashing hard into a metal pillar. At the same time, he had completely mutated into a zombie. Yin An didn't want to look any longer and turned to leave, saying, "Let him go with dignity." Rinyu dealt with the zombie, transformed from the officer, and the five quickly arrived at the junction between the inner and outer areas. The entire base was circular, with the inner circle representing the internal area. The internal area was basin-shaped, allowing those standing at a high point in the outer area to overlook the entire inner area. At this moment, the junction between the inner and outer areas was under the control of numerous soldiers and supernatural beings, with 3-meter-high iron bars firmly locking the exit from the inside to the outside. People inside could only exit after passing a security check, but the iron bars over 3 meters high could not stop these frenzied individuals, as those inside kept climbing the bars. Countless people were trampled beneath. "Don't climb. One at a time." The soldiers' voices of restraint echoed constantly, yet those people continued to madly scramble upward. Men were much stronger than women. Most climbing up were men, while women were trampled beneath, some even crushed to death in an instant. "Why are you keeping us inside? There are so many zombies in there. Do you want us dead? Let us out. Please, let me out." Countless cries of despair and shouts accompanied by screams filled the air. "It's not that we don't let you in. Some of you are infected. We need to check each one." A soldier shouted, but his words were drowned out by the cacophony of saliva and shouting, and no one could listen patiently. Didn't I mention a solution? The east, south, and west areas are effectively implementing it, but you in the north are still in chaos. A stern male voice rang out. Yin An looked over to see Liu Qi, striding and clad in military uniform, followed by a dozen officers. Upon seeing Liu Qi, the soldiers at the Iron Gate seemed to find their backbone and immediately welcomed him. Commander. Gun. Liu Qi extended his hand, and his adjutant promptly handed him a submachine gun, which he then aimed at the few men climbing the highest in the crowd and opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. Those few men instantly fell dead. The crowd fell silent, each one looking at Liu Qi in horror. From now on, anyone disturbing the order will be shot on sight. Liu Qi lowered his submachine gun and directed the soldiers to open the small gate in the iron bars. Open 2 gates and form 2 lines for inspection. Yes, Commander. Understood, Commander. The chaotic crowd immediately regained some order. Everyone, don't act recklessly. Why should you live while I have to die? Suddenly a young man in a red outfit rushed out from the crowd, brandishing a shotgun and wildly shooting at Liu Qi and the other soldiers. Get down. Liu Qi yanked his adjutant backward to take cover. Other soldiers scattered as well. Where did he get a gun? It's mine. He accidentally took my gun. How could you be so careless? Yin An and the others were at a distance, standing behind a partition where the shotgun couldn't reach, making them relatively safe. Seeing he couldn't hit these soldiers, the man in red widened his eyes and turned to wildly shoot at the innocent civilians behind him. All of you die. Die, die. In an instant, countless people in the crowd were shot down. Cries of agony echoed around, and those who had not been shot screamed in panic and fled, having nowhere to retreat. They could only try to rush through the iron bars to escape to the outside. Who dare stop me? Whoever stops me will die. The man in red shouted, frantically charging toward the exit, a massive bloody wound on his left arm, the injury showing a grayish-white pallor, clearly bitten by a zombie. Bang! With a gunshot, a bloody hole appeared in his forehead, and he froze in place before collapsing. Liu Qi lowered his sniper rifle, and the surrounding soldiers rushed forward to block the frenzied crowd surging in. Look! Cheng-Su pointed to a spot in the sky. Yin An and the others looked up and saw 8 fighter jets flying and starting to unleash a barrage on the internal area. What's going on? John, he asked, puzzled. They are rapidly eliminating the areas where zombies are concentrated. Although this may accidentally harm some uninfected civilians, it's the most effective and quickest way to resolve this riot. Yin An explained calmly. It seems the leader of this base isn't too foolish, Song Yin said coldly. Yin An chuckled, thinking of Gu Su, that cunning old fox who is anything but foolish. However, the bombardment from the fighter jets completely ignited the already chaotic crowd. They want to kill us all. Look, those are fighter jets. They want to kill everyone inside. This place is simply a slaughterhouse. Let me out. I want to go out. Everyone rush out. It's all a trap. It's all a lie. Intense shouts erupted from the crowd, and they crazily slammed against the iron bars. Countless people began to climb the bars trying to get in, and dozens of soldiers couldn't stop these frenzied individuals. The iron bars swayed ominously, as if they would topple at any moment. At this moment, Yin An had no interest in rescuing these people. In this apocalypse, these individuals were incapable of calm reasoning, allowing fear and panic to control them, becoming puppets for those with ulterior motives. Those bitten by zombies mixed among the crowd to incite emotions. They knew they wouldn't survive long and wanted to drag more down with them before they died. Meanwhile, some were unwilling to die so insignificantly and sought a glimmer of hope. But regardless of the reasons, the foolish behavior of these people at that moment was not worthy of a shred of sympathy. Suddenly, a fighter jet changed direction and flew straight toward them. Yin An's eyes narrowed slightly. She recognized it as the one piloted by Gu Su. From what she knew of him, it seemed he intended to bombard this crowd entirely. Go! Yin An turned and left. Cheng-Su and the others immediately followed. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Liu Qi was asking solemnly into the walkie-talkie, "Are you sure?" A cold, detached, yet pleasant male voice responded, "When did you become so indecisive?" Liu Qi frowned and directed the troops to evacuate swiftly. As the troops dispersed, the crowd surged out of the iron bars. In the next moment, a barrage of shells rained down on their heads. The ground was instantly pocked with craters. After the bombardment, everyone who had surged outside was reduced to mere fragments, their bodies unrecognizable. A small portion of the crowd that had not surged forward looked at the scene before them, horrified, and retreated, grateful they had not been at the front. The soldiers swiftly moved in to control the situation, while the fighter jet circled around and landed steadily nearby. Gu Su emerged from the cockpit dressed in black military attire. He was extremely tall, standing at an impressive height of 189 centimeters, with a strong physique, his cold face devoid of any extraneous expression, and beneath his thick brows a pair of black eyes, always half closed, revealing no hint of emotion. He strode toward Liu Qi and tossed him a bottle of functional beverage. Liu Qi caught it and opened it, drinking. You're risking your life. You haven't slept for 4 days. Go back and get some sleep, Gusu said coldly as he looked at Liu Qi. Liu Qi chugged down a bottle of the drink and turned to the soldiers below, saying, the deputy minister has been taking. What are you looking at? Gusu asked. That team is quite impressive. I plan to promote them directly into the special operations zone, Liu Qi replied as he walked toward Yin An. Few people receive your praise, Gusu remarked as he removed his gloves and followed Liu Qi. Don't follow me. I'm not following you, Gusu said defiantly and leisurely. Our elite unit also needs talent. Gusu. Liu Qi halted, casting a gloomy look at the expressionless man beside him. Must you be so unreasonable? Are you trying to snatch away the ones I have my eye on? Did I ever take your people? How do you know I didn't already have my eye on this team? Gusu replied, still expressionless, tilting his head slightly. Liu Qi was speechless. This man, once his comrade and now his colleague ranked 2 levels above him in official capacity, was notorious for his eccentric temper and cunning, having schemed against Liu Qi for many a good thing. Liu Qi wished he could stay 800 kilometers away from him forever. Liu Qi was too lazy to argue with him any further. Boss, 2 handsome guys are striding toward us fiercely, John, he whispered. Yin An turned to look and saw Liu Qi approaching with a dark expression followed by an indifferent Gusu. Liu Qi strode forward and stopped in front of Yin An, shifting slightly to the left to block the persistent Gusu behind him. We are entering the final stages here, and we don't need too many hands. You all tidy up and follow me to the special operations zone. Yin An found it amusing and treated Gusu as if he were invisible, responding to Liu Qi. All right, Commander. Gusu with a forced smile maneuvered around Liu Qi and stepped forward, extending his hand to introduce himself. Hello, I am. However, before he could finish, Liu Qi grabbed Yin An's arm and walked towards the external task area, saying, let's go, time is pressing. Gusu, left behind, could no longer maintain his composure, his face darkening. All right, you two are treating me as if I'm invisible, huh? Gusu watched as Yin An and Liu Kai's group departed, his jaw tightening in anger. Deputy. At that moment, 3 elite soldiers in black uniforms rushed over. Deputy Minister, we are running low on kerosene, but fortunately we have it under control internally. This time, nearly half of the internal personnel have been casualties. Gusu's expression darkened further. This operation could have been resolved much faster. Why are you all dragging your feet? Just because I'm not here doesn't mean problems can't be solved. The 3 elite soldiers lowered their heads, feeling ashamed. The leader, a man with a buzz cut, stepped forward and said, Deputy Minister, you are right, but the kerosene was already in short supply. If supplies are gone, we can find them. If people are gone, what about their next lives? The buzzcut man lowered his head in shame, saying, I wish I could. Gusu turned away from him, casting one last glance in the direction where Yin An had left. Go outside and bring Captain Nansheng to see me. Hey, look quickly, the commander is holding a girl. That looks like the Nansheng team. In the task area, there were many supernatural beings, and the appearance of Liu Qi and Yin An attracted quite a bit of attention. At that moment, the Lindong team in the crowd clearly noticed them. That's the Nansheng team. Qi Mei pointed towards Yin An. Qi Xian looked at Liu Qi and Yin An, who was being held by him, a strange light flashing in his eyes. It's the boss, Zhang Meng said, and Bai Jinghe looked over, narrowing his long eyes slightly. Ding Ling, who was beside them, sneered. Being brought over by the commander must mean she did something wrong. Serves her right to act so high and mighty. Do you have bad breath? Your mouth stinks, He Qi said, covering his nose and stepping away from Ding Ling. You. Ding Ling, furious, pointed at He Qi, her hand trembling in anger, unsure how to retort. Xiaoling, Ding Long pulled his sister behind him and looked at He Qi sternly. Don't slander my sister. He Qi ignored him, focusing on Yin An, cheerfully chatting with Bai Jinghe and Zhang Meng. I feel like the boss and Commander Liu have a good relationship. Something good must be coming up. Liu Qi, in full view of everyone, brought Yin An to the windowsill of the task area and lifted his head, saying, let's hand in the task. Yin An immediately submitted the squad badge and the task photo taken by Rinyu. The person in charge at the windowsill was somewhat bewildered by Liu Kai's personal visit. He took Yin An's squad badge and task photo, nodding. Nansheng team, a level task completed, reward 800 contribution points. After saying that, he clicked on the machine in front of him. Yin An raised her gaze towards the contribution points leaderboard, but she couldn't find any trace of the Nansheng team among the top 50. It seemed that 800 contribution points were indeed very little, not even enough to make it to the top 50. TCH, just a shabby team that can't even make it to the top 50. Our team is 5th and will qualify for the special operations zone in the future. Ding Ling mocked while looking at the big screen. You all did well, keep it up. The person in charge at the windowsill returned Yin An's squad badge, smiling in encouragement. Wait a minute. Liu Qi suddenly spoke up, looking at the person in charge at the windowsill. This level task from Ronghua Primary School, their team contributed greatly, and should receive an additional 2,000 contribution points. The person in charge was momentarily stunned, then quickly replied respectfully, "Understood, Commander." He then focused on the machine again. Also, their team's contribution of intelligent zombies is extremely valuable to the Research Institute, so add another 5,000 contribution points. Understood, Commander. From today, the Nansheng team enters the Special Operations Zone, and they will receive 5,000 contribution points. Yin An raised an eyebrow, watching her squad's rankings soar on the screen. 40th place, 24th place, 11th place, 1st place, holding steady at first. Why did you see that? Suddenly, the Nansheng team has surged to the top. They are now the first. The Nansheng team's name now has a Special Operations Zone next to it. They are now an external team. Currently, they are the only Special Operations Zone team. Excited chatter erupted among the crowd. Qi Yi looked deeply at the spot where Yin An was. "Wow, Nansheng beauty is really impressive. We have to step up our game, Xiao Yi." Qi Mei exclaimed nonstop. Meanwhile, Ding Ling's face looked as if she had eaten something rotten. "Wow, wow, wow. I told you the boss definitely has something good coming up." He Qi exclaimed, clapping his hands joyfully, as happy as a 13-year-old kid. Bai Jinghe, however, could not share in the happiness. Great, the stronger she got, the more he couldn't escape the identity of being her little brother, and it seemed he would still be under her thumb. "Is there anything I missed?" Liu Qi seemed unable to think of any other areas to add contribution points, as he turned to Yin An and asked seriously. Yin An replied with a serious face, "Our team has excellent conduct with handsome men and beautiful women." Cheng Su and the others were left dumbfounded. Could that also count? Surprisingly, Liu Qi seemed to take it in, nodding seriously and pondering for a moment, saying, "Then add 2,000 contribution points." This completely baffled Cheng Su and the others. Even Song Yan and Ring Yu, who had shown little emotional fluctuation, now wore looks of disbelief. After speaking, Liu Qi waved to a nearby soldier. "You come here. Find some personnel to help the Nansheng team move to the Special Operations Zone." The soldier immediately responded, "Understood." "All right." Liu Qi seemed to recall something important and looked at Yin An seriously, saying, "If the deputy minister from the base looks for you, just treat his words like nonsense. Anything he can offer you, I can give you double. Your team belongs to us externally." Soon, with the help of the soldiers, Yin An and the others moved into the Special Operations Zone, and Lin Feng was smoothly recommended to the Research Institute by Yin An. The Special Operations Zone is located at a crucial point of the base, with the Core Research Institute above it, the Core Command Area below, a storage area to the left, and a military arsenal to the right. From this, one can see the importance and uniqueness of the Special Operations Zone. The residences in the Special Operations Zone differ from the uniform apartment buildings outside. They consist of individually established small villa-style buildings, with each team occupying one building, providing extremely high privacy and complete facilities inside. Compared to the residences of Liu Qi and the others not far away, it is by no means inferior. That place is where all the senior officers live, right? "Boss, our living conditions have skyrocketed," Cheng Su exclaimed as he looked around. "Fair enough," Yin An replied nonchalantly, recalling the luxurious base within the space. Suddenly, 3 men in black military uniforms adorned with golden badges on their chests approached. "Excuse me, who is the captain of Team Nansheng?" "The deputy minister wishes to see you." "That's me." Yin An stepped forward with an unchanging expression, as if she had anticipated this. Following the 3 elite soldiers, they arrived at a large building, the most magnificent and grand structure within the base. Upon entering the building, the first floor displayed various models of artillery, tanks, and fighter jets, and an atmosphere of solemnity and awe enveloped the space, invoking a sense of reverence. Taking the elevator to the 5th floor, as soon as Yin An stepped out, she saw Gu Su sitting at a desk. She approached confidently, and with a look of surprise said, "It's you. You are actually the deputy minister." This statement left Gu Su momentarily at a loss. Indeed, she did not know he was the deputy minister, so in retrospect, she wasn't being unreasonable towards him. Gu Su's face showed no expression, but the anger in his eyes dissipated significantly. He looked down at Yin An with a calm demeanor and said, "Get ready to join my elite unit." Yin An remained silent, standing still. Seeing her unresponsive, Gu Su assumed she was hoping for benefits and added, "Once you join the elite unit, the treatment will be the best in the entire base. Outside, people go a week without eating meat, while the elite unit can eat it every day." After he finished speaking, he looked at Yin An with confidence, as if to say, "See, this should make you eager." However, Yin An stood there expressionless, not even glancing at him. Gu Su felt displeased. He was very angry. Despite his usually stable emotions, he had already been irritated several times today. "Nansheng, can you not hear me speaking?" "Deputy Minister, I can hear you," Yin An answered obediently. "It's just that Commander Liu Qi advised me to treat your words as if they were nonsense." Yin An's response was seamless and obediently serious, leaving Gu Su stunned. "That bastard Liu Qi." He cursed inwardly, then said sternly, I am the deputy minister, and Liu Qi is under my command. You should listen to me, not him. Oh, is that so? Now I understand. Yin An replied in a mock-serious tone. Gu Su frowned, slightly scrutinizing Yin An closely. She was dressed in black, her figure alluringly curvaceous, and her face was covered by a black mask with only her eyes partially visible beneath the shadow of her hood. It was hard to discern her features, yet she exuded an air of mystery. He had initially thought she would be very clever and surprising, but after this conversation it seemed she was not very bright. Gu Su tapped his fingers on the desk deep in thought. According to the information he received, her team was indeed very strong. On the first day of the zombie outbreak, he had indeed seen her move like the wind, cool and decisive at the top of the A-51 Defense Department tower. Not wanting to dwell too much, Gu Su quietly continued, do you agree to join the elite unit? I do not agree, Yin An replied decisively. Why not? Gu Su frowned slightly. Damn, why was it so troublesome to get her into the elite unit? Commander Liu Qi said that whatever benefits you can offer, he can double them, implying the meat you provide once a day is hardly worth her attention. You believe everything he says. What benefits can he possibly give you? I control all the military supplies in the base. Gu Su was now filled with a desire to confront Liu Qi and question him thoroughly. He stood up and said, then I will offer you an armored vehicle and a helicopter. Go ask Liu Qi if he can afford. This statement carried an irrefutable tone laced with a chilling intimidation. Yin An knew that if she did not play along and agree, this old fox would explode. All right, I agree to join. Yin An nodded in agreement. Follow me. There's an operation and we are departing soon. After Gu Su spoke, he tossed a shotgun to Yin An and strode out. An armored vehicle and a helicopter were what it took to bring her over. He wanted to see if her strength matched her. For rows of elite soldiers were standing ready outside the building. Not far away, 15 helicopters stood majestically. The scale was considerable. It seemed this operation was of great importance. At this moment in her past life, Yin An was still struggling at the grassroots level with no chance to participate in such an important operation at the base. Naturally, she had no idea what it was about, yet she felt no anxiety, leisurely following Gu Su. Set off. With Gu Su's command, all the elite soldiers boarded the helicopters in an orderly manner, and Yin An casually got onto one at the back of the crowd. Everyone was in a hurry to board the helicopter, and no one noticed Yin An. A soldier, not even glancing back, casually handed her a safety helmet, saying, Big brother, put this on. Yin An took the helmet and secured it on her head, settling down comfortably, only to see that the other 7 elite soldiers were now staring at her wide-eyed. Why is it a girl? The leader, a crew-cut man, exclaimed in surprise. They had just been focused on Gu Su and completely failed to notice that a girl had followed him onto the helicopter. Nansheng, a member of the elite unit. Yin An smiled and introduced herself gracefully with a nod. The other elite soldiers began their introductions as well. The crew-cut man was named Wang Biao, a fire-type ability user and the captain of their small team of 7. It turned out that the elite troops were organized into teams of 7 each, with a captain, totaling 14 teams. 7 teams formed a regiment each, with a regiment leader. This operation mobilized a total of 14 teams. Wang Biao and his team were one of them. Along the way, Wang Biao began to explain the elite soldiers to Yin An. Most of these soldiers were personally selected by Gu Su. Some were outstanding special forces with abilities, while others were non-military personnel with strong abilities and physical prowess. In short, to enter the elite unit, one must meet 2 conditions: possessing powerful abilities and having a robust physique. So these rugged men never expected that a girl would suddenly join their ranks, especially one who seemed so delicate. So what is the purpose of this operation? Yin An asked after listening to Wang Biao's description. We are going to the oil refinery. We already visited it once the day before yesterday. There are a lot of zombies. Almost everyone there has been infected. Wang Biao gestured as he spoke, his exaggerated expression almost simulating the horrific battle they had experienced the previous day. We fought for an entire day and night only to eliminate the outer circle of zombies. We couldn't even get close to the storage area. Yin An nodded in understanding. No wonder there was such a large-scale operation. It turned out to be a highly valuable oil refinery. It hadn't been long since the apocalypse began, and Gu Su, that old fox, was already eyeing the oil refinery. An oil refinery? Then guns and abilities can't be used. Yin An murmured. Wang Biao slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Big sister, you're smart. To avoid explosions, we can only engage in hand-to-hand combat with the zombies, making the difficulty level very, he said, seemingly recalling something, sighing. Last time 2 of my brothers lost their lives. Now that 2nd-level zombies have erupted, the difficulty of the mission has increased even more. He then looked at Yin An with concern, saying, Big sister, you must be careful. Girls are delicate and not as tough as us rugged men. Yin An said, nothing, merely smiling as she gazed out the window at the land below. Don't scare her, there's a deputy minister here, so it's not that frightening. One of the elite soldiers nudged Wang Biao, reproaching him. Wang Biao scratched the back of his head and laughed. That's true. Our deputy minister is the strongest man in the Eastern Theater. With him here we have nothing to worry about. The strongest man in the Eastern region. Yin An found it amusing how these men like to give themselves such bizarre, over-the-top titles. Yeah, the group named him that, but he doesn't like the title, saying it sounds childish. Wang Biao laughed heartily, suddenly remembering something, and turning to ask the elite soldier next to him, "By the way, which unit does Commander Liu belong to?" Commander Liu is from the southern region. He used to be in the east with the deputy minister, and their abilities were on par. Later he was transferred to the south, said the elite soldier, known as Huzi. Yin An, however, was not very interested in these men's matters. She gazed at the land below, and could see an oil refinery in the distance, although it appeared as a small that due to the distance. Yin An glanced into her infinite space, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her cat-like eyes before returning to her usual indifference. 2 hours later the helicopters landed smoothly. Everyone was unarmed, all carrying knives, swords, spears, hammers, sticks, bayonets, and daggers, as they charged in with Gusu. Yin An followed leisurely at the back, constantly observing the layout of the oil refinery. At that moment the zombies inside the refinery heard the commotion and rushed out, their bodies twisted with gaping maws. Among them were a few mutated second-level zombies resembling creatures from Attack on Titan. In front of the mutated second-level zombies, these rugged men, standing at around 6 feet tall, appeared. Gusu took the lead and began to engage with the zombies, wielding 2 long curved knives that sliced through flesh with deadly precision. The scene became chaotic in an instant. Yin An kept her eyes sharp and ears open, making a quick slide to sneak away from a corner. Once she was free, she dashed straight towards the oil storage area. Oil. Crude oil. Refined oil. Storage tanks. Here I come. She shot a grappling hook towards a safe spot and swiftly leaped over a large group of zombies, reaching the oil storage area. Rows of oil tanks were sucked into her space. At this moment her mental power was so vast that she could pull in any item within 30 meters with a mere thought. She ran while collecting, turning the whole place into a zero-cost shopping spree, quickly gathering a substantial amount of oil from the storage area. Brother, those helicopters just landed nearby? Is that the largest base arriving? Suddenly a girl's voice came, accompanied by the sounds of zombies roaring and fighting. Yin An quietly approached, seeing at the other end of the oil refinery a dozen humans were battling zombies. The girl who had just spoken had short hair and dark skin, but her bright black eyes were striking. Beside her stood a tall boy, also dark-skinned with sharp features and an aura of strong masculinity. To her surprise, she encountered Song Yinqing and Song Yinqing, the brother and sister duo. In her past life, she had seen them. The older brother Song Yinqing had later established a somewhat famous base, making them a potential powerhouse. It seemed they were also eyeing the oil refinery. Instead of heading to the base, they had formed their own small team. It will take them some time to clear out the zombies. We are at the back door closer to the oil storage area, so we can see some oil before they do, Song Yinqing said calmly, and Song Yinqing nodded immediately, putting more effort into killing zombies. Roar! At that moment, a second-level speed-type, mutated zombie charged towards Yin An. The roar startled Song Yinqing, and he quickly finished off the zombie in front of him before rushing towards Yin An. Yin An devised a plan, dispatching the second-level zombie in front of her, grabbing a small barrel of oil from the ground, and ran towards Gusu and the others. Brother, she's holding oil, Song Yinqing shouted. It looks like she's not from the base. She probably came alone to steal oil. Let's take her oil. Song Yinqing had a brainwave and chased after Yin An. Meanwhile, she analyzed the terrain as she ran and finally locked onto a large processing building. She kicked open the door and shot the grappling hook towards the ceiling, flying up. She steadied herself on the beam, watching as Song Yinqing and his group burst in below. Roar! Roar, roar, roar. The zombies, smelling human flesh, charged towards them as if they had found a stimulant surrounding them completely. Yin An took out a piece of gum from her space and started chewing leisurely, watching the chaos below as Song Yinqing and his group were forced to fight against the horde of zombies. Where's that girl? Song Yinqing looked at the overwhelming number of zombies, almost in tears. Song Yinqing, with a serious face, said nothing. He indeed saw her come in here, but now she was nowhere to be found. They had no tools and couldn't move the large oil tanks, only able to carry small barrels, and the one Yin An had just stolen was exactly what they needed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be chasing her. But where did she go? Damn it, we can't retreat now, a man behind Song Yinqing cursed. After fighting for a while and killing a large number of zombies, they finally cleared a path for retreat. Let's hurry up and withdraw, Song Yinqing said loudly. They were all running low on stamina, and if they didn't find a way to escape, it would be a dead end. After much effort, they managed to escape, but the zombies followed closely behind them like chewing gum that couldn't be shaken off. At that moment, Yin An, with her excellent hearing, faintly caught the sounds of fighting from Gusu and the others on the other side. They were almost there. Spitting out the gum, Yin An shot out her grappling hook, jumped down, placed the oil barrel in a corner, and closed the door of the processing building. She took out a dagger and smeared it with some zombie blood from the ground, then rubbed the blood on her face. She tore a bit of her hood and mask and ripped a piece off her clothing. No matter how messy it looked, she made sure to get it right. Just then, bang. The door was pushed open. Gusu stood in the doorway backlit. He immediately spotted Yin An, who was covered in blood and looking disheveled. Beneath her was a pile of zombie corpses stacked 3 layers high. Ghost, did she clear out this entire area of zombies by herself? Wang Biao exclaimed in disbelief, his voice even breaking. Gu's black eyes shrouded in shadow revealed no emotion as he stepped closer to Yin and taking a deep breath before speaking in a deep tone. Are you trying to get yourself killed charging so far ahead alone? After saying that, he looked around Yin and asking, are you hurt? Yin struggled to stand up, panting heavily, as if exhausted. The sight was enough to break one's heart. Lucky to be alive. Those 2 words seemed to hide countless sorrows and bitterness. Gus stared at her intently, his gaze fixed on her. An inexplicable rage surged within him. He turned to the group of brawny men behind him, all over 6 feet tall, and said coldly, she is a girl who just joined the elite team today, is charging ahead alone to pave the way for us. Alone she has killed over 100 zombies. What are all of you big men doing? His words by the end were filled with utmost fury. The elite soldiers behind him looked ashamed, lowering their heads and daring not to speak. Deputy Minister, just now a group of people took all the oil barrels from here, leaving only 1 can. Yin An quietly tugged at Gu's sleeve as she spoke. Gusu looked towards the corner where the only small oil can remained, feeling even angrier. He told Yin An, you go rest. After saying that, he angrily kicked open the door of the processing building with 2 curved knives in hand and rushed out. Not far behind the processing building was the oil storage area where the ground was littered with the corpses of zombies. Gusu strode forward and soon spotted Song Yinsheng and his group moving oil cans. It matched exactly what Yin An had said. Great, they are in front killing zombies while these people are sneaking away with the oil cans. Go and grab them. Gusu waved his hand and all the elite soldiers rushed forward. Run! Upon seeing so many tall and muscular men, Song Yinsheng immediately turned to flee. Their legs moved quickly and 3 off-road vehicles were parked at the back door. They dashed towards the cars as if sprinting 100 meters, and Song Yinsheng's group sped off. Holding the only 2 barrels of oil, Song Yinsheng gasped for breath, looking frustrated, as if she was about to cry. Why is today so unlucky? After all this effort, we only managed to move 2 tiny cans of oil, and now we're being chased by both zombies and people from their base. Song Yinsheng didn't speak, gripping the steering wheel and pressing down hard on the accelerator, but his expression was equally grim. Report to the deputy minister, all the larger oil tanks are empty. The brothers only found a dozen small oil barrels. Over here, the elite soldiers reported to Gusu, who had a dark expression as he watched the direction in which Song Yinsheng and the others had left. They must have been stolen. We haven't been here for just a day, and they've already taken all the oil. Wang Biao said angrily. No. Gusu shook his head, his cold voice low. It definitely hasn't been just today. With so much oil, they must have started moving it long ago. He sheathed his curved knife and strode towards the helicopter, a chilling aura emanating from him. Find their hideout, this grudge I will hold against them. Yes, Deputy Minister. A commander behind him responded loudly. Gusu walked up to the helicopter, and when he saw Yin and his cold demeanor softened somewhat. You will sit in the same helicopter as me. After saying that, he walked to the first helicopter, took 2 or 3 steps up, and turned, extending his hand toward Yin An. Get in. The helicopter had only Gusu and the pilot on board. Yin An reached out her hand, and Gusu pulled her up. Sensing her overly slender wrist, Gusu frowned slightly. He looked at Yin An, who was sitting opposite him. Her entire body seemed to lack flesh except for her chest and hips. Haven't you been eating well these past few days? Gusu asked. My. Yin An raised her gaze to him, blinking innocently as she replied. The food outside is quite good. Lunch was steamed buns and pickles. Dinner was rice porridge. But our team spends most of the time outside on missions, so it's not easy to find something to eat. She lowered her gaze, looking obedient and pitiful. Skinny like this, yet you still fight so hard against zombies. Gusu said, taking a can of beef from his cargo pocket and handing it to Yin An. Yin An looked at the can of beef handed to her, then glanced at Gusu's shadowed eyes, unable to make out his emotions. She took the can. Eat up, Gusu said. Yin An nodded and opened the can. Under Gusu's watchful gaze, she removed her mask. The sunlight enveloped her perfectly. Her stunningly beautiful face gradually revealed itself. The creamy skin glowed softly under the sunlight. Her delicate nose was just right, and her small, sensual mouth was luscious. Every feature of her face was flawless. Together they were breathtaking. Against the backdrop of her lower face, her already captivating eyes became even more mesmerizing. Yin An's cat-like eyes lifted to meet Gusu's shadowed face, and she smiled, saying, "Then I'll eat it." This smile made Gusu's heart skip a beat. Unable to restrain the astonishment in his eyes any longer, he cleared his throat, his magnetic voice sounding much hoarser than usual. After responding, Gusu tugged at his collar and turned his head to look out the window, though the scenery did not register in his mind. The two remained silent throughout the journey. The helicopter quickly arrived at the base, and Gusu looked at Yin and put on your mask. Once he saw that Yin An had tightly covered most of her face with the mask, he opened the door to the helicopter. Hesitating for a second, Gusu added, "It's very dangerous outside, don't take off your mask easily." "Okay." Yin An quickly followed him off the helicopter. "Vice Minister, I need to go to the Special Operations area. My team is still waiting for me." "Sure." Gusu nodded at her, and then called over Wang Biao. "Take her to the armory to pick up a helicopter and an armored vehicle." "Yes." Wang Biao accepted the order and led Yin An towards the armory. As soon as the two walked away, Wang Biao started chatting excitedly. "Big sister, you're amazing. No one in our elite unit has ever had an armored vehicle sent by the Vice Minister, let alone a helicopter." Yin An smiled, but said nothing. Upon arriving at the armory, there were many soldiers patrolling. The armory covered a large area with more than a dozen bunker-style warehouses. Due to the urgency of the apocalypse, several warehouses had been hastily constructed overnight and were not fully equipped, with many people repairing the buildings. Wang Biao brought Yin into the entrance of the second warehouse, where the soldiers outside obviously recognized him and let them in without further questions. Yin An had never had the opportunity to enter such places in her past life, though she never expected that there would be another door after entering through the main entrance. This inner door was made of steel, standing over 3 meters tall, with several armed soldiers stationed outside. Wang Biao stepped forward, answered their questions one by one, and showed the elite unit's insignia before they were allowed to pass through. As the door opened, neatly arranged armored vehicles came into view. Magnificent and imposing. "Captain Yi Chun is here too." Wang Biao recognized an old acquaintance and strode towards an armored vehicle. Yin An looked curiously. She saw a young man with a refined demeanor standing there, dressed in a white shirt with good looks and distinctive amber eyes. "It's you," he smiled as he saw Wang Biao. "Perfect timing. You, as the chief engineer, helped pick the best armored vehicle for our big sister." Wang Biao patted his shoulder and then pointed at Yin An. Suddenly realizing that the two didn't know each other, Wang Biao slapped his forehead. "Look at my brain, you two don't know each other." He pulled Yin An over and said, "Big sister, let me introduce you. This is Shun Yi-Chin, the captain of all the armory engineers in our base. He's incredible. The top-notch weaponry all relies on him for assembly and modification. This big sister's name is Nan Sheng, and she's amazing. She just joined our elite unit today and can single-handedly kill over 100 zombies." Upon hearing this, Shun Yi-Chin's eyes flashed with surprise, and he instantly regarded Yin An with newfound respect. He nodded, saying, "Hello, I'm Shun Yi-Chun." "Nan Sheng." Yin An replied politely. "No time to lose, let's quickly pick an armored vehicle," Wang Biao urged. Shun Yi-Chin began to introduce the performance of each armored vehicle to the two. He was very professional, able to clearly articulate the pros and cons of each armored vehicle and their functions in just a few sentences. Yin An's eyes fell on a black and red armored vehicle distinct from the others, which were all military green. It clearly had been modified with a black body adorned with red stripes, exuding a fierce aura. "I want that one," Yin An said, pointing at the black and red armored vehicle. Shun Yi-Chin's eyes brightened as he looked at her. "Why?" "I like it," Yin An replied succinctly. Shun Yi-Chin smiled. "That one was modified by me." "Then it's fate. That's the one," Wang Biao said excitedly as he hurried off to handle the paperwork for Yin An. Shun Yi-Chun then took Yin An to go over the functions of the armored vehicle. It was then that Yin An realized she had struck gold. After Shun Yi-Chun modified it, the power of this armored vehicle had increased at least twofold. This was the first time Yin An deeply felt the importance of engineers to weaponry. In the future, her base would also greatly need such excellent engineers. The helicopter had not many models, so Yin An casually picked one. The selected armored vehicle and helicopter were temporarily stored in the armory, as other places in the base were not suitable for placing these two items. After everything was settled, Yin An returned to the special operations area. As soon as Chung Su and the others saw Yin An return, they rushed over. "Captain, why did you take so long to come back? We were so worried. We tried to contact you on the intercom, but got no response." Yin An then remembered that she had turned off the intercom during a previous mission and hadn't turned it back on. She took out the intercom and switched it on. Just then a hurried voice came from the intercom. "Boss, are you there? We can't hold on much longer." It was Yuan Hao's voice. "What happened?" Yin An asked. "Boss, you're finally responding." Yuan Hao's voice trembled with excitement. "Speak plainly," Yin An commanded coldly. Yuan Hao hurriedly replied, "Boss, the very next day after you left, 3 or 4 people came seeking cooperation. Their leader was a heavy-set woman. I reasoned that as you are now our team's leader, I lacked authority to make decisions, so I tried contacting you via walkie-talkie. But you were unreachable. I therefore ignored her entirely. Little did I know that heavy-set woman harbored malicious intent and boundless greed. She never intended genuine cooperation. Her sole aim was to seize our food and water. Her so-called negotiations were merely reconnaissance, gauging our numbers. Last night, a large mob attacked us and looted our supplies. They declared that unless we submitted to their command and served them, they would slaughter us all. We have only 12 awakened individuals. They fielded 70 or 80 people, including perhaps a dozen with awakened abilities. Boss, the brothers haven't eaten in a full day. Upon hearing this, Yin An's gaze turned icy. I entrusted you with managing the team. This is how you manage it. Yai's boss, you're absolutely right. Yuan Hao stammered, his voice thick with grievance. But that woman commanded overwhelming numbers. We tried several countermeasures, yet none succeeded. I will arrive at your location before tomorrow night. Yin An ended the transmission without further reply. She glanced calmly at Cheng Su and the others whose faces were etched with anxiety. Why such grim expressions? This is trivial. Cheng Su and Rinyu. Check the mission board for high contribution assignments. Pick one, and we'll complete it tomorrow. Huh. The group stared stunned. Just moments earlier, Yuan Hao had reported an assault by a gang of 70 or 80, yet their leader dismissed it as trivial. Boss, we've already accumulated so many contribution points. When can we redeem rewards? Zhang He asked, biting into an apple. Not enough yet. If we redeem, we'll take only the best. Yin An picked up a piece of fruit from the table and took a bite. What's the best? Cheng Su asked eagerly. A Gatling machine gun, costing 10,000 contribution points per unit. One for each squad member, 5 units, total requiring 50,000 points. Yin An arched a brow at the group. Whoa, that thing mows down zombies like grass. Come on, Ren brother, let's rush to the mission board. Cheng Su instantly lit up, dragging Rinyu toward the mission zone. Not even my turn, Xiao Rui pouted. What would you do with it? Your ability rivals 10 Gatlings combined. Yin An gently ruffled Xiao Rui's hair in reassurance. Xiao Rui beamed sweetly at the praise, nuzzling her palm affectionately. Meanwhile, Cheng Su and Rinyu had barely stepped outside when they were intercepted. Xie Yun arrived in haste, evidently having just returned from a mission to base. He blocked their path and asked, where is she? Who? Sun Wukong or the Bull Demon King? Cheng Su feigned ignorance flawlessly. You know precisely whom I mean. Where is your team captain? I wish to speak with her. Xie Yun pressed on his dark eyes, unwavering, intense, resolute. Cheng Su rolled his eyes. Not just anyone may speak with our captain, Rinyu retorted coolly. One of his teammates is our captain's sworn enemy, so he himself cannot be trustworthy. This was their shared conviction. Without another glance, they brushed past Xie Yun and continued toward the mission zone, as if he were invisible. Just one meeting. Xie Yun showed no anger at their disdain. He trailed closely behind them. Oh dear, persistent pursuit indeed. Truly, even the strongest woman yields to relentless devotion. Cheng Su muttered under his breath, only to find Rinyu had vanished. His speed-based ability activated, he'd already surged far ahead. Huh. Cheng Su blinked in bewilderment, then sprinted after him. They dashed the 100 meters to the mission zone, where the display screen glowed with 2 S-rank missions and 1 S-rank. Which one shall we accept, Rin brother? Cheng Su panted, slinging an arm over Rinyu's shoulder. Rinyu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced toward Xie Yun, who had followed them closely, and asked, You wish to see our captain? Have you been wronged? Did you quarrel with your classmates? Hearing her choked voice, Zhong Tiyun grew anxious. Rinyu raised a hand, pointing to the first S-rank mission on the screen. Complete this assignment for our squad, and our captain will grant you an audience. Cheng Su stared awestruck, as if witnessing revelation itself, his gaze blazing with admiration. Xie Yun scanned the S-rank mission without hesitation, agreed. I'll finish it within 2 days. Then we'll meet again then. Rinyu turned away, dismissing him entirely. Xie Yun held their figures in a long, solemn gaze before turning and departing. Once he was out of earshot, Cheng Su leapt up, slapping Rinyu's arm with glee. You're brilliant. Incredibly sharp-witted. Learn from the boss, Rinyu replied simply. Outstanding. I'll train with you both. I won't fall behind. Cheng Su cracked his knuckles enthusiastically. At that moment, a pleasant male voice chimed. Why are only the 2 of you here? Bai Jinghe passed by, a towel draped over his shoulder, fresh from training, sweat glistening on his skin. Cheng Su's eyes sparkled. Hey, perfect timing. Come on, come on. The boss said you're to help our squad complete the 2nd S-rank mission. Bai Jinghe's expression sobered instantly. He studied the mission displayed on screen, paused thoughtfully for a beat, and nodded. Understood. I'll complete it. We believe in you, brother Bai. Cheng Su flashed a vigorous thumbs up, beaming with the unself-conscious joy of a joyful 160-pound girl. Bai Jinghe offered a polite nod and departed. No sooner had he left than Cheng Su turned to Rinyu, bubbling with pride. So, what did you think, Rin brother? Wasn't I utterly commanding just now? Almost like the boss herself. Rinyu remained silent. Ignoring Qingsu, he retrieved the squad badge from Yin An and approached the window terminal to claim the S-rank mission. SS-rank mission retrieved the medical research findings stored in room 3 floor 5 of the M-City Medical Research Institute. This assignment carried extreme difficulty, and its location lay in M-City, separated from H-City by the entire expanse of A-City. The daunting distance and staggering difficulty had caused its reward to escalate from 5,000 to 10,000 contribution points. Yet no squad had dared accept it. Are we certain we should take this? Can we truly succeed? Qingsu asked. We'll decide later, Rinyu replied calmly. If necessary, we'll switch. As the boss said, we urgently need contribution points. Fair point. With the boss's strength, and besides, if push comes to shove, we'll simply enlist the Shangji squad and Qinghe squad as our labor force. Rinyu remained silent. The next day, Yin An and his team took off in a helicopter. Wow, this is so cool, boss. Qingsu had never been on a helicopter before. Today was his first time, and he was ecstatic. Yin An controlled the collective with his left hand and manipulated the control stick with his right, pressing the tail rotor pedal, flying straight toward the industrial area in H-City, where Yuan Hao and the others were located. Quick look, there's a helicopter. Could it be them again? Several ability users ran out onto the rooftop of the industrial building upon seeing the helicopter piloted by Yin An. Yuan Hao and Suja also hurried out upon hearing the commotion. It seems to be the boss. Yuan Hao squinted his eyes, trying to identify. The boss. Suja's eyes flickered with surprise, as she had no idea he even had a helicopter. The helicopter landed steadily on the rooftop, and Yin An stepped down decisively. Boss. Everyone greeted in unison, their eyes filled with hope as they looked at Yin An. It was as if they had seen a glimmer of hope. Yin An nodded, his face behind sunglasses showing little expression, then turned to Zhang. He store it. Zhang, he paused for a second before understanding Yin An's meaning. She stepped forward and placed her hand on the helicopter. In the next moment, the helicopter vanished into Yin An's space. What the hell? It's gone. Where's the helicopter? Is this the legendary space-type ability? Yuan Hao and the others all looked incredulous. Zhang, he wiped her nose, smiling as she accepted the looks of admiration from the crowd. Where's the base of the woman you mentioned? Yin An looked at Yuan Hao and asked. Upon mentioning the woman, the expressions of Yuan Hao and the others turned serious. Our brothers secretly tracked them. They seem to be at a large shopping mall several kilometers northwest. Huiyuan Shopping Mall, Suja added. They'll go scout the situation. Qingsu, you four stay here and ensure everyone's safety. Yin An put on his gloves and instructed. Yes, boss. Upon hearing that the capable-looking team members were to stay behind for their protection, Yuan Hao and the others felt touched. However, as they watched Yin An's departing figure, Yuan Hao still felt a bit worried. What if the boss encounters danger while scouting alone? Qingsu and the others fell silent. This question was hard to answer. If they had to say, the real danger might be the boss himself. Seeing that no one was responding to him, Yuan Hao scratched his head and stopped talking. Suja glanced at the short-haired and cold-looking Song Nian in the crowd and finally mustered the courage to approach her. Hello, I'm Suja, what's your name? Song Nian didn't even glance at him, turning around and walking away. Suja awkwardly stayed in place, watching her indifferent back and chuckling self-deprecatingly. After moving away, Yin An took out an off-road vehicle and headed toward Huiyuan Shopping Mall. Huiyuan Shopping Mall had 3 floors in total, with a square in the center and shops spread around it. It was a comprehensive mall offering everything from clothing and beauty products to dining and snacks. Along the way, there weren't many zombies, but there were piles of corpses stacked along the roadside, clearly having been cleared multiple times. As he approached the mall, Yin An stored the off-road vehicle, casually dealing with a few zombies that had come after him, and saw a few people coming in and out of Huiyuan Shopping Mall. Choosing a mall as their base was a clever decision for this organization. The mall structure was closed off, and with all the doors shut, zombies couldn't get in at all. The vast interior space, with rooms effectively isolating external noise, made it a very secure location. It could be said that if supplies were sufficient, it could easily be turned into a cozy nest. Yin An took out his binoculars to observe and soon discovered that one window on the second floor was open. That was the place. Yin An organized his gear and ran over there, shooting the grappling hook straight through the ceiling into the second floor window. Just then a man leaned out of the window with a look of surprise and asked, "What is that?" As the grappling hook tightened, Yin An soared up, heading straight for the man's face. The man's eyes widened, and as he opened his mouth to scream, a dagger had already sliced across his throat, and with a spray of blood, he fell to the ground lifeless. Yin An scanned the room and found it was a milk tea shop converted into a sleeping area. The shop still had its original facilities, but the tables were pushed together, covered with a thin layer of cotton to form a makeshift bed. She stealthily approached the door, opened a crack, and her keen hearing immediately picked up conversation from the adjacent room. "I absolutely love the apocalypse. It's so awesome. Why didn't the apocalypse come sooner?" A woman with a vulgar tone responded. What Sister Jia said is right. Damn, these past 2 days have been too exhausting. Ooh, I need to recover more. Cook that ginseng for me tonight. Hee as you wish, Sister Jia. I saw the people from the national base team today, another man's voice chimed in. The national base is nothing. Where's the country? Where's home? This land will belong to the Jia family in the future. Sister Jia, their vehicle looks good. Our cars are all stolen from others. We can't compare in terms of performance. The man lamented, then let out a pained cry, ouch. Accompanied by the sound of heavy thuds on the ground, it was clear he had been beaten. Try saying anything good about the other bases again. The woman referred to as Sister Jia said fiercely. I want to see when they'll fall. All their vehicles and supplies will be mine. Our Xiongqi base will be the king of this land. This is just bad luck. The woman's curses became clearer along with the sound of heavy footsteps. Through the gap, Yin An saw a plump woman swaggering out of the adjacent room, heading downstairs. Her eyes were fierce, her nose broad, and she had a large black mole by her mouth. The red dress was stretched tight by her ample flesh as if it could burst at any moment. Behind her, 2 men followed closely. One of them had a footprint on him, clearly the one who had just been beaten. Sister Jia, don't be angry. How about we take out that small team from yesterday to cheer you up and make them submit? One man approached with a fawning expression. The woman named Sister Jia shook her body and pushed the man away. Don't get too close to me. The man was pushed and fell hard to the ground, sliding several meters. A power-type ability user, Yin An narrowed his eyes slightly. Come, all ability users gather here and bring 15 strong ones to set off with me. After shouting, the plump woman picked up a chicken leg from the table and started munching on it as she walked out. Many people began to stream out of the mall room behind her, most of whom were muscular men. Once they all exited, there were only 30 to 40 ordinary people without abilities left in the mall, some chatting together, some playing cards, while others dragged women into rooms laughing lewdly as they closed the door. Yin An's gaze turned cold. From her observations, the 3rd floor of the mall was almost empty. The 2nd floor was the sleeping area, and the 1st floor was the activity area for this group. It seemed that the supplies were concentrated on the 3rd floor. This group had hoarded quite a lot of supplies. It appeared that when they took over the mall, it had not been looted significantly, and they had gathered supplies from both the mall and outside. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Yin An ran up to the 3rd floor. She opened a room door and found it was indeed filled with supplies. Collect. All of it went into her space. Yin An collected supplies as she walked and finally found Yuan Hao and the other supplies in the last room. Their supplies were scant, a few boxes pitifully piled in a corner. Yin An collected those as well. After nearly finishing the collection, when she saw the last corner's supplies, Yin An couldn't hold back. 3 boxes of adult products were stacked there, their bright red and purple colors stinging her eyes. She rolled her eyes, chose not to collect them, and turned to leave. Yin An planned to return to the previous room on the 2nd floor and jump down from the window. She stealthily made her way down, her body pressed against the wall. Suddenly a door beside her opened, and Yin An immediately drew her dagger, pressing it against the intruder's neck. Just as she was about to strike, she saw his face. It was the male celebrity Peng Luo she had encountered at the Dihao Hotel before, and he was equally shocked to see Yin An. Yin An quickly slipped into the room and shut the door, keeping the dagger pressed to his neck. Peng Luo forced himself to calm down. Don't kill me, I was brought here against my will. Seeing his dirty and disheveled clothes and his thin frame, clearly not having eaten properly for several days, Yin An lowered her dagger, coldly surveying the room. This room was a small compartment, clearly leading to a larger room behind it. She looked up and asked inside. Peng Luo's wet eyes fixed on Yin An, dark circles and chapped lips, showing his fatigue from days without proper rest, yet his looks remained striking. Upon hearing Yin An's question, he appeared a bit bashful, biting his lip, and quietly undid the first button of his shirt, murmuring, "I'm still a virgin." Yin An furrowed her brows at him. "Are you all right, brother? I meant what's happening inside." Peng Luo's face turned crimson, stuttering and unable to utter a single word. He hurriedly stepped forward to open the door to the inner room. Suddenly dozens of young men, barely clad, appeared before Yin An. Each of them was thin and looked like they hadn't eaten for days, some bearing bruises on their bodies. They were clearly the male pets captured by Sister Jia. Suddenly a tender male voice cried out, "Sister, save me." Yin An turned to see the little fresh meat who had performed the candy sweet dance for her at the Zhaoshang building. With tears welling in his eyes, he lunged towards Yin An, his clothes in tatters, his shorts riddled with holes hanging loosely as if they would fall off at any moment. Bang! Yin An ruthlessly kicked him away and turned to jump out of the window, using a grappling hook to— "Sister, don't go. You're my only sister," the little fresh meat shouted from behind, but Yin An had already vanished. On the other side, in an off-road vehicle on Industrial Avenue, Ochime looked at the 3 cars opposite and laughed. Why are these people so ridiculous, trying to imitate Indian lookalikes? The 3 cars were crammed with people, and not only that, but 3 or 4 were even lying on the roof. The small cars were packed with nearly 10 people, almost bursting at the seams. "Hey everyone, could you please make way and let us pass first?" Chen Feifei leaned out of the car window and waved to the opposite side. This road was originally very wide, but now it was piled high with too many corpses of zombies emitting a rancid stench. The width was only enough for one car to pass, and Qi Yi and the other's off-road vehicle was blocked by the 3 cars. Meanwhile, inside the opposite car, "Sister Jia, should we retreat?" The man in the driver's seat asked the plump woman beside him. Sister Jia fixated on the 5 people in the off-road vehicle, her ambition growing. She grinned excitedly. "Fools. Can't you see there are 2 particularly handsome guys in their team? Capture both the people and the car." "Yes, Sister Jia." The man beside her grinned mischievously, grabbing a metal rod and preparing to get. Qi Yi sensed something was off and quickly reversed the car, turning the off-road vehicle around 180 degrees, crushing the rotten corpses on both sides of the road, speeding away. Qi Yi sensed something was off and quickly reversed the car, turning the off-road vehicle around 180 degrees, crushing the. "Chase them!" Sister Jia shouted. To reduce the weight of the car, she turned sharply to the others in the back seat. "Everyone get the hell out." The others scrambled out of the car while the man in the driver's seat slammed on the gas, chasing after Qi Yi and the others. "Chase them down. Even if we have to run, keep up. Whoever catches them will be rewarded with a woman and a bag of rice." Sister Jia shouted out, her head sticking out. "Got it." The 2 cars behind quickly followed. The men on the roof were thrown off. After rolling to the ground, they quickly got up and ran after them. "These people are really insane." Chu Hui turned to look at the 3 cars that were closely pursuing them, his face filled with anger. Qi Yi's driving skills were exceptional. Soon they distanced themselves from the pursuing cars. "Sister Jia, we can't catch up," the man in the driver's seat exclaimed. However, Sister Jia's plump face was filled with determination. "I know this area's terrain best. They can't run for long. Ahead is just where the zombies are clustered." Her eyes squinted to a narrow slit due to her excess fat fixed on Qi Yi and the other's off-road vehicle, her heart racing. Those 2 boys were even more captivating than Yuan Hao's dozen. No matter their appearance or bone structure, they were exceptional. They completely overshadowed all her male pets. No matter what, she would capture them today. Thinking this, Sister Jia licked her lips and said fiercely to the man beside her, "Hurry up. If we don't catch them today, they'll have you killed." Qi Yi sped forward from the industrial area to the commercial district. The number of zombies around increased. This area clearly hadn't been cleared. Countless zombies began to rush out from the nearby shopping mall, surrounding Qi Yi and the other's off-road vehicle tightly. "Why is there only this one road?" Qi Yi said coldly. They weren't very familiar with the geography of City H, and at this moment, they were almost trapped here. Countless zombies piled up ahead, and the off-road vehicle could no longer advance an inch. "Stop the car and let them fight. Tire them out." Sister Jia watched as Qi Yi and the others were surrounded by zombies, feeling excited. Their car stopped and zombies surrounded them too, but most of the zombies were concentrated on Qi Yi's side, so there weren't as many on their side. "Are those people trying to steal our car by chasing us so closely?" Chu Hui said angrily, looking at the 3 cars parked in the distance. "Now we're in a dilemma with so many zombies. We can only deal with the zombies first," Qi Mei said anxiously, watching the zombies madly banging and biting at the off-road vehicle. With so many zombies attacking, the off-road vehicle couldn't hold out for long. "We can't solve all the zombies. They might also ambush us," Qi Xian analyzed calmly. He looked up at everyone and said firmly, "They'll get out to lure the zombies. Captain, you find a way to drive the car out." "And the captain or he'll handle this," Qi Yi said coldly. After saying that, he rolled down the window and swung his knife at the zombies outside. "Winter team, no matter what we do, we must stick together," Qi Mei said, pushing the car door open forcefully and throwing a punch at a zombie. The 5 of them sprang into action, engaging in fierce combat with the zombies. The crowded zombies, each with their gaping mouths, surrounded the 5, and the second-tier zombies mixed in and fiercely bit at them. With the increasing number of second-tier zombies, it became extremely difficult for a 5-person ability user team to handle such a large horde of zombies. Even the strong winter team found it hard to escape unscathed. The 5 of them were almost giving it their all, yet the zombies still seemed endless and kept increasing. Sister Jia in the car watched the scene unfold ahead, clapping excitedly. The car shook up and down because of her plump body. She picked up a drumstick and took a big bite, her eyes fixed on the agile Qi Yi and Qi Xian amidst the pile of zombies. The more she watched, the more she liked them. Indeed, strong men are more charming. Those bland chickens at the base are utterly tasteless, ha. She laughed heartily, but then choked on the chicken, her plump face turning red as she coughed continuously. The man beside her immediately patted her back, reassuring her, "Sister Jia, don't be too excited. Soon those men will all be yours." Yin An quickly rushed toward the industrial area. To speed up, she directly took out a motorcycle. Although there were a total of 16 ability users, including Chung Su and Yuan Hao's team, But that plump woman had over 30 strong men, including more than 10 ability users with unknown powers, which made Yin An feel quite uneasy. Upon arriving at the destination, Yin An did not see the group of the plump woman. Boss. Chung Su and the others immediately gathered around. When they saw Yin An return, what happened, boss? Yuan Hao and the others also looked tense. Yin An remained silent. Oh, she was certain that the plump woman had indeed brought over 30 people toward Yuan Hao's side. She had expected Chung Su and the others to have clashed with that group. But now everything seemed calm. What was going on? Even crawling, those people should have come over by now. Along the way, she hadn't seen a single living person apart from the zombies. Something was off. Very off. This is not good, Sister Jia. How are these 5 people so strong? With the man's exclamation, Jia's narrow eyes squinted, revealing a ruthless glint. You go tell the brothers behind to take a detour and block their escape route. Yes. The man responded loudly, directing his companions in the vehicle behind. This detail caught the attention of Qi Yi and the others who were fighting the zombies, while keeping an eye on the movements over here. We can't delay, you all go first. Qi Xian said, they are trying to block our way back. Sister, you all go first. I and Qi Xian will clear the way for you. Qi Yi decisively agreed. Xiao Yi, Qi Xian. Qi Mei looked at the two, her eyes brimming with tears. I want leave. Chu Hui and Fei Fei, you go first. Qi Yi yanked open the car door, pushed Qi Mei inside, and then forcefully shut the door, bracing it tightly. Get in. Chu Hui and Chen Fei Fei were already exhausted. They exchanged glances and immediately got into the car. Go. Qi Xian charged at the zombies in front of the off-road vehicle, clearing a path for Qi Mei and the others. We will come to find you. Hurry, sister. Qi Yi continued, his dark eyes fixed on Qi Mei. Seeing her brother like this, Qi Mei gritted her teeth, started the engine, and slammed the gas pedal. The off-road vehicle surged forward, but after only 2 meters, it was once again blocked by zombies. Qi Yi and Qi Xian fought off the zombies from both sides. The zombies quickly shifted their attention to the two of them, allowing Qi Mei to successfully drive the vehicle out. The windows of the off-road vehicle were on the verge of collapse from the countless impacts of the zombies. At that moment, a sedan charged forward, and Qi Mei firmly gripped the steering wheel as she drove straight at it, narrowly passing and successfully getting through. They ran away. Sister Jia said angrily, then forcefully opened the car door and got out. Roar! Roar! Several zombies pounced over. Her powerful fist, driven by a gust of wind, struck the zombies, fiercely smashing one zombie's head and sending brain matter splattering everywhere. Several zombies pounced over. Her powerful fist, driven by a gust of wind, struck the zombies, fiercely smashing one zombie's head and sending Upon hearing this, everyone rushed forward, charging towards Qi Yi and the other, who were already besieged by countless zombies. Qi Yi and his companion were already facing numerous zombie attacks, and now a group of strong men mixed in among the zombies, targeting them as well. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed forward, charging towards Qi Yi and the other, who were already besieged by countless zombies. Qi Yi and his companion were already facing. At this moment, 2 fire-type ability users attacked him simultaneously. He bent down and slashed towards their knees. The 2 fire-type men cried out and knelt on the ground as the zombies pounced on them, biting fiercely. On Qi Xian's side, he quickly dealt with a wood-type ability user. Sister Jia. Brother, several of our men have died for these 2. Is it really worth it? At this moment, Sister Jia's expression was already very grim, her flesh hanging grotesquely on either side of her face. She grabbed a man beside her and threw him towards Qi Yi, who narrowly dodged, only to have another man thrown at him. With a loud roar, Sister Jia ran towards the pile of zombies, delivering one punch after another, her combat power incredibly terrifying. With her joining the fray, Qi Yi and his companion immediately fell into a disadvantage. They were soon knocked unconscious and bound. Sister Jia looked at Qi Yi and his companion, who were tied up like Zongzi in the car, and said viciously, as a woman, if I had no skills, how could I control these 70 or 80 men? You 2 are strong, but you can only be my playthings. After saying this, she sat down hard in the passenger seat, causing the vehicle to shake violently. Drive, return to the base. Sister Jia, our brothers have suffered heavy casualties, and now only 7 or 8 remain. A weak voice from a subordinate came from beside her. If you talk more nonsense, they'll cut off your tongue, Sister Jia said with a grim face. In the back seat, Qi Yi's eyelashes fluttered as he slowly drew out a dagger from his sleeve. Why haven't the captain and the others arrived yet? Chen Fei Fei anxiously looked back, not seeing Qi Yi and the others' figures for a long time. Qi Mei remained silent, gripping the steering wheel tightly, her head bowed, making it hard to see her expression. Sister Mei. Seeing Qi Mei like this, Chu Hui was very worried and called her name. You all get out of the car, Qi Mei said calmly. Chu Hui and the others were puzzled, but had no choice but to get out of the car. The next second, they saw Qi Mei make a U-turn and accelerate back. Sister Mei. Chu Hui and the others shouted, but soon lost sight of her. What should we do? Chen Feifei looked at Chu Hui anxiously. Our abilities are limited, we should look for help, and see if we can find any ability users from the base nearby. Chu Hui said. Then he and Chen Feifei split up to act. Beep, a level 3 side mission has appeared. Rescue Qi Yi and Qi Xian. Target location 8 Hang Street, 4 kilometers to the northwest, currently moving towards the Huiyuan shopping mall. The side mission can be accepted voluntarily, it is not mandatory. Completing this side mission will grant it. Level 3. Qi Yi Qi Xian. Yin An began to doubt whether she had misheard. In the previous life of the Winter Team, they did not encounter any misfortune at this time. Could it be that her butterfly effect changed the storyline? Boss, what's wrong? Cheng Su and the others looked at Yin An with concern as her expression was off. I'll step out for a moment, wait for me here, Yin An said coldly, striding towards the exit. Accept. Beep, a warm reminder, this mission is time-sensitive. Please hurry. The level 3 side mission offers a generous reward. Please take it seriously. This was the first time the system had urged her like this. Urged by such an insistence, Yin An felt a sense of urgency rising within her. She was truly looking forward to how generous the level 3 side mission reward would be. Riding her motorcycle, Yin An sped towards the northwest. Meanwhile, in the back seat of the car, Qi Yi quietly cut the ropes binding him. His head throbbed painfully, though fortunately the blow had missed, leaving him only momentarily unconscious. He glanced at Qi Xian beside him, blood streaming from his head, indicating he had sustained more severe injuries and would likely take a while to regain consciousness. Qi Yi cut the ropes on Qi Xian's wrists, shook his painful head, and the voices of a man and a woman conversed nearby. There are only 20-some people, taking in a few more lackeys is no big deal for me. What Sister Jia said is true, you're so formidable. Before finishing her sentence, a silver flash whistled through the air. Sister Jia turned in shock, and Qi Yi's dagger was already plunged toward her throat. The blade penetrated 3 inches deep. Blood began to flow. She reacted quickly, seizing the dagger, her power-based ability exploding forth. Qi Yi's dark eyes looked coldly at her, and then with a fierce twist of his wrist, Sister Jia cried out in pain and let go. The man in the driver's seat slammed on the brakes and lifted an iron rod to strike at Qi Yi. Qi Yi stepped back to dodge, but the man with a fierce look in his eyes pulled out a knife and swung it at him. He missed. Qi Yi had already pushed open the car door and quickly exited the vehicle. Get him! Sister Jia was evidently furious, shouting as she opened the door to get out. In an instant, 6 ability users from the 2 cars behind charged forward, surrounding Qi Yi. Sister Jia clutched her bleeding throat and glared at Qi Yi, saying, "Good thing I have enough fat, otherwise you might have hit my carotid artery." Sister Jia, this man cannot be left alive, he's too dangerous, said a man beside her, tightening his grip on the knife. Hit him hard. Sister Jia's eyes glinted with malice. In an instant, everyone surged forward, but Qi Yi's dark ability erupted, transforming him into a shadow and disappearing. Sister Jia's eyes widened in panic as she looked around and shouted, "Where is he?" The next second, a dagger pierced her neck. Qi Yi appeared behind her and kicked her hefty body aside. Sister Jia fell to the ground, covered in dirt, looking at Qi Yi's cold eyes. While clutching her bleeding neck, she screamed, "Ah! Kill him! Ah!" The 7 ability users rushed forward to beat Qi Yi. 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. Even though he relied on his dark ability for agile movements under the assault of 7 ability users, Qi Yi still took many hits. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he quickly dispatched 2 male attackers. The hefty woman on the ground struggled to rise. Her body trembled, eyes wide, her hand clutching her neck shook incessantly. Her artery had been severed. The fear of death enveloped her heart. Watching Qi Yi being beaten, Sister Jia's heart erupted with boundless hatred. A blade above the character sex today, she truly encountered a sharp knife. But if she was to die, he could not live either. She would drag him down to hell with her. With this thought, she summoned all her strength, picked up a large knife from the ground, and marched towards Qi Yi, all her power concentrated in her left hand. Raised high. Clang. A loud crash sounded as blood splattered from Sister Jia's head. Her hefty body instantly stiffened, her eyes glazed over, and she fell heavily to the ground. Qi Yi turned to look. Beside the corpse of the hefty woman, Qi Xian was swinging a large iron rod at the 5 ability users. He breathed a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to activate his dark ability, flashing behind several of them to deliver swift strikes. Soon all 8 were dead. Both Qi Yi and Qi Xian were also covered in injuries and utterly exhausted. Qi Yi knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, while Qi Xian sat by the roadside, wiping the blood from his forehead. Vroom vroom. The sound of a motorcycle screeching to a halt caught their attention. They turned to see Yin An running towards them, her eyes filled with urgency. Both Qi Xian and Qi Yi were momentarily stunned. When they saw the corpses scattered on the ground, Yin An was also frozen in place. What happened to the rescue? Everyone is dead. Beepit has detected that the 2 have escaped danger, subsequently changing the level 3 side mission. The level 3 side mission is changed to Healing. Completing the task will continue to yield rewards. Yin An, how did you? Come here. Qi Xin looked at Yin An standing up in a daze. Qi Yes' dark eyes were also fixed firmly on her. They were both covered in wounds of varying sizes, their clothes nearly soaked in blood. Yin An scratched her head. Using healing abilities on such visibly wounded areas would easily expose her. She didn't want to reveal her healing abilities, so she pretended to turn towards her motorcycle seat box while actually retrieving a medical kit from her spatial storage. Yin An approached the two saying, "Hurry up and bandage your wounds." She then took out a bandage. Qi Xin looked at it, and his face instantly turned red. I can do it myself." He appeared flustered, completely oblivious to the blood still flowing from his head, standing before Yin An like a nervous golden retriever. Seeing him like this amused Yin An. She clapped her hands and turned to leave. "Then you handle it yourselves. I'll wait over there for you." She leisurely found a stone stump to sit on and started drinking her energy drink, and the system's voice echoed accordingly. The level 3 side mission was successful and the task rewards began to be issued. The loyalty coefficient values range from 0 to 100. Those with a loyalty coefficient of 80 or above are considered very loyal and are determined to never betray the base. Loading the loyalty system. Beep, the loyalty system has finished loading. From this moment on, the system will automatically detect the loyalty of all individuals entering the base and will automatically expel anyone with a loyalty below 80. Expelled automatically. Yin An's eyes lit up. This is simply wonderful. With this loyalty system, it means that anyone lacking loyalty will not be able to enter the base. This provided her with complete assurance, no need to worry that anyone in the base would backstab her. "Nan Sheng," a familiar voice called out. Yin An looked over to see Qi Mei driving a jeep with a furrowed brow. Soon she noticed Qi Yi and Qi Xian not far away, her brow relaxing as she excitedly exclaimed, "Xiao Yi, Qi Xian. You're all safe, that's great." Just then, Yin An's walkie-talkie crackled to life, and Cheng Su's voice came through. "Boss, we've got 2 members from the Winter Squad asking for help, claiming that one of their teammates has met with an accident." Yin An glanced at Qi Mei and the others not far away and replied calmly, "They are fine. We will come to find you shortly." "Okay, boss. Tell Yuan Hao and the others not to call me boss in front of the Winter Squad." With that, Yin An turned off the... She did not want to expose her dealings of gathering so many followers outside. Qi Mei checked the injuries of Qi Yi and the others, and after confirming they were only superficial wounds, she sighed in relief. She approached Yin An, her face full of gratitude. "Nan Sheng, thank you, you have helped us once again." Yin An shook her head saying, "I merely provided a medical kit." This time she truly hadn't helped much. "Nevertheless, I am very grateful to you. Qi Mei will not forget your kindness." Qi Mei spoke sincerely. "Your team members and mine will be together. We will go over together later." "All right." After responding, Qi Mei sat down next to Yin An and both looked towards Qi Yi. Not far away, Qi Yi's upper body was almost entirely wrapped in bandages, yet numerous old scars could still be seen on his body. Yin An raised her eyebrows slightly, a look of confusion appearing in her eyes. Seeing her expression, Qi Mei smiled helplessly. "My younger brother has suffered quite a bit since childhood." She lowered her head, her lively and cheerful elder sister demeanor fading, her eyes filled with shadows and guilt. "Our father was once the vice mayor of City Z. He always maintained integrity in his political career, but as a result he could only remain a vice minister and offended many people. When I was 10 and Xiao Yi was 8, he was falsely accused of embezzlement and rape and was sentenced to life in prison. Later he left a letter in prison to prove his innocence and took his own life. Our mother couldn't bear the blow and followed him shortly after." Qi Mei continued, forcing a bitter smile. "At that time Xiao Yi and I were too young and carried the shame of having a father who was a rapist. We were scolded wherever we went. I was bullied in school, and Xiao Yi fought those bullies to protect me, returning home every day covered in injuries. There were many delinquents back then, and we took quite a few beatings. Our family fortune was almost entirely seized by relatives, and after they took our possessions they abandoned us altogether. One day a couple came to adopt us. Xiao Yi and I were both very happy, thinking we could start a new life. But the next day they said they would only adopt one of us, and they wanted the one with better physical quality. How ironic! Xiao Yi had a fever that morning, and the adopter coldly left him behind and dragged me away. I struggled desperately at that time, but I was too small, and those people were too strong. Later I learned that Xiao Yi overheard the conversation of the adopter that night. He had taken cold showers all night long, forcing himself to catch a fever, just to ensure they would take me away." Qi Mei's voice choked with emotion, and she could say no more, her head bowed to hide her tears. Yin An patted her back. This was the first time Yin An heard the story of the siblings Qi Mei and Qi Yi. In her previous life, or in the books, nothing was mentioned about their past. It was only said that he had a cold and withdrawn personality and always acted alone. Yin An gently asked, "So later you went back to find him, right?" "Yes." Qi Mei nodded, saying, "I grew up and found Xiao Yi in the Warm Heart Orphanage in City Z." She did not elaborate further, but Yin An could sense the hardships and struggles this brother-sister pair had endured. Sister, we are done. Qi Yi and Qi Xian walked over. Seeing Qi Mai's red eyes, Qi Yi stepped forward and gently said, Sister, don't be sad, it's just superficial wounds. It will heal in a few days. Oh, it's just the wind and sand getting in my eyes, haha. Qi Mei jumped down, brushing off the dust from her pants, and restored her previous carefree and cheerful demeanor, saying, Let's go and meet with Fei Fei and Chu Hui. Yin An rode ahead on a motorcycle, leading the way while Qi Mei and the others followed closely in an off-road vehicle. They soon arrived at the industrial zone building. As soon as Cheng Su and the others saw Yin An return, they rushed over, exclaiming, Boss. Yuan Hao and the others followed behind, shouting, Boss. Ren Yu and a few others glanced at Yuan Hao. So flashy. Yin An remained silent. Captain. Chen Feifei and Chu Hui ran over to Qi Mai's side. Wow, why are there so many people? Qi Mei exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the dozen or so burly men standing behind Yin An. Oh, these are brothers I met while killing zombies before. Yin An replied nonchalantly. Perfect timing. Now that everyone is here, our winter team has survived a major disaster, and Qi Mei will treat you all to a meal. As she spoke, Qi Mei took out 2 backpacks from the back of the off-road vehicle, and they were bulging, clearly stuffed with. Upon hearing the words meal, everyone's eyes lit up with hunger as they stared at the 2 backpacks, especially Yuan Hao and the others who hadn't eaten for a day and a half. The group rushed into the industrial building, and under the eager gazes of everyone, Qi Mei opened the 2 backpacks. Inside were instant noodles, mineral water biscuits, ham sausages, and other food items. Ham sausage. There's actually meat. There's even instant noodles. This thrilled Yuan Hao and the others, who eagerly pushed forward. Hey, don't push, there's enough for everyone, Qi Mei said as she picked up the ham sausages and began distributing them. The hungry men, unable to wait, took bites of the sausages without even tearing the packaging. Instant noodles had become a hot commodity in this apocalypse. No one had hot water, but eating them dry was a luxury for many as the flavor was truly delightful. One burly man grabbed a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down, finishing an entire bottle. Finally, there's water. No more drinking the smelly and salty water from Zhang Dajiao's water manipulation abilities. The next second, he was smacked on the head by a man beside him. You can forget about drinking my water in the future. Yuan Hao shoved a mouthful of instant noodles, suddenly noticing Yin An standing still. He quickly handed her a ham sausage, saying, Boss. It's really delicious. Yin An took the ham sausage, looking at it in her hand, and thought about the roasted duck, hand-grabbed pancakes, curry fish balls, sushi, Arctic shellfish, salmon tempura, fried noodles, sandwiches, chicken wings, pasta, barbecue, eel, rice, ramen, cooked sushi, soba noodles, and dong-dong buns she had gathered from various food courts in the space. She fell into a brief silence. Yin An reached out to Jiang He. Xiao He, the backpack. Jiang He's eyes sparkled as he immediately handed the backpack to Yin An. Qi Yi and the others looked at Yin An with anticipation. She pulled out an entire warm roasted duck from the oversized backpack, a box of grilled wings, 2 boxes of fried noodles, 2 boxes of salmon sushi, a box of curry fish balls, 3 servings of hand-grabbed pancakes. Everyone was left speechless. The overwhelming aroma dominated everyone's sense of smell. Yuan Hao and the others gaped at the warm delicacies in front of Yin An. How go am I hallucinating? What is that? I can't be seeing things. What are you waiting for? Come and eat, Yin An said calmly. The next second, Yuan Hao and the others rushed forward to snatch the food. Yin An had anticipated this. She saved half of the food to share with Cheng Su, Qi Yi, and the others. Qi Yi and the 5 others were clearly astonished as they received the steaming, fragrant food from Yin An, unable to believe it. You're simply amazing, Nansheng. Qi Mei was overwhelmed by the aroma of the roasted duck as she stepped forward to give Yin An a tight hug before starting to eat heartily. Thank you, Captain Nansheng. Chu Hui and Chen Feifei also expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Qi Yi politely said. So what will you eat? Qi Xian asked while holding a box of sushi handed to him by Yin An. I have more, Yin An said as she took out another box of sushi from the backpack. Seeing this, Qi Xian felt reassured and began to eat. They really hadn't had such delicious food in a long time. It had been over 10 days since the apocalypse began, and during that time, they had mostly lived outdoors with their base's food supply being very scarce. It was either plain buns or gruel, and sometimes even those couldn't be provided in time. Moreover, as supernatural beings, their energy requirements were higher, and they had been fighting zombies outside every day, resulting in significant physical exhaustion. Qi Xian turned his head. The next moment, his face flushed bright red. He saw Yin An concentrating on her meal, a few strands of her hair fall. As Qi Xian focused on his meal, he suddenly felt a strong gaze upon him. He looked up to see his captain holding a lunchbox, staring intently behind him, her dark eyes filled with rare admiration. Qi Xian turned his head. The next moment, his face flushed bright red. He saw Yin An concentrating on her meal, a few strands of her hair falling forward and partially obscuring her face, but it did nothing to diminish the stunning beauty of her features. He recognized her immediately from the first glance. He wouldn't mistake those eyes. But why was it that she looked even? In an instant, Qi Xian felt a wave of inferiority wash over him, and even the sushi in his mouth lost its flavor. Yin An looked up and noticed Qi Xian's dazed expression, unable to suppress a laugh. She reached out and removed a grain of rice stuck to his nose, teasing, "Are you stunned?" At this, Qi Xian's face turned even redder. Qi Mei and the others looked over at the sound. In the next moment, "Beauty, Nansheng, how are you so beautiful? Oh my, the goddess is truly gorgeous." Yuan Hao and the others also raised their heads from the food pile. "Oh my, what the heck? Oh my, I can't believe it." Cheng Su and the others calmly continued eating. They had already been awed by their boss beauty. Ah, what a group of sheltered humans. Yin An could no longer eat properly. She did not like being the center of attention for too many people. Putting on a mask, she set down her chopsticks, stood up, and looked at Cheng Su and the others. "Will depart for the mission after finishing our meal." With that, she walked out. Cheng Su and the others immediately put down their chopsticks, waved goodbye to the others, and followed Yin An outside. "Take your time eating, our team has an urgent mission." After all, this food was a rare delicacy for Yuan Hao and the others, while for Cheng Su and his group, it was just a common meal. They could never enjoy good food while trailing behind Yin An every day. Yin An piloted the helicopter, leading the team towards City M. Before leaving, she returned the supplies of Yuan Hao and the others to their storage area. Their supplies consisted of basic items like biscuits, rice, and flour. There was very little meat, making it quite rudimentary. However, Yin An did not intend to provide them with any assistance, as they had not yet fully gained her trust. Moreover, these 13 men would not qualify to enter her base if they couldn't even find food. The helicopter flew swiftly towards City M. City M is located to the northeast of City H, meaning that crossing City M brings one to the edge of the northern continent. In her previous life, Yin An was primarily active in the southern regions. This was partly because traveling was very inconvenient under the apocalypse. Everyone mostly operated within one city, at most going to the neighboring city to scavenge for supplies, without venturing too far. Additionally, some cities had very few survivors and lacked bases with zombies almost everywhere, making survival nearly impossible. No one wanted to seek death. This included notable figures like Gu Su, Liu Qi, and Qi Yi, who remained in southern cities to establish bases after the fall of their national bases. Thus, Yin An was well aware of the situation in the south for the upcoming years. However, she was unfamiliar with the north, which piqued her curiosity. Her current plan was to first secure the north before moving to the south. The further one got from City H, the more zombies there were. Approximately 2 hours later, the 5 of them finally arrived in the city center of City M. From the helicopter, the zombies below were densely packed like ants besieging a city. According to the coordinates, Yin An piloted towards the Medical Research Institute area. There were numerous zombies here. If they landed, the team's effort to kill zombies would be time-consuming and dangerous. Yin An decisively turned the helicopter to circle the area. There were numerous zombies here. If they landed, the team's effort to kill zombies would be time. Yin An spoke calmly, her beautiful eyes quickly scanning the vicinity. After circling for a few minutes, she finally spotted the silhouette of a living person on the rooftop of a building. There were 5 men and 2 women. However, one of the men was hanging off the side of the rooftop, his entire body suspended in the air, with only one hand desperately clutching a concrete block. That concrete block was also precarious. Above him, 2 men were struggling to reach him, but there was clearly a distance that was impossible to bridge. The others were all gathered behind, looking anxious. They quickly noticed the helicopter near Yin An. "Look, there's even a helicopter. Great. Su Lu is saved." They exclaimed, continuously waving at Yin An and the others. "Please rescue our companion." The leading man also looked up. He appeared to be in his 20s with silvery gray hair and a serious, anxious expression in his gray-brown eyes. His handsome features had a hint of swagger. "Can you help pull our brother up? We can give you supplies." He did not merely make a request, but offered a trade-off which was quite reasonable. Yin An hovered the helicopter 5 meters beside them, opened the window, and coldly looked at the bulging backpacks behind them. "Fine, I want all those." "You're being too excessive." A girl's delicate voice rang out. Yin An turned to look. It was a girl in a white dress, clean and beautiful. In an apocalypse, maintaining such cleanliness and tidiness must mean she was particularly beautiful and well protected. This girl seemed to be a core member of the team. "Then that's out of the question," Yin An coldly said, and was about to close the window. "Agreed." The silver-haired man immediately spoke up. "I'll wait, give them the supplies, hurry." As soon as he spoke, the men behind him immediately took action, lifting the supplies high and handing them to Cheng Su. Yin An maneuvered the helicopter a bit closer. Once all the supplies were taken aboard the helicopter by Cheng Su, Yin An controlled the helicopter to descend, then threw out a long ladder. Cheng Su climbed down the ladder and pulled up the man who was about to give in. The helicopter landed steadily on the rooftop. Cheng Su and the others helped the man off the helicopter. As soon as he got down, he collapsed to the ground, his muscles trembling, clearly exhausted. His companions quickly surrounded him, expressing their concern. Yin An also got off the helicopter. Thank you, my name is Yin. The silver-haired man checked his companion, and seeing he was safe nodded in gratitude towards Yin An and the others. He knew that without Yin An and the others, he would have likely lost this companion. Suddenly, Yin An sensed something unusual. She turned her head. The helicopter had vanished, and the girl in the white dress was sneaking away towards the crowd. Yin An immediately understood what was happening, a surge of anger flaring in her heart, her eyes narrowing as she fixedly stared at the girl handed over. Her voice was chillingly cold. Yin had evidently also noticed. Turning to the girl, Zhou Shuer, bring out their helicopter and supplies. On what grounds? Those are our supplies. Zhou Shuer stood behind the crowd looking self-righteous. But I promised them, they saved Su Lu. Saving someone is only right. Why should they shamelessly demand so many supplies from us? Yin said, Boss, there's no need to waste words with her. If she doesn't hand it over, we will kill her. Song Yin said coldly. Cheng Su and the others also drew their blades ready to fight at any moment. What did you say? If you want to kill us, you need to ask if we agree. The men in front of Zhou Shuer stood protectively in front of her, drawing their weapons. The two teams faced off, tension rising. Am I not speaking clearly? Sure, Yin said angrily. Zhou Shuer hand over their supplies, and everyone else stepped back. Seeing Yan's furious expression, the group of men reluctantly stepped back, revealing Zhou Shuer. Zhou Shuer looked at Yin with a wronged expression. Brother, Yin, why are you helping them? I have space-type abilities, and we have more people than they do. Why should we be afraid of them? People should keep their promises. Yin walked to Zhou Shuer's side, looking down at her, his voice tinged with impatience. Give it back to them. Zhou Shuer bit her lip in reluctance, looking at Yin An and the others. Fine, I can return the helicopter, but we can't give them our supplies. As soon as she said this, the woman in the blue dress and the two men behind her nodded in agreement. Right, those supplies were hard-earned after 3 days of effort. Why should we give them away? Su Lu, who had just regained his composure while sitting on the ground, watched them with a complicated expression, remaining silent. One of the burly men among the two shouted at Yin, Deputy Base Leader, what era are we in? Talking about trust is pointless. The strong take what they want. Exactly. Yin An chuckled softly. In the next moment, a powerful bolt of blue-purple lightning erupted, striking fiercely towards Zhou Shuer. Everyone stepped back to avoid the terrifying lightning. Zhou Shuer's eyes widened as she watched the lightning, which was over 10 centimeters in diameter, coming towards her. Her hair stood on end, and under the immense pressure her legs gave way, causing her to kneel on the ground. At that moment, a light circle about 1 meter in diameter appeared beneath her feet. The lightning from Yin An vanished as soon as it entered the circle. Zhou Shuer, feeling as if she had escaped death, rushed forward and hugged Yan's leg. Brother, Yin, thank you for saving me. They wanted to kill me. Yin An narrowed her eyes. What kind of ability is this to create a light circle to resist external attacks? She had never seen anything like it. The circle lasted only a second before disappearing. Yin looked at Zhou Shuer and said, if you don't return it to them, I can't protect you anymore. Everyone else fell silent, standing obediently behind Yin. Zhou Shuer hesitated, unwilling to take out the supplies. It's too late. Yin An's cold voice rang out, I want to take it myself. As soon as she finished speaking, a bolt of lightning twice as thick as before shot out from Yin An's palm amidst the shocked gazes of everyone. Boom! The deafening sound of thunder echoed like an enraged dragon striking viciously towards Zhou Shuer. Brother Yin! Zhou Shuer screamed in terror. Yin looked at her, his gray-brown eyes devoid of emotion, slowly stepping back to distance himself. Zhou Shuer was directly struck down, turning into charred remains. In the next moment, a large amount of supplies appeared on the rooftop. In addition to the helicopter and the few bags of supplies just mentioned, there were dozens of various packages piled high on the rooftop. And then they vanished in an instant. Did supplies just appear? Those are Shuer's supplies. After she died, all the supplies in her space exploded out. They also have a space-type ability user. Everyone was in shock, still reeling from the shock of their companion being struck down. They were once again startled by the bizarre scene before them. Cheng Su and the others looked at Yin An with admiration, realizing that space-type ability users drop all their supplies upon death. The boss truly knows everything. Just now, which few people said they wouldn't return the supplies to me. Yin An's cold voice echoed again, chilling. Having witnessed her strength, everyone dared not speak, turning to look at Yin for help. Deputy Base Leader. Unlike the panicked expressions of the others, Yin was notably calm. He looked at Yin An. This incident was caused by our base's people. You can take action and I won't stop you. However, we have already lost a space-type ability user and the supplies are gone. I ask that you spare the others. His words were sincere. Yin An took this into consideration. If it weren't for him being somewhat reasonable, she would have killed these people long ago. Your dog does not listen. Oh, I'm still angry. Here's the deal, you and Su Lu work for me for a day and I won't hold this against you. After Yin An finished speaking, Yin glanced at Su Lu. How do I know you won't kill us both? You're not worth. Hurry up, I don't like slow people. Yin An said, and a helicopter appeared out of nowhere on the rooftop. She walked straight onto it. Song Yin and Rin Yu each held a knife to Shi Yin, and Su Le's throats moved faster. Shi Yin sighed, quietly looking at the others. You all go back to the base. If the base leader asks, just tell the truth. Whatever punishment there is, I will take it when I return. After saying this, he followed Song Yin onto the helicopter. Su Lu and Rin Yu boarded last. Once the helicopter door was closed, Yin An piloted it directly to the M-City Medical Research Institute area, eventually landing on the rooftop of Building 5. Get down and clear the zombies, Yin An instructed. Shi Yin and Su Lu stepped down from the helicopter. A few zombies pounced at them, but their movements were fairly agile, and they quickly dealt with them. Among them, Shi Yin's combat prowess was evidently stronger. Yin An chewed gum while moving her fingers to gather crystal cores. Boss, the two workers seem a bit slow in dealing with the zombies. Chung Su remarked, looking at the two. I want to find more, but the others are unqualified, Yin An replied indifferently. She didn't want to recruit someone with poor quality. It would be troublesome to deal with both zombies and people. Seeing that Shi Yin and the others were struggling with the zombies, Yin An waved, why don't you go help them? The entire group disembarked. Yin An observed the surrounding environment from the rooftop. This building had 6 floors, and the first floor was almost filled with zombies while there were fewer on the top floor. The group fought their way up to the 5th floor. Along the way, Su Lu was repeatedly stunned by the extraordinary combat prowess of Chung Su and the others. He had assumed that Shi Yin was already exceptionally formidable. He never imagined encountering a squad like this today. Each member masterful in their own right, and their captain utterly extraordinary. The building had no elevator, forcing everyone to descend on foot. The stairwell was narrow and teeming with zombies. Shi Yin led the way, systematically clearing them out. Su Lu followed closely behind. Chung Su and the others trailed in the middle. Yin An brought up the rear, collecting crystal cores and supplies. Each floor of the Medical Research Institute housed distinct medical laboratories and archival materials. Yin An gathered them all into her spatial storage for future use. The sound of their zombie slaying echoed downward, rousing the undead below. Countless zombies surged upward, drawn by scent and noise. The door between the 4th and 5th floors shuddered under relentless impact. Arg, arg, bang, bang, bang. The deafening roars of the zombies and the thunderous pounding against the door reverberated through the stairwell. Yin An and the others stood silently in the corridor, watching the door tremble on the verge of collapse. It was certain once the door gave way, hordes of zombies would flood in. I'll go first. Step back a few paces. Shi Yin calmly wiped blood from his Tang Dao and spoke. Chung Su and the others slowly retreated, gazing at Shi Yin's resolute back. Their admiration for him surged instantly. He'd been recruited by Yin An as temporary help, yet he consistently charged ahead. Now facing such grave peril, he still took the lead without hesitation. Truly dependable. Shi Yin wrenched the door open, and a writhing mound of zombies lunged forward, jaws. Their eyes were clouded gray, their bodies grotesquely maimed. One dragged a severed arm, another's abdomen gaped open, intestines spilling out. Thick stenches of decay and blood filled the air as they surged toward Shi Yin en masse. Then a pillar of light erupted beneath his feet, enveloping him entirely. That luminous column acted like an invisible wall, repelling every lunge and claw. With swift precision, Shi Yin swung his Tang Dao horizontally across the horde, then dropped low, spun, and reversed the blade's edge to block several simultaneous attacks. Clearly a seasoned martial artist. A flicker of genuine appreciation crossed Yin An's eyes. Chung Su and the others immediately joined the fray. Brother Shi Yin, your swordsmanship is exceptional. Who was your master? Chung Su asked mid-combat. I picked up bits and pieces on my own. Not formally trained, Shi Yin replied with a glance and a faint, effortless smirk curling at the corner of his lips. 6 fighters formed a vanguard, methodically cutting down zombies, leaving Yin in little need to intervene. She observed from the rear, occasionally dispatching stragglers with precise electric shocks. How are these zombies indestructible? Jiang He's voice rang out sharp with disbelief. Yin An turned, just in time to see Jiang He smash a male zombie skull with a single punch. Bone splintered, gray matter sprayed outward. Such force would have obliterated any ordinary zombie, but this one staggered upright, pivoted, and lunged again at Jiang He. Its speed had increased. Brain matter whipped through the air in nauseating arcs. Soon its entire cranium was hollowed out, a gaping cavity atop its head, yet it still hurtled forward, jaws wide, unslowed by death itself. Rin Yu reacted instantly. His blade flashed, severing the zombie's neck clean off. Its head tumbled down, still tethered by sinews and glistening strands of blood. Just as Jiang He exhaled in relief, the headless corpse clamped onto his arm with terrifying strength. And on the floor, its severed head remained wide-eyed. Gray irises, fixed mouth, snapping desperately toward him. Up. Even after slaughtering countless zombies, Jiang He recoiled with a cry at the sight. This is a neuromutant Class II zombie. Stay calm. Just dismember it and kick the pieces far away. Yin An's voice cut through the chaos, cool and steady. In her past life, she loathed this variant most, not because it was difficult to defeat, but for its sheer visceral revulsion. Guided by Yin An's command Jiang, he swiftly regained composure, hacked the creature into fragments, and hurled them aside. Before long, the squad had cleared the third floor, the very level where their base mission was located. Yin An targeted a specific room and kicked the door inward with brutal force. Inside, 5 men cowered in the corner, clutching knives and trembling with terror. Upon spotting Yin An, their shoulders slumped in instant relief. It's a human, a living person. They rushed toward her, elation breaking through their exhaustion. Are you here to rescue us? No, Yin An replied, flatly sidestepping them and stepping into the room, her gaze sweeping over the research equipment and file cabinets. Chief, this floor's been cleared too. Qingqing and the others entered drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. Jiang, he pulled several water bottles from his pack and distributed them. The 5 men stared transfixed at the bottles. 2 lunged forward, reaching for them. Hey, brothers, that's not exactly polite. Qingqing shoved them back firmly. These supplies had been secured at great effort and were certainly not given. We haven't had water in days. Please, just 1 bottle. They pleaded in overlapping voices, too wary to challenge Qingqing's group directly, yet desperate enough to beg without pause. Chief, Qingqing deferred to Yin An. She scanned the 5 men, each clad in a researcher's uniform, confirming they were indeed staff from the institute. Give them 2 bottles. You all wait outside for me. Yes, Chief. Hearing her words, the 5 men beamed with joy and hurried out with Qingqing's team. Qingqing closed the door behind them. Yin An turned her full attention to the laboratory, meticulously inspecting every apparatus, every cabinet, and storing everything salvageable into her spatial domain. What are you doing? A strange, hollow male voice cut through the silence. Yin An lifted her gaze. The door, thought sealed, now stood slightly ajar. A researcher peered through the narrow gap, his face swallowed by shadow. His expression remained unreadable. Yin An's brow furrowed. Hey you, don't disturb the chief. Qingqing's voice boomed from outside, and the door slammed shut with finality. Yin An stared at the tightly shut door, her frown deepening. Something about those 5 men was deeply, unsettlingly wrong. Regardless of their expressions or the demeanor of the man moments ago, there was an indescribable awkwardness. Yin An's cold gaze swept across every corner of the laboratory. With meticulous attention, her eyes quickly fixed on the cubicle in the corner. Yin An strode over, following the stench of decaying flesh, and opened the innermost cabinet. A pile of white bones and already desiccated entrails emerged. There was also a woman's head on top. The flesh on her face had been cut away to the point of being barely recognizable, only identifiable as a woman by the remaining scalp and long hair. Yin An felt a wave of nausea. Anger surged within her as she strode out to open the door. Boss, are you alright? Qingqing and the others looked over. The 5 men had just finished their water, their lips slightly red, and were all smiling at Yin An. If it weren't for her recent discovery of the body, she would never believe that these seemingly friendly men in research uniforms had just eaten a woman not long. Yin An raised her leg and kicked a researcher away. Ouch! Why did you kick me? One of the researchers shouted in accusation. Those who eat people deserve to die, Yin An said coldly, and then unleashed a burst of lightning towards one of the researchers. He died on the spot. The other 4 researchers were now frightened, shrinking their heads and stammering. 3 didn't eat. It was him who ate. Yes, we didn't eat, he did. The 4 pointed at the researcher who had been struck dead, frantically shifting the blame. Yin An remained silent. With one swift motion, all 4 of them were dead. In her previous life, she had encountered cannibals, but those were during the late apocalypse. Yet even in the late apocalypse, most bases had 0 tolerance for cannibals. Such individuals had lost all humanity. They could do anything. Eating people was like a deep abyss. Once one opened their mouth, they would completely descend into the realm of soulless beasts. They eat people, eh? Qingqing asked, puzzled. In the cabinet inside, but I suggest you don't look. It's very bloody. Yin An replied coldly, and then walked outside. Qingqing, not believing her words, insisted on dragging Ren Yushi and Su Lu, the big men, to see. In the end, Ren Yushi and Su Lu all emerged unscathed. Only Qingqing had been retching the entire way. After collecting enough supplies, the group returned to the helicopter. Shurian, where's your base? Yin An asked. 5 kilometers north, he replied. That's relatively close, it'll take you back, Yin An said casually as she started the helicopter. Thank you. After flying about 4 kilometers to the north, the number of zombies began to decrease. They seemed to be getting closer to the base. Yin An saw smoke rising in the distance. It's over there, Su Lu said, pointing to the smoke. Your base is quite large, Qingqing remarked. We joined later. This base was originally a farm stay which was transformed into a base by the people from the farm stay, and many others gradually joined, Su Lu explained. As Su Lu spoke, everyone nodded in understanding. Yin An landed the helicopter steadily on a tall building 500 meters outside the base, and Shi Yin and the others immediately disembarked. He turned to look at Yin An. Thank you. Yin An nodded but said nothing. Farewell for now, Shi Yin, Su Lo, my brothers. Chung Su and the others waved to the two. Although their meeting had begun with a clash along the way, they had developed mutual admiration. Farewell for now. Su Lu waved cheerfully. Shi Yin glanced back at Yin An and the others one last time. That phrase, farewell for now, stuck in his throat and ultimately did not escape his lips. Turning away once Shi Yin and the others left, Yin An immediately powered up the helicopter. Let's go, companions, time to search for supplies. Inside the Longting base at the top of the tower, a man wearing a cap sits in the main seat, his face shrouded in clouds of gloom. This man is Chun Daozi, the head of Longting base. The voice of a respectful man comes from behind. Base chief, the deputy base chief, and Su Lu have returned. Bring them in. Yes. Soon footsteps approach from behind. Chun Daozi turns around to look at Shi Yin, and Su Lu, a hint of barely noticeable malice flickering in his bloodshot eyes, his lips curling into a slow smile. Our deputy base chief is back. Su Lu's heart tightens and he glances at Shi Yin, feeling an ominous premonition brewing within. However, Shi Yin seems unfazed, looking up and smiling. Lizzie, you can step aside. Su Lu is momentarily stunned, frowning as he watches Shi Yin's back, gritting his teeth before turning to leave. As soon as Su Lu departs, Shi Yin immediately kneels heavily. His knees thud against the stone floor. This operation is my fault. Please do not harm my parents. With his head bowed, his silver gray hair obscures the upper half of his face. Oh ho ho, deputy base chief, what are you doing? It's quite frightening. Chun Daozi remarks teasingly. He strokes his beard, reclines on the lounge chair, and glances at Shi Yin, though his smile does not reach his eyes. Shi Yin, however, seems to have not heard him, and instead he speaks earnestly. I will personally compensate for the lost supplies. The air falls silent for a few seconds. A sigh follows. Ah, Shi Yin, do you know? Chun Daozi picks up a fruit knife from the table, dragging it across the surface. Zhou swear, that bitch has a crush on you. Ooh, I've noticed it for a long time. She sleeps with me every day and I pamper her, yet she still can't be satisfied falling for you, who just arrived at the base not long ago. TSK, TSK, TSK. Chun Daozi says as he stands, knife in hand, pacing around Shi Yin, clicking his tongue. Suddenly he stops in front of Shi Yin, squatting down and slapping the knife against his face. Is it that bitches like young men with such delicate skin? Ha ha. As he laughs, whether intentionally or not, the knife grazes Shi Yin's face, drawing thin lines of blood. Shi Yin raises his eyes to stare at Chun Daozi, his grayish-brown pupils void of emotion. As long as you do not harm my parents, I can find you as many Zhou swears as you want. Then can you find me a space-type ability user? Chun Daozi suddenly explodes in rage, standing up and shouting. In the next moment, Chun Daozi transforms into a different person, squeezing out a kind smile and softly saying, you haven't seen your parents in a long time, right? Go to the factory with your brother to see them. Shi Yin looks up at him. Okay. He turns around and leaves. Shi Yin. Su Lu, waiting outside, rushes over. What did that madman say? Around the men come and go, and Shi Yin remains silent, walking forward. Come on, let's go to the factory with us. Several tall men approach. Shi Yin follows them. Su Lu immediately catches up, but is pushed away by Shi Yin in the next second. Get lost, don't follow me. Shi Yin glances coldly at Su Lu. The tall men turn to look. The base chief said Su Lu should come too. Su Lu furrows his brow, staring at Shi Yin. What's wrong with you? Get lost. Shi Yin turns and walks away, saying fiercely, don't let him follow me. The tall men look at the two, then compromise, saying to Su Lu, you can walk at the back. Su Lu instantly becomes agitated. Are you going through menopause with that temper? Shi Yin gets into a car with several men. Su Lu, unwilling to sit in the same car as Shi Yin, gets into the second vehicle. Just like last time, as soon as they get in, they are bound and blindfolded, their ears stuffed. The vehicle drives for more than 10 minutes, and the men inside are chatting and laughing. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind from a fist comes rushing in. A man is slammed against the metal surface. Only then does everyone realize that Shi Yin has somehow escaped from his bindings. Several men raise their knives and chop towards him. A circle of light appears beneath Shi Yin's feet, firmly blocking several sharp blades. Shi Yin seizes a knife and swiftly takes down several men, controlling the steering wheel of the driver's seat. What's happening in the front car? A voice questions from the vehicle behind. Shi Yin, in the driver's seat, extends his hand towards the back, making a gesture of everything is fine, then accelerates towards the factory. Although he has only been there once, and that was while blindfolded and deafened, his strong sense of direction allows him to silently remember the route. The zombies on the road to the factory are cleared daily by the base personnel. The way is smooth, and even if there are a few zombies, he can avoid them. Rushing to the factory, this is a large, closed 5-story building. Inside, all the families of the base's ability users are housed. Initially, Chun Daozi recruited ability users offering generous conditions and promising to take care of everyone's families. That's when Shi Yin came. With his outstanding abilities and unique powers, he was elected as the deputy base chief. All their families were settled in this factory with meals provided daily. At first, the base guaranteed visits every 2 days to see their families. However, after many had visited once, Chun Daozi refused subsequent visit requests, citing the inconveniences of moving in the apocalypse. He said only excellent ability users could visit their families. Shi Yin had only been at this base for half a month, and it had been 14 days since he last saw his parents. This half month has deepened his understanding of Chun Daozi. He knows that this time Chun Daozi will not let him. He can die, but he must send his parents away before he dies. With this thought, determination, and malice shown in Shi Yan's eyes, he stepped on the gas and charged into the factory despite being blocked by a few burly men outside. Once inside, the scene is completely different from the last time. The air is filled with the stench of decay and flies. Inside the factory, several strong men are glaring at the entrance with knives in hand. Clearly they are waiting for him. Shi Yin feels a growing sense of foreboding. Gritting his teeth, he charges towards the burly men, then suddenly swerves towards the second floor, driving straight towards the room where his parents are. The way is eerily quiet, with some rooms slightly ajar, swarming with maggots and flies. The ominous feeling intensifies. Yet Shi Yin is unwilling to believe it. He quickly opens the car door, breaks open the door to his parents' room, and there they lie before him, completely still. In an instant, Shi Yan's mind goes blank, as if the world has collapsed in an instant. Behind him, countless men are roaring and rushing towards him. Shi Yin approaches his parents' bodies like a walking corpse. He only watches in silence. Kill him. The base chief said to beat him until he's crippled and throw him into the zombie pile. Hurry, he has protective abilities, it's hard to deal with him, let's all go together. Countless men rush into the room, weapons raised. Damn, what's going on? In Su Le's car, the man in the driver's seat curses. Something's wrong inside, hurry, go take a look. Several men jump out of the car and rush into the factory. Su Lu breaks free from his bindings, looking at the factory with his heart racing. Remembering the gesture Shi Yin made behind him earlier, Su Le's eyes redden as he immediately turns the car around and speeds away. Good brother, if we encounter a major crisis in the future, I will make this gesture for you. That day, Shi Yan's cheerful smile seems to linger in front of him. Tears stream down Su Le's face as he steps on the gas, racing south, without daring to slacken for a second. On the way back, their conversation echoes in his ears. Lizzie, this situation seems grim. Zhou Shuer is Chun Daozi's favored woman, and she is also a space-type ability user. If she dies on a mission with me, Chun Daozi won't let me off easily. I have parents, I'm tied up here, and you're all alone without worries you can escape. If things go wrong, I will rescue my parents and fight with them. You take the opportunity to run away. Shi Yin, stop talking nonsense. We've been brothers for so many years. Where you are, I will be. Yes, when it's time to save your life, you also have to survive, right? Carry my share of living on. Shut up, you jinx. Ha! There are so many shops in this building. Jiang, he exclaimed. The comprehensive building they were currently in had over 20 floors, and there weren't too many zombies inside, allowing the group to clear them out swiftly. The shops were a dazzling array. There were clothing stores, shoe stores, casual dining bars, fast food outlets, digital stores, jewelry shops, beauty and skincare salons, pet stores, board game shops, and more. After clearing the zombies, everyone started to browse. The boys headed straight for the shoe store to pick out their favorite sneakers, while the girls went to the beauty shop to look for skincare products. Yin An leisurely walked into a pet shop. Awoo! A zombie lunged at her, but Yin An effortlessly dealt with it using one hand. She immediately noticed that the glass pet display cases were filled with frightened cats and dogs. Fortunately, their display cases were completely enclosed, preventing the human zombies from reaching them. However, it was evident that these little creatures hadn't eaten or drunk anything for many days, each one as thin as a rail. Their waste was also piled up in the display cases, creating a very unpleasant smell. With a wave of her hand, Yin An collected all of them into her space, along with all the pet snacks, canned food, and toys in the shop. After providing them with plenty of food and water in her space, Yin An continued to browse them all. As she walked, she collected everything she could into her space. This included items from the optical shop and beauty salon, which seemed useless at the moment. She had an endless space, so there was no need to consider the scarcity or value of resources. Collect everything. Cheng Su and the others, tired from browsing, started playing games in the arcade. Ever since the apocalypse, they had been living under constant pressure, and it had been a long time since they felt so relaxed. Yin An took out some food, and everyone began to eat while playing. A sense of satisfaction washed over them. After about an hour, everyone was full and had enough fun, so Yin An collected all the gaming machines into her space. Let's go find the next mall. All right, boss. The four of them followed Yin An, looking quite satisfied as they headed to the rooftop. Now that they had a helicopter, it was much easier to avoid the endless zombies on the streets and take shortcuts to gather supplies. The The building was tall, and from the rooftop, they could see most of the surrounding area. Yin An took out a military-grade binoculars to observe the vicinity. Suddenly, a mall surrounded by numerous trucks caught her attention. On the trucks, she could vaguely see the silhouettes of living people. Let's go check it out. Saying this, Yin An took out the helicopter and landed near that area with her team members. Now that they were closer, things became clearer. Within the circle of trucks was a plaza, and behind it stood a large mall. At the entrance of the mall, many people were coming and going. Outside, there were people checking IDs, and constantly individuals were breaking through the zombie horde, climbing onto the trucks to get inside. Is this a base, boss? Qingqing asked. No, it should be a safe zone. Yin An replied, calmly shaking her head. What is a safe zone, boss? It's a safe area surrounded by trucks where people from various organizations gather, serving as a refuge for the living to exchange goods. Yin An patiently explained that in her previous life after the apocalypse, such safe zones would gradually appear in each city. Some cities had one, while others had several. However, whether these safe zones were truly safe remained unknown. Let's go check it out. Yin An led the team towards the safe zone, clearing a path through the zombies until the 5 of them reached underneath the truck. There were ladders on both sides of the truck, but they were set quite high, making it difficult for zombies to reach. Humans also needed help from teammates to get up, but for Yin An and the others, this was a piece of cake. The 5 of them climbed onto the truck, and with 2 more circles of trucks to jump over, they finally reached the plaza. Around the plaza, there were ability users clearing out the few lucky zombies that managed to squeeze in, while outside the mall, a few strong men were guarding the entrance. It seemed that one needed to pass a check to enter the mall. In the center of the plaza were several people like Yin An and her group, most of whom were ordinary people. When Yin An and her group reached the mall entrance, a few fierce-looking strong men glared at them. Ability users report. If there are no abilities, you can't enter. Qingqing asked. 4 ability users can only bring 1 non-ability user inside. We do not shelter the idle. The strong man's tone was very harsh, clearly lacking patience. All 4 of them have abilities, but I don't. Can I enter? Yin An asked politely. Show us. The strong man gestured for Qingqing and the others to demonstrate their abilities. Qingqing glanced at Yin An and then understood something from her lazy gaze. He struck his palm towards a spot, and a 10 centimeter-wide chunk of soil was struck up. The strong man looked at the small pile of soil on the ground, his expression slightly disdainful. Next, Jiang Hisong Yin and Rin Yu also briefly demonstrated their abilities. They were allowed inside, but judging by the strong man's expression, their abilities barely met the passing mark. If their strength were even slightly lower, they might not have been allowed in. Once inside the mall, there were at least a few hundred people, yet it was surprisingly quiet. Everyone turned to stare at the 5 of them who had just entered. Their gazes were piercing, some filled with scrutiny, others with hostility, confusion, or indifference. They looked like wolves or leopards. If one did not possess a strong mental fortitude, they would likely feel weak in the knees under such intense scrutiny. Yin An and her companions acted as if nothing was wrong. They casually found a corner that was unoccupied and sat down. Boss, what are they all doing here? Jiang He asked softly. Just watching, Yin An replied coolly. Soon a group of over 10 people walked in, each tall and burly, exuding arrogance. Upon entering, they yelled, Dragon Rising Base is recruiting people. We are only taking 10, and they must have strong abilities. You can bring family members, it doesn't matter if they have no abilities, our base will provide for them. As soon as this was shouted, the plaza full of hundreds of people instantly erupted. Countless individuals rushed forward. Me. I have very strong abilities. Choose me. The person in charge of the Liu Qingqing base unleashed a burst of flames to drive back the frenzied crowd. What are you shouting about? Form a line one at a time. With his roar, everyone calmed down a bit, no longer pushing, but still trying to find ways to move forward. You come first, show us your abilities. The person from Liu Qingqing base pointed at the man at the front. The man immediately unleashed his water ability, a stream of water flowing from his palm. Don't waste our time with water abilities, go away. The Liu Qingqing base person scolded, then added loudly, no, with water or earth abilities, we don't need them, we want strong abilities. For example, those rare abilities, preferably space type. Upon hearing this, many people felt disheartened. Yet many still wanted to seize this opportunity, especially those with family members among the ability users. In the apocalypse, with the protection of a base, ordinary people still had a glimmer of hope for survival. Qingqing and the others were witnessing such a scene for the first time. They had found it easy to enter the national base. Initially, many without abilities could get in. Those with abilities like them only had to showcase a bit to gain entry. Little did they expect the outside world to be even harsher. To enter the base and gain protection, one needed to fight for opportunities. During this time, others came to recruit teammates. They were not like the base, which had many people. Instead, there were various small groups. Some groups had only 3 or 4 members, while others had over 10. These people were not interested in entering the base, they just wanted to band together to survive outside. Although it was riskier and more tumultuous than being in the base, it also meant fewer restrictions. In addition, there were some looking for temporary teammates, those who would only cooperate for a day or a few days. Those individuals were even less fond of being tied down, typically lone wolves or reclusive people. After the Longting base personnel left, the mall became much quieter, with only a few small groups recruiting teammates. Suddenly, the crowd erupted again. Look, it's the people from the Yemu base. That must be Fu Sun from Yemu base. What? Fu Sun actually came. I heard he's quite powerful. Not just powerful, his ability is a rare lightning type said to be particularly fierce, capable of striking down zombies. The discussions of the crowd reached the ears of Yin An and the others. Yin An looked at the 7 men and women entering the mall. The tallest among them, a handsome man in black, appeared unapproachable. Beside him stood a woman in white, athletic, where her hair tied in a ponytail, beautiful in appearance. The remaining 5 were all men, each looking formidable. The man in the middle gestured to a green-haired man. "All right, Brother Fu." The green-haired man nodded and stepped forward, loudly declaring, "We're not here to recruit. We're looking for a temporary team. Our target is the University Entertainment Center on Old Tree Street. We need a team to cooperate with us. The supplies will be divided according to ability." With that, a crowd surged forward to vie for slots. The supplies at the University Entertainment Center are abundant, but there are too many zombies, so everyone can't get in. This is a great opportunity. Fu Sun is strong. Following him will definitely get us inside. Let's go, let's give it a try. One after another, small teams rushed forward. Only those with strength should come. Don't gather around without power and get scolded. Show your abilities quickly. After the green-haired man spoke, the teams began to demonstrate their abilities one by one. Most of these small teams had 5 or 6 members, with many possessing abilities varying in strength. Let's give it a try. Of fighting zombies is exhausting. Yin An whispered. "All right, boss, should we line up now?" Cheng Su stood up, eager to try. "No need, let Xiao He go." Yin An glanced at Jiang He and smiled sweetly. "Just show 8 of your ability." Jiang He jumped up excitedly, touching her nose, and said, "Got it, boss, watch me." With that, she ran to line up. Among the tall and fierce crowd, Jiang He appeared particularly fragile. However, Yin An and the others were not worried at all, casually munching on sunflower seeds. Wow! A fire ability user was showcasing their powers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A wind ability user whipped up a gale that made it hard to open one's eyes. Everyone was doing their utmost to showcase their abilities, fearing they wouldn't fully reveal their strength. Soon it was Jiang He's turn. The green-haired man looked at the lone Jiang He. Her petite frame seemed as if a zombie could easily squash her with a single blow. He frowned. "You came to the wrong place. Oh, we're looking for a team." "I didn't come to the wrong place. My teammates are over there." Jiang He turned and pointed at Yin An and the others. The green-haired man looked at the 4 lounging and munching on sunflower seeds in the distance, his expression darkening, feeling as if he was being played. Yet he endured and said, "Show your abilities quickly." The surrounding teams watched the petite Jiang He with mocking gazes, as if viewing a clown. "All right," Jiang He replied with a smile. Under everyone's gaze, she rolled up her sleeves. One punch. She slammed it into the ground. Boom. Crash. Crack. Accompanied by a strong tremor, a large pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Instantly, the area around the pit cracked open. Everyone was shaken and staggered. They looked in disbelief at the petite girl before them. The green-haired man was also dumbfounded. Fu Sun, who had been dazed in the back, regained focus. What just happened? A few burly men at the entrance of the mall rushed in, and upon seeing it was just a demonstration of abilities, they cursed and retreated. "Be gentler. Who will fix the place if it gets damaged?" "What abilities do your teammates have?" The green-haired man was now much more serious and asked. Jiang He waved to Cheng Su and the others. The few of them clapped their hands and walked over. "In the captain, our team has 4 ability users and 1 ordinary person." Cheng Su spoke first. When they had been munching on sunflower seeds, Yin An had already arranged everything. They just needed to follow her instructions. "Okay, good, let the other 3 showcase their abilities too." The green-haired man finished speaking. Cheng Su, Song Nian, and Ren Yu each demonstrated 8 of their strength. More impressive abilities were unleashed one after another. The gazes of the surrounding teams grew increasingly astonished. Fu Sun's attention also became more focused. The green-haired man immediately turned to Fu Sun. "Fu. Brother Fu, let's go with this team." Fu Sun nodded. This team was indeed strong. Even with 1 ordinary person, it was not a big issue. "Hey, what abilities do you have?" The green-haired man looked at Yin An, who was dressed stylishly and holding a silver mechanical device of unknown purpose, and asked curiously. "She's our team's logistics, responsible for cheering us on and bringing us water," Cheng Su said earnestly. The green-haired man nodded, appearing to understand. "I see you all have quite a good team composition." Yin An cooperatively took out a bottle of water from her backpack, and with a high-pitched voice handed it to Cheng Su. "Gigi, you must be tired, drink some water." Cheng Su immediately smiled, his eyes squinting like crescent moons as he took the water and drank it with flair. The boss transforming into a water dispenser is a once-in-a-century opportunity. He was overjoyed. Ren Yusong Nian Jiang, he Fu Sun nodded reluctantly, finding it reasonable. He turned around and walked outside, then let's set off. The group turned and walked outside, while the green-haired man walked at the end, introducing his team. To Yin An, the tallest one in front, is our leader Fu Sun, and the woman behind him is our formidable team leader Su Ying. You can just call her Su Su. I'm Tao Shui, that's Zhang Chong, that's Song Peng, and the last one is Wang Kai. Tao Shui pointed out each member to Yin An, and then looked at them while walking, and you guys. Cheng Su calmly stated, according to Yin An's previous arrangement, we four are siblings, so we usually don't use our names, just nicknames. Indeed, it's hard to remember the full names. How should we address you? I'm called the Bao, he's Air Bao, she's San Bao, and she's Si Bao. Cheng Su finished with a serious expression. Then pointing at Yin An, he said she joined us later, and we all— Tao Shui looked as if he had misheard, stretching his neck to ask what's her name. Nung Dai, you can call her Dai Dai. Dai Dai. Hey. Yin An replied sweetly. Tao Shui, what are you messing around with back there? The man named Zhang Chong yelled from the front. Tao Shui, not having time to think, hurriedly followed. Coming. We have a vehicle, you'll have to find your own means of transport. If you lag behind, we won't take responsibility. The man named Zhang Chong said to Yin An and the others, then they quickly walked outside and got into the vehicle. Yin An and the others randomly found a relatively intact car among the zombie horde and closely followed them. Fu Sun's group was somewhat capable driving a bulletproof vehicle. With such a vehicle leading the way, no zombie, it could be said that as long as they did not encounter a mountain of zombies, the path would be largely unobstructed. Yin An was certain that the Nightshade base must have gathered the finest resources and connections in City Mo, otherwise they could not have obtained such a vehicle. Moreover, judging by the reactions of the people from the safe zone, it was clear that the Nightshade base was significantly larger and held more authority locally than the Lungting base. The two teams arrived at the university town. Fu Sun's group immediately began firing at the surrounding zombies with handheld cannons. Two of the men even started shooting with shotguns. They actually had military weapons. Yin An squinted her eyes. What are you all standing around for? Kill the zombies. Tao Shui shouted. Cheng Su and the others immediately began to slay the zombies. Yin An stood among the four, playing the role of a freeloader. With the cannon fire from Fu Sun's group, numerous zombies were obliterated around them. The two teams quickly cleared many of them. Everyone moved forward toward the nearby University Entertainment Complex. When they saw the scene inside the complex, everyone's expressions grew heavier. The number of zombies here could not merely be described as many, they were densely packed like a tide. The geographical layout of the university town was quite peculiar, presenting an overall basin structure. From the stairs leading down to the University Entertainment Complex Square, the main attraction was the underground mall, which occupied a vast area and had many shops extending 3 levels underground. All the zombies that fell from the stairs were jammed inside, unable to escape. They piled up like a tide of corpses, with the zombies below being trampled into a pulp by those above. In such a place, anyone who entered would be gnawed to the bone by countless zombies. Boom! Destroy all the shells we brought this time. With Fu Sun's command, the men behind him took handheld cannons and fired downwards. Bang! 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 A series of blood flowers exploded in the tide of zombies as countless flesh and bones mixed with blood splattered in the air. Brother Fu, there are really too many zombies. Zhang Chong said to Fu Sun, looking worried. The University Entertainment Complex is the largest commercial area in City M with the most resources and has not been looted. When Brother Fu wanted to come a week ago, that old man Kevin said there were too many zombies and advised him not to come here. Now there are more and more zombies. If we don't take it now, it will only become harder later. The woman named Su Ying spoke coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Chong obediently closed his mouth. Everyone knew how important resources were. With so many people in the base, if they didn't find more supplies, they would soon run out of food. The others showed no signs of retreat and continued to bombard the tide of zombies. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Yin An noticed Fu Sun giving instructions to Tao Shui, who immediately walked over to Yin An and the others. We have already lost a lot of ammunition bombarding the zombies. After we go down, your team will lead the charge and kill the zombies. Clearly, he did not want to give any advantage to Yin An and her group. Okay, Cheng Su responded. He stole a glance at Yin An, recalling her words back in the safe zone later. They will definitely want us to be the ones to fight in front as cannon fodder. Just do as they say. It's better in front so I can scavenge resources. His admiration for his boss grew even stronger. The boss is amazing. After using up all the shells, everyone exchanged glances and charged down together. Cheng Su and the others took the lead. Cheng Su and Jiang, he yelled vigorously while killing zombies. I'll fight you to the death. Kill all the zombies. Charge, charge, charge. Their momentum was fierce, yet they were only using half their strength. Moreover, Jiang, he cleverly tossed the zombies backward. The two seemed to be killing zombies, but they were merely kicking them back. In the chaotic horde of zombies, Fu Sun and his group could not see the scene in front. They could only hear Cheng Su and the others' passionate battle cries. Brother Fu, this little team is really impressive. Tao Shui, panting as he killed zombies, did not forget to seek credit from Fu Sun. This was the team he had chosen. They brought immense help to the Nightshade base. There are zombies everywhere. Fu Sun coldly dismissed him, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Then he twisted off a zombie's head and stomped on another zombie's body. Standing on the zombie's body, he looked towards Chung Su and the others. Luckily, Yin An had been paying attention to the movements behind. As he jumped, she patted Chung Su and the others' backs. Receiving the signal, Chung Su and the others immediately switched to combat mode. Thus what Fu Sun saw was the scene of Chung Su and the others bravely slaying zombies. Their appearance and momentum showed total commitment and a generous willingness to sacrifice. Fu Sun felt relieved. Countless zombies surged up, and he jumped down to continue killing zombies. Yin An took a breath of relief, retracting her vigilant gaze. She knew that Fu Sun was not easy to deal with and still needed to keep her guard up. The two teams quickly moved toward the underground mall. The stores in the square only had a handful of beverage shops with not much supply. The main action was all below. They cleared zombies in the narrow passageway. It was even more crowded here, with countless zombies nearly filling the narrow passage. Yin An secretly activated her light-based ability. At this moment, her light-based ability was only at level 2, not very strong, just a faint layer that could well conceal her in the zombie horde. She wrapped a layer of shallow light-based ability around Chung Su and Jiang He in front. With this layer of light-based ability, they could easily slip through the zombie tide without worrying about being bitten. Chung Su and Jiang He exchanged joyful glances with Yin and then immediately charged forward. Song Nian Renyu and Yin An closely followed. Countless zombies were pushed behind them. They overwhelmed Fu Sun and his group from behind. There are too many zombies. What should we do? There's no space to survive. How did they get through? Zhang Chang and the others kept retreating as countless zombies roared and lunged at them. Kill them. Fu Sun's eyes hardened as he led the charge. His lightning-based ability erupted, instantly incapacitating the zombies rushing forward. Everyone charged forward together, fighting fiercely. They won't be bitten to death by the zombies, right? Suing asked, not hearing anything from Yin An and the others. Fu Sun said nothing. The lives of others were of no concern to him. He only wanted to get what he wanted. Soon Chung Su and the others arrived at the first underground level. Yin An quickly absorbed a dozen second-level crystal cores to replenish energy and distributed them to her teammates. The light circle continued to consume energy. Yin An decided to fight swiftly. Although her energy was ample, it could not withstand prolonged consumption. My light-type ability cannot last long. You guys kill the zombies here, and I will go collect supplies. After Yin An finished speaking, the four immediately nodded. In the next moment, the light circles on Chung Su and Jiang He disappeared and reappeared on Yin An. The four of them picked up their weapons, standing back to back in a circle as they began to slay zombies. This maximized their safety. Yin An, armed with her light-type abilities enveloping her, hurled a grappling hook and charged out. This underground city was enormous. The streets stretched hundreds of meters in a circular fashion, lined with shops on both sides. Just as Suing said, it had not been scavenged yet. All the shops still retained supplies from before the apocalypse. Yin An stomped on the heads of zombies as she rushed forward, her grappling hook shooting up to the ceiling, her right hand free to collect supplies. Running and collecting all the way. Faster. Even faster. Yin An was drenched in sweat, her muscles trembling violently, while challenging her physical limits, accompanied by the system's voice. Stamina 1, speed 1, toughness 1, strength 1, last 100 meters. Stamina 1, speed 1, toughness 1, strength 1, last 40 meters. Stamina 1, speed 1, toughness 1, strength 1, last 10 meters. Finally, she saw Chung Su and the others again. Yin An shot her grappling hook toward the center of the four, successfully returning. Song Nian and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yin An return. I cannot use my lightning-type abilities, or it will leave traces. You guys hold on a bit longer and kill your way back. They are almost here. Yin An whispered, taking out a few second-level crystal cores to replenish her energy. Her energy was nearly exhausted, and they had only reached the first level. Therefore, she needed to quickly replenish her energy in preparation for what was to come. Song Nian and the others coordinated seamlessly, turning back to kill. Chung Su saw the timing was right, exchanged glances with Yin An, and then shouted, "Brothers of the Nightfall, there are too many zombies inside. We can't hold on. Hurry and come in to help." The group fought their way outward, quickly retreating to the middle of the stairs. At that moment, a surge of lightning split a bloody path. Fu Sun, dressed in black, charged in. "Fall back, I will clear the way." Chung Su and the others quickly retreated. He wielded a strange knife, with lightning crackling at the blade tip, fiercely cleaving towards the horde of zombies ahead. The zombies were forced back by this overwhelming power, and the others immediately followed up to slash at the zombies. Kill! 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 Everyone was consumed by bloodlust. Except for Chung Su and the others, who had been pushed back. Ina noticed that only 6 people were left in the Nightfall base. She turned to see the body of a man named Zhang Chong among the piled-up corpses of zombies outside. No wonder their people were so frantic at this moment. It turned out a teammate had died. They fought until everyone was exhausted, covered in blood. Only after the zombies were mostly cleared did everyone collapse to the ground. Only 2 or 3 remained to deal with the last few zombies. Among them Chung Su and Jiang He appeared to be the most exhausted. Chung Su kept pinching his philtrum. I feel like I'm going to faint. The people from the Nightfall base were lying on the ground, not wanting to move at all. After slaying the last zombie, Fu Sun's voice was ice cold. It's clear here. What? What do you mean clear? Chung Su jumped up incredulous. What? Su Ying and the others also rose and walked forward. Everyone looked in disbelief at the empty shopping mall. Every shop was completely empty, not even a box or needle left. It's over, we killed zombies for nothing. Jiang He said, seemingly on the verge of tears. Fu Sun coldly stared at Yin An and the others. Based on his understanding of space-type ability users, their spatial volume was only 100 cubic meters. Currently, the only known space-type ability user in M-City was Zhou Shuier from the Longting base. It shouldn't have been their doing. They lacked the capability. Fu Sun glanced at the Longting emblem on Yin An's backpack. Are you from the Longting base? How did you know? Yin An asked. Fu Sun did not respond but coldly gazed at the empty shops. Why is this happening? Su Ying and the others also couldn't understand. Could it be that their information was wrong? That was impossible. They held the most crucial intel in M-City. From the number of zombies, it seems no ability users have been here. Why this is the case I cannot say. Fu Sun's expression had turned grim. They had already lost a teammate. If they returned empty-handed, it would be too much of a loss. I visited here the day before the zombie outbreak. It's absolutely impossible for the shops to have been emptied overnight. Su Ying said calmly. Roar. Roar. Some zombies from the second underground level rushed over one after another. Since most of the zombies underground had just rushed up, there weren't many left now. The group quickly dealt with the scattered zombies. Fu Sun strode towards the second underground level. He did not believe that the second underground level would also be empty. Yin An and the others followed suit. The supplies on the second level are still there. Tao Shui exclaimed. Fu Sun's cold eyes warmed slightly as he addressed Wang Kai at the back of the crowd. Return to the base and inform them to send people to transport supplies. You guys should leave after collecting the supplies, or we no longer need you here. Wait a minute, we can only carry the supplies for these few backpacks. The rest is all yours. That's not fair. Chung Su stepped forward. Fu Sun glanced at him coldly, as if looking at a dead man. Without saying a word, he turned to inspect the street. Song Peng, who was beside him, stepped forward and coldly said to Chung Su and the others, being part of our Nightfall base's operation is a blessing for you. Considering you all have been relatively hardworking, we are giving you the chance to take supplies, and yet you are pushing your luck. His tone was extremely arrogant. Chung Su was immediately very displeased. However, he said nothing. How to proceed would be decided by the leader. He could not act impulsively and cause trouble for the leader. Seeing Chung Su's reaction, Song Peng happily turned and walked into a shop to look for food. Wait a moment. Fu Sun's serious voice came. Your team should not leave just yet. There are still many zombies here. The crowd moved forward. They saw that the stairway between the second and third underground levels was blocked by an iron door. Inside the iron door, a large number of zombies were crowded, frantically roaring and banging against the door. If you don't help us, we can slowly kill them. If you help us, we will give you 5 more backpacks, and you can take more supplies with you. Fu Sun slowly spoke to Yin An and the others. How do we help? Rush to the front to kill zombies for you. Rinyu asked. No, killing everyone is too tired now. Fu Sun said, pointing to an alloy shop and instructing Tao Shui and the others. Use those things to block one end of the first level. When their team lures the zombies into the street on the first level, you block the other end. Do you understand? He looked at Chung Su and the others. Chung Su nodded. He glanced at Yin An and saw her relaxed expression, so he felt reassured. Then I'll lure the zombies. You all go help them move the supplies. This shouldn't be difficult. Su Ying looked at everyone. Then let's act decisively. Without hesitation, Su Ying and the others, along with Song Nian, Jiang He, and Rinyu, began to move various props to block the street. A quarter of an hour later, they had set everything up. Fu Sun and Yin An, who had no combat abilities, entered a clothing store and closed the glass door. This shouldn't be difficult. Su Ying looked at everyone. Then let's act decisively. Without hesitation, Su Ying and the others, along with Song Nian, Jiang. After all the zombies had run out, Fu Sun opened the glass door and headed to the third underground level. Yin An followed closely behind him. The third underground level was almost entirely food stores with various food shops displaying spoiled food. However, the freezers in the kitchens and warehouses still contained a lot of supplies. One could say that this underground city had enough supplies for a base's people to eat for a whole year. If they were frugal, it would last a year and a half without issue. While walking, the two discovered a cellar Rather than a cellar, it was more like a basement. It was about 5 meters deep and the diameter was unclear, but Yin An was sure it was no less than 10 meters. It was packed with zombies. It was evident that they had accidentally fallen in. Once inside, they could not climb back out. Can you tell me how the supplies on the first level disappeared? Fu Sun's cold voice slowly rang out behind Yin An. Finally, he arrived. Yin An scoffed inwardly, turning to look at him. It wasn't me. Fu Sun, standing about 190 centimeters tall, loomed over Yin An, exuding an intimidating presence. He looked down at her face, expressionless, his cold eyes filled with suspicion and ruthlessness. At first, I thought no one would have that capability. He glanced at the silver grappling hook in Yin An's hand. But this situation is too strange, and I can't help but suspect that you truly possess some magical treasure. He then grabbed the arm holding the grappling hook, staring coldly into Yin An's eyes. What is this? Yin An smiled faintly and countered. When did you start doubting me? You, a powerless individual, could escape unscathed. That's inherently suspicious. Just now outside the iron door, that tall guy glanced at you. Fu Sun continued, his tone growing colder. That kind of gaze is one I am most familiar with. It's the look of a subordinate confirming the orders of a superior. Yin An's beautiful cat-like eyes held a hint of disdain. You look really ugly right now. Fu Sun's brows furrowed and his expression immediately darkened, clearly enraged. He grabbed Yin An's neck and pushed her back, glaring intensely at her. Don't play tricks. Your teammates should already be captured by my men. No one can save you. If you tell me where the supplies are, I'll spare your lives. Behind Yin An was a basement filled with zombies. She chuckled softly, her eyes shimmering like rippling water. In the next moment, a powerful surge of lightning accompanied by a massive energy wave blasted Fu Sun away. He stepped back after releasing his shocked hand. Then he was kicked to the ground. Swish! The silver grappling hook brushed past Fu Sun's ear and shot into the ground. Yin An charged in, her knee crashing hard into Fu Sun's chest. He grunted, spitting out blood. Without turning her head, Yin An unleashed a lightning strike to cleave through his attempt to retaliate, then flipped him over, pinning his hands down, with her knee pressing forcefully on his head. Fu Sun had no time to react and was already pinned down by Yin An, unable to move. Bending down next to his ear, Yin An's melodious voice was both gentle and seductive. I left you 5 flaws, but you only noticed 2, fool. Fu Sun was stunned for a moment, closing his eyes with a furrowed brow. He seemed to find himself extremely ridiculous, letting out a light laugh. Boss. Yin An looked over as Chung Su and 3 others hurried over, each escorting a person from Yemu base. The 4 from Yemu base had bruised faces and swollen noses, plainly having been beaten badly. Fu Sun stared at his battered teammates with eyes that mixed shock and anger. We just got the zombies under control, and these 4 tried to bind us. So we turned the tables and captured them. Rinyu said, kicking Zhang Rui to the ground. Throw them all into that basement, Yin An said coolly. Thud, 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 thud. Chung Su and the others tossed the 4 down into the basement. Screams erupted from below, and zombies let out excited snarls. Then the sounds of differing abilities clashed. Clearly the 4 were fighting for their lives against the undead. Yin An seized Fu Sun and kicked him down. He tumbled toward the basement in trance, but caught the floor at the last moment, holding himself from falling in. He turned to Yin An, about to speak. Yin An delivered another kick. Shut up, she snapped. Since Fu Sun had only demanded supplies and bore no murderous intent, she had no plan to kill them. Dropping them in the basement would not hinder her from collecting supplies. As for life or death, that would be left to their own fortune. Yin An turned to the vast underground mall. Gather the supplies, comrades. Right. Charge, boss. With every ounce of her spirit, she ran and collected. Wherever they went, goods vanished, as if into thin air. In about 15 minutes, the 2 underground levels were emptied of every resource. Boss, people are coming outside. For whole trucks. Fu Qingsu and Rinyu, who had been watching the first basement level, came racing down. People from Yemu base, Song Yin said coldly. Everyone looked to Yin and awaiting her orders. Fu Sun, streaked with blood, was crawling out of the basement entrance, followed by his teammates, 5 intact and alive. Undeniably, their combat prowess was respectable, the sort worthy of a special operations zone in a national base. Yin An strode toward Fu Sun. Chung Su and the others fell in behind her. Fu Sun furrowed his brow, his dark eyes fixed on Yin An, unsure of her intent. Behind him, the 4 men from Yemu base kept retreating, regarding Yin An as if she were a devil. A woman who could lay low Fu Sun, the strongest fighter in their base, was beyond their match. In 3 swift moves, Yin An bound Fu Sun tight. She looked up at Chung Su and the others and said, bind them all and seal their mouths. They complied at once. Yin An taped Fu Sun's mouth shut with black tape and, still holding him, marched upward. 4 enormous trucks were parked outside the entertainment plaza. People were jumping down from them. Each carried large backpacks and suitcases. clearly well prepared for transporting supplies. Yin An and her group drew every eye the moment they appeared. It's Brother Fu and his team. Look, the Captain Su Ying has been bound. They're all bound. The Yimu base people stopped in their tracks. Men with guns immediately raised their weapons and trained them on Yin An's group. Their leader was an older, foreign-looking man with graying hair, Kaiwan, the one Su Ying had mentioned. Kaiwan glared at Yin An and the bound Fu Sun. What is the meaning of this, Wang Kai? He demanded angrily. Wang Kai stood dumbfounded. Base Chief, I don't know. It wasn't like this a moment ago. If you want your people to live, tell your men to lower their guns and let us go, Yin An said coldly. Fu Sun's position in Yimu base was high, at minimum a deputy base chief, and Su Ying a team leader. Their lives still held value. Kaiwan raised a hand, and his men lowered their guns. Return our people, and we will let you leave, his aged voice warned with chill. Yin An scanned the Yimu base contingent, over 40 in number, about 20 armed. The count of those with abilities was unknown. If it came to a heated clash, the 5 of them might not all make it out alive. Yin An pressed a blade to Fu Sun's neck, a bead of blood welled. Old man, I'm not making you an offer. Your Fu Sun is no match for me. You should know that even if you outnumber me, I can make you suffer grievous losses. She finished speaking, and a surge of lightning power washed over her. Fu Sun writhed beneath the current, sweat beading cold on his brow. Kaiwan's eyes widened. She was a lightning-type ability user. Her energy seemed far fiercer than Fu Sun's. Fine. You may go, but our people must be unharmed. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to fight to the death, Kaiwan replied. With that, Yin An led the bound Fu Sun and the others toward an armored vehicle. Every gaze from Yimu base remained fixed on them. Brother Kai, shall we really let them go? Wang Kai whispered. Kaiwan dismissed the concern. He did not wish to squander manpower on needless matters. In the apocalypse, supplies were everything. As Yin An's group neared the armored vehicle, Fu Sun shook his head at Kaiwan and threw a few urgent glances toward the underground city. His expression alarmed those who noticed. A chill passed through Kai when his grip on his gun tightened. Fu is signaling us to hold back. Collecting supplies comes first. Wang Kai blurted excitedly. Kaiwan stared at Fu Sun's anxious look. Are you sure that's what he means? I'm sure. I've followed Brother Fu for years. I know what he's intent on, even from the slightest move, Wang Kai insisted. Kaiwan relaxed when he heard Wang Kai's conviction. Nonsense. Suddenly a slap landed on Wang Kai's head, leaving him dazed. He turned to the man who had appeared and immediately spoke with reverence. Fu urged, why have you come? Kaiwan nodded toward the tall, striking young man behind him and whispered, Fu Yin, what do you think? Fu Yin's eyes clouded dark. My brother means their goods were taken. Do not let them go. Kaiwan's aged gaze sharpened. He waved his hand, and all his people surged forward to surround Yin An's party. Yin An and Chung Su's group quickly boarded the vehicle. She signaled to free Su Ying and the others, then dragged Fu Sun into the car herself. Unsure of Yimu base's full strength and wary of long-range heavy weapons, she had to take Fu Sun with her as insurance. You promised to release them? Kaiwan demanded. You go back on your word too. Yin An replied coolly, then slammed the accelerator. People in front scattered in panic. Fu Yin lifted a sniper rifle and fired at the vehicle's tires. Bang! Bang! Yin An's speed was fierce, and with zombies leaping onto the road, all 3 shots missed their mark. Fu Yin roared after them on his motorcycle. Kaiwan stared at the underground entrance and called out, half of you pursue them, the other half go down and see what supplies remain. Over 20 men rushed in. Soon the fastest of them burst out panting. Report, base chief. The 3rd underground level is completely empty. What? On the road, Yin An glanced in the rear view at the pursuing Yimu base and sneered, then kicked Fu Sun hard out of the vehicle. Bound tight, Fu Sun fell straight into a mass of zombies. The undead surged toward him with ravenous eagerness, as if starved for a long time, and now fighting over a single morsel. Brother! Fu Yin's urgent cry rang out. He skidded to a stop on his motorcycle and unleashed his wind ability. A fierce gale raked the area, slowing the zombies' movements with grit and sand. He dove into the horde with blinding speed and began cutting them down. The Yimu base men joined in. It took them over 10 minutes of fierce fighting to clear the zombies away. By then, Yin An and her group had vanished. That woman, Fu Yin seethed. Brother, are you all right? Fu Sun shook his head and glanced toward where Yin An had gone. They are from Longting base. We cannot let this insult stand and still call ourselves Fu family. Brother, we'll go take Longting base now. Fu Yin vowed. Fu Gufu urged, are you all right? Tao Shui Song Peng and Su Ying rushed up. Lin Yoyang's voice came through the line, baby, what do you want to eat tonight? Okay. Fu Gu, her name is Nun Dai. Tao Shui blurted, only to be slapped on the head by Song Peng. Holding his head, he met the icy stares of the Fu brothers and the reproachful looks of his comrades, panic rising within him. What's wrong? Go back and write the name Nun Dai 10 million times. No food, no rest until it's done. Fu Sun snorted coldly and strode away. The night deepened. Yin An accelerated until she was 10 miles away before beginning to slow down. The bulletproof vehicle from the Nightshade base maneuvered effortlessly through the zombie-infested terrain, crushing corpses beneath its wheels as Yin An's exceptional driving skills ensured a smooth passage. There are significantly fewer zombies around here, Chung Su remarked, surveying the area. There's barbed wire over there. There must be survivors nearby, Renew added. Yin An scanned the surroundings and charged into a gap in the barbed wire. This will do, and let's take a break here, she said as the 5 of them got out of the vehicle. Look over there, that's a factory, isn't it? It's huge. Zhang He pointed towards a large closed factory building nearby. There's a strong smell of blood here. Don't mind it, Song Nian said coldly. We should rest a bit before heading back to H City, Yin An said, taking out a bottle of energy drink. They had gathered plenty of supplies, it was time to return. I hope Xiao Rui is eating well at the base alone. I bet she is, Zhang He said with a smile, thinking of Xiao Rui. I made her a fridge full of delicious food. She must have gained more than a pound, Chung Su said proudly. My cooking skills are top-notch. Well said. When you get back, make more for me to store in my space, Yin An said, lightly glancing at Chung Su's smug expression. No problem, boss, Chung Su responded. But don't make too much, just 100 million portions should do. The others burst into laughter at Chung Su's exaggerated demeanor. At that moment, Yin An's gaze sharpened as she looked towards the factory. Someone's coming. Everyone stood up, entering a state of readiness. They saw a man in a white shirt drenched in sweat and blood stumbling towards them. Upon seeing his face, everyone froze for a moment. Su Lu saw Yin An and the others, seemingly drained of strength, collapsing to the ground with a thud. He pressed his hands into the grass, head bowed, shoulders trembling as he suppressed his sobs, clearly overwhelmed with grief. Shi Yan is dead. What? Chung Su stepped forward to help Su Lu up. What happened? He seemed fine this afternoon. How could this happen in just half a day? Su Lu wiped his tears fiercely, his eyes filled with hatred for Chen Daozi. When we returned to the base today, Chen Daozi set a trap to kill us. I managed to escape, but when I went back for help, everyone was dead, including all the families of the base's ability users. I searched for a long time, but everyone was gone. I searched again and again, yet I couldn't find Shi Yan's body. Su Lu said, tears and snot streaming down his face. He drew the knife from his waist and turned to walk in a direction. I'm going to confront Chen Daozi. Su Lu, big brother going alone is just asking for death. Chung Su shouted. Be optimistic, maybe Shi Yan isn't dead. Su Lu didn't look back. Thanks for your comfort, but even if I die killing a dog that serves Chen Daozi would... With that he strode away. Want revenge? Yin An's melodious voice drifted in calmly. Su Lu halted his steps. If what you say is true, that Longting base has done countless evil deeds, then let's make them disappear. Yin An lowered her binoculars, packed up the bulletproof vehicle, and walked into the depths of the forest. Everyone follow closely and keep quiet. Chung Su and the others didn't ask questions, quickly complying. Su's previously vacant eyes now sparkled with hope. He hurried to catch up with Yin An and asked softly, how do we make them disappear? Shoo. Yin An raised her finger to her mask, her cold gaze fixed on a spot ahead. Use dogs to catch rats. Everyone looked in that direction. Soon several bulletproof vehicles approached, followed by 3 trucks. 2 helicopters even hovered above. The design of the bulletproof vehicles and trucks made it clear they belonged to the Nightshade base. Everyone understood Yin An's intention and remained low to the ground, quietly lying in wait. Once the Nightshade base vehicles moved far away, Chung Su whispered in amazement, Boss, so that's why you had us carry the Longting base backpacks earlier. That wasn't my initial intention, it was just to prevent them from tracing our identities. I didn't expect Nightshade base would really repay grievances, making such a big fuss about it. Yin An said coldly, then adjusted her gear, saying seriously, I'll go ahead first. You all stay behind. Remember, do not expose yourselves. Understood, boss. With that, Yin An quickly dashed off to pursue. She moved like the wind, her black attire perfectly blending into the night, her steps light and nearly imperceptible. Soon Yin An arrived at the headquarters of Longting base. The area outside the gate was bustling, crowded with people and vehicles from the Nightshade base. 2 extremely bright floodlights hung above the gate, while several muscular men surrounded a man wearing... They were negotiating with the Nightshade base. Yin An silently approached, hiding in the nearby thicket. Every word of their conversation reached her ears clearly. Our people from Longting base never provoke you from Nightshade base. Why did you come over in such numbers, armed and aggressive? Chen Daozi said, his tone quite rude. We demand you return the supplies you robbed from us today and hand over those 5 individuals. Then we can talk. Song Peng weighed his gun in his hand, speaking harshly. Behind him stood a dozen men armed with firearms. Fu Sun and Fu Yin sat in the armored vehicle at the back, their expressions unreadable. We didn't gain any supplies today at our base. Chen Daozi frowned. Are you looking for trouble? Is this how the largest base in M City operates? After he finished speaking, Song Peng raised his gun and pressed it against Chun Daozi's face, but the next second, he felt a cold gun barrel pressed against his waist. He looked in shock at the gun at his waist, then raised his head to meet Chun Daozi's fierce gaze. Don't think you're the only ones with guns at Nightshade Base. Chun Daozi finished speaking, and all the men behind him drew their guns, pointing them at the Nightshade Base. In an instant, both sides raised their weapons. The atmosphere was tense, ready to explode at any moment. Click. Fu Sun opened the door and stepped down, having changed into a clean set of clothes, standing tall and handsome. His gaze at Chun Daozi was intimidating without being angry. Chun Daozi, I believe you are a smart man. I only want those 5 individuals today. Upon seeing Fu Sun, Chun Daozi's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. What are the names of those 5 individuals? I don't know their names. There are 2 men and 3 women, all very strong, especially the woman in the black combat suit. Fu Sun recalled Yin An's beautifully sarcastic cat-like eyes, and his hands under his sleeves tightened slightly. Chun Daozi stared hard at Fu Sun, his mind racing. The Nightshade Base had immense power. If they wanted to trouble Longting Base, they could simply come in force without needing to negotiate. Moreover, Fu Sun had personally come over. Realizing this, Chun Daozi's tone softened considerably. All right, I'll trust you this once. I will cooperate, but if they aren't found, you must leave immediately. Thank you for cooperating. After that, both sides lowered their weapons. As Chun Daozi directed and arranged, the lights at Longting Base gradually illuminated. In an instant, the area was ablaze with light. The people from Nightshade Base entered Longting Base in an orderly manner, leaving only 5 individuals outside to guard the vehicles and helicopters. Yin An's eyes glinted coldly as she rolled forward. Who? The 5 people heard the noise and turned to whiz, whiz. 2 throwing daggers pierced the throats of 2 men. Their eyes bulged wide as they collapsed stiffly to the ground. Theirs. 3 other men instantly tried to shout. Yin An unleashed his lightning-based ability, electrocuting one on the spot, while simultaneously firing a grappling hook to eliminate another. The last surviving man froze in mute terror, staring at Yin An with wide-eyed horror. Then 2 seconds later snapped back to reality and whirled to flee. Thwip! A single blade strike ended his life. Yin An withdrew her blood-stained dagger, gazed coldly upon the corpses, flicked her fingers, and vanished 6 vehicles and 2 helicopters into her spatial domain before turning away. Just then Cheng Su and the others arrived, breathless. Yin An looked at Su Lu and whispered firmly, "Lead us around the perimeter to the Longting Base storage zone, quickly." Su Lu nodded and hurriedly guided Yin An and the others into the dense jungle. They sprinted along the outer wall of the Longting Base. Inside the wall, voices of many men overlapped in anxious conversation. Why summon everyone for an emergency assembly at this hour? What on earth has happened? Stop asking. Hurry up. It said the Nightfall Base personnel have arrived. They're hunting someone. The base director ordered everyone to assemble immediately. Oh no. Could they be after me? Did you offend someone from Nightfall Base? 2 days ago I saw their people. I secretly rolled my eyes. Could they have noticed? Are you insane? Get away from me. Chaos erupted within the walls, while outside Yin An and her team raced forward at breakneck speed. Soon Su Lu halted at a spot. This is it. The storage zone lies inside the wall across the 2nd and 3rd buildings. He paused, then added, the basement of the 3rd building houses an armory, some firearms, and bladed weapons. Yin An nodded. Exchanging a silent glance with Cheng Su and the others, she scaled the wall with feline grace. The moment she dropped inside Longting Base, she surged ahead. The buildings within Longting Base were aged and modest. None rose higher than 3 stories, and their architecture was starkly utilitarian. At that moment, not a soul remained nearby. All had rushed toward the assembly point ahead. Yin An dashed into the building Su Lu had indicated and kicked the door open. Darkness swallowed the interior. She switched on no lights. Instead, she summoned her light affinity ability, enveloping herself in a soft golden aura that gently illuminated the stored supplies. The glow was sufficient for clear vision. As she moved, she gathered, swiftly emptying the entire 2nd building. Onward. She stormed into the 3rd building and claimed its contents without pause. Cheng Su and the others stood guard outside, vigilant against intruders. Once every item in the upper floors had been secured, Yin An descended into the basement. The basement was compact. Its firearms were mostly standard-issue handguns. Its cold weapons consisted largely of long-bladed swords. Yet even the smallest fly is still meat. Yin An absorbed every weapon into her spatial domain. She deactivated her light affinity ability and stepped back out. Boss, shall we withdraw? Cheng Su asked softly. Yin An shook her head. Wait for me beyond the wall. Without another word, she sprinted forward, past several buildings, until she reached a vast open field where 2 factions faced off. One group belonged to Longting Base, over 100 strong, most armed only with melee weapons. The other was Nightfall Base, 50 to 60 operatives, each wielding high-end firearms. Bright floodlights bathed every face on the field. At the center, Fu Sun and Fu Yin stood speaking with Chen Daozi. From her distance, Yin An could barely make out their words. She crept closer, scaled the nearest building, leapt through a window, and pressed herself against the far wall, peering out through the window to observe their movements. Everyone's assembled, young Master Fu. Please begin your search, Chen Daozi said, stepping aside to grant Fu Sun unobstructed access. Fu Sun gestured, and Song Peng and Jiang Rui split left and right, scanning each person with meticulous scrutiny, as if missing a single detail might cost them everything. What are you staring at? A Longting base man bristled visibly at Song Peng's probing gaze and snapped harshly. State your name. Cooperate, all of you. Chen Daozi bellowed, then shot the man a venomous glare. The man flinched, lowered his head, and dared not Coward! Song Peng scoffed, slapping the man hard across the face. The man swallowed his fury, standing silent, but trembling violently from head to toe. Chen Daozi's expression darkened. He too restrained himself, but inwardly seethed. To strike his subordinates was to strike him an insult to his authority as base director. Yet the power imbalance left him no choice but to grit his teeth and command coldly, all of you, cooperate fully with Nightfall Base. They're only here to retrieve a few individuals. Do not provoke them, understood? His words silenced the crowd instantly. Not a whisper of dissent dared rise. Yin An's eyes shimmered with eerie light as she drew a throwing dart and aimed steadily at Song Peng's temple. Whiz! Amid the chaos from an unseen corner, the dart flew true, embedding itself deep in Song Peng's forehead. A crimson crater burst open, blood sprayed wildly across the face and chest of the man standing before him. Song Peng crumpled motionless to the ground. The man before him stood frozen, drenched in blood, stunned into disbelief. In the next instant, pandemonium erupted. Song Peng, Old Song, Jiang Rui, Wang Kai, and the rest of Nightfall Base surged forward en masse. Jiang Rui fixed his murderous gaze on the blood-splattered man. I'll kill you. Before Fu Sun could even raise a hand to stop him, Jiang Rui fired, blowing the man's skull apart. Damn it, I'm done playing nice. Chen Daozi roared, raising his rifle and opening fire on Nightfall Base. Instantly, full-scale combat ignited. Nightfall Base operatives raised their weapons and unleashed torrents of gunfire upon Longting Base. In turn, Longting fighters charged forward recklessly. They're not searching for anyone. They've come to slaughter us. Brothers, stand and fight. Don't back down. Yet many cowards shouted bravely while retreating silently into the shadows. Chaos reigned absolute. Pursue them. Let no one escape. Fu Sun commanded, already retreating with Fu Yin to the rear of the fray. Nightfall Base's superior firepower quickly claimed dozens of Longting lives. Yet Fu Sun's sole focus remained on Yin An and her companions. He scanned the fleeing figures, intently desperate to catch sight of her. Either they're hidden among the crowd, or they're not here at all, Fu Sun muttered coldly to Fu Yin. If they weren't here, how did the kill happen so cleanly? That wound wasn't made by a bullet. Fu Yin swept his gaze across the aging buildings surrounding the field. Not impossible. That woman is unnerving. Fu Sun hefted his rifle and strode toward the nearest structure. Yin An watched the Fu brothers scour the area for her, popped a piece of gum into her mouth, smirked faintly, and turned away. She scaled the wall, swiftly retrieved a helicopter, and declared, "Let's go. I'll pilot. I've learned," Rinyu volunteered. Yin An nodded once, then boarded the helicopter with the others. Sulu did not follow. "You're not coming with us, brother Sulu?" Cheng Su asked, glancing back. Under the moonlight, Su Li's eyes held both the quiet relief of vengeance fulfilled and the hollow ache of lost comrades. He shook his head and offered a wry smile. "You were right. Perhaps he isn't dead. I'll stay in M City and keep searching, even if he's become a zombie. True brotherhood, true loyalty." Cheng Su and the others were deeply moved. Yin An reached into her spatial domain and tossed Su Lu several smoke grenades. "Keep these. We may return someday. Smoke means we're near." Su Lu caught them and nodded solemnly. "Until we meet again, thank you." With that, Rinyu engaged the engines. The helicopter lifted sharply, soared over Longting Base, and sped toward H City. "Brother, stop searching. They've escaped." Fu Sun looked up at the helicopter ascending into the night sky, where through the window Yin An stared back at him with icy contempt, as if regarding an insignificant insect. Fu Sun couldn't believe it. Where did she get a helicopter? Aside from Nightfall Base, who else in M City possessed such technology? "Brother Fu, we've eliminated all Longting Base personnel." Wang Kai rushed over to report. But Fu Sun heard nothing. He only stared, unblinking, locked onto Yin An. Then, Yin An raised her middle finger directly at him, dripping with mockery. Behind her, Cheng Su and the others grinned broadly. Fu Sun choked. His breath seized, trapped between rage and disbelief. Fu Yin raised his rifle and fired at the retreating helicopter, but it was already too far. Not a single round found its mark. "Bring out the helicopters. We'll give chase." Fu Yin strode toward the main gate, only for a subordinate to rush up shouting, "Report, Brother Fu. Our vehicles and helicopters are all gone." "Damn it." Fu Sun hurled his rifle to the ground, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it with trembling hands, his fingers shaking from sheer uncontrolled fury. Fu Yin watched his elder brother's anguish, his own face grim. After a minute of silence, he gazed at Fu Sun puffing furiously, and spoke with unwavering resolve, "Brother, trust me. We will capture her one day. That woman is now Nightfall Base's foremost enemy." Fu Sun seemed not to hear, inhaling one cigarette after another unceasingly. Smoke coiled thickly around him, veiling his features. Long moments passed before he crushed a dozen cigarette butts beneath his boot, his voice low, weary, and edged with glacial menace. "Find everything about her. Leave no stone unturned." Beep. A successful annihilation of a rogue base. Rewards issued. 50 precision targeting cannons have been added, operated by an intelligent control console capable of switching between automatic enemy detection mode and manual operation mode. In the next moment, 50 artillery emplacements over 20 meters high appeared in the space. Yin An's eyes brightened. She hadn't expected that by destroying the Longting base with the help of the Nightshade base they would gain such an additional reward. The atmosphere inside the helicopter was relaxed and cheerful. Chung Su sat in the back watching Ren Yu proficiently pilot the helicopter and exclaimed, "Ren, you really have some skills. You learned to fly the helicopter just by watching the boss a few times. Don't you know how?" Ren Yu asked leisurely. Chung Su was taken aback. He stammered for 2 seconds, and then looked at Song Nian. "Sister Nian, can you fly too?" Song Nian nodded lightly while looking out the window. Chung Su felt embarrassed and turned to the smiling Jiang. "You surely can't." "I can. It's very simple. I learned it after just one look." "Jiang," he said with a grin. Chung Su couldn't hold it anymore. Why could everyone do it but him? He immediately fixed his gaze on Ran Yu's actions. "This time I must learn it." With a determination that he wouldn't give up until he learned it. Yin An watched Chung Su like this and recalled the system's initial remark, "Intelligence value is average," silently shaking her head. It seemed the system wasn't wrong about him. Soon the helicopter arrived in H City, where the sky was beginning to brighten slightly. However, the entire continent was still shrouded in a gray-blue darkness. The city after the zombie outbreak appeared particularly fragmented in this hue. But compared to the desolation of M City, there were still quite a few living people in H City. At this hour, one could vaguely see some ability users moving along the streets. "It's only been a day or two, but I miss this city already." "Jiang," he murmured as she looked at the city below. Yin An's gaze fell on a commercial area surrounded by large trucks, and her eyes lit up. The safe zone in H City. Everyone turned to look. In the city center, dozens of large trucks of various sizes were parked within a commercial area with a street and commercial buildings surrounded by them. Clearly, it was reminiscent of the safe zone in M City. However, it was more than twice the size of M City's. "So many people," Chung Su observed closely. "It seems that almost none of them are from the national base." Yin glanced at her watch. It was still a day before this safe zone would be cleared by Liu Qi and his team. For now, this area was still under the control of 4 major factions. These 4 factions were the Xiao Group, Axe Gang, Thanos Group, and Revenge Alliance. The names of these organizations were overly dramatic, yet their actions were extremely ruthless. The 4 organizations came together for profit, only recruiting ability users and resorting to any means necessary for resources. Besides plundering resources everywhere, they also repeatedly vilified and robbed the national base's supplies. This so-called safe zone was also established by them, seemingly providing a mutual exchange under the apocalypse, but in reality, it was an important venue for their transactions and brainwashing. They did not allow people from the national base to enter, only permitting some individuals to come in. Each of the 4 gangs had a leader who held all the crucial information and acted as the liaison for various factions. Thus, capturing a leader would provide insight into the internal workings of these gangs, such as hiding spots, organizational structure, leader information, and more. Now, everything had just begun to take shape, and each faction had only recently emerged with mutual trust still weak, making it the best time for a crackdown. In her past life, she had been part of one of the squads led by Liu Qi to clear out the safe zone. At that time, the mission had not been completely fulfilled. They captured 3 main leaders, only to later find that those 3 so-called leaders were not the true ones. The real leader had escaped. After that, the 4 factions became more cautious, hiding in the turbulent H City, engaging in various acts of plundering resources and competing for supplies from the national base. They consumed a lot of manpower, material resources, and time from the national base. Now there was still time, which was just right to investigate their details and uncover the true leader. Yin An thought to herself, and then said casually, "Land nearby. Well, go take a look." Ren Yu immediately piloted the helicopter down slowly. The group landed on the rooftop of a nearby tall building and then walked toward the safe zone. Before they got close, Chung Su and the others saw several men on a large truck wielding weapons chasing and hacking down other men. This place seems a bit unsafe, Rinyu said cautiously. It's normal for a safe zone to be unsafe, Yin An replied calmly, striding towards the safe zone. The detection rules in H City were different from those in M City. Just as Yin An and the others climbed over the stacked large trucks, a gang of men stopped them. Yin An glanced behind him, noticing that on the vast street, people were glancing over, clearly part of this gang. A man holding an axe sized up Yin An and asked. His contemptuous gaze revealed a hint of lewdness as it swept over Yin An's chest and hips. Yin An glanced behind him, noticing that on the vast street, people were glancing over, clearly part of this gang. Yin An lowered her gaze, her eyes filled with laziness and impatience. Xiao Group. At that moment, only internal personnel knew the names of each gang, and by mentioning these 3 words, Yin An had already dispelled most of the men's wariness. The man with the axe immediately withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and frowned slightly, staring into Yin An's eyes. Weren't you all supposed to be here for a haul today? Fortunately, Yin An had fought with these 4 factions multiple times in her past life, and she was well aware of the internal jargon. Yin An spread one leg apart, adopting a swaggering attitude, and said, "We have a big fish up, be smart, and don't ask too many questions." Upon speaking, her eyes flashed with ferocity, causing the man to flinch. The several men immediately stopped asking further questions and respectfully stepped aside to let Yin An and her group through. Chung Su and the others also followed Yin An's lead, each adopting a similar swaggering demeanor as they entered. Seeing that Yin An and her group were respectfully letting, the others on the street understood what was happening and instantly stopped sizing up Yin An and her group, returning to their own business. Not far away, in a tall building on the 17th floor. Commander Liu, isn't that the Nansheng team from the Special Operations Zone? Liu Qi stared at Yin An and her group, his dark eyes unfathomable. The operation is ahead of schedule. Wang Zheng, you take 5 subordinates and execute the operation now. Yes, Commander. A man with a silver badge on his shoulder responded and immediately called his brothers to change into civilian clothes. Commander Liu, wasn't the operation scheduled for tomorrow? A gentle female voice chimed in. Behind Liu Qi stood a graceful girl in a pink top and white skirt. There's no need to wait until tomorrow. The timing is just right today, and we have enough personnel. Let's be quick about it. Liu Qi said, his gaze fixed on Yin An and her group below. Everyone be prepared at any time and descend in batches to stand by. Yes. Instantly, dozens of soldiers in the room all rushed downstairs, followed by 2 teams of ability users, namely the Lieri team, led by Ding Long and Ding Ling, and the newly established Jisher team. Their captain was the graceful girl who had just spoken, Xiao Qinghua. Sister Nua, you're amazing. You're so beautiful and capable. You know that ability user teams are mostly led by men. There aren't many female captains. Ding Ling praised as she walked down, with Xiao Qinghua, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Xiao Qinghua only smiled gently at this. Ling Ling, you flatter me. My abilities are much weaker compared to Commander Liu. I still need to keep working hard. Ding Ling shook her head, holding the chocolate candy given by Xiao Qinghua. You're already very impressive. Why be so modest? In just 2 days, you've jumped into the top 5 on the contribution value leaderboard. We all admire you. The 4 boys behind Xiao Qinghua listened to Ding Ling's praise and wore proud expressions. Our captain is indeed strong, ha. Xiao Qinghua smiled gently, but a deep, unshakable inkiness lingered in her eyes. I wonder why Commander Liu is acting ahead of schedule. Isn't that quite normal? The right moment has come. Although it was previously said to act tomorrow with 4 ability user teams and over 20 soldiers, now more troops have come and the total number is adequate. The team member behind her said nonchalantly. Xiao Qinghua smiled without saying a word. Sister Nua, don't overthink it. Commander Liu's decisions are always spot on. Yin An walked through the streets, entering the largest trading market, feeling as if he were returning home. The guards outside did not dare to ask any questions and simply let Yin An and his companions in. The trading market was bustling with people with various groups gathering to engage in different activities. The most crowded area featured a small platform where a young man with yellow hair was giving a speech. He spoke fluently, resembling a charismatic pyramid scheme leader. Let me tell you, the national base is the most irresponsible. They recruit a bunch of useless people with no abilities, relying on the military and capable individuals to support so many slackers. I ask you, as capable individuals, would you want to work for them? No, we wouldn't. The crowd erupted in protest below. Our organization only accepts capable individuals. Everyone has the ability to find resources and share them. This is true fairness. As he spoke, more hands were raised in the crowd. I want to join. Me too. It was at this moment that Yin An and his companions realized that this safe zone was actually a base against the national base. Those without abilities deserve to die. Exactly. In this era, only those with abilities are worthy of survival. The number of people joining the uproar continued to grow, and the yellow-haired man looked at the crowd, his smile becoming increasingly arrogant. Last night, I raided a national base squad supplies. I told them at the time if they wanted to survive they should come to us. The national base is bound to fall. Yes, it will eventually fall. Ha ha ha, good rating. Yin An waved at the yellow-haired man on the platform. He hesitated for a moment after seeing Yin An, but still came down. What is it? He looked impatient. Yin An raised his index finger and pointed to his forehead. The yellow-haired man's impatience instantly faded, but he still regarded Yin An with caution. Your identity. Yin An did not speak, but made another gesture. This was a unique signal within the rebel squad, and only the higher-ups would know its meaning. The yellow-haired man immediately lowered his guard a little and softened his tone. Follow me. He walked inside with Yin An leisurely following behind. He asked in a low voice, what job? Big fish. The yellow-haired man laughed upon hearing this, turning around to mock Yin An. What if there's a big cake you want? Keep it all for yourselves. The risks are too great. If it goes wrong, we all die together. Yin An said coldly, and the yellow-haired man instantly smiled, his wariness towards Yin An lessening. Now that fits the style of your rebel squad. He strode deeper inside. Yin An followed with a cold face, arriving at the entrance of a warehouse, where 3 men were alertly watching Yin An and his companions. The yellow-haired man nodded to the 3, then opened the warehouse door. Inside, dozens of men looked over, their expressions varied. Rebel squad saying there are big fish. Upon hearing this, several men stepped forward. The 3 leaders looked at Yin An, with one approaching. Hello, we are the ones in charge. Yin An looked at their faces. These were the fake leaders who had captured them in their past life. Her eyes turned cold, and she immediately turned to leave. Let's go. Her sudden departure startled the yellow-haired man. After all, the rebel squad was the strongest among the 4 major forces in this safe zone, and they couldn't afford to offend them. He hurriedly blocked Yin An's path. Sorry, we were just overly cautious. We recently heard that we might be targeted by the national base, and you are new faces. Yin An coldly stared at him. My leader didn't tell me about your 3 leaders' appearances. Are you joking? Then the last 3 men in the crowd stepped forward. We were just mistaken. It's all a misunderstanding. Let's talk. Right, don't be angry. Isn't this the first time we've seen you? Previously, it was a Tan who communicated with us. They all apologized, but Yin An was unappreciative, her cold gaze sweeping over the crowd. I'm not pleased right now. For this fishing trip, you must bring as many people as we do, but the supplies will be divided 50-50, while our rebel squad takes 50%. The other 50% you 3 families can divide among yourselves. Upon hearing this, the 3 leaders began calculating. That also depends on how big the fish is. If it's too risky, we still feel uneasy. Yin An smirked, about to speak when a man rushed over. Upon seeing Yin An and the others, he remained silent until the yellow-haired man gestured before he could speak. People suspected to be from the national base are coming. The yellow-haired man's eyes narrowed as he exchanged glances with the 3 leaders, then asked, where? Over there. The man pointed to several men at the entrance of the trading market. The yellow-haired man fixed his sharp gaze on them for several seconds, then scoffed. The leader behind him scoffed disdainfully, just a bunch of cops. I used to run in the underworld. Oh, I've dealt with hundreds of cops. I can spot a soldier in the crowd at a glance. These few think they can fool us in plain clothes. It's simply laughable. Don't kill them yet. In case their main force is following, we should keep them as hostages. Everyone else retreat, they said, signaling Yin An and the others before running into the warehouse. Yin An immediately followed them into the warehouse. At that moment, Wang Zheng and others were also brought over, and the yellow-haired man pretended to be friendly while engaging in conversation. He feigned trust and introduced them to the fake leader. Yin An followed closely, but was very confused as the operation time was clearly set for tomorrow. At that time, Liu Qi had recruited 4 teams to execute the mission alongside them, with himself being part of one team. Why had it been moved a day earlier? Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The people from the national base are here. They are wearing military uniforms. Quick retreat. Suddenly gunfire and cries erupted outside. The yellow-haired man and others immediately attempted to take Wang Zheng and the others hostage. The 3 fake leaders turned and ran, while Wang Zheng desperately broke free from the yellow-haired man's grasp and rushed forward to subdue them. Several soldiers engaged in fierce combat with the yellow-haired man and his team. Meanwhile, the real leader led Yin An and the others to a wall inside the warehouse, searching for a hidden door, while cursing, damn it, these national base people have really come knocking on our door. In this era, they still have the energy to bother us instead of looking for resources. As he cursed, he opened the door and turned to Yin An and the others. Quick, leave. Your other rebel squad members aren't here today, so consider yourselves lucky. We, on the other hand, don't know how many brothers we'll lose. Yin An's eyes turned icy, and she kicked him away. The man, caught off guard, fell to the ground screaming, ouch. Song Nian quickly shut the door he had opened. Cheng Su and the others swiftly subdued the 3 leaders. All three of them had abilities. In their panic, they slashed wildly and released their powers, but under Qingsu and the others' overwhelming combat strength, they were quickly taken down and bound. Yin An approached the warehouse door where the yellow-haired man and others had already subdued Wang Zheng and his group due to sheer numbers. The yellow-haired man had no idea what was happening deep inside the dim warehouse. He looked at Yin An, who had emerged alone, puzzled. Why haven't you retreated yet? Did they leave? At that moment, a loud noise erupted as the tightly shut trading market door was kicked open. Liu Qi, silhouetted against the light, charged in with a Gatling gun. In an instant, the morning light streamed through his figure, illuminating every person hiding here like a cock. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots pierced the noisy market. Everyone instinctively squatted down and covered their heads, and the market quickly fell silent. In the face of firearms, even those who had awakened their powers in this apocalypse felt a deep-seated fear of death awaken within them. Let our brothers go, or your teammates won't survive. The yellow-haired man shouted, holding a knife to Wang Zheng's neck, his eyes filled with the determination to die together. Liu Qi did not respond. He simply took the sniper rifle from the soldier behind him, silently aiming it at the yellow-haired man, clearly panicked, his body trembling as he stuttered. If you dare to shoot, I'll immediately. Bang! He hadn't finished his sentence. The bullet passed through his head. With a splash of blood, he collapsed to the ground. The others were instantly. They had been following these powers, committing crimes, and behaving recklessly like rats in the sewers under this apocalypse, while shouting slogans that the national base is worthless, long forgetting their own weight. Now, as they watched the yellow-haired man be shot dead, they suddenly came to their senses, standing frozen in place at a loss. Yin An's lightning abilities erupted, quickly taking care of these few, and then helping Wang Zheng and the others free themselves. Wang Zheng looked at Yin An and repeatedly thanked her. Thank you, thank you. Liu Qi strode over, looking at Yin, and yet he did not say a word. Wang Zheng hurriedly pointed at the 3 men huddled in the corner, holding their heads. Commander, it's them. They are the 3 men huddled on the ground were now trembling. Liu Qi glanced at them and nodded. Take them back to the base. Qingsu, bring the people over. Yin An spoke indifferently. Liu Qi looked at her, just as Qingsu and the others brought the 3 frightened men out of the dim warehouse. The 3 of them were tied up like dumplings, each with bruised faces. Yin An looked up. These 3 are the true leaders. Upon hearing this, Wang Zheng and the others were taken aback. The onlookers from the 3 forces surrounding them looked shocked and desperate upon seeing the 3 leaders. Liu Qi scanned the faces of the crowd and instantly understood. Take everyone back to the base. He then walked towards Yin An. Did you complete the S-level mission? Yin An nodded. You all helped a lot this time. As a special operations team of the base, this is what we should. Yin An's response was very official. Liu Qi looked at her, his eyes bearing an impenetrable darkness. In these 2 days at the base, he hadn't seen her, and every time he passed the mission area, he would glance at the contribution leaderboard. Even he could not discern whether he was concerned about whether the base's S-level mission was completed or if he was concerned about something else. Liu Qi's thoughts were in disarray, his throat moved slightly, and his thin lips parted as if he wanted to say something. In the end, only 3 words came out. Very excellent. Commander, everything outside has been taken care of. A gentle female voice spoke. Yin An looked over unsurprisingly. It was Xiao Chunhua. Behind her came her teammates and members of the Lyri team. Yin An had a vague impression of her. She excelled at winning hearts and currying favor to further her own aims. Outwardly fragile and unassuming, inwardly ambitious and calculating. She was also fond of Liu Qi. Xiao Chunhua smiled and nodded at Yin An, her eyes discreetly appraising Yin An and her companions. Yin An ignored her. Liu Qi swept his gaze across the entire trading market, gave a few orders to his aide, then addressed the 3 squads of ability wielders. Your squad can return. The army will handle the aftermath here. Having spoken, he looked at Yin An. What transport did you use this time? Thinking of the helicopter already stowed in her space, Yin An replied calmly, a car we found by the roadside. Liu Qi nodded. Then ride back with my vehicle. Ding Ling, hearing this, could not hide her astonishment. Once Yin An and the others had walked a little way, she turned to Xiao Chunhua and said resentfully, No, why is the commander so different toward Nansheng's captain? Xiao Chunhua's gentle face still wore a faint smile, though irritation flickered beneath it. Why do you say that? The captain of Qinghe team, Bai Jinghe, barely pays me any attention, but is courteous to her, and even calls her boss. Ding Ling felt a surge of grievance at the memory of Bai Jing's cold manner toward her. Hearing this, Xiao Chunhua could no longer maintain her gentle smile. Her expression turned grave. She watched Yin An and the others recede, was silent for a few seconds, then said, Let's go. Keep up with the main force back to the base. Yin An and the others settled into Liu Kai's car. Soldiers escorted the suspects into custody, and the convoy proceeded in orderly fashion toward the base. This weather is strange. Half a month without rain, it's unbearably dry. The soldier at the wheel sniffed and grumbled. Liu Qi in the passenger seat said evenly, "The weather is abnormal now, oh it will likely worsen." He finished, and glancing at Yin and in the rearview mirror asked, "How did you end up in the safe zone?" Yin An's face remained impassive. "We saw some rough-looking men skulking about, and followed them in." Liu Qi nodded. "Your contribution this time was great. They are 4 factions in total formed gradually over the past 10 days, and they've already looted a significant amount from our base." Yin An was well informed. This time she had altered the course of events and captured key ringleaders, which would make it far easier for the national base to deal with those 4 factions going forward. Yet she still observed the formalities and replied politely, "That is excessive." Liu Qi was silent for 2 seconds, then said evenly, "Many now refuse to come to the national base and operate independently, though multiple forces overlap and chaos abounds. Be careful when you undertake missions outside." "Understood." Yin An nodded and fell silent. She knew with clarity that the apocalypse was about to descend into chaotic warfare, groups large and small forming, cooperating, competing, and plundering one another. They would stop at nothing for resources. Some bold factions even dared reach for the national base. The 4 factions this time were only the beginning. The convoy soon reached the base. Su Liang and several soldiers had been waiting outside the gate. Upon seeing Liu Kai's return, they hurried over. "Commander, the deputy director requests your presence." Seeing Yin and Su Liang's eyes brightened. "Captain Nansheng, you finally appeared. The deputy director has been looking for you since yesterday. Why don't you go see him as well?" "All right." Yin An handed the backpack containing the S-rank mission to Cheng Su, and the others then followed Liu Qi toward the command center. "I heard you've joined the Jingrui unit." Liu Kai's low voice carried from ahead. Yin An was momentarily startled and feigned ignorance. "Commander Liu, how did you know?" He said nothing, yet the thought of Gu Ce's smug, boastful face from yesterday, his stride quickened. Yin An naturally felt his displeasure. She kept her head down and followed, cursing inwardly. Seriously, men in their late 20s, almost 30, still acting like schoolboys fighting over someone. Gu Su, who was conferring with senior officers in the command center, saw Liu Qi and Yin An approaching from afar. She got out of bed and walked to the balcony. Below, children were playing noisily while a group of retired elders sat not far away chatting and playing cards. It had been so long since Yin An expected Liu Qi to deny it, but he only replied coldly, "Those from my external forces have always been with me." Gu Su fell silent for 2 seconds, then asked, "How did the operation go?" Liu Qi glanced at Yin An. "Captain Nansheng deserves much credit. This time, they captured 3 key suspects who are awaiting interrogation." "Good. Worthy of my Jingrui forces," Gu Su said. Yin An was speechless. Liu Kai's expression darkened. Gu Su, seizing the moment, grew serious. "Interrogate them ruthlessly. After uncovering their nests, retrieve all the stolen supplies." Realizing the conversation had reached matters of consequence, Yin An stepped outside to give them privacy. She was not a senior insider. Such affairs were not hers to involve herself in. Her keen hearing, however, still caught fragments of the discussion within. The contents matched her expectations completely, just as they had in her previous life. The 2 men, Gu Su favored war and ruthless decisiveness. Liu Qi favored reconciliation and the art of absorption. Though both were soldiers in the apocalypse's early days, neither could bring themselves to sacrifice ordinary lives. But in the mid and late stages of the catastrophe, their approaches would diverge sharply. For these factions, for example, Gu Ce's plan was to wipe them out and seize the resources. Liu Qi, however, sought to absorb the factions to spare the lives of most innocent ability wielders. If one were to judge who was right or wrong, Yin An could not say. After all, she herself was the coldest and most ruthless of them all. About 15 minutes later, the 2 men finished and emerged. Gu Su looked at Yin An. "Why did you avoid us?" "I do not presume to meddle in matters between the deputy director and the commander," Yin An replied mildly. "Next time you need not avoid it." Gu Su continued, looking at Liu Qi. "Your external forces have much to manage lately, and the Research Institute has made a major discovery. You need manpower. Lend the captaincy of Nansheng's squad to me for the time being." He spoke as if magnanimous. Liu Qi found it exasperating. He ignored Gu Su and leaned toward Yin An in a low voice. "Come, they'll take you to the Research Institute to have a look." Yin An nodded and followed Liu Qi away. Gu Su watched their departing figures, his expression unreadable. "Liu Qi, you had better not be falling for her," he muttered. The researchers at the Institute discovered a tiny crystal within the brains of zombies, which they named the crystal core. This crystal core contains an energy that can be absorbed by the human body. As Liu Qi walked, he said to Yin, "And in this groundbreaking discovery, the researcher you recommended, named Lin Feng, has made the greatest contribution." Yin An nodded, expressing her surprise. "I can't believe there is such a miraculous crystal in a zombie's brain." "Indeed, and it is reported that there has been new progress in the research today." As Liu Qi spoke, the 2 entered the Research Institute building. Upon seeing Liu Qi, 2 researchers came to lead them. They navigated through crowded research and academic rooms, arriving at the most inner confidential research chamber. Several gray-haired researchers were passionately discussing together. In the midst of the crowd was Lin Feng. Upon seeing Liu Qi, they all ceased their discussion, saying, "Commander Liu." One of the oldest researchers who looked the most experienced pulled Lin Feng over and said, "Commander, you arrived just in time. We have just made a new breakthrough." He then pushed Lin Feng forward, "Let our promising Dr. Lin report on it." It was clear that everyone greatly admired Lin Feng. Lin Feng was taken aback. He first respectfully called out to Yin and Captain. Then he turned to Liu Qi and said, "Commander Liu, we have discovered that the crystal core can upgrade abilities." With that, he pointed at the dozens of crystal cores on the table and said, "These are the crystal cores we dug out today from the military base. There are currently 78 of them. We invited several ability users to attempt upgrades, but none succeeded." After a moment of silence, Lin Feng adjusted his glasses and said, "We conservatively estimate that it may be due to the insufficient number of crystal cores, and the energy has not yet reached the peak needed for an upgrade." Liu Qi nodded. "I will arrange for people to dig for crystal cores as soon as possible." Just then a soldier rushed in, Commander. I don't know who leaked the news about the crystal cores, but outsiders have started frantically scrambling for them, and even several people inside have followed suit." In the next moment, Liu Kai's walkie-talkie rang, and an urgent voice came through, "Commander, now ability users are digging for crystal cores in the piles of zombies outside the base, and no one is collecting supplies." Liu Qi glanced at Yin, "And you should go back and rest." After saying that, he strode outside, "Notify all troops to gather urgently." Lin Feng's eyes behind his glasses also turned tense. "Captain, please be safe." Yin glanced at Lin Feng and nodded. "We'll be fine. Take care of yourself." She then ran out. Outside, chaos had already ensued with all the troops rushing outside. Yin could even hear the sounds of the crowd arguing outside the base. She quickly returned to the special operations area where Cheng Su and the others were already waiting on the first floor. When Xiao Rui saw Yin, she rushed over and hugged her sister Sheng Sheng. Yin patted Xiao Rui's head and looked at the others, saying, "We need to rest quickly. The news about the crystal cores has leaked, the ability users outside have gone mad, and the next few days will be chaotic." Cheng Su and the others immediately obeyed and went upstairs to rest. Yin also returned to her room. She quickly entered her space, took a hot shower, and then went to the wardrobe to pick out a set of combat gear. The wardrobe in the space villa had a dedicated area for combat gear filled with hundreds of different styles, all made of top-quality materials. After selecting a brand new mask, Yin had only slept for 4 hours before getting up. She looked at the 252nd level crystal cores in her space. Yin placed her hand on the pile of second-level crystal cores. In the next moment, her light-based ability successfully upgraded to the 3rd level. A beam of light gathered in her palm and shot towards the ground of the space. The beam of light cut through the ground like a laser, creating a deep gash with an intense scorching sensation. Yin's eyes brightened, and she continued to experiment for about half an hour. By mastering the light, she transformed it into various shapes, striving to extract as much energy as possible from her light-based ability. However, given the current limitations of space and conditions, better mastery would require real combat. Yin quickly left the space and went downstairs where Cheng Su and the others were already waiting below. All her teammates were very considerate and efficient, always ahead of her. Yin placed 102nd level crystal cores on the table, saying, "My abilities have all upgraded to the 3rd level. All the remaining 2nd level crystal cores are for your upgrades. This is the current situation." After saying that, she looked at the 4 of them. "You can distribute them yourselves." Cheng Su looked at Jiang He and Song Yin and laughed. "Ladies first." "Yes, ladies first." Ren Yu also politely indicated to step back. Yin should upgrade first. Her ice abilities are quite strong. Jiang He looked at Yin with a bright smile full of admiration and sincerity. Song Yin was momentarily taken aback. She scanned the 3 of them, her brow slightly furrowing, and a mist of water suddenly enveloped the area, obscuring her vision. "How long has it been since I felt this kind of care and consideration? How long has it been since I felt this way? Thank you all." Song Yin lowered her head, suppressing the tears in her eyes. She stepped forward, looking at the pile of crystal cores on the table, her eyes cleared of frost and filled with determination. "Then I will upgrade to the 3rd level first to protect all of you." After saying that, she extended her palm to sense the pile of crystal cores. The energy from the pile of crystal cores slowly rose and flowed into her palm. Yin watched this scene, and her once frozen heart was stirred. These teammates had become like family to her. They gave her a strong sense of security and belonging. She turned around and took Xiao Rui into a room to teach her how to upgrade to the 2nd level ability. "Sister Sheng Sheng, I have been practicing controlling my abilities at home according to the method you taught me these past few days." After upgrading her ability, Xiao Rui said obediently. "Good, show me," Yin said, moving to the side. Xiao Rui then summoned a current of air in her palm, with deep green gas shooting straight forward in a line. In the next moment it was all pulled back by Xiao Rui. Yin An nodded, quite satisfied. Although it still fell short of her expectations, everything must come gradually. After all, Rui was still very young. As dusk approached after everything was arranged, Yin and led Qingqing and the others outside, where nearly everyone had gathered outside the high walls of the base. Outside the high walls were piles of rotting and dried zombie bodies. All the ability users were digging through the zombie skulls in search of crystal cores. The military was divided into two groups. One group was digging for crystal cores while the other was stationed around to maintain order, preventing any fighting among the crowd over the crystal cores. Boss. Not far from the base gate, Bai Jinghe saw Yin An and the others approaching. Why did you take so long to come out? The base has just announced that 100 first-level crystal cores can be used for upgrades, and everyone is scrambling for them. So how many have you dug up? Bai Jinghe blinked his beautiful eyes, pulling out 2 pitiful crystal cores from it. He sighed. It's strange, many zombie brains don't have crystal cores. We dug for 4 hours, and only found these 2. Yin An nodded. She would always casually collect crystal cores whenever she passed by the base gate. It was strange if there were any cores. He Qizhongming and 2 other males approached at that moment. These are our new teammates, Zhu Jun and Gui. After Bai Jinghe introduced them, He Qi immediately said, this is our boss. From now on we all share the same boss. Zhu Jun and Gui were taken aback and hurriedly said respectfully, boss. Yin An nodded. You all keep digging. I will go dig at the back entrance of the base. After she finished speaking, she shot a meaningful glance at Bai Jinghe, and then led Qingqing and the others around the outer wall of the base toward the back entrance. Bai Jinghe instantly understood what Yin An meant. His eyes lit up, and he immediately instructed He Qi and the others to follow. Those people are strange. With so many zombies here, why aren't they digging, but instead walking toward the remote area? In the crowd, a teammate named Wu Lian murmured as he watched Yin An and the others. Xiao Chino discarded the empty zombie skull in her hand, and looking at the backs of Yin An and Bai Jinghe whispered, follow them. Yin An led the group towards the outskirts where the corpses of zombies were considerably fewer than outside the base gate, yet none had their crystal cores harvested. Stopping at a place with a higher concentration of zombies, Yin An looked up and said, this looks good, let's dig. Bai Jing and the others did not hesitate, either raising their blades and striking fiercely at the heads of the zombies on the ground. His knife was sharp enough that with one strike the decayed zombie's head was cleaved open and murky pus mixed with a yellow-green unknown liquid sizzled out, revealing the white brain inside. It was indeed disgusting, but everyone had to endure it for the sake of the crystal cores. Bai Jing, with rubber gloves on, reached into the zombie's brain, stirring and searching through the mingling pus and brain matter for a moment before pulling out a gray crystal about the size of a grain of rice. His face, which had been heavy with disgust from the zombie's brain matter, suddenly brightened, as if clouds had parted, and his brows relaxed. There's a crystal core. The other members of the Qinghe team immediately began to dig as well. Seeing the crystal cores, everyone was filled with enthusiasm. Qingqing and the others also joined in. Yin An, however, lazily remained at the back, merely going through the motions. It wasn't that she didn't need first-level crystal cores. 100 first-level crystal cores could be exchanged for 1 second-level crystal core. So naturally, the more crystal cores the better. However, for Yin An, there was no need to exert herself digging for something she could easily acquire with a mere flick of her fingers, especially if it meant getting herself dirty. But their small team had to pretend to be digging for crystal cores in front of others. Otherwise, the subsequent display of second-level abilities would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. With countless zombies devoid of crystal cores and a team that upgraded abilities without harvesting any, Yin An dared not imagine the consequences if someone connected the dots. In the apocalypse, crystal cores were even more precious than supplies. Thus, for the safety of her entire team, she would not miss a single act in this charade. At that moment, the Jisher team, led by Xiao Chino, approached. Seeing Qingqing and the others extracting crystal cores from zombie skulls, they were all filled with joy. Look, there are crystal cores in these zombies. Wow, Captain, we have crystal cores now. Xiao Chino's eyes were also filled with eagerness as she glanced at Yin An and softly said, you dig yours, and we'll dig ours, no interference. She then led her team to start chopping off the heads of the zombies, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters from Yin An's group. Bai Jing and the others remained silent. Although it was obvious that the Jisher team had followed them, zombies did not belong to anyone. Whoever got to them first claimed them. Yin An suddenly put down her knife and coldly looked at Xiao Chino, saying, it's one thing for you to track us, but you've brought so many people along. Xiao Chino paused her actions, looking confused as she turned to Yin An. What are you talking about? But she noticed Yin An was looking behind her. Turning around, Xiao Chino saw the sneaky figures of the Liang team and the Haitang team following behind them. The night was deepening and visibility was poor. But Yin An had excellent eyesight and clearly spotted the group following them in the dark jungle. Ding Ling and Ding Long noticed they had been discovered and stepped forward awkwardly. Ding Long, as the captain, stepped forward politely. We couldn't find any crystal cores, so we followed you here since we saw you coming this way. Captain, why are you being so polite with them? Zombies belong to everyone. A man behind Ding Long complained, then turned to Yin and justifying himself. As fellow base teams, since you can find crystal cores, shouldn't you take us along to find them too? Exactly. Why are you secretly digging for crystal cores here? That's too selfish. Ding Ling immediately chimed in. The members of the Haitang team who had originally been sneaking behind felt a bit guilty, but upon hearing these words they gained confidence. Indeed, they were not wrong. In the apocalypse, humans should help each other. If the Nanxing team could find crystal cores, they should actively share with them. Thinking this way, everyone felt justified. No, you have some nerve talking so nicely. If you found zombies with crystal cores, would you actively share them with us? Jiang, he couldn't take it anymore. Hands on her hips, she questioned. The girl is right. Mutual assistance is only under the condition that one is well fed. We haven't gathered enough crystal cores, so why should we help you? He Chi stepped forward to support Jiang He. The once arrogant man behind Ding Long was momentarily speechless, but he still stubbornly retorted, regardless, since we found this group of zombies, we will compete with you for them. He said, looking at Ding Long, Captain, be assertive. We have more people than them, why should we be afraid of them? Ding Long glanced at the crowd. It was clear that Xiao Chuno's Jishir team stood on their side, comprising 3 ability user squads with a total of 15 people. Meanwhile, Yin An's group had only 10. Even if they were all powerful teams, what of it? The base had rules against fighting. If they wanted to snatch the zombie crystal cores, no one could do anything to them. Yin An looked at these people, secretly mocking them. She subtly moved her fingers and collected all the crystal cores from the zombies into her space. Then she feigned compassion, offering the area without crystal cores to the 3 teams. Suddenly, a low and pleasant male voice interrupted. Who says they are fewer in number? Accompanied by several beams of flashlight light. Everyone turned to look. They saw 5 figures approaching. In the darkness, the light was too blinding and no one could see the faces of the 5. As the figures drew near, the sharp-featured, handsome face behind the flashlight was revealed. It was none other than Qi Yi. Qi Mei stood in front of Yin and looking at the 3 opposing teams with hostility. Qi Xian stood behind Yin and expressionless as he looked at Ding Long and the others. Taking advantage of numbers to bully the few is truly despicable. Qi Yi adjusted the flashlight's beam, scanning over Ding Long and the others before turning to Yin and his dark eyes, seemingly questioning her about what had happened. Yin wore an indifferent expression. Oh, it's nothing much. Those 3 teams are tracking us, wanting to compete for this pile of zombie corpses right here. Try to snatch them from us, Qi Yi said coldly. The 3 opposing teams immediately shrank back. Qi Mei, seeing her brother behave this way, suddenly felt invigorated. Her brother actually stood up for a girl. It was known that it was hard to get this taciturn fellow to say even a few words on normal days. So cool. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Ding Long immediately stepped in to explain. There's been a misunderstanding. Oh, we aren't snatching, we just want to share with them. The man behind him didn't dare to say a word at that moment. Though he was unclear about Yin An's group's strength, he had seen the strength of Qi Yi's team. Their speed in chopping zombies was faster than cutting chives. He didn't dare to provoke them. Song Yin snorted coldly. We don't share with trash. There's a pile of zombies around the base. Oh, why must you track others? Qi Mei followed with a question. At this point, Ding Long and the others had nothing to say. Xiao Chuno's expression was also very ugly. Qi Xian glanced around at the surrounding zombies, then looked down at Yin and his voice softening. You can go with us to dig in the back. Hearing this, Qi Mei immediately nodded at Yin An. The pile of zombies in the back was several times that of this area, and there were plenty of crystal cores. However, they didn't mention this to avoid others trying to grab them. Yin An knew best where the crystal cores were abundant. She sighed, then made a reluctant expression. All right, you can have this pile of zombies, but don't follow us anymore. After saying that, she followed Qi Xian and the others. Let's go. Bai Jing and the others, though unsure of what act Yin An was playing, certainly didn't believe this woman would let them off so easily. What trick was she playing? Seeing Yin An speak this way, Ding Long and the others all became excited. Thank you. Captain Nanxing, you are truly a good person. Everyone hurry and dig for crystal cores. Upgrading abilities is within reach. The crowd followed Qi Yi and the others towards the back, walking about 100 meters before coming across a large pile of zombies near the base's back door, where some soldiers were digging for crystal cores. Beautiful Captain, it's right here. Basically, every zombie brain has a crystal core, Qi Mei said, and Bai Jing and the others immediately joined in the digging. Thank you, Qi Mei. Yin An expressed her gratitude. Although she knew where the crystal cores were, she still wanted to show appreciation for the actions of the Lin Dong team, who treated her like one of their own. After chatting for a bit, everyone began to extract crystal cores together. News of crystal cores was spreading quickly now. The scattered individuals outside the base would soon find out, and by then everyone would be competing for the crystal cores, making them increasingly scarce. It was crucial to note that one person needed 100 crystal cores to upgrade. Zombies could not provide enough for too many people. Thus, everyone was racing against time, trying to gather as many crystal cores as possible in the shortest time. However, there was one exception in the crowd. That was Yin An. Her behavior of going through the motions quickly drew the attention of Qingqing, Bai Jing, and others. Bai Jing knew very well that Yin An was crafty. He also understood that this woman was not someone he could worry about. Even if the world were to end, she would still be the one doing the best. If he were to concern himself with her, it would be like a dog meddling in someone else's business. He just needed to take care of himself. As for Qi Yi and Qi Xian, they were different. They thought Yin An might be too disgusted by the zombie brain matter to handle it. So after a few minutes, while Yin An was pondering how to better utilize her light-type abilities, her sides were flanked by two distinctly skeletal hands reaching out. At the same time, the voices of Qi Yi and Qi Xian rang out in unison. Here, take these. As soon as the words were spoken, both of them seemed taken aback. Qi Yi's dark eyes dimmed. It seemed he hadn't expected to encounter this situation. Yin An blinked twice, momentarily unsure of how to handle the current situation. Across from her, Qi, Mei Chun, Feifei, Jiang He, and the others were all left open-mouthed at the sight. Two handsome guys offering crystal cores at the same time. This scene was truly a battlefield of chaos. In the next moment, Yin An sprang to her feet. I can dig it myself. With that, she raised a knife and axe, striking down towards a pile of zombies. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, 7 or 8 zombie corpses in the pile were split in half. The shattered bodies mixed with blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was taken aback. They each had to chop at the heads multiple times just to break them open. The captain of the South Sheng team directly cleaved through 7 or 8 with one axe. Qi Yi and Qi Xian quickly retracted their hands, which were offering crystal cores. Her fierce demeanor certainly made it seem like she didn't need anyone to hand her cores. Why are you all back again? Qi Mai's voice rang out. Everyone looked towards the approaching members of the Sun team and others. The members of the Sun team, Jishir team, and Haiting team all appeared bloodied and battered. They emanated the putrid stench of zombie blood and flesh. Everyone behind him wore sorrowful expressions. They had worked hard for nearly 20 minutes, giving it their all, yet came up empty. Everyone felt desperate. Just then, Bai Jing and several others pulled out pristine crystal cores from the zombies' heads, leaving Ding Long and his group staring in disbelief. Are you trying to scare us? How is it that we dig and find nothing while you find something? Zhang Ming picked up a crystal core from the bloody remains and retorted. Exactly, you must have hidden the crystal cores and are here to play the victim. He Chi chimed in repeatedly. We really didn't see a single crystal core. The captain of the Haiding team, Su Hui, was a handsome young man who looked aggrieved as he spoke. Seeing their pitiful expressions, Yin An's heart softened a bit. The main force against them was the Sun team. Haitang team and Jishir team were merely trailing behind and weren't overly irritating. She pointed at the pile of zombies on the ground. Then you can dig them. The zombies don't belong to anyone, so you are free to dig as you please. After her words, the favorability of the three teams towards Yin An skyrocketed. They all thanked her and immediately started digging. I found a crystal core. Wow, I see a crystal core. Members of the Haiding team and Jishir team excitedly found crystal cores. Seeing this, the members of the Sun team could hardly wait to rummage through the brains of the zombies. Find. Keep looking. Pour out all the brain matter and search thoroughly. But they found nothing. Still no crystal cores. Ding Ling exclaimed in frustration. She glanced at the crystal core in Xiao Chunyuo's palm with longing. Sister, knew that you found one, but I still haven't found any. Xiao Chunyuo carefully placed the crystal core into her pocket and comforted her. Keep it up, you will find one. Our team has found some. Ding Ling pouted, looking at Ding Long and the others who also hadn't found anything, incredulously saying, Ah brother, how come you guys can't find any either? I don't know, but they all found some. Ding Long looked towards the jubilant atmosphere of the Haitang team and Jishir team, contrasting sharply with the gloomy atmosphere of their own team. Damn it. Crap. The man who had previously clashed with Yin and had now lost all patience. He stood up and kicked a zombie head away, cursing. To hell with the zombie crystal cores. I'm not digging anymore. Oh, getting desperate. Chung Su mocked him, looking at him like a rabid dog. The man's eyes turned red with anger as he glared at Chung Su, his fists clenched tightly. Shueliang, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Ding Long pulled the man named Shueliang aside and reproached him softly. Do you have a brain? Don't you know that the South Sheng team is from the Special Operations Zone? Shueliang remained silent. He naturally knew that Yin An and the others were from the Special Operations Zone. However, he felt deep down that this woman could only have entered the Special Operations Zone by clinging to the commander. After all, none of the men like them had the ability to enter, How could a female captain bring her team into the Special Operations Zone? Well, it seemed that she not only clung to Commander Liu, but also to the captains of the Haitang team and the Winter team. What a shameless woman. Shuiliang thought this as he hacked at the zombie's head with force. Even though the head had already been split in half, he continued to chop fiercely, as if to vent all his frustration. Suddenly the ground began to tremble lightly. Everyone stopped their actions and looked into the depths of the forest, where they saw countless zombies rushing towards them. "Zombie tide," shouted the soldiers around, immediately running towards the base. "Quick, inform the others the zombie tide is coming. Retreat." After Yin An finished speaking, he immediately retreated into the base. Qingqing and the others quickly followed suit. Bang! At that moment the back door was slammed shut and locked. "What are you doing? Why are you closing the door?" several soldiers shouted loudly. Behind the iron gate were dozens of internal powerless individuals. They all looked panicked. "The zombies are coming, we must close the door. If we don't close it now, it will be too late." Yes. The soldiers were instantly furious. "We haven't gotten in yet, there are still several ability teams here, can't you see?" However, the people inside seemed to have not heard, showing no intention of opening the door. A man in his 40s at the front shouted with a serious face, "Last time the virus broke out internally, my wife died, and I didn't see you save us, you are useless." Others recalled the painful experience of the internal outbreak not long ago, all echoing, Yes. Last time the zombie virus broke out internally, didn't you lock us all inside to wait for death? Are our lives not worth anything? So many of us died, are your lives that precious?" Their accusations grew, and the zombie tide was closing in. Leading the charge were several second-level speed-type, mutated zombies. Although Yin An and the others were furious at the selfish internal people behind the iron gate, they had no time to argue. The zombies were already upon them, and all the abilities and soldiers gathered together to combat the horde. These zombies posed little threat to Yin An and the 5 of Qingqing, not to mention that there were several soldiers and 5 additional ability teams present. However, for some average strength teams, this zombie tide was more than enough to handle. For example, the Sun team and the Begonia team. The Sun team members had poor combat abilities, but were very cunning, constantly squeezing towards the back of the crowd. Especially Shuiliang. He was stealthily retreating to the back when he saw Yin An standing calmly behind Qingqing and the others. This further solidified his thoughts. This woman must be useless, relying only on men. "Don't hide behind me, fight like a man." He was annoyed by Shuiliang pushing him and pushed him away, complaining. Shuiliang lost face, but he immediately targeted Yin An. The captain of the Nanxing team only knows how to cling to men, right? If you have the ability, don't hide in the back. Shooting at the zombies, Song Yin turned around and slapped Shuiliang in the face. Slap. It made him see stars. Bai Jing and He looked at Shuiliang with impatient scolding. "Nonsense, she's the one clinging to me." Qi Yi and Qi Xian exchanged glances at Bai Jing. Their expressions varied. "Yes, we're all clinging to her." He swung his blade at a nearby zombie. "So many idiots." Jiang He shook his head, expressing his exasperation. Qingqing directly kicked Shuiliang. He was sent flying into a pile of zombies. Yin An raised an eyebrow. Goodness, she hadn't even done anything, and her companions had already said everything she wanted to say and done everything she wanted to do. Was it really necessary to be this powerful? Shuiliang, who had fallen into the zombie pile, became the target of all the zombies trying to grab him. "Shuiliang, Ding Long," and the others shouted. But soon Shuiliang's figure vanished, leaving only the continuous roars of zombies. "Ah, monsters!" Suddenly a girl's scream echoed from the crowd. Several zombies crawled up. They crawled like spiders, using all 4 limbs, and were extremely agile. Yin An narrowed her eyes. 4-limbed mutated zombies. The biggest characteristic of these zombies is that they change their way of walking, moving on all 4s, and their limbs are evolved, allowing them to climb high walls at great speed. These 4-limbed mutated zombies quickly climbed over the zombie horde and all jumped towards the crowd. Now everyone not only had to resist the zombie tide, but also deal with the 4-limbed mutated zombies falling from above. Qingqing and the others formed a circle to defend against the zombies. But other teams weren't so lucky. A member of the Begonia team had already been bitten to death by zombies. The Sun team, after Shuiliang, also lost another member to a bite. Moreover, with the ongoing battle, everyone was quickly exhausting their abilities. They couldn't hold out much longer. "Open the door." Qimei shouted at the crowd behind the door. A girl from the Begonia team almost pleaded, "Please open the door for us." Yin An looked over, and the people behind the door all wore in different expressions. These people were truly more beastly than beasts. The national base was raising them. These soldiers were protecting them, while these abilities were outside killing zombies, bleeding and sweating. Yet they were so selfish and ungrateful. "Damn it, I didn't bring a walkie-talkie. I can't contact for rescue," a soldier in the team said, filled with self-blame. Just then a 4-limbed mutated zombie dropped from the sky and took a big bite at him. Whoosh! Yin An's flying dagger timely pierced into the zombie's skull. The zombie's head burst open with a mass of brain matter and blood. The soldier reacted quickly and kicked the zombie away. He looked at Yin An and said thank you. If it weren't for her help just now, he would undoubtedly have lost his life. We must find a way to open the iron door. I want to ask you, if I go in to open the door and am stopped by these people, can I? Yin An asked in a low voice. After all, there are regulations in the national base that prohibit harming others' lives within the base. Yin An looked up at the over 5-meter high wall. I can. Upon hearing this, the soldiers were filled with hope. They exchanged glances saying, if the commander finds out that these people are doing such things, he will definitely drive them all out. They no longer deserve to be part of our base. Yes, if the deputy minister finds out, he might just order us to eliminate them. Brothers, we didn't bring guns this time, otherwise we would have acted earlier. Yin An nodded, understanding in her heart. She looked up at the high wall, not caring whether her strength would be exposed. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. That is to open the iron door, to let her team members in safely. Whoosh! Yin An extended her arm, and a silver grappling hook shot straight up to the high wall. Tighten it. Yin An soared upwards. Qi Yi and the others looked up. Boss, you must be careful. Cheng Su and the others felt their hearts leap to their throats. Yin An quickly climbed up the high wall. The people inside the iron door were shocked to see Yin An climbing up. Look, that girl somehow made it up. Is she going to come down and open the iron door? If she opens the door, the zombies will rush in. However, the crowd below completely disregarded Yin An's words. What could a small girl possibly do? What do you think you can do? The base has regulations against killing. We won't back down. How can you really kill us? The crowd was agitated, and some even threw stones at Yin An. You are going too far. Cheng Su and the others were extremely angry. Several soldiers also sternly warned. Your behavior is very serious. When the main force finds out, you will all be expelled. I advise you to stop immediately. However, the crowd below, far from stopping, became even more frenzied. Then if you all die, no one will know. Yes, go die. Don't let them live, or let them all die, you otherwise will be driven out. After saying this, they even picked up stones and hurled them at Cheng Su and the others outside the iron door. Yes, go die. Don't let them live, or let them all die, you otherwise will be driven out. After saying this, they even picked up stones and hurled them at Cheng Su and the other. Yin An stared at the increasingly crowded people below. 30 meters inside was the entrance, packed with ordinary people without abilities watching from the other side. Fear of zombies was evident on everyone's faces. Behind the iron door, over 100 people had gathered, all clamoring against opening the door. Yin An spun around, plunged her dagger into the wall for support, and then leapt down from a height of over 2 meters. As soon as she landed, the crowd watched her warily, and the leading man said, if you come any closer, we will take action. Yin An had completely lost her patience. Letting her light-based ability be exposed was whatever. She unleashed her full power, enveloped in a layer of pale golden light, charging into the crowd. Block her, someone shouted. Yin An punched one man away with her left fist and kicked another aside with her right foot. In the next moment, she unleashed a light blade that instantly cleaved through several men in her path. Seeing someone die, some in the crowd became fearful, but others became even more frenzied. They didn't know where they had found weapons and rushed to beat up Yin An. Yin An was wrapped in her light-based ability, impervious to blades and bullets, but with so many people blocking her, she could hardly move an inch. Outside, Cheng Su and the others watched anxiously. Find a way to get me up there, I need to go help the boss. Song Yin's urgent voice rang out. Our team, Chi said. After a brief discussion, the people from the winter team surrounded Cheng Su and the others to fend off the zombies. Cheng Su and Ren Yu crouched on the ground to form a base, allowing Jiang He to step on their backs. Song Yin then climbed up from their backs. Meanwhile, inside the iron door, Yin An had gone berserk. Her body crackled with electric powers. Thunder and lightning mixed with countless light blades carved out a bloody path. Yin An sprinted toward the iron door lock. I will kill you. Several men rushed forward from inside, wielding kitchen knives, aiming to strike Yin An. Swish! A long knife sliced across. Accompanied by a chilling breeze, all the men fell to the ground. Yin An glanced at Song Yin, who had joined the fight, feeling a sense of relief in her heart. She then gathered all her strength and struck the iron lock. Once. Again. Her palms went numb. She drew blood from her hand. Yin An couldn't afford to stop. She had to save her team members. Meanwhile, Song Yin was behind her, helping to deal with anyone trying to stop her. Outside the iron door, Ding Ling was bitten on the neck by a zombie. She clutched Ding Long's hand tightly, her bloodshot eyes filled with despair. Ding Long's hands trembled, but he could only abandon his sister. They'll make it quick for you. Saying this, Ding Long struck down with a knife, putting an end to Ding Ling's pain. Not only that, but a member of the Jishir team also lost their life. Gu Yi, a new member of the Qinghe team, was also overwhelmed by zombies after exhaustion, despair, fatigue, helplessness, resentment. Outside the iron door, the ability users and soldiers were out of ammunition. Inside, the selfish crowd frantically obstructed Yin An and Song Yin from opening the door. In the dim darkness of the night, the unseen zombie horde was crazily bloodthirsty. The darkness of the human heart was equally foul and dirty. Clank! With the final strike, the iron lock broke apart. Yin An quickly opened the great door, and everyone immediately rushed in. As Chung Su and the others rushed in, they immediately worked together to close the iron door. However, over 30 zombies still managed to break in. Yet this time no one cleared the zombies. Everyone tacitly stepped aside, watching as the zombies charged toward the group that had just obstructed Yin An. Ah, the zombies are coming. Run. Everyone rushed inside. And just at that moment, the entrance door was quickly closed by those inside. The crowd of about 100 on the inside was locked outside. They looked helplessly at the approaching zombie horde, utterly defenseless. One by one, they fell victim to the zombies. Qi stared at Yin An's bleeding hand and immediately rummaged through his pocket for a handkerchief. Your hand is bleeding. I'll bandage it for you. Qi Xian had already stepped forward first. Tearing a clean strip from the hem of his shirt, he approached Yin An. Yin An glanced at her wound. She knew it would heal swiftly, for she possessed a regenerative ability. Just as she was about to decline, a cold, detached voice chimed in unbidden from within her mind. Accept. The voice carried a faint, mischievous thrill, as if savoring chaos from the sidelines. Yin An. She extended her hand. Qi Xian gently cradled Yin An's hand and meticulously wrapped the wound layer by layer, his touch feather-light, as though fearing even the slightest pressure might cause her pain. Qi silently withdrew his hand from his pocket, his expression placid and unreadable. Yet deep within his eyes lingered a quiet, unspoken melancholy. Bai Jing and the others stood quietly behind them, watching with quiet amusement. A striking pair, handsome man and graceful woman, radiating effortless allure. Qi Mei, observing her younger brother's demeanor, instantly understood. She was his elder sister, and no one knew him better. His subtlest micro-expressions escaped others' notice, but she read them at a glance. Her brother, it seemed, had finally bloomed, though he remained blissfully unaware. What's happening? Why so many zombies? Suddenly, a large military contingent arrived. Several soldiers rushed forward and reported the situation in full detail. Such a grave incident, and 6 awakened individuals lost. These people are traitors to the base. The commanding officer, his silver insignia gleaming on his shoulder, spoke in furious disbelief. The commandant has arrived, someone shouted from the crowd. Instantly, all soldiers parted into 2 silent rows, clearing a path. Liu Qi strode forward, dust swirling around his boots, his gaze sweeping over the writhing zombie horde and the panicked civilians fleeing inward. Neutralize the zombies first. Yes, sir. Armed soldiers surged ahead. Commandant, this is extremely serious. His silver-shouldered deputy stepped forward and began briefing Liu Qi. When the report concluded, Liu Qi gave a slow, solemn nod. Then his dark eyes fixed on the front line. Fall back. Open indiscriminate fire. Eliminate all targets. Yes, Commandant. Soldiers retracted en masse, dropped to their knees, and unleashed a storm of gunfire upon the crowd. Zombies and humans alike collapsed under the hail of bullets. Liu Qi removed his gloves, fury simmering beneath his calm exterior. It appears internal discipline requires urgent reformation. He turned to his deputy. Call an emergency meeting, immediately. We must reassess internal protocols. Understood, Commandant. I'll arrange it at once. The deputy bowed and departed. Liu Qi's gaze swept across the awakened individuals, then paused. He looked again, and when his eyes finally settled on Yin and amid the crowd, his heart steadied at last. Since the zombie surge erupted, he had held the outer gate, fending off waves while rescuing awakened individuals. He'd searched relentlessly, yet seen no sign of her. Military reports claimed the Nanxing team had been outside the special zone harvesting crystal cores, leaving him haunted by dread that she'd fallen. Now seeing her unharmed, he exhaled, tension dissolving. But then his gaze fell upon her bandaged hands. His pulse quickened anew. He strode over, voice low with concern. What happened to your hands? Commandant, we owe our rescue entirely to Captain Yin An of the Nanxing team. She and her squad forced open the iron lock from within. That lock was this thick. Captain Yin An sustained injury breaking it. Hearing this, Liu Qi's eyes narrowed at her bandaged hands, his brow furrowing. I have antiseptic and ointment at my quarters. I'll treat it properly. Yin An glanced at her own hands. Externally unremarkable, yet nearly healed beneath the bandages. Such was the power of her regenerative ability. No need, Commandant. Please attend to your duties. I have matters to attend to. She turned and walked away briskly. Chung Su and the others followed without hesitation. Liu Qi watched her retreating figure, swift, almost fleeing, and his gaze grew immeasurably deep. Xiao Qinyu watched Liu Qi's silhouette, her mood sinking. Even she, however naive, sensed something shifting. The crowd gradually dispersed. The Lai Ri team had lost 3 members, their silence heavy with grief. The Haiting team had also lost 2. Though Qinghe team lost 1, their new recruit had not yet forged deep bonds, so Bai Jing and the others felt only muted sorrow. In this apocalypse, death had become commonplace. Hearts had long since grown numb. Only the passing of someone intimately close stirred profound sorrow. The Linding team, formidable and disciplined, suffered no losses. Qi Yi and the others headed outward. Night had fallen. Exhaustion weighed on every limb. Upon reaching the dormitory zone, Chen Feifei and the others retired to sleep. In the living room, Qi Xian picked up a bottle of water and drank deeply. Just as Qi Yi approached and reached for another bottle on the table, Qi Xian looked at him. Qi Xian joined him. Side by side they stood in quiet synchrony, neither speaking. Below, awakened individuals trained in small groups. Some ran, others pulled iron bars. Even deep into the night, nothing could quell their fierce resolve to grow stronger amid the ruins of the world. I love her. Qi Xian finished the last sip, his voice soft, but steady, warm, unwavering. It shows, Qi Yi replied evenly. Captain, do you love her too? Qi Xian smiled, faintly turning to meet Qi Ye's gaze. Qi Yi hesitated, then lowered his head, shadows from his bangs veiling his eyes. After a beat of silence, he murmured, Qi Xian, no matter what, you'll always be my finest brother and my most trusted comrade. Qi Xian smiled, his pale gray irises glinting like distant stars. And you, Captain, will always be mine. He lifted his gaze to the heavens above. For an instant, those stars shimmered, transforming in his mind's eye into Yin An's face. He whispered almost reverently, she feels impossibly distant, like starlight itself. But perhaps, one day I'll stand beside her. Qi Yi turned, studying Qi Xian's profile. So those 10 days of relentless training, you did it for her. How did you know? A faint flush rose to Qi Xian's cheeks. Qi Yi only smiled, silent, knowing. I'm stronger now, but still far from enough. I'll train 2 more hours tonight. Qi Xian stretched his shoulders. Good, I'll join you. Qi Yi finished his water and headed downstairs. Qi Xian followed, grinning. Let's race, see who does more pull-ups tonight. Fine, loser forfeits ramen. Deal.